Um, and so are we streaming? Let's see. Go back to studio.
I'm inside the channel, so I'm gonna look right now.
Okay.
Cool.
So we're streaming apparently again. Hopefully people will come back here. So as people are familiar with, we're often attack and cut off live stream whenever we started anyway. So this is par for the course. This was the equivalent of that. My electric blanket is totally dead now. I have no idea what's going on with our gang plugs. My gang plug, the light is off on the switch, but the little red light is still beaming as if it's working. And things are still working now, the modem and otherwise. So Brendan and Peter, I need both of you to talk, and let's see if people can hear you. I have no idea what. Okay.
What was that?
Okay,
Peter.
We're back. We're back up now.
Yeah.
We are back up.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So, I can hear you guys, and I'm gonna get the link real quick.
We are back up.
Mm-hmm.
Let us know you are here. Let us know you can hear us.
Mm-hmm. And so we're going to count on people to come over the next several minutes because the other one will have ended. 71 views already, so a good number of people listening. So they got the problem. They know what the problem is. So why don't you two guys take over and talk for a while? Honestly, I have to take a break. There's too much going on. I have to find out something to do with these electric blankets.
I wholeheartly agree. You've got to take care of the blanket issue, and that's what we'll start talking about. Is
well, could you order me one on out of Amazon? It would be a Sunbeam.
You're not going to have it tonight. You got to have something for tonight.
Yeah, I'll figure out something for tonight. But if you could have it delivered as soon as possible, that would save my life. Anything I could get right now.
My concern about having something delivered to you would be.
It'll get here. Everything delivered to me does get here. A lot of times it gets stolen, but if I'm on the lookout for it and we got a tracking number, we have to take that risk. All the risks usually pay off. Things do get stolen, but otherwise the risks generally pay off 90% of the time. 10% of the time things are stolen, but 90% of the time it works. And
what happened is the blanket got the blanket is no good. The blanket fried, correct?
I don't know what happened to the blanket. It should not die like this where both sides die at once. Usually one side dies.
In the meantime,
yeah,
try plugging it into a different outlet just to confirm.
Of course I'll do that. I don't want everybody to hear me grunting and straining while I'm going through doing this. So
I need to do a blank something on the other side of the house.
I can't do that. There's what I just need to try and plug it in somewhere here on the gang plug and unplug things in the gang plug that are unnecessary.
Go to another part of the house and Brendan and I will talk and just see if the blanket...
I'll do what I can and I'll go silent while Brendan and you talk and tell everybody the emergency situation.
We will do that, but go test it. And
I'll do that. So I'm going to go mute and do that. So I do want everyone to know the situation's worse than it ever was. This is
just go do that, and that'll ease your mind a bit, and we'll hold the stage for now.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, this is going to take me. Be prepared. This will take a while. Okay. The other sockets in the house are covered by tons of stuff. So
take your time.
Okay. All right.
So So as we were saying, it's not the computer. Thanks for your input. Somebody said he needs a decent computer. The problem is not the computer. There's a lot of other problems. Could he have a better computer? That's not going to solve the problem. Just like somebody had suggested he needs a job. No, that's not going to solve the problem either. This is he could be better prepared. He could have done all sorts of things. He could have checked all his outlets before we started. I mean, he could have done a lot of things. But everybody handles life in their own, you know,
What are you talking about? Are you? I just got back. If you're talking about things I could have done, I had to go to the
no, no,
estate
no, no, no. I'm not. No, no. Don't
for
worry
Pride
about
Day
it.
because I
He
needed
was
to
he was
feed.
contextualizing.
Yeah.
No, I'm
something
giving
else.
context here. I'm not
So,
criticizing.
I do want people to understand one thing. Peter cannot help me financially. We need your help. And right now, I'll work with this blanket thing here, and I'll be off for a few minutes. Everybody, do the best they can. Peter and
Just deal with the blanket, and
Yeah.
we'll deal with the audience.
okay, great, thank you.
You go deal with the blanket.
But one more thing to emphasize, everyone, with the new video. Again, we need the upvotes for this to appear on searches. So everybody, strike an upvote every IP address you've got. Make certain you use your tablet, your PC, your cell phone, whatever you've got that's got a different IP address. You've got to hit an upvote with it here and now on this video, because otherwise the video will not appear on searches and nobody will hear it per se. So we need as many people to hear this as possible. So we need as many upvotes as possible because YouTube works as a popularity aggregate. The more upvotes it gets, the more it circulates the video. So we get hit by lots of downvotes as soon as we start transmission.
Just
And
go deal with the blanket.
this is
You're getting-
important because otherwise the video won't circulate. It is something that I do go through.
Upvotes. They're getting upvotes. It's fine.
Yep,
It's the blanket.
Yep,
Go deal
okay,
with the blanket.
okay.
Get back.
All right.
Don't come back to us until you have an answer. And yeah, we want. So I'm trying to address some of the audience questions. Yeah. So first off, he's going to go test the blanket and see if it works. That way, he'll have a blanket for tonight. Michelle gave a good point here. Walgreens has electric blankets. They are listed with Grubhub and Uber delivery, so the electric blanket can be delivered tonight. Excellent, excellent. As I was saying, we can all be better prepared for things that happen. Right now, Uranus square Mercury, this is an emergency situation. We can all always be better prepared, but the fact of the matter is we're not, because we're coping with the stuff of life. And then with what happened with the computer, Douglas has his own, I guess what you'd say, interface. We all have our own computer interface. We're all good at doing some things with a computer, and you know, he needs help with this stuff. And Brendan comes to his rescue many times, but it just didn't work out. You know, I mean, all of our help is only, we can all go so far. So thank you for continuing to give us upvotes. This is great. We're going to have an interesting show tonight, but first we got to get Douglas's basics in here. This is forcing him to deal with what he's got to deal with. Hopefully the blanket works. If the blanket works, that'll solve, like, this is like a present time problem in his world. He's got to know that he has heat for tonight. And this is just so important.
And it is true that, I mean, not that we were doubting him, but that San Francisco is one of the, it's got a sea breeze. It's a peninsula right on the Pacific. And the Pacific is actually a really cold ocean. So it's like, you know, you're getting like, at night, you're getting into the 50 degrees, whether it's summer or not. I've actually stayed on a ship out there called the Balclutha. And like, it was in the middle of June, or like close to June, May, June, towards the end of the school year. And it was cold even then. So, and at night, especially, you had to wear like a full pants, everything. So that's like, if anyone's never seen that kind of area, it's like, that's the context to that.
Exactly. That's the first thing you learn in San Francisco, that it's not warm. It has some beautiful days. And those nights can be brutal. It's dampness, damp cold. So hopefully we will alleviate his, he's got two crushing personal things. He's got the cold. First, it was the money, the rent, because his landlord's breathing down his neck. And there are, there's a lot of issues over that. And he can't address all of them publicly, but she's putting, it's not even, his rent isn't even due till the first of the month. So, he wants to just get this solved and so that we can get on with what we're doing. And as I say, it will be an interesting show tonight. But first, he's going to have to test his blanket. Boy, there's not much room for humor tonight. Last transmission, I was giving an example of, somebody said, well, Douglas, you should get a job. He's not eligible to work. He can only make so much money per month because he's disabled.
Yeah.
So, it's like, people don't understand the context of him and his life and what he's dealing with. And anybody in a panic situation, he's in a panic mode. And thank you guys for continuing to give the upvotes. It's very much needed. I will start addressing one of the questions because it fits very much into the context of what we're dealing with right now. And that was one of my friends or listeners who was asking about who are the good guys? Who are the good guys? And I put that out in my email. I said, well, somebody had asked who are the good guys, because we got the Chichoa, we got the Edomites, the kings of Edom, we got, the legacy of Michael Aquino. It's like everybody's chomping at the bit to devour the world. We have the Democrats, we have the Republicans, we have all the secret societies. We have China, ripping the world apart. So who are the good guys? It's a very good question. There's this person, unfortunately, told his wife about the Chichoa, and he told his stepson about the Chichoa. The stepson's already been listening. I think he's going to stop because they both started having bad dreams. What do the Cho work in? They work in the dream state. That's where they do their work. So I said, you shouldn't have been telling your wife about this, God. And he understands that now. He can't share things with her anyway of an occult or metaphysical nature because she's I guess what you call a myopic Christian. She's afraid of anything. It's not in the context of the Bible. So, he's learned this the hard way. And so but nevertheless, this shows the power of the Cho, how they can influence the dream state. It's not necessarily something you need to be telling every Tom, Dick, and Harry about because they don't understand the context. Is it important? Yes, it is important because this is what's these are the bad guys. So who are the good guys? Very interesting rhetorical question. There are websites where they talk about the white hats and the black hats, and this is also lost. It's just a bunch of chatter and nonsense. Douglas and I see totally eye to eye on that. But who are the good guys? Well, I'll tell you who the good guys are. You. And I'm not just saying you guys who are listening to the show. Anybody. You are the good guy for yourself. You are the only person who can stand up and be the good guy for your own situation. You can't rely on Aunt Martha to send you a check. You can't rely on your wife to heal your illness, your husband to heal your illness. You can't just depend on other people. Now, there are people who will help you in life, for sure. If there weren't, you couldn't go anywhere. But you are ultimately the good guy, and you have to take on that responsibility and mantle for yourself. So if you what I'm going to recommend to people in the dream workshop, I'm going to have them take a piece of paper or a bunch of like Post-it notes or something like that, and just write down all the main people in their lives. And, you know, fold them. I won't see who they are. Then we'll take one, put them in their hand, and muscle test them. Muscle test them on all the primary people in their lives. Could be their children, could be their spouse, could be their girlfriend, could be their boss, could be, you know, the people they hang out with. Could be anybody, but it's just, you know, if you right now are to list all the people in your life and you muscle test them, not knowing what's in that piece of paper, because and then you muscle test yourself, and you're going to see those which make you strong are the people you want to be with and hang out with. Those who make you weak, well, it tells you everything. Now, I understand people might not understand what muscle testing is. Muscle testing is something you can look up online. You can read about it. It's typically, you know, holding something to your heart and putting the hand out, but there are also ways to do it on yourself. You can even just stand up straight and ask yourself a question like, did I eat breakfast today? And it'll give you a yes or a no. Yes, David, thank you for your comment. Yes, a short delay. The party has started again. Thank you. Joe Tai, keep Douglas employed on this podcast. Just donate and be his boss. Well, yes. So this is what we want to do. Now, I'm talking right now about being a good guy to yourself. A good guy to yourself. Yeah, we all want to be a good guy to Douglas because there's that old saying that appears in the Bible. It's not new to the Bible, is know the truth and the truth shall set you free. And this is what we're learning from Douglas, an amazing amount of truth. And it's certainly truth that is withheld. It's withheld and just not told. And what the ridiculous thing about so much of this withheld knowledge is the people who are so good at withholding don't even know what it is, because they just don't say, they only say things what they're supposed to. They're told what to ridicule and not to ridicule, or they pick it up and they, you know, filter it. They filter it because they know how to respond like an automaton. So, sensitive questions, but it's like people are dead to the sensitive questions, and they believe wholeheartedly in the false alien paradigm, which has been so elaborately orchestrated. Now, I've divided the chapter on the Chichoa into 2 chapters. I have to finish the second chapter because it's just unwieldy, and then it's going to have to go into another book, which is going to be on Tibet. But I mean, and definitely the Chichoa's tradition there. And I so wish Douglas was here to hear some of the things I'm saying, but he's got to get that blanket. Okay. Now, and this is going to have to do with Whitley Strieber. Whitley Strieber, Douglas has said how Whitley was hired by the government to create a fantasy of alien abductions to cover for the activities of the Chichoa. Now, what had happened, just to recap for those, the Chichoa, for those who are not already familiar, are a diminutive subrace of humans who are very tiny, grotesque in appearance, and they're real. And they work through the dream state to kill if they don't get what they want. What do they basically want from other human tribes originally in Southeast Asia? They want human women so that they can procreate, because that's the only way they can procreate, is by forcible rape. it doesn't have to be forcible, but that's the way it's going to be. And because they don't really have their own women. And then these hybrids can interface with society to a certain extent and extract more. This is how they reproduced. And of course, Aquino was working with them. He understood them. That's a whole nother story, but he brought them over to the United States and had them prey upon the boat people they brought over, the refugees and boat people. That's why they were brought over, for food for the Cho. And the Cho, when they ran out of Asian people, because they were killing them in their sleep, and also consuming their bodies when the occasion would reveal or enable itself. Now, when they ran out of this, they had to go for the white people. And they found out that the white people didn't die in their sleep. So, but they were still able to feed off of their energy. And because there were so many people dying and there's so many people having these abductions, they got Whitley Strieber, who already has a really weird history. You know, he believes he was abducted in a cabin in New York. And I remember hearing in the publishing world that when his best-selling book, Communion, how did that become a best-selling book? Well, I was told that when that was brought before the publishing world, they utterly rejected it. This is absurd. But you know what? It was pushed through and it became a bestseller. Not because Aquino pushed it through, which I'm sure he did, but because, you know, with the publishing world, in fact, I will say this about the publishing world. The first thing I learned about the publishing world when I either decided or that I was going to publish the Montauk Project myself, I went to the library and found this old hippie book. It was written by, it was like all this hippie art and stuff. And he said, how to publish your own book. He says, if you think you're going to go to a publisher, a major publisher, and get your book published, just understand this. And he listed them all. And he said, all the major publishers are owned by defense contractors. So you see the Defense Department has a strong influence and ownership. So of course, if the owner says you're going to publish Communion, you publish Communion. Now, what made it sell so much is not just because they said it's going to sell, because so many people could relate to what he was talking about. They felt abducted. And he describes them not as aliens or grays, but as non-human beings. He calls them the visitors. And he leaves it neutral, so that he leaves it differentiated from extraterrestrials. But it got so much fanfare as being alien abduction. Bud Hopkins, who was one of the first naysayers I heard of the Montauk Project, him and Andre Puharj, he regressed Whitley and said there was aliens, and all this became a UFO experience, and then the myth was created that this is all UFOs and gray aliens. There's even an account of the artist who wrote it, who made that to Whitley's, you know, that weird figure on the book Communion. So people were suffering sleep paralysis. They were being invaded in their sleep, and I'll never forget going to the, what they called it, conspiracy. It was a conspiracy convention at the Village Gate in New York. And so much art by very good artists were rendering pictures of generally beautiful female women naked having sexual congress with gray aliens. This was a very strong theme in the art, mixing with alien, and all of that stuff was, you know, alien DNA, this, that, and the other thing. So you had the crop circles, the cattle mutilations, and the crop circles was extensive mind control, because you'd have these crop circles which would defy all logical explanation of how did they get there. They were coming from a hyperdimensional source. But then you would have all these people who were going out and creating the crop circles. So they had to distinguish between the crop circles that were, quote, real crop circles, and then the crop circles that were being created by people. And there was an extensive network of people creating crop circles. How did all this arise? It's like, what was this? It's like they're all playing a big joke. It was very strange, because then there was some sort of communication, like telepathic or morphogenic. What were these people? They seemed to be in sync with the people who were creating them. It was all very weird. And so what you had was basically, in the end, a bunch of crap. That's not to say that there weren't crop circles created by hyperdimensional action, but was that hyperdimensional action from the government? I don't really know. I didn't waste my time studying crop circles, because it just goes circular. Now, I think part of the big phenomena was that it's like, wow, there's more to life than, just our eating hamburgers or whatever it is we do. But it got to the point where I remember Joe Matheny telling me that there was some woman doing a crop circle workshop and had all these people coming to it. And one of his friends saw her out there creating the crop circle early in the morning. So she had something to show people. This is how absurd and carnivalesque the New Age.
Yeah, there are a lot of fakes and frauds about with this
Oh,
topic.
it's
but there is a real thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, there's a bit of a delay. Yeah, I said there is a real thing, and it's like a fourth dimensional thing. It's like a stamp coming from the fourth dimension down. But it's like so many people want clout, or they want to bend the agenda how they want, or the narrative. So they create fake ones, or there'll be even real ones that people will say, oh, that's my friend who's an artist, and they'll strike it as a copyright and say, oh, this artist from Italy did it. Very weird stuff, like you're saying, goes on with these phenomena, whether to suppress it or to gain from it. Like, there's so many reasons, but there is a real phenomenon of these things.
Well,
and they mostly happen in England and parts of England. Sometimes they happen here as well.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the real phenomena being orchestrated by the government itself, just to keep people on their, whatever.
Yeah, I would disagree with that, but it's like that would take a discussion. So,
well, there's also an argument to be made that it is an expression of nature.
There's an element to that, yes, and yeah.
But never underestimate the government. Never underestimate the government, because it's like what happens is you have people being, what's the word? Steered with a carrot. It's like, okay, let's keep these people, let's people carrot in front of their nose, so they'll have some, they're orchestrating the Enlightenment. And I think it was quite, at the time these things became very popular, it was quite a shock to people that, wow, there's communication from the other side. There's communication from the other side. Wow, what is this? And then it ends up with some stupid movie with Mel Gibson called Signs. And you see how it's co-opted and orchestrated.
Which it totally, is co-opted and tainted. And anywhere there's crop circles, like no one's ever died like that, or no farmer's ever been abducted, or nothing, not in England at least. Nothing like that's ever happened.
Well, I've heard that there's been some beneficial stuff with them. But I said I've never gotten into it because
right. It's a huge topic. I don't really talk about it usually. Yeah, myself.
Well, yeah, but this was all part of that era.
Yes.
Cattle mutilations, UFO abductions, and crop circles. This was the era of the 80s and 90s, and they were the hottest topics. And all of them were basically pointing to interdimensional phenomena. And as I've said, certainly on more than one occasion, it was important to talk people into the idea of another dimension because people were so riveted on one dimension. And now it's come to the point where people have too much focus on that with not enough clarity. And as they say,
they lose grounding. They aren't grounded anymore.
Exactly. And the crop circle phenomena, you don't hear about it anymore. I mean, there might be people who do indulge themselves in it, but it was such a hot topic. And like so much else, it kind of goes nowhere. And this is one of the sort of the problems, sort of with everything in our world. But to get back to
things get convoluted by
exactly
the consciousness convolutes things that could be higher or divine or above.
And Douglas is sometimes questioned or criticized because he doesn't believe in aliens, but yet he mentions interdimensional factors. He mentions many things that are paranormal that the world doesn't openly understand, know, or acknowledge. Where it all comes down to, and people don't understand that there's a fake alien narrative that has been perpetrated upon humanity. And until you understand the fake alien narrative, none of this stuff will make any sense. None of it will make any sense, and that all becomes clear with the Roswell deception, which I highly recommend people read and spread. The Roswell deception, the book that Douglas and I did, that explains so much and is really a precursor to what we're dealing with here, because it gets deeper and deeper and deeper. So Douglas has this dire situation with his rent, and because he had to get the technical support, and he needed $180, which should have been easy to raise, and now he needs $360. Plus, he needs an electric blanket, which we're still finding on, and that was such a good suggestion that Michelle had said, maybe we can get him one via Uber or Walgreens, if Walgreens is even open in San Francisco. They've shut down a lot of stores, and I think Walgreens might have.
Right, that's another challenge. It sounds like where those businesses aren't thriving out there for obvious reasons.
Yeah, and I told Douglas to take his time because he's in a panic. He might have to disassemble some sort of jerry-rigged plugs.
So, okay, so the whole house is set up like the Collier brothers, where if anyone looks up that case of the Collier brothers hoarders, they both died buried alive inside of their house. But in terms of whatever electric blanket is sent, it will help. I'll certainly be on the lookout for it. The blanket is half dead. Now, there's something that I never really dwell on because there's no point in bringing it up because of everything else that I already speak of, stretching credulity. But there's a lot of poltergeist activity in this home. And as soon as I confirm that the gang plug that has the light broken, apparently the light is broken, but the gang plug still works. As soon as I clarified that that was the case by plugging and unplugging everything, except, of course, the ancient brown extension cord that they don't manufacture anymore, which turned out to be what the modem was running on, which, of course, when I unplugged that, unplugged us from live stream. because it cut off everything. Other than that, everything is connected to this other gang plug, other than the computer stuff. So the computer stuff, all the black cords are leading to one gang plug, and the other gang plug is in the other socket. And so these two sockets come out of one single wall socket, a frame for both wall sockets on which my entire life depends, the life support system of the heating pads and the computer. So for that reason, the only thing that was able to throw us off the computer was my unplugging that brown cord. All the rest of the computer and everything stayed on, the monitor and the light, because it was still plugged in. Both gang plugs work, and it's one half of this electric blanket that side. The other heating pads will keep me alive throughout the night. So I have one over my neck and shoulders and across my back, and I have one that's under my ass, sent by Clarice Claudette. I'm forgetting who sent me the other one. I believe it was Sammy Romero. Sammy Romero sent me the head, neck, and shoulders one. Of course, as soon as I confirmed all this and had everything plugged in and working as much as it could be, then the gang plug switched off by itself. Literally flipped physically. The button flipped off physically. So saw that with my very eyes, and then just flipped it back, and that will probably take care of it the rest of the night. But yes, half this blanket is dead, so what I have to do is, during the daytime when I sleep, bury myself in just a ton of blankets, because it's no warmer in the daytime than it is in the nighttime in this crypt. This crypt gets no sun, so it's just at an ambient temperature that's always cold. Particularly cold at night, admittedly, but in the daytime you have to have the heating blanket on high, or you won't survive the day any more than you would the night. So that, aside from the fact that certainly probably elements of the house are pretty much just suck the energy out of you without the artificial heat to kind of shield you from that effort. There's just we are basically built on top of a cemetery, which is something that they actually promote to the tourists when they go by on their buggies. So there's all kinds of dead bodies beneath me that are cold and probably in their own way seeking heat. So that being said, Brooke Gibson has sent me an electric blanket. God bless her. So I really appreciate that profoundly beyond expression. And we'll certainly plug that in as soon as it arrives, and we'll update everybody. We've got everybody basically back watching now. All the upvotes are here, and we can return now to what Peter and Brendan were saying, and I'll do my best to participate. Of course, bear in mind just the stresses and strains involved with trying to fundraise tonight. We are attempting to raise $360 to avoid any confrontation with my landlord. That's completely unnecessary. I don't need any late fees that would begin to stack up, because that would render everything untenable within a very short period of time. So we definitely just need to raise as much as we possibly can. So $100 from 3 different people will help. And the extra $60 I can try and get from someone else. Either way, as I said, I'll try and run some begging calls tomorrow, which is what I was going to do Friday if I weren't overwhelmed with what happened, as I explained on our first part of tonight's transmission. And I have to retitle both these transmissions. I'll go in later or during the show and do that to take off the summer solstice element of it. But I don't believe that Brendan really has an answer, because he really didn't answer what I asked initially, at least while I was here, which was, what would be the motivation? I mean, forget Microsoft's motivation with contracting with a mom and pop store to handle technical issues, because that is something they would do. It's cheap. It's, something that is steps away from contacting the real company. These people obviously do grow up using Microsoft software. They live, eat, and breathe this stuff. So they did what they were paid to do, which is, exactly what I didn't need, because they implied that this would render what I needed essentially working again. But it did not, and they could easily have simply told me to say what Brendan said later when he remembered it, which is reinstall Skype. So why, Brendan, again, what would be their motivation, this mom and pop service of immigrants in an assembly line that is open 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, including leap year, as they were stressing. Why would they not just help me reinstall Skype? Why leave me hanging like that? What could possibly motivate them? It doesn't make any sense. Is it because then
They're basically scammers.
They're just criminals? Yeah,
they're scammers.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, so it's just,
they usually prey upon like elderly people that don't know what they're doing.
That's me. That's me. I'm a product of the 20th century. I'm very much in the same boat as any other person who's older than myself. Is that this is all technology that is intimidating and just, but yeah, it's just.
But also, they didn't even put any thought into it. It's like they were just like, they just did like a one-size-fit-all repair.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So it's like not necessarily nefarious, but it's also like, you know, a scam, basically. In other words, there's no other way to put it.
Yes, it is. And Ian West says you should have hollered at me about the comp. Of course, next time I will. When I caught up with Brendan, of course, and then tried to contact Microsoft. At first, I was amazed I contacted anyone. Because, you know, I've only had, this is the first time I've ever called them, but then, of course, it wasn't them. So, yeah, it was what it was, and I was victimized. So we definitely need to deal with the situation I'm in now, which is even deeper than it ever was. So, so that being said, back
to... There are ways to, you know, potentially get your money back, but nothing's guaranteed, of course.
Well, I mean, I could, of course, call PayPal, but I've done this twice in the past. I could, of course, call PayPal and tell them that this is not something I really wanted, and these people really stole my money out of my PayPal card. But then what PayPal has to do is assume that they have your password at that point, because they have to assume they hacked into it. So at that point, PayPal has to send you a new card, which takes 2 weeks. So then I can't use PayPal for 2 weeks at that point. So it's at least a week, you know, if it gets here fast. But you're left for a week, and I got to pay the rent. So I need the PayPal active for people to put money into to pay the rent. So I can't do that. That's the so the option's taken away. Don't think I'm not tempted to do that. I'd love to do that. Maybe I'll do it next month after the rent is paid and say I don't know what this charge is, but you know, probably couldn't afford to do that either.
Get some legitimate tech support from them in the future. Who knows?
I might. I mean, the problem is I'm sure they would charge, but then again, I did pay for a year's subscription, so maybe they can't charge. But then, you know, if they can't charge because I paid for a year's subscription, then they could just as easily have gotten my Skype started. So it seems almost just malevolent, almost as if they're part of the conspiracy. It's just inexplicable. But yeah, back to Brendan and Peter. Take it away for a little while I listen and then try to participate.
Well, I have to go. I have to prepare for my trip and things.
Understood.
So I ran out of time, but I hope all goes well and many divine blessings.
Yeah. Thank you for your contributions here. Thank you so much.
Yes, I really appreciate that. All right.
Yes, we thank you. Love you dearly. Stay safe and be well.
We'll speak with you soon.
Yes, look forward to it. And so that is the last we will see of Brendan Zogit for maybe about 10 days, maybe 2 weeks. So it's definitely, you know, we were lucky to get him tonight. It seemed like they were potentially changing the live stream key again with everything that we've gotten back to stabilize the situation. Then by all means, Peter, take over for a little bit, and I have a suggestion later on, but we can do that maybe an hour before you leave, or right before you leave. You know, so take it away and take as much time as you need.
I might stay on a little bit extra tonight just to help you.
Thank you.
And but what I want to say is, so the electric blanket problem is now being handled by Brooke.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, thank you, Brooke. Now. And Michelle had said, she had said, what did she say? She said, it's possible to get, Walgreens has electric blankets. They are listed with Grubhub and Uber delivery so that the electric blanket can be delivered tonight. That was good information to know. If Walgreens still exists in San Francisco, in other words, there is a possibility to, but you have the half-ass blanket for tonight, I guess.
Yeah, which I'll cover with other blankets when I do go to sleep. What I do want to say in return to that is that I certainly want to thank Michelle, and I believe everything she says, but it would be another weird kind of mail order trip, because I can guarantee you the Walgreens does, maybe like she's in Los Angeles. So
You're not familiar with Uber. And Uber will bring food to your house. Uber will do all sorts of stuff.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but Walgreens definitely does not have electric blankets. So just let her know that, because first
they do. Maybe.
We're in California. And in California, the problem is everything like that is seasonal. And believe me, my gang brother and I looked, because when I was thinking about getting a spare electric blanket at the time that I had the food stamps, and I was using Beaver to transport me everywhere to collect a bunch of food based on the food stamp allocation that I had, which was considerable at that time, so I wanted to stock up. And when I said we should get an electric blanket too, we tried, the first time that I had a real emergency like this with electric blankets, and just so people understand, this is like a life and death issue for me, so I deal with this all too often, because I use them till the electric blankets just die off. Nobody normally uses electric blankets as much as I do because they have heat, but there's no heat that's possible in my home, because an engineer who visited us once, long time ago, we're talking about like when we first moved in here, said all of our vents were plugged up and literally like boarded, and that if we turned it on, we would kill ourselves, like someone with carbon monoxide poisoning when you park in your garage and turn the car on and kill yourself. Well, basically, the way the Germans killed all the Jews in the mobile execution trucks, that's how we would die as a family. This was a long time ago while my family was still alive. So I can't turn the heat on because that would literally kill me. So in terms of the electric blanket, one time recently when it died, I went down to Cole Hardware down the street, and they had nothing and never carried anything like it. Walgreens had nothing and never carried anything like it. And they said, we don't carry that stuff here. And, and Cole Hardware didn't carry it. And so that's when I said, well, you got to call Bed Bath & Beyond and ask if they had it. And so they called for me, and we were able to ascertain that Bed Bath & Beyond had it. So that's when I bought this Brookstone. Brookstone is actually the professional one, much more than Sunbeam. But Brookstone is the best. It's actually the best of the best that they have to offer. And of course, that doesn't last long, other than a few months either. But when I got that from the Bed Bath & Beyond, then they closed. They went bankrupt right after that. So now, believe it or not, there is no place in San Francisco or the greater Bay Area that would sell an electric blanket. There's no place, because Beaver and I tried Target, which would be the only other place, and they said, we've never carried electric blankets. So it's like, now there's no place. So it's literally, if you're in San Francisco and the greater Bay Area Metroplex region, and I'm certain Los Angeles has got to be the same, because it's all California and everybody's operating under the pretense it's always warm here. And it's a complete and utter lie, especially when you're in San Francisco where it's always cold. Then people have no concept that it's frigid here, and homeless people freeze to death every night, literally freeze to death. And so I am the equivalent of a homeless person. I'm safe from the elements. I'm safe from the rain and the wind. But otherwise, I may as well be homeless, because there's no heat available. And I would freeze to death just as much as any homeless person, just in terms of temperature drop. So in terms of this, it's like, this is why I was trying to get the doctor to sign that form with PG&E. So they said they would give me a discount on the electric blankets if the doctor signed the form, but the doctor refuses to sign the form, saying he would only do that for oxygen tanks or the COPD, the kind of breath machines for people who can't breathe at night. So that kind of shit. So it just is what it is. And so that being said, we will return to Peter. He's got a lot to talk about, and I think people understand this situation well enough. We could get back to some fundraising later. Certainly before Peter leaves, I'll ask him to read a few letters that he had read before, so that I can address them myself, because he addressed them. Some of the people who asked those questions were satisfied with his answers, but I think I need to address them and certainly speak to everyone, especially in the situation that I'm in, as to exactly why my lifestyle is the way it is, because a lot of people just don't get it. So that being said, back to Peter for now.
Well, thank you for that. And okay, so it looks like and when I want to keep focused on this, we got the electric blanket under control.
Yes.
And now we need to get $100 times 3 at least.
At least, yeah.
At least, and plus the 60. So I'm asking you if you can contribute to him. Earlier I've said this is a war, and this is unfortunately the war. And so I'm going to reiterate this just to get the message home. I have there is while you were gone, I talked a little bit about Whitley Strieber and how in his book Communion he never mentioned, he called the visitors, he never said they were aliens.
Interesting.
That came into play with when Bud Hopkins, hypnotized him and said they're aliens.
That's an excellent point. It's an excellent point.
Because I was doing some research for the book, and Bud Hopkins was one of the the first naysayers I heard of about Montauk. And Preston had told me that he says, well, this is before it was a book. I looked into it. This is before it was a book. Somebody asked him about it. He says, well, yeah, I looked into it and I found out there was nothing to it. Nothing to it. Yeah, it's a very, stupid and arrogant statement. So, this is the nature of, this is the first thing I learned. I said, these people are, they're demented. And of course, I was not impressed with him. I do have a dear friend. I haven't, talked to her in years. But she got hypnotized by Bud. She had her own stories. I should talk to her. Maybe I shouldn't. Re-engage her and find out. Give her. I don't know if I have the time. I'd be happy to talk to her, but yes. So there is so much about this that it's all a matter of getting it contextualized, educating people. Now we're trying to educate people, and we have this stuff happen. And as I was saying, I was not berating you for not being prepared. I said we're all not prepared.
Thank you.
In our lives.
Thank you.
There's varying degrees of lack of preparation in all of our lives, and right now we're it's like boom, who thought this would happen? By the way, I want to ask you. You keep talking about this plug. Are you familiar with the term surge suppressor?
Aren't the gang plugs supposed to be surge suppressors in their own right?
Gang plug use. To me, a gang plug is one that has about 4 outlets, and you plug it into a wall, and it's there on the wall, and it looks, it's got all these things going on. A surge suppressor is something that has a light on it, a cord, and it's got about at least six outlets on a strip.
Yeah, that's what these are.
Okay, gang plug. You call it gang. Surge suppressor is, I guess the technically correct name for it.
Okay,
and it also suppresses the surge, and it's helps keep the integrity of the electronics. Yeah. But anyway, okay, so you have that.
Yes. Yes.
And that gang plug is good or not?
It's they both seem to be functional. I mean, they have to be, because otherwise nothing would be working. The computer, I fucked it up myself when I had, like I said, there was that one brown extension cord, which the type they don't manufacture anymore, that was like from the old days, that was plugged at the very far end of the one gang plug that has all the computer stuff plugged into it. And when I unplugged that, that's what unplugged the modem. As soon as I plugged it back in, the modem came back on in time, and we were able to get back on air, because I knocked us off air by doing that, knocked us off transmission. The other one had all the heating stuff on it. So the reason that I got these surge suppressors, Peter Moon is correct, the actual correct term for them is surge suppressors, was back when my parents were alive and we had to connect all kinds of medical equipment. So back then, when I was a bit more safety conscious and coming into aware of things like having to duct tape down loose wires, there's many cords that by this time in history, lead to effectively nowhere, that are duct taped to the floor so that no one will trip over them, from back in the days when they were used for something. It is what it is, but they're working. The light has stopped working in one of the surge suppressors, which is a bit. I'll have to buy a new one, probably as a backup.
Because that tells you that it's on and working.
The light, is.
If that tells you now, if it's working and it's not on, I mean, the light's broken, but you can't know if it's working or not.
That's right. That's what it's at. That's where it's at. Yes. So again, and that just happened recently, because I was checking onto the surge suppressor before, when, like I said, I had actually mentioned on air maybe a few episodes ago that somehow it had gotten turned off when I hadn't physically touched it. So at that time, I noticed the light was working when I turned it back on. This time the light is not working, but it's obviously working because my heating pads are working. So it's. So that being said, thank you for that. So yes, life in my world is precarious, and it is a struggle that I'll gladly explain to people how it got to this point, because we had some questions from people on the last episode that Peter Moon answered to their satisfaction and his own, but I do want to answer them when he gets ready to leave tonight. You know, he doesn't have to hang around for that. I can answer them as soon as he takes off, but I would like him to read the same questions again, so that'll refresh my memory as to what to explain to people, because I do think it's a legitimate question. People have the right to ask these things about why isn't Dietrich working to pay his rent, quote unquote. So I would explain to him why this is my work and how this is actually required by the Working Disabled Program, the 250% WDP, or Working Disability Program. This is actually what's considered my work. So people will then get a better grasp of why I do what I do. Though, of course, I will confess, you know, when everything happens like this, as it keeps happening, just endlessly, everything keeps breaking, everything keeps shutting down, everything keeps, and for it to happen simultaneously, and for it to happen the moment that the show starts, every time transmission starts, all of this stuff happens whenever I start transmission, then you've got to, at that point, ask yourself, how is this even possible? Like I said, they can't attack my health in terms of myself as a person. Sometimes the enemy, and by this we're referring to the cult of the kings of Edom. As Peter Moon said, we might explore good guys, bad guys tonight, in the sense that you have a cult that's apparently as old as man, but no less ancient than my cult, or the cult that my mother was a part of, that bloodline of the vampire mages out of China, who actually established proto-Christianity before there was a Christ, in expectation of a coming Messiah. You have these ancient forces at war with each other, but obviously I'm a convergence point in that sense, without any sense of arrogance. As Peter said, you know, Douglas is panicking right now about the electric blankets, and all of this might even seem silly, even a bit comical. In a sense it is, but a lot of people don't understand the gravity of the situation unless they're in it. So when it comes to, say, for instance, these cults, the Kings of Edom, at times I'm physically assaulted. We brought this up in transmissions in the past. Some of it even sounds unbelievable to people. At times that Peter was relating it to his wife. She asked, is he crazy? These are legitimate questions too, because it's hard for people to believe that somebody would demand that kind of effort or expenditure of energy. And it may even seem contradictory if the cult doesn't harm you because of collateral, such as the dead man's switch, the Vox Arca. Why are sometimes these physical attacks conducted? Because there's different elements of the cult. And these elements, it is a cult of chaos, the cult of the Kings of Edom. They have different gods, or rather anti-gods they worship, and they wage war against one another, very similar to gang wars over turf. It's not much different. And some of them have conflicting agendas. Their agendas are not compatible. Some would like to see the world as we know it destroyed right now, and would revel in my being driven to trigger the Vox Arca, because they think that would bring their world about much sooner. Others, of course, don't think like that and would rather it be triggered under their control, because then they feel or delude themselves that they would be in control, that whatever is summoned would then answer to them as the summoner. That is the classic case with demons and other entities. We're not dealing with demons or other conventional supernatural entities like egregores or elementals. We're dealing instead with entropic entities that existed before the dawn of time, the product of failed cosms that the divinity, the divine creator, rejected in his quest for a more perfect universe. So these are forever seeking the ultimate destruction of this universe or control thereof, and those that seek destruction would gladly kill me physically if they could. But because these attempts have failed and I can't be attacked supernaturally in terms of my health or my person in terms of physically violating me via occult means because of my possession by the Peacock Angel, again, this might lose a lot of people who are rationalists, materialists, atheists.
Keep in mind, a lot of people don't even know what the Peacock Angel is, but carry on.
Yes, Malik Tausch, essentially Lucifer. So
that disturbs the equilibrium even more for people, but because I have had questions on that. That how does he, how can you be comfortable with Dietrich when he,
Well, I think we've answered. I think we've actually answered those together to our satisfaction.
We always have to listening.
Yeah. We've
always have to.
Yeah, we've answered those to our satisfaction in the past, and we'll do so again in the future. Not tonight. Doesn't need to be gone into tonight. But because of my possession by at least a fragment of the entity of Lucifer, due to the Night of the Broken Circle, in a very real sense, I'm unassailable. But that doesn't mean the environment around me is not. And in fact, it's quite vulnerable in terms of infrastructure, and we've seen that tonight. So am I capable of panic? Believe me, there's elements of me just as human as you are. And I don't want to go through a cold night with, shivering my ass off any more than anybody else. So I did work in the past on security contracts where I experienced that, and I never want to experience it again if I can possibly help it. There are things that carry you through in such situations. Don't think I wasn't tempted to set the building I was in on fire to keep warm. I went so far in some cases, like many security guards do, in isolated contracts where you're really alone out in some construction area trying to keep it secure from squatters. You essentially become the squatter yourself for the night. You go there carrying a sleeping bag and a space heater. And, if anybody sees you on the bus heading that direction in a security guard's uniform with a sleeping bag and a space heater and feels that that's somehow unprofessional, they can go fuck themselves. But just so people know, in those situations, security guards, I remember the one guy I was working with, can't resist this few-minute tangent here, Steven Suter, when he was like, "Don't be telling people I sleep on duty," when, I was telling people casually about his sleeping on duty, basically other security enforcement agents, not his employers. I was like, why do you care? We all sleep on duty. It's like, if you're working night shift, the majority of security guards are going to sleep on duty. I wasn't prone to that generally because, well, I'm a vampire, at least 1/4, and I have different biorhythms, but, most human guards, I can't blame them. I shan't hold it against them because most places are simply not disturbed. At least it was during the 80s and the 90s and the aughts, the 2000s. Things have really changed since then, of course. But with that, we go back to Peter.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you very much. And there are, what I could... one thing Douglas said, it's like, and this will help raise funds.
Thank you.
Douglas is a treasure of information, a literal treasure. And part of my job
is to exploit that treasure in terms of creating understandable, commoditizable literature that can enlighten people, particularly the book I'm working on now.
Thank you.
And all of you will be a part of that. And you are a part of it right now because we're formulating it. And this chapter on the Cho is just really just kind of turned me inside out because it's become much more thorough and soul wrenching, soul satisfying, soul experience. Because in fact, I'll even go back into, it must have been 1979 probably, and I was doing the upper levels of Scientology where you'd have this e-meter, and it's solo auditing. It's the best auditing in the world if you were trained properly, if you really knew what you were doing, because you don't need somebody to talk to. You can talk to yourself. You can be but you're trained to be that. You're the counselor and the patient at the same time. But you're trained as a counselor. So, you're not sitting there whining to yourself. Well, you're not, and to the degree you're good at it, and you have very empowered to be very sharp. Well, part of it was, and this was the template for the upper levels, was to, Hubbard had said that you would go back and get the residual electric charge in your, I'm using, this is not the terms he used, in your aura, your electromagnetic field around you, to see where the charge was coming from. And he would offer a template of different volcanoes on the planet, which he said were huge sources of emotional trauma.
Oh, that's right. That was a big part of his cosmology, and this is why the volcanoes were on the cover of the book Dianetics, right?
It's exactly right, because it would stimulate people's experience and stir it up for inspection. He said that entire book Dianetics was to stimulate mental image pictures in people so that they would want counseling. And sure enough, he got huge amounts of people writing to him and wanting to get audited and to learn how to audit. And that was the basis of his success. But back in those days, he wasn't talking about, he did talk about volcanoes a little bit, but it became a much bigger deal. And so here I am. And keep in mind, I'm ferreting out the stuff in my own mind, not his. And there are different volcanoes that would get a charge on a meter, and it would all of the on the meter was what was there for available for inspection. If it wasn't on your, it was your radar. It was basically your radar. And I had the fucking biggest reaction on Southeast Asia, volcanoes in. I think I just said Indonesia, because I'm looking down at that part of the planet. I don't have a map in front of me.
Right.
I've my own idea of a map, and I go, wow, this is the source of, this is the biggest problem on the planet. This is, and the meter, we call it a blowdown, and it's unmistakable because it's always accompanied by a cognition, an awareness, a reaction. It's like, ooh, all of a sudden you're 10 times more aware than you were, 5 seconds ago. And you feel it. And you feel a release of mental machinations. And basically, when you have something like that, you don't stay on the e-meter too long. You kind of process what's there and you kind of ease off. Your session might have been a half an hour. There were even some, when they got into some of the more advanced stuff, the guy might be in there for 5-6 minutes. And he just, he can't process anymore. He's got to go experience life for a few days or a day at least.
Wow.
And I think one of the ones that amused me the most was somebody, it might have been Hubbard or something. I don't know where I heard this. Maybe I read in a book, but it was like somebody could have a spirit attached to them that was called TV watcher. In other words,
wow.
The spirit that had to watch TV. So, you're turning on the TV because you're being driven there by a demon, a spirit that wants to watch TV.
It's hypnotic. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, watch TV, watch TV, watch TV, watch TV.
Well, I mean, the TV itself is mesmerizing, but the spirit would then be addicted to that mesmerization. Go.
Oh, yeah, in all different forms. But yeah, so here it is, like, 20 years later, and I would say even 20 years, in 2014 when I met Douglas, my first, and what I spent a long time talking to him about when we had dinner was the Cho. I was interested in him. That's what we talked about. And of course now it's taken so long to get so much more elucidation on them. And that's just, I said, this is the main source of, I guess what you call aggravation on the planet. Hubbard said, he defined what he called the third dynamic engram, or moment of pain and unconsciousness, and the fourth dynamic engram. The fourth dynamic engram was humanity, was the fourth dynamic. So the Sea Org, the job of the Sea Org was to clear out humanity's engram, which could be defined any way you want to define it. And the Sea Org's job was to do that. But the third dynamic engram was the engram that prevented the Sea Org from doing it. And David Miscavige would be a big part of that engram. He would be an active Edomite to the Scientologists.
Yes.
The Scientology paradigm. Now, the fourth dynamic engram, now, first off, you have to give him some credit for even defining it and going after it. Now, the only way you could criticize him going after it was to say, well, he was doing it for his own personal gain, which wasn't true. Did he gain from it? Yes. But that wasn't his gain. If it was a mad game, it was a mad game. But he was defining it, saying, I want to clear humanity, meaning I want to get rid of what's ailing humanity, which is similar to what Christianity is, and basically similar to pretty much any religion. You want to fix things. Now, it's much easier said than done. And he had a cosmology and a procedure or technical procedures that were quite workable if they were intelligently applied. Now, but having the ability to intelligently apply something, it's kind of like Douglas coming to transmit and all this stuff turns up. He's got blankets to deal with, he's got rent to deal with, and then you also have attackers to deal with.
Yeah.
Because there's always trolls biting at your ankles. So I guess the fourth engram in Scientology was that everybody was sitting on this incident of having been traumatized and implanted, and they were all stuck, they were all possessed, basically. And you had to clear yourself of this body thetans, and that was the end phenomena of what was called operating Thetan level 3, which I did quite successfully, quite to my satisfaction. But then he came along. Well, there was a big problem with that level because people didn't get through it, and many people abandoned Scientology because they couldn't get through that level, operating Thetan level 3. They couldn't get through it, or it just didn't work. And I would say, and I'm speaking very shotgun here, but I would say that the main reason for somebody not being able to do that is they weren't properly trained in Scientology as an auditor. They were not properly trained, so their skills were less than excellent. So therefore, And auditing is so much stream of consciousness. What comes up, and you learn that as an auditor. If somebody comes in and starts talking about something that's completely off the wall, you've got to go in and listen to it and deal with it. And there are varying ways and degrees of dealing with it. I mean, sometimes it rarely happens. Somebody you come in to audit them, and they start talking, and you can't get a word in for 45 minutes and say thank you very much. Now that would be rare, because you can't just interrupt somebody at the wrong place and they're going a mile a minute. And if it's a compulsive outflow is what it's called. So you deal with all sorts of different streams of consciousness. And then you have your own agenda, which is to basically get them to answer some questions and to resolve some things. And sometimes it's great relief for them to talk about it. But that might not be where you're going, because you're actually trying to steer them into an improved communication with their environment, which is basically the goal. But so what happened is, Hubbard, in about 1978, he almost died. He almost died. They brought David Mayo, the senior case supervisor from Clearwater. They brought him out to the desert, and they said, here, help the Commodore, whatever they called him at that point. I think he was still called the Commodore, but help him. And he did very remedial stuff they called touch assist body communications, and he brought him out of it. Hubbard credited him for saving his life, and together, out of it, they began to work on deeper levels of operating Thetan, and they had something they called New Era Dianetics for OTs. The next level was where, and it became much more precision in terms of, they didn't use the word diagnose, but finding and locating these critters.
What rendered Hubbard so vulnerable? I presume the symptoms were something like a catatonic state or something, but what was it?
Well, okay, he in 1975, when I had returned to the ship, we were in Curacao, in the Caribbean, the southern part of the Caribbean. Just the island is just a stone's throw from Venezuela. You'd look across and you could see Venezuela. But you were in the Dutch Antilles. We were on that island for a good while, and he had a heart attack. And I don't think the crew was told he had a heart attack, but he went and checked into the hospital. His medical liaison, Kima Douglas, had basically taken him to the hospital, which he said, never take me to the hospital. She defied his orders. She took him to the hospital and basically, probably saved his life.
Wow.
And I think the heart attack was induced. We were getting a lot of telexes, are basically saying that Kissinger was ordering all the ports to close down to the ship in the Caribbean. Saying, do not accept the ship. It was like
Right.
It's Kissinger himself.
Wow.
Super important Freemason.
Right. And so, is it for that reason he was so threatened by Hubbard?
Well, I think well, see, understanding he escaped. He moved to England to escape. Nixon had actually sent people down to the church in Washington, D.C., and as Hubbard described it, roughed up his wife. Now, roughed up his wife didn't mean they were punching her, but they let them know the vice president wants you to know what he thinks of the church, and it was a rough, tough job that Nixon sent down. He hated Nixon. He put out a policy letter saying don't vote for Nixon in the 1960 election.
Whoa.
It was reissued in 1968 when Nixon ran for president. He was neither pro-Kennedy nor pro-Humphrey. He was anti-Nixon because Nixon had abused the religious freedom of the church and had, been very, I guess what you call abusive to his wife. And that was about 1959, I think. And so they were going after him. He had written a letter to JFK saying he offered to help. And the response was a raid of the Washington, D.C. stealing all these e-meters by, he called Baltimore longshoremen who were hired by might have been the FDA, but they went in and robbed the church. And so, he left for St. Hill because he said that, well, of course he was protected there. Now, he was in St. Hill, I think he purchased the property in 59 or 60, and he had a booming business there in St. Hill from 59, 60, up until 1960. Well, I mean, it continued on. But then about 1966, he went to Rhodesia. And he thought with all of his great abilities that he could convert that country to Scientology. And he was very rudely surprised.
Oh.
And he said, he struck out completely.
But the way he tried to present himself as the reincarnation of Cecil Rhodes, right?
He didn't present himself that way,
Okay.
not verbally. He might have imitated Rhodes, but he didn't tell people that.
Okay.
He later alluded to it and said it on a tape to the ANZO briefing officer, the Australia-New Zealand programs chief, or that managed the Australia-New Zealand organizations. And he says, when I was Cecil Rhodes, because he identified with Cecil Rhodes, anybody who was rich and powerful, and to tell you the truth, when I first heard that, I was in Copenhagen, and I in my lunchtime I went and got the Encyclopedia Britannica, and I looked at Cecil Rhodes and I read his life history.
Mm-hmm.
He had the same ailments as L. Ron Hubbard.
Wow.
He had lung problems. And I was fascinated because nobody really knew he had lung problems. I knew he had lung problems.
Right.
I said, God, he imitated. And his whole characteristics were very similar to Hubbard's. It's like he could have been.
Mm-hmm.
But whether he was or not, but he definitely fit the bill. He definitely, had sympathetic affinities to Cecil Rhodes, physiologically and personality. Because although Rhodes was head of the Round Table and stuff, and was a big figure in conspiracy, he also was a great peacemaker in some respects in South Africa. But those things were very interesting at the time. I didn't even care about him anymore. But in any case, in 1966, he struck out in Rhodesia. He came back to London, or St. Hill, East Grinstead, and he basically was persona non grata, or they started calling him persona non grata. He knew his time was limited there, but he said that he had failed and that he needed to be more part of the group. The group, things don't work unless you do things as a group. Going solo doesn't work. So he then, I guess, began to appreciate the group, and he then created the most loyal, fanatical group Scientology had ever known, was the Guardian's Office and then the SEAL.
Yeah.
And so he created these elite groups. One was for existence, to investigate the attacks on Scientology and to go after it in a very clandestine intelligence way. And the Sea Org was basically there to, what he said, clear the third dynamic and fourth dynamic engrams. And so what he did was, knowing he'd be attacked in St. Hill, he moved to Las Palmas in the Canary Islands, which is owned by Spain. And he then set up the Sea Org, which he started teaching people, not him directly, but having people learn how to tie knots and do this. And they had to be OTs or operating thetans. They had to be high-level Scientologists. And then they were eventually brought aboard a ship, and all sorts of crazy-ass adventures happened. But that I was not a part of in the early days. I wasn't even in Scientology then. But he created that group, and then they went to sea, and the legend began. But that was from 1967. August 12th was the first of the biorhythm, was when they started the Sea Org. The first official date was August 12th. And then it was about August 12th, I can't tell you the date, about that date when he had his heart attack in 1975, 8 years later. He was free because he had escaped scrutiny by, sailing around. You can't touch me. He said,
right.
And this is what he called Fabian. He said, this is to be Fabian. Fabian was a general in the Roman army, and nobody could get him because he'd go attack and then he'd disappear. Nobody knew where he was. He says, if you occupy a fixed position, you can be attacked. If you don't occupy a fixed position, you can't be attacked. So that's the best way to avoid. If somebody's aiming and shooting at you and you're in a fixed position, you're vulnerable. If you're not there, they don't know where to shoot. So that was his strategy, and it worked for 8 years. And let me see, he was in the Mediterranean in the beginning, and that didn't, eventually wore out his welcome, particularly in Greece. And then when I got aboard, it was all Morocco and Portugal. And Morocco, that was a whole incident that he wore out his welcome there. And they were in Portugal for a good while. And then there was a big incident on the Portuguese island of Madeira, which is out in the Atlantic Ocean, where they were attacking the ship. Everybody was saying, CIA, CIA. There had been rumors that the ship was a CIA ship. The CIA was attacking the ship in Madeira.
Right.
So he then took the ship to Las Palmas, where he loaded it up with whatever goods and fuel and whatever he needed. And they took a 10-day voyage across the Atlantic to Bermuda. This was a big deal because they didn't take 10-day voyages. They were usually overnight.
Right.
3 days at sea was a long time.
Yes.
It wasn't typical. Usually the ship would sail after dinner, and in the morning you'd be in another port. Another port in Lisbon, Setúbal, Oporto, Casablanca, Tangier. You just wake up, boom, boom, boom. And then but here it was a 10-day voyage across to Bermuda, where they shored up, and then they went to, I think, the Bahamas, and then they began to cruise the Caribbean, which was a lot of fun. I got aboard in Barbados and got to tour a bit of the Caribbean, St. Vincent, where one of my fellow Qigong students is from. You got a big kick out of the fact that I knew his island. Very small island. Very beautiful island. Volcanic. The clouds come over the same time every day, every 2 o'clock. Oh, here come the clouds and the rain, like clockwork. Trinidad, and then we ended up in Curacao. And so anyway, he had his heart attack in Curacao. He went into the hospital, checked into the hospital, and a story was basically said that he went in to check himself out, and his lungs are as clean as a baby's, he said, which wasn't true. I don't know if they were x-rayed, but he wanted everybody to know he was okay. And his wife checked into the hospital too to make sure she was okay. I don't know if she did that for PR reasons or just to make sure she was okay. And basically, what I remember, walking down they called it the tween decks, below decks, and his son-in-law, John Horwich, was just exasperatingly saying to somebody, they don't want us there. We don't want us. They're kicking us. Every port, we can't go anywhere, something like that. He was expressing himself because, he'd hear this through official channels and probably at the dinner table, because they would have dinner once a week typically. I don't know if that was where he heard it, but he had telexes in his hand saying, we're not wanted anywhere. And then they began a slow process of moving and missions, and where it was like, we got to find a place we can go to. And they looked at Savannah, Georgia. They finally chose Clearwater, Florida, because there's 2 international airports there, nice climate, resort atmosphere, and bought, this hotel for about $2.3 million, I believe it was, the Fort Harrison Hotel, which has been renovated, so it's probably worth super mega bucks now, and a big office building. And that was like, but, okay, fast forward to 1978. He's now in hiding in the United States. So he can't be served subpoenas. And the church was attacked in 1977 with the FBI raids.
Right.
The FBI raids, because Scientology was infiltrating government offices. Well, the reason they were infiltrating government offices, because the government was playing dirty pool with them. That's still never been acknowledged. So they were defending themselves.
Yes.
But at the same time, how outrageous that somebody could infiltrate government.
But by the way, I do want to just reinforce that in the minds of every listener, just how audacious that was. If you can imagine a private church, corporation, however you refer to Scientology, a movement with its own intelligence agency, basically reversing the tables on the United States government. You've got this situation that is pretty unbelievable. It's incredible. You're left in awe that they would have the balls to do that. It's impressive. Yes,
well, that's the amount of, I guess, what you would say, spiritual authority that Scientology invoked in people.
Right.
It brought out, it's like, hey, this is the real deal. The government's not serving the people. And of course, this goes right into what was going on in the 60s. The government was evil. Nixon was evil. The what do you call it? The military was evil. Yeah. This was commonly accepted by certainly the high school I went to, and the colleges around, Berkeley, San Francisco State. This was par for the course, and it spread to all the other campuses, at least many of them, like Kent State, where people were killed. The students were killed for protesting the war,
yes,
the evil war, which was evil. It was a Cho war.
Yes.
So anyway, for the government to be evil was, it didn't take a. But then you have all these people saying, oh, no, the government's good. How dare they do that? But this is the mentality in Scientology. I was never involved in any of that espionage. And I remember I was interested in auditing people and learning how to audit and auditing myself. That's all I was there for. I mean, I went through with a lot of the other indoctrinations of learning administration and things like that. I learned about publishing there. That was an important, I guess what you call prequel to my becoming a publisher, in a crash course in publishing, only to correct their publishing organization. But so there's a lot of things I learned there. But I remember sitting with a couple of my friends that I knew. We were in LA on a street corner, just talking. People that I had been on the ship with in LA. I mean, we were just kind of met up and by happenstance, and we're talking on a corner, and they were like really fascinated with the Guardian's office and talking about, oh yeah, I might go in there. Oh yeah. And like they were kind of bragging about what they wanted to do, which was kind of like spy work, going in and doing, because it gave you a license to do things you wouldn't, couldn't, or shouldn't do. And it wasn't a legal license. It was like, it wasn't killing people, but it would lighten up their eyeballs. And I remember taking one of my friends aside and I said, you don't want to do that. You don't have anything to do with that. Because I saw these guys like eager to, eager to put a knife in somebody for Hassan Saba. That was kind of that mentality.
Yes.
Like, oh boy, I can be one of those super sleuths. And look, if you were called upon to do it, it's one thing. But when you're an eager beaver, no, I detested the whole idea of it. So I wasn't their material. I was never asked to join. And if I was, I probably wouldn't have done it. Because I worked for Hubbard directly.
Right.
Or would. And so I had my communication with him was much, it was different. And I interacted with those people to a limited degree in terms of the public relations role that I played. It was rather limited. I certainly understood them. So anyway, Hubbard was this technology, or this was evolved out of Hubbard's bunk, what they called it, going out of the body and almost dying. And David Mail repaired him in this new aerodynamics for regular folk and new aerodynamics for OTs. Now, what this did is it totally revitalized the whole Scientology movement, because people who'd been stuck on the level OT3, where they're trying to rid themselves of body thetans, all of a sudden they said, wow, this stuff is good, it works. And talk about, the gross income went from hundreds of thousands a week to millions. 1 million a week, 2 million a week. And you found out about it because there'd be big celebrations and there'd be big parties. There, we got 2 million, and then 2 million would become regular. So I was not necessarily part of those organizations which did that, but there was a spillover because we all kind of lived in the same atmosphere. So if they had a party, you might go to it, or you might be the beneficiary of it, or they might order really good food, and so you were part of the fringe benefit. And it just boomed Scientology. And it boomed it not because people were brainwashed, but because people were getting something and seeing something that they hadn't gotten before. It was very popular. And the other thing he did during that period that was very popular was called the Purification Rundown, which was getting rid of drugs through sweating, which was a whole regimen and procedure. That was extremely popular to detox people from drugs. And we're not going to talk about the veracity of it. But my doctor friend wrote a book called No Sweat, No Sweat. In other words, if you don't sweat, you're not going to get rid of your toxicity.
Right.
He does it through a infrared sauna. And so Hubbard was correct in general on that. But of course it gets misused and stupidly applied and all this. And whatever. So whatever. But anyway, so Hubbard had his, but that developed out of his own death
or almost near-death experience. And then as he recovered, and one of my friends was working very closely with him at that time period and raved about him to me.
Wow.
The next thing I knew, that friend had disappeared, and he reemerged on a posting board 30 years later, calling himself Trepidatious or Cowboy. And he was telling his stories of being with Hubbard and how difficult it was and how impossible it was. And, you know, he totally changed his tune.
Wow.
And I think what happened, what I see when I look with a critical eye, I think where really things went sour for him is when he dropped something and Hubbard says, "What's that?" He says, "That's my inhaler." Inhaler? Yeah, I've got asthma. And Hubbard hit the roof, apparently.
Wow.
Because if this guy had completed all of the things he said he did,
right,
and to Dianetic case completion, he wouldn't have had asthma. And I think Hubbard just was kind of like going after him for being a phony. Now, I knew this kid. This kid was a kid. I was kind of like a big brother to him. And I loved him. And I mean, this is my objective assessment of what happened. I would have looked at him jaundicely if he's got asthma and he's going up to these upper levels. I would have looked with a jaundiced eye. But I loved him, and I don't know really what happened. But I think that's where the relationship really was like, if you understood Hubbard and where he was coming from, you could probably deal with him, but he became impossible to live with. Now, I would be, I've never looked this guy up. I know where he is. I could look him up. And I'm sure he'd be happy to hear from me because we were so close. Right. And I wouldn't tell him that. But, and there's all this mystery on the chat boards. Who is this guy? And they believe who he is. And, or like, oh, they take it as gospel. And you know, it's like, but it seems clear to me from all the other things I've read that Hubbard was suffering from dementia. Right. And I don't know how that might have affected his relationship with this guy. And he was becoming irascible and hard to deal with, and to the point where nobody wanted to deal with him. But
that had to be frightening. Yeah.
I've heard contradictory elements to that too. Or that he'd have good days and bad days. And he became too much to handle. And so therefore it became, but the dementia set in at some point. And dementia definitely fit in at the very end, if not sooner. So, you know, because we're all vulnerable to, I guess, old age. It's something I battle with every day. And while I'm battling with it very successfully, comparatively, it's a fight. I think about it every day. That being said, you know, if things go as expected, I'll live a hell of a lot longer and healthier than Hubbard. You know,
yes.
You know, but I wouldn't. But everything I learned from him helped me. Just as I expect to live longer than my Qigong teacher. I've got a long lifeline. So, whatever. But I was talking about, you know, originally about the volcanoes and the Chichoa, and that the major source of dysfunction or aggravation on this planet was in this region of Southeast Asia. Now, this is right about the time the boat people were coming over here. Yes. And I was seeing, you know, where all this negative energy was. And you know, it makes sense to me. So when we're talking, I mean, now, when we're talking about the Chichoa
the Vox Arca, which is this incredible magical device that Douglas stole from the Defense Department that was created for billions of dollars by Michael Aquino, that can summon entities. It's like this is, well, if it's not what I'm about to say, it's high harmonic to what I'm about to say.
Yes.
This is the apocalypse.
Thank you.
The end of time. This is the real deal.
Yes.
Now, I don't want to be self-serving or egotistical in terms of saying, or to indulge Douglas in being egotistical in saying, this is the real deal, this is it. Well, maybe it is and maybe it isn't. But we can say safely that this is what it was designed to be. But the element of control is indeed a factor.
Yes.
That's the factor, because you can use this to control people. And this is what's definitely kept Douglas alive, because people are afraid he will unleash the apocalypse. They believe in it that strongly.
Yes.
There's that much magical reinforcement to it. So, now I am studying my whole, I guess what you'd say, reason of trajectory of research has always been to do with time or time travel, because of, where I came into the stage, time Montauk Project, and then it's continued with the David Anderson stuff, and Romania got thrown in here too, but time is time travel. Like, wow, time itself. What is time? Well, time is part of the scape, part of the stage we play on, but it's a never-ending stage. If you think of it in 4 dimensions, it goes out in all directions, and we're just stuck in moment. As I look out across my office into my kitchen, I see, wow, I'm stuck here at one moment in time.
Yes.
I'll be in another time tomorrow. I might be upstairs, I might be at a store, I might be doing something, but it's like all of these moments are all there. It's on a stage, and you're moving from one position, just like you're moving from one frame in a movie to the next. But okay, so you watched a movie. Let's take the movie The Godfather, a movie I've seen too many times. Compelling video, or compelling movie. First saw it in Lisbon on Christmas holiday, 1972, and I love to watch movies in Portugal because they're subtitled in Portuguese, but they're vocally in English, so you could understand them.
Oh.
It made you feel special. Or in Denmark, for that matter, because you can understand. It's like nobody's going to the movies to watch movies in Danish or in Portuguese. Not that they don't have movies in those languages, but they're not playing them in the theaters. So, when you went to the movies, it was like, wow, I get to feel a little bit of America. I first saw the movies, The Birds, which was an old movie by that time, and The Sound of Music in Portugal.
Oh. They
were old movies, but I saw them. I'd never seen them before. That's what was playing. You go to the movies, you watch what's playing. So anyway, if you've got every frame of a movie like The Godfather, that frame is already there. It's just when you run it through the projector or run it through the video and you watch it on TV, then you see, Michael Corleone acting out his activities of taking over the power in the 5 families. So it's like, wow, this is what we're doing. We're all moving through these frames. We're moving through the frames, but we have a consciousness that links us from frame to frame to frame to frame. Okay, I started back in frame 1 when I was born, and I remember these frames, and I don't have memories of all the frames, or some of those frames are, it's just like if you haven't seen a movie in 10 years, you forget it.
Yeah.
So it's like, what do you take with you? What do you retain with you? Now, the end of time would be when all those movies kind of say, okay, we're not playing that game anymore. Because all of those movie frames have good and evil in them. And they're all chasing, good and evil's all chasing each other. And you're all caught in it. Because, and you know, the drama in the Godfather trilogy, and it's, oh God, it's so awful. Everybody's killing everybody, and it's it's a tragedy. And it's all about the family.
The albatross. Yes.
Yeah. And it's all about the church. Church really gets involved in the third movie. So, yeah, it's just a mess. So, you know, so the end of time is like, okay, well, the end of time, it intrigues me, because as I reach 70 years old, I think about death in a different way. It's all of a sudden, okay, I'm 70. This is the time when you think about, you know, your departure from this world. That a lot of people depart. So, you know, even though I'm not departing soon, I'm closer to my departure than I've ever been, both, you know, mentally, psychologically, physically. There was a time when I looked forward to death because I said, I don't have to live in this continuum anymore.
Right.
I'd look forward to it. I don't have that enthusiasm anymore. I haven't lost it totally. Totally. But I look at my teacher, and you know, he had a great, you know, similar viewpoint that way. You know, he said, this world's a crazy place. Now, I did mention the good guys earlier when you were gone, and the good guys are basically you.
Thank you.
You know, the people in the audience.
Yes.
And not just good guys for contributing to Douglas, but good guys because you have to be the good guy for yourself, because you can't depend on, you know, your friends, family, and kind folks to deliver you.
Yes.
They can help you, but ultimately you have to deliver yourself. You have to figure out your own destiny, and you have to execute it. You are your best friend. If you are not your own best friend, you're headed for trouble. You have to be kind to yourself, and you have to be good to yourself, and you have to surround yourself with the right people in the right situations. So that was kind of what I said about the good guys. It's not the white hats that people like to write about, the black hats and the white hats. And I said how you and I both agree on that they're a bunch of, it's full of shit.
Thank you.
The white hats coming to the rescue. And it's not that there aren't white hats that will come and clean up an area that's, you know, suffering from trouble. It's not that those people won't do a good role, you know. But don't look for, you know, the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, the Marines, whatever, to come in and save the day. The Russians, the Ukrainians, this crazy general who's marching on Moscow.
Yes, Yevgeny Prigozhin. Yes.
The funny thing about that I was at the gym Saturday morning, and they had the TV on. Now, it irritates the hell out of me that they have these TVs because you can't hear them.
Yeah.
You listen to them. And I'm always hoping there's a sporting event on that I can watch, because I can at least watch it. but there's seldom a sporting event. And if it is, it's soccer, and I don't even know what the hell's going on. But they had on the news.
Yes.
I think it was Fox. Could have been CNN, because it was not really, I guess what you'd say, jaded either way. And they had the subtitles going across the screen, so I could read it. And they were talking about Moscow was being marched on by this guy. And it was exciting. It was electric. It was like hot news coming off the air.
Uh-huh.
By the end of the day, and when Putin had said he'd been stabbed in the back, and
Right.
it was, you felt that Moscow was going to be invaded in just a matter of hours, or there was going to be a battle. And then by the end of the day, it's all kind of vague, and you hear that this guy he's gone to Belarus, and where all the nuclear weapons are, and he's been forgiven. Next thing you hear, he's been forgiven, not going to be prosecuted. How did this de-escalate so fast and quick? It's like they both got orders from the Illuminati or something.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know. It's like, do you know why? I mean, do you have any clue?
Yes, I will explain it in depth later tonight. When what I'll do is I'll try and timestamp it. The timestamp that I sent you the other day, you were probably too busy to listen to it, but the timestamp I sent you the other day from our latest episode was about my concluding my observations concerning Alexander Dugin as Putin's Rasputin. But Prigozhin has kind of taken on a Rasputin mantle all his own. Before this began to take place, he's been kind of sauntering into as a replacement for Putin. And don't think anyone who's listening that this came as a surprise to Peter. Peter was actually the person who brought this up on our transmission quite openly, that Yevgeny Prigozhin of the mercenary Wagner group looked like he was setting up to take Putin's place. I mean, you yourself made this observation. And so when Peter Moon made this observation, he was obviously, shall we say, very hip to the to current events, and I am left, shall we say, just impressed by Peter's savviness. And that being said, of course, I will give you the meaning of everything that happened. I mean, basically, of course, there's several ways to interpret this, and I will give you some optional ways to interpret it. But basically, the most important thing to know about this, which, again, I'll reiterate in depth, but the most important takeaway is that this is the beginning of the end for Vladimir Putin. Russia can never be the same nation it was under Putin anymore after this. The damage was effectively done, and it reminded me a lot of the original formation of the breakaway Republic of Transnistria, which is right between the border of the Ukraine and Moldova, the nation state that where they speak the Romanian language, but they use the Cyrillic alphabet. Otherwise, Moldova and Romania are essentially the same people. They're essentially the same race, the same ethnos, but they have somewhat different cultures, kind of like the difference between mainland China and Taiwan. Maybe not that extreme, but they're definitely different cultures at this point. So I might go a bit into explaining how that breakaway Republic of Transnistria, which is effectively the Soviet Union in exile, how that was formed by this very disillusioned former Russian hero. And Prigozhin, whom I consider to be no hero, was certainly made a hero to the people via the Putinista propaganda machine, via the Putin state. And he decided to throw off that mantle and become potentially the godhead himself, but is now heading into exile in White Russia, the puppet state of Putin's Russia. And White Russia, therefore, is almost that's almost a signal of a breakaway republic, that they would take him in, that they brokered the peace between him and Putin, and then that they take him in. So understand that this is part of a drama where it could have been an agreement between the mercenary group and the military to basically pull this off and overthrow Putin, or it could be the military is so incompetent that they could not resist these battle-hardened mercenaries when they marched into a Russian-occupied city, essentially a city in Russia, which they took in 6 hours after being unable to take a Ukrainian city in 6 months. So we have a situation that, I'll analyze in depth, but that's the general parameters. And so I'm sure you remember now, if you didn't remember before, that you had brought this individual up and talked about how things were getting interesting and dramatic in Russia and how he looks set to take Putin's place.
Well, yeah, I mean, things become kind of obvious. And, thank you for that, because the way it just kind of fuzzed out, I said, it doesn't make sense. And of course, Belarus, which actually means white Russia.
Yeah.
Belarus. And Belarus was traditionally, Lee Harvey Oswald went there, and it's been associated with Nazi causes.
Yes, that's correct.
And yeah, like it seemed to me that they were in line with Putin at all.
That was only under this particular dictator, Lukashenko.
Yeah, I didn't know what had happened. So
yeah,
and what you say makes sense. It's like some sort of weird brokered deal, but it's weird.
Like I said, it'll take a while to explain. I'll certainly go in depth with it. I do want people to understand that Prigozhin, the leader of the Wagner mercenary group, cannot save Russia. It's like you can't build a civilization out of first-person shooters. You can't have a fucking former caterer, a criminal, no less, who was busted and spent years in jail before he became a caterer to Vladimir Putin, who released him in return for his loyalty. Got years of that loyalty in return, and then the guy began to recruit other criminals for this mercenary group that serves in hellholes all over the world, primarily in Africa and Central Asia and other what Donald Trump would call shithole nations. This is not going to be anybody he's not Russia's savior by any stretch, but he has exposed Putin's extreme vulnerability, and so this is the beginning of the end. Putin's recommitting all efforts to Ukraine in the wake of this, but it's not going to be the same. So by all means, take it, Peter, to wherever else you want to take it.
Well, yeah. The news had said he was a criminal, and yeah, as you said, set up by Putin. So there's no, what else does he do? He's got, like, this guy is probably looks at life as being between a rock and a hard place, no matter which way he goes.
Yeah.
And so, he probably doesn't trust anybody. And he certainly, what they said, what was interesting was that his own people, his own headquarters was being bombed by Russian generals or by the defense ministry. So it's like it's like, you're killing me, so I got to turn on you. He had no choice.
That's right.
He had no choice. So it's like, what is it, Sammy the Bull and John Gotti? Sammy the Bull is, he's played tapes of John Gotti wanting to get him.
Yeah.
So he's on John Gotti. What else is he doing? He loved John Gotti. He was loyal to him. But this is not a game of loyalty that they play. Yes. So,
there's no honor among thieves. It's literally, and if you think that this guy viewed life as being between a cock and a hard case, as they would say in prison, Putin's stuck in that situation now. So go on. Yes.
Well, yeah, and they were saying that the reason he's successful is because he is paranoid, and because he's paranoid, he'll kill opponents, sooner rather than later,
Yeah.
And when you do that, it helps your survival rate.
Well, he obviously didn't have the power anymore to do that with someone like Prigozhin. They dropped all charges, and
Way to kill. If he couldn't kill him, he would.
yeah,
He's not accessible to kill.
yeah, that's
And
true.
he can create all sorts of havoc, and he probably will. I mean, he would kill this guy in a heartbeat if he could, and vice versa.
Yes,
It's like there's no getting around it, because there's no reason why they should make up or could make up. It's impossible. So some female analyst was saying military. They were asking her about Putin, and she says, "Oh, he won't. The only way you can overthrow him is with guns." She says, "They were saying, what if they have protests?" She says, "No, guns. Guns is the only thing. Military power is the only thing that's going to take Putin out. Nothing but that." So what that says to me is that, well, look at it. It seems to me that the screws are being turned on Putin.
yes,
Anyway, even before it was NATO,
yes,
then it was the Ukraine, and then it was the U.S. backing the Ukraine along with England and some of the other satellite or places in NATO, Germany. So they're like, everybody's putting the screws on Putin. And it makes it not only impossible for him to win the war in Ukraine, it makes him retreat.
Yeah.
And this guy said he's lost over 100,000 Russians, many of whom they're releasing criminals to fight. It's a crazy situation. So as long as Putin can, I guess, stay in the bunker, so to speak, he's a lot more powerful than Saddam Hussein. It doesn't seem that he is, but he is.
true. Yes,
He's a lot more powerful than Saddam Hussein or Osama bin Laden. And it took a lot to take those guys out. It took a tremendous effort to take those guys out. The whole invasion of a country.
yes,
So with Putin, it's like, and nobody in Russia wants him there. And his health has been amazingly resilient for somebody who has had such dire health problems.
yes.
He must have really good care. And
Well, don't forget all the occult reinforcement that people keep claiming that he's seeing ancient shamans out in Siberia who bathe him in deer horn blood, elk's horn blood and shit. This is for those who don't understand what I'm talking about, this is the news that has leaked out of Russia from people who should know, is that the ancient techniques of preserving people, bathing in young elk horn and deer horn blood, where they that they butcher like herds for this guy, so Putin can sit in bathtubs full of this shit. This is supposed to be a bit of an elixir of immortality, combined with what else they might be doing. It's hard to not understand that he would rebound, at least due to a placebo effect, if you're a rational atheistic materialist. But yeah, go on.
I have not heard any of this, and it's quite interesting. But whatever he's getting some pretty, apparently some pretty good care.
Yeah.
But as they say, it's a matter of time, because all he can do is basically, his main strength is that he can kill people.
Yes, that's true. And so people understand where we're coming from. When Peter Moon's saying it's only a matter of time, we're not necessarily even saying that Putin will be dying soon. We mean that his regime is teetering at this point. There's too many people will see this as an opportunity and his weakness as exposed to not try and take advantage of it. So things are going to radically change in Russia from this point forward in terms of attempts that will be made to institute or instigate regime change, perhaps even at the level of popular protests.
Well, yeah, and it'll as they say, with a lot of the planetary stuff going on right now, it wouldn't surprise me if it happens very soon. But the well, so much for Russia. You can get into that later, and then and I'm sure it'll be very interesting. What I was going to say in relation to, can you check to see if you've gotten any donations so far?
Of course, and I can assure you already that I have. And I want to thank everybody who has contributed so far. So what we'll do is we'll start automatically with a look at the accounts. And the accounts will give us some information right away. I will check to make certain whether or not these people want to remain anonymous. One individual who contributed 100 United States dollars before I was ripped off by these, basically these South Asian criminals. I definitely, again, in all fairness, they did the service, they conducted the service they said they would conduct, but it's not the service that I needed, and they certainly didn't provide the service that they could have easily provided in a heartbeat for free. It is maddening. At the same time, I have to be thankful that maybe they will be there if I do need them in the near future. So one thing that they did wipe out here was some records of my searches. So that's going to make some of what I'm doing take a few more seconds. But I do want to assure Peter, we've already had contributions. So let me give some credit to those who have contributed. Right now I'm just opening these accounts, so it takes a little time. So let's take a look at this account here. And okay, good. Opening that, and go to proceed to account overview. And this will take us finally to, okay, we now have $108.95 in the Douglas Dietrich Productions account. And so on terms of the other PayPal card, we have, let's take a look at that. And that again takes a little bit of a maneuvering through the various login procedures. And, then they try and ask you if you want to continue on the web, which of course I do, as opposed to going into and there's $70 on the other account, $70 on the other PayPal account, which is displayed upon our promotional card, which is displayed upon our thumbnail. So these wonderful people, let's give them some credit. And so one thing I'm going to do is certainly tell someone here that I love them, who has given a contribution, and this, in this case, the electric blanket before they fall asleep. And so aside from that, going back to this wonderful person, the latest who contributed, this is someone who wants to remain anonymous. He said, "You're the best." And he's the one who contributed 40 United States dollars on the thumbnail card. He last time contributed was June 7th. This time, June 25th, he contributed again. And so that's profoundly appreciated. Now we go back to the other accounts, and we can credit some of these other wonderful people. Let's see if they want to be mentioned or not. Now, donation received from this one individual is 100 United States dollars, and that's from Wisconsin in the United States. And it doesn't seem to be any note as to status or any message. So I'll assume they're okay with being named, identified, credited as a contributor. Cletus Flogel. Cletus Flogel or Cletus Flogel?
I know Cletus.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Cletus has contributed to the antenna project. And if you're listening, Cletus, I have a little update for you on that.
Excellent.
Okay, just to clarify, in 2019, I had the inspiration after going into Chucklavina Cave that we need to put a ham radio installation up here. And part of that was by the fact that David is deeply involved with ham radio.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, this should be done. Now, I was able to collect contributions of $2,800, $700 from Cletus and $700 from 3 other people.
Wow.
And they're welcome to go on my trips with me whenever I go. But he can't make it this year. He's got some family stuff to deal with. So thank you, Cletus. He was going to come on the trip this year, which is part of the Dream Workshop, but he can't do that either. But as far as the antenna project, we had people fell through. There was a lot of frustration falling through, and we got a guy who has surveyed the area because it needs to be surveyed. A guy who knows ham radio says, okay, we can put it here, we can't put it there, okay, and now we can buy the equipment for it. And so I will see this guy this summer, but it probably won't be put up till probably next year. And I get the impression that David might put it up himself. Distinct impression.
Okay.
Because his wife said, okay, I'm tired of this project. It's on the, well, I started the project and she's going to finish it. I mean, there are different things I could do to finish it, but we were using one of her people to, survey it. So she says, she wants to finish it, which means, means I'll probably go back to Romania next year and finish it with them.
Wonderful.
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of things that could happen. I think a lot of new corridors are going to be open on this trip. She's definitely not going with me to Choclavina this year, but she is going to be with me at the Sphinx. She hasn't been to the Sphinx. She's going to the Sphinx with me. And we're going to have some very interesting conversations. But she did tell me that she's just not into the time stuff. That's not, as Robert Mueller would say, not her purview.
Wow.
Not into it. And she referred somebody to me, because he keeps trying to get at David, and she gets these requests all the time, and she doesn't. It's not her job to be doing the time. She's an educator, credible teacher.
Yeah.
So when I brought her up to the camp, she fits in. She's like teaching the kids. David said, "Oh, there's kids up there." Yeah, it's a camp. Yeah. So he didn't know they were there when we were there. So yeah, it's like, wow, that's right in her element, and she fit in seamlessly. And I wanted to connect the two camps. I wanted to connect the camp at Choclavina with the Atlanticron.
Yeah.
But that was my idea when I first saw this camp. Oh, these things fit together.
Yeah.
And it's like I'm making a long fit. It's happening over a long period of time. The antenna project started in 2019 when I thought of it, and I remember my little friend Sanziana, she's like saying, "Oh, you shouldn't do it," but we're coming out of the car, and I said, "No, you don't understand. It'll get done." She thought it was impossible. She sort of saw what we were trying to do, and she, from a kid's viewpoint, yeah. But you have to look at things over the long run. I started in 2019. It's now 2000. It'll probably take 5 years to get up. But the 5 years has a lot to do with COVID.
Yeah.
That took off.
It did.
Yeah, and the guy who was going to do it fell through. A couple people fell through, and now we have another guy who, was very apologetic to David. He said, "I hope David doesn't remember that I didn't answer his communication." I said, "He doesn't even care." I didn't know that he didn't care. I know he doesn't care. Answered David like 10 or 15 years ago. See, no, he's not upset about that. It's like I can speak for him. He would remember the guy, but he. So anyway, Cletus, thank you for your contribution. I'll give you a personal briefing if you want when I get back. What happened?
Oh yes.
And you're welcome to join me next year if you want. I'm I don't have any plans to be doing a workshop. I might, but I don't have any plans for it. It's not really what I want to do. But as I said, for contributing to the guy who contributed to that, they're welcome to, tag along with me on my trips to Romania if they want to.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So, and I thank them. So thank you for contributing to Douglas. And that puts us almost at, I think it adds up to almost 180.
Yeah, and I'm certain we'll get some more tonight, and we'll
double that. We want to get 360.
Yeah.
If we can get at least 300.
Yeah.
And Douglas can fetch up the other.
Yeah.
$60 himself, he said. But if people could out there helping, I'm gonna. It's midnight, but I'm gonna stay on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay on because I wanna. I want to bring home the point. I want Douglas to get what he needs. Mm-hmm. I want to continue to promote that, but I'm also going to go in a different direction now and say that Douglas has. I want to offer the audience some intrigue here to get them to pay. Like say, I can tell you the greatest story. I can tell you, the glorious details of the most magnificent movie star I ever made love to, and all the details. I'm just making that up. I haven't made love to any movie stars.
That you know of. But by the way, just some
definitely not.
So,
but
yeah. Just before you get to that, and we do get some other people to contribute through your inspirations, I do want to inspire some other people by, I'll segue right back into it. Little inspiration here. Brooke Gibson sent a $100 electric blanket. So that was her equivalent thereof, and it's certainly life-saving. And so to the dear Brooke Elizabeth Gibson, love you dearly, beyond expression. And to our wonderful friend Nemo Albano in Australia, this will segue us back to Peter Moon and talking about inspiring people towards contributing. He contributed $10. Now, earlier he had contributed something like $12 here, maybe a few dollars there, because he was trying to help me make specific financial deadlines. I think that was last month. And then this month is helping out a bit more. Now,
I want to say how touching that is, because he's on a very fixed, limited income. I don't know what his condition is. So it's very heartfelt that he would do that for his limited resources.
Yes.
So, thank you.
Of course, this does beg the question. He was, of course, I can say this because we discussed it on air with Brendan Zogit. Brendan Zogit was helping people select protective jewelry when people had questions about it. And our man, dear Mr. Nemo Albano, did ask publicly and openly Brendan Zogit about certain type of jewelry that he was ordering or set to order. And this was silver jewelry with the Hakenkreuz or swastika to help him. Peter Moon, of course, recommended the purple shielding, a kind of, which Peter can go again into as to helping people with a kind of self-protection in that regard against occult assaults. But, dear Nemo Albano, who I do hope will appear briefly when Peter does retreat into the gentle night to help provide myself some, stage time while I refresh myself at that time. You could have paid my rent with what you spent on that jewelry. So just a little reminder there. So back to Peter.
The purple light is cheaper.
Yes.
Arguably more effective.
Yes. And you can tell people a bit about that. So tell people a bit about the purple light.
Well, it asked about protection, and I was saying to visualize yourself in purple light. To put yourself in purple light is the highest frequency of the spectrum. So put yourself in purple light. You don't have to have an ailment. You don't have to be under the threat of the Cho, you can just make a good commercial. Are the Cho bothering you? But yeah, purple is just the highest color of the spectrum. So you want to put yourself in purple. You want to bathe in purple light. It's the highest frequency. So put yourself in purple. Do it every night. Breathe while you do it. It's part of the secret step number 5 I give in the white bat. I don't give it. You have to do the exercises and contact me to learn the exercise. Purple light is part of it. You do 2 sessions in the dark room daily for like 4 weeks. When you get to the 4th week, you're about to finish the 4th week, you get in contact with me so that I can tell you what to do the 5th week. But anyway, the purple light is part of it. But you can use purple light to just protect yourself, to shield yourself. It's very therapeutic. And the Hagenkreuz or the swastika works too. But as I say, you wanted whatever money Brendan spent on it, I don't know. But
Nemo. He was asking Brendan. Yeah.
I thought Brendan was the one who spent the money.
Oh no! That was Nemo who was asking Brendan about the specifics of it. Brendan is kind of the expert to go to in terms of what kind of symbols work, because he's been dealing with this for a long time. And so Nemo actually, as we all know, he is on a fixed income. So I don't know where he got the discretionary for the jewelry, but like I said, rather than spending it on that, Nemo, the only reason I bring it up is because he did bring it up openly and publicly while asking Brendan about what he should purchase, and then he ultimately followed up on doing so. Not that Brendan was encouraging him to do so. Brendan was simply being consulted as to which would be the most efficacious, and Nemo acted on that advisement. But like I said, Nemo may be on with us tonight. Anytime he wishes to come on, he's welcome to come on. But he could have paid my rent with what he paid for that. So choices.
I'm gonna go back to what Joe Matheny told me one time about this evangelist who was on TV, and he got a big kick out of this guy. And he said that the guy would talk about the Philadelphia experiment. And I don't know if he was talking about the Bible. He was preaching the Bible. He says, but I'm not going to tell you about it unless you contribute this much money. Okay, I'm going to tell you about this. And maybe he'd read from the Angel of Philadelphia. I don't know what the hell he did, but he was talking about the Bible and the Philadelphia experiment, but he was using a very manipulative technique on his audience. But I was going to say is, and Douglas alluded to it earlier, and this is what kind of prompted it in mind. If Douglas mentioned there's a lot of poltergeist activity in his domain.
Yes.
In his crypt. And I was going to say, if people, contribute, $160 more, you can tell them some good stories about it. And I know there's good stories. I've heard some of them.
Yeah.
It's like, telling ghost stories. It's like, Rod Serling will deliver his next episode.
Well, yeah, here's one good little story. I'll just take a few minutes here, and it's something for us all to ponder. I mean, if the poltergeists were really trying to pull something, why not wait till I'm dead asleep in the middle of the day or night, my biorhythms being quite unusual, and just switch the plug off then while I'm asleep, and I'd wake up practically feeling like I was frozen to death, even if I'm not. Certainly would make me feel horrible waking up, but that never happens. Instead, it happens while I'm on air, just as I start transmission. So there seems to be something about starting the transmission they pump all this occult energy into do everything you can to destroy the transmission at the very start. And that's what they fixate on. It's effective because, you know, it knocks a lot of the audience away. But it's still like, that seems to be the only time they can get together. It's so they've scheduled their covens to pretty much the beginning of my transmissions. And that's when the majority of shit happens. I mean, it's historical, it's on record, we all know it because all of my episodes are interrupted unceasingly at the beginning of the transmission. And everything happens right then. So there we go with that. Back to Peter.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, I know there are some good stories you could tell, and might you, if you get some more contributions, you could tell some stories. I don't have to be here for them, but you know, what I'm saying is, I'm trying to throw a carrot,
Yes.
trying to generate some interest here, to help you and to help the audience learn about this stuff, because Douglas's world is, you know, he talks about it mostly in a geopolitical and occult sense.
Yes.
He doesn't always talk, and I mean, he does go into these weird encounters he has with people.
Yes.
His whole life is a you know, potpourri of occult encounters.
Yes.
I don't envy them.
Thank you.
I don't envy them at all. But it's, you know, it is what it is. And does it make him interesting? Yeah, it makes him interesting. It makes him perhaps foreboding for people. To me, it's kind of a professional hazard that I have to deal with. I would prefer, you know, I could just sit down and he could rattle stuff off, and that we didn't have to go through all this. You know, this is extracurricular work for me.
Right.
Just to get the story. You know, it's like, but is it worth the time spent? Well, I certainly, it's been rewarding in terms of understanding.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a certain point where you do it because it's the right thing to do. You know, it's you take the pathway that's the best. It might not be the most remunerative. It might not be remunerative at all. I'm in a position where I can afford to indulge myself in trying to get this information. It's there are many corners to turn with this whole thing. And there's, you know, been X amount of sacrifice involved, which is okay, because if you sacrifice, you get something. If you sacrifice X amount of hours in the gym and you do the right exercises, you'll get a good result. If you sacrifice your budget to get, you know, the right food that'll heal you, that's good. The word sacrifice means to make sacred.
Yes.
It actually means to make sacred. It often gets misconstrued. So, you know, we're living in a world that is, I guess we should say, directed by occult factors. This is undeniable. You can't see them. You can't put your fingers on them. You can't even nowadays hold government officials to be accountable. It's really, you know, disgusting. But we're so used to it. We're so used to our officials being unaccountable and disgusting that everybody takes it for granted.
They expect it. They've come to expect it.
Exactly. So, and as they say, so many of the people that are resisting this information and fighting it, they don't even know what it is. They just,
they just follow a script, which is attack Douglas Dietrich.
Yes.
And then maybe it plays off of patriotism. Maybe it plays off of some other stupid idea. I don't know. But I'll hang around for a bit. I'm kind of like zoning out here.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, I think that you're doing wonderfully. I'd forgotten just how late it was. Oh my God! So it's a quarter after midnight.
It's a long time to get started, but I want to,
yes,
help you generate. I want to help you generate your rent.
Well, I think that our man Peter Moon has done everything he could, and we're going to take over from this point forward the rest of the night. Peter, honestly, with everything that you've done, the most I can say right now is that we've raised quite a bit considering, and this has been from wonderful people. I'm going to be hitting a lot of people in the morning and then probably trying to go to sleep. I'll work it out. And then definitely at the latest on Tuesday, let me take a look at the calendar here. I'm going to be hitting people aggressively again, people who I haven't contacted in a very long time. I will contact them with the urgency of the situation. And I have every confidence that together we will pull this off. I just want people to know that, yes, I was victimized in the sense that I was in a tense situation. Ian's right. I should have called him as well. Brendan updated the live stream title and date. Thank God. I appreciate that so much, Brendan. Brendan is wonderful. And so he does what he can, believe me. And since Peter has helped us thus far, really, Peter, why don't you just kind of treat yourself to some rest now, and I'll take over from here.
Go ahead, you take over. I'll hang out for a bit, and I'll tell you when I'm leaving.
Oh, sure, okay. And what I'll do is I'll just start a monologue, and then just tell me when you're ready to leave, and then after that I'll invite some people on. And I'll refresh myself at that point. Is that okay?
Want to invite anybody on now? Go ahead. I'll just hang out for a bit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, I feel there's no need to. I mean, if you want me to, I could do that. Sure. I mean, we could call other people on too.
Do whatever you want. I'm
Yeah.
just going to recede into the background, and I'll listen for a while until I.
Well, I might as well start talking a bit about Russia. I'll start with a monologue, and then and just let me know whenever you are ready to check out, and at that point I'll take a short break. So I do want people to know that there's several things connected here. I want people to understand that, of course, I was gone for the Pride weekend, and I had several people trying to connect with me, and I apologize for not being there for them. A person of great help who sent me a piece of equipment that was the converter from the Ethernet cable into a USB port. Was Aristides Ioannas, or how do we say his surname again, dear Peter?
Aristides Ioannas.
Ioannas. Okay, so I do it pretty good then. Aristides Ioannas, right? Something like that?
Yeah. I'm not sure on the last name, but Aristides is how you say it.
Okay, Aristides Ioannas. And he sent that, and I was trying to talk to him about some of these technical issues, and I look forward to speaking to him again either tomorrow or Tuesday. And this wonderful individual, in his own way, is a contributor and has certainly contributed significantly in the past. One of the reasons I bring him up was because he was hip to some certain current events and asking about them. And the one thing that he apparently was not hip to or not looking out for, and I don't blame people for this, but try and understand, first off, my need to feed. And my need to feed is such that I need to go to the estate whatever opportunity I get. I also am obligated to teach the blood boys. And for those of you who are confused by that term, may not have heard it before, then do me a favor and understand that I get my blood from young boys who are adopted onto the estates and raised and schooled by professional tutors. And I am in employ as a history tutor. I am paid in their blood as someone who is a quarter vampire. And actually, that reminds me of something else to bring up with dear Peter. So, Peter, if you could recover those emails sent by these people who felt that they were satisfied by your answers last week. I'd like to answer them in turn with my own answer, but I'd like to hear the questions again. The questions that you answered and they were satisfied with, could you recover them and then read them out loud again?
The process of doing that now.
Okay, great. I appreciate that so much. So I do want people to know that as well as the Pride weekend, and anybody trying to contact me, always look at the holidays. And they're not just American holidays that I honor. The middle of the month, it was Juneteenth, which I didn't have an opportunity to speak to because we were essentially hijacked by being knocked off the bandwidth by those Bulgarian bozos writing false reports to Facebook. And by the way, the government of Bulgaria is on the verge of fucking collapse. I mean, whatever condition you might think Russia's in, Bulgaria is in worse condition right now in terms of its state of governance, I assure you. So things are pretty toxic where they're at, and hopefully they're preoccupied with day-to-day survival. But when it comes to the other thing that happened that people need to be aware of whenever they're trying to contact me at any time, look up Japanese or Chinese holidays as well. There's plenty of Chinese or Japanese holidays that I have to take advantage of, American holidays, and also some European and English holidays, or Canadian holidays. Because thankfully my son is married to an international businessman, he is actually forced to acknowledge several holidays in terms of the people that he's dealing with, to honor different guests and different business partners or people he's trading or entering into contracts with of many cultures. So I have the advantage of many holidays to take advantage of in which to feed. In return, I teach the young blood boys history. For instance, during the Juneteenth, I took them on a field trip to these various places in California that were pioneered by black 49ers who actually made gold fortunes in the gold rush and purchased California land that was later confiscated from them, very similar to what they did to the Japanese. So their ancestors are demanding that that land be returned, or at least they get compensated in pay, which be hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars for some of this prime California land, most of it around Napa Valley, California, and various other wine growing areas, believe it or not. So I was taking the Blood Boys on a field trip to some of these areas to show them that on Juneteenth. And so I'll try and do some remedial speaking to Juneteenth tonight based on monologue, and we will basically take it from there. Let me know if you find those questions again, Peter. And
I sent you one.
You did? Okay.
From one person. I'm looking for the questions from another person.
Okay, great. And I want people to know as well, aside from the Pride Parade that took place during the weekend, understand that 1 year ago, they set women's rights back by half a century. 1 year ago, yesterday, the United States Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade in a ruling that has been cataclysmic for women's rights, reproductive health, and the court's own legitimacy. Now, I myself have been covering every facet of this story ever since: the unfolding human rights disaster for women denied critical care, the upheaval for doctors now constrained by far-right ideology, the political realignment as voters in even the most conservative states step up to stem the damage. This past week alone, we have seen how much has changed in the last year. The weekend, this weekend, there have been protests around the United States as the country marks a year without Roe. I'm sorry, did you say something?
No, I just coughed.
Oh, okay.
I'm digging up the other one.
Sure, great. And so there was also those protests that were ongoing throughout the weekend, just so people know this is how involved the weekend was. And I did have to take the Blood Boys on some further field trips concerning the protests for women's rights. And all of these are just important for us all. They will impact our future. And so aside from that, Peter did, I got his other question, got the original question. And this is from a friend of his named Chris. And so the other question that Peter's digging up as soon as he sends that to me.
And I think
There we
for
are.
the most, these questions have been answered.
Yeah.
If you add your answer, it's fine.
Yeah, the other one's from Bob. So I will answer these questions. I will get a little start on Russia, as I promised, before Peter retreats into the gentle night, and then I will turn towards these questions after I refresh myself, because these are legitimate questions in their own right, and I will, I believe they need my personal answer. But we can consider this right now. Breaking red alert update on the Russian Empire's internal conflict. Putin has renewed his commitment to his special military operation, as he calls it, after the Wagner rebellion has weakened his authority. And that brings us to the meaning of Wagner's 24-hour mutiny. Has Putin lost Russia? Well, Prigozhin's mutiny is the beginning of Putin's end. Putin's weakness is unmasked. Putin's rule is more uncertain than ever after rebels exposed the Kremlin weaknesses. The Wagner rebellion has thrown Russia into a deep state of crisis. It's high time to prepare for the collapse of Russian Empire. Russia is on the verge of total disintegration as local elites are scrambling for an escape, albeit Putin's Julius Caesar moment poses dangers for the West. Now, I do want to know, this reminds me of something. We have another individual to credit for a contribution that happened right before those bastards skimmed myself for all the money contributed into my Douglas Dietrich's Productions debit card. Little message from Brendan Zogit, who said there's a place near Folsom, California called Negro Bar, renamed Black Miners Bar, thereby obscuring the history of their treatment and work and probably their fortunes that were taken. So I thank him for, backing up what I'm saying with some further, observations. So as for the other PayPal contributions, this one was from a man whose name I actually had some problems pronouncing, and I thought he was Polish. So I did mention that on air, and so when I had asked about that, he responded by giving me the fact that his name was actually Ukrainian. So that is definitely appreciated. In fact, it makes me want to go back to pronounce his name again. And he actually lives in a city that is vital in the struggle of Ukraine's war against Russian aggression. So, I will look him up again and try to give him further credit as the night progresses. I'll try not to forget him. And so this is obviously why he's been helpful. When we originally put the call out saying we need support, then he responded by when the going gets tough, the tough get going. So he's definitely one of the tough guys, and he's helped us, to this point. And a lot of it is because I feel he appreciates the fact that I have exposed exactly why the situation in Ukraine is so important to the world. So he lives in Heidelberg, Germany, home of the famous Heidelberg Scar. And as a result, he's probably familiar with very traditional German culture. And his name is Andre, that's spelled with a J, which is pronounced as a Y in the Slavic language. Numerzyski. Just saying that wrong. Numerzyski. Shaisky. Oh, God. Oh, it's very seldom I have this problem with Slavic names, but his is a challenge. Numerzyski. It's got both a SCHYZKY. I mean, it's like impossible. So there we go with that. And he's Ukrainian, and God bless him. With that, dear Peter, let me, now that I've got both those questions, I'll proceed to respond to them soon, but definitely
Why don't you do questions later and just keep on with the Russian stuff.
Sure. And I'm sorry, what did you say? You had some questions for later yourself?
No,
Keep do the questions later and keep on with the Russian stuff.
Good idea. Good idea. And so I want to thank Viviana Sanchez for saying support in the chat room. Al Morfati, and of course he's in Mexico. Michelle Saldana says you're in my prayers. She's saying that to Almor because he's going through some stuff. And of course, T. Tank Berry says it's your war and you have to fight it. Yes, Ukraine's war is our war. So let's just put it this way. Vladimir Putin's greatest nightmare has come true, with Russia having been brought to the brink of civil war. Even if a massacre of the rebellious Yevgeny Prigozhin's Wagner forces does eventually take place, he will remain a heroic, truth-telling icon for many Russians. And the mercenaries' march to Moscow may have ended, but the short-lived armed rebellion has exposed deep weaknesses inside the Kremlin and undermined Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's rule like never before. So I'm just looking at my different messages incoming that might be important. Okay. All that being said, I just want people to know that I'll go into further detail about this. I think I've said what basically needs to be said. And with that, I will turn to the questions in a few minutes. I do want to refresh myself. So what I'm going to do now, Peter, is I'm going to end this call so I can get my voice back by refreshing myself, and I'll call some other people as soon as I return. I'll be calling a number of people, of course. George Knight said that he would have a great amount of time with us tonight, but I'll probably have to tell him that I need to get into monologue early to earn my pay. And I will, bring Brooke Gibson on to thank her for the blanket. And I thank you as well, dear Peter. I love you dearly. And, you have a great night, okay?
Well, my question is, you're going to hang up the call. You're still going to be maintaining
the stream. Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, well, that's good for me to say good night. Good night to everybody. And I'll be listening for at least a little bit.
Excellent. Love you dearly.
Thank you, everybody.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Skybooksusa.com. So he's going to end the call. And with that, we're going to bring on some others to hold the call so I can refresh myself. The stream will continue, of course. And I will, definitely, let's start the call with the wonderful woman who's keeping me alive. Oh, hey, honey, thank you so much for this blanket. So this is $100 blanket. Oh my God, this is incredible.
Shut the fuck up.
I love you. And of course, I'm so indebted to you. Why, there's...
Yeah, you should be indebted $1,000, but you're stupid.
but at any rate, honey, I will, bring on some other people to join us, and we will all be on our best behavior, of course. And so we are going to, for the sake of not getting me knocked off...
Have you ever known me to be on best behavior?
Yes, but you understand, we're trying to make certain that the enemy has nothing to report so that I can stay on air. My voice. Oh my God, my voice. What did you do to my voice?
I didn't make you suck somebody's dick all night.
At any rate, let's try some of these wonderful people who we all know, and they will help us make it through the night for a little bit before I regain my voice and go back to monologue. We will even try Michelle Saldana, since she seems to be hanging out in the chat. Even that lady in Mexico. Yeah. What's that, honey?
I'm just going to mute myself and let you talk, okay?
Oh, but honey, I can't even talk. I lost my voice.
There's never a time in your life, even with you had the worst strep throat in the world, that your fucking ass can't talk. So shut up.
Let me try Amanda Ute here. Okay, pressing the add button. I think there may be Nemo. Nemo never comes up on my regular, invites. So I have to remember to add him on. With the money he spent on all that jewelry to protect himself from occult assault, he could have paid my rent.
Well, I sent the blanket because I heard the blanket thing, and I
No, the blanket's life or death. Honey, you did the right thing.
Well, I just wanted to have one, but if you don't like it, you can send it back. Just exchange it. You don't have to, or just let me.
Why would I not like it? It is a twin. It's a twin, right?
There was the second one I wanted to send. I liked it better.
Okay.
Like $130.
Okay.
But it was going to take like another week. So I just took the first one because it was going to be like guaranteed versus like next.
Right. So we're getting what we're getting is Michelle Carmela Saldana.
Somebody's got very, very loud shit. I'm gonna
Yeah, it's Carmela.
Sounds like someone's in a high altitude bomber or something.
Yeah, she's got her fans on. It's Carmela's fans.
I'll hang up and I'll talk to you guys another day. But thanks for adding me.
Yeah.
It's the air conditioner.
Yeah. Is that something?
I'll talk to you all on Wednesday.
Okay. We love you. Okay.
Love you too.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. And for the first time in forever, Samuel Romero is joining us. He has many responsibilities these days. And I saw a movie with the Blood Boys over the weekend that was Ian West's movie. It is the Ian West movie. I'm going to send everybody a link to its review because I just think it's just, you all need to see this.
Wait, I thought because they're Blood Boys doesn't mean they all suck dicks. So it's just like dicks. Is that why it reminds you of Ian West?
I
just was confused. I'm sorry.
Did Carmela sound like she was possessed? She sounded like she was possessed. Brendan's back with us, and
she did sound a little different than normal.
Yeah, that was odd. She sounded a little dark. Yeah.
I hope she's okay.
Yeah. So Ian,
I just answered because I thought something was wrong, but I have to go. So
oh, that's right. Oh, God. Oh, everybody, wish him luck. He's going to Pitcairn Island. For 10 days at least, maybe 2 weeks, if he ever comes back at all. So everybody, give your prayers to him now.
Wait a minute. Which island are you going to?
Pitcairn Island, where all the people from the Mutiny on the Bounty landed, and they've been incestuously fucking each other and breeding with each other ever since into the world's largest morbidly downbred family.
Why did you pick here again, Ian? I mean, I'm sorry, I called you Ian.
It's a long story. It's one of the most remote islands in the world, and I'm just on this island hopping kick. So
I did call you Ian though, and you know what? That's good luck because God does not want to kill Ian because they don't want to kill good bad people. So since I called you Ian, you're probably going to be very lucky on your flight and everything.
Yes, true, very true.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Oh my God.
But yeah, so
lots of pictures. Can you message from there? Can you message me some or something? Can I message you?
Well,
I don't think they have internet.
Yeah, it's like one of those places where you'd be lucky to find internet. But I'll keep you posted on my travels.
Yeah, if you get a chance to internet or something, that would be great because I've got stuff to tell you too, so that'd be great.
Yeah, so it takes a while to get there. You got to island hop and then take a boat. Luckily, I'm not going underwater. So.
You're not going to submersible.
No submersibles or anything.
But by the way, as I said, the only tasteful joke I can think of would be it's time to invest in OceanGate. That would be a funny joke. That's without being distasteful towards
Actually, that's a stupid dad joke. It's not even funny. It's just a stupid dad joke.
Did you know they put out an ad for Help Wanted? OceanGate.
You know who would laugh at that? Peter Moon, probably.
Yeah. That's true. But OceanGate actually
put out an ad for Help. Well, yeah, because they're down a couple workers. Yeah,
they're down their CEO. Yeah, they're down their CEO. Yeah. By the way, Brendan, did you know their CEO was married to the great-great-granddaughter of the co-owner of Macy's department store who died on the Titanic?
Yes. Yeah, you mentioned that to me. That's eerie to say the least. Or fated. It's probably some fate involved.
In that little love story in Titanic. The couple that's in Titanic. They were based on the old couple that decided to stay in their room and hold hands and wait for the water to come in.
Right.
So it must have been them.
Yeah.
That was them. Yes, that's right. The old woman. I mean, the wife. The wife refused to leave because they were only allowing.
But she decided to just let other kids are gonna go and because she was a
Yeah.
woman.
Yeah.
So that's
Which,
you know.
I would say, like, unless I was married to Douglas Dietrich, I would
Right.
Now, if I was married to Douglas Dietrich, I'd pretend like I stayed with my spouse, and I'd be like, I can't find him. But he'd already been overboard 3 miles before we ever hit the fucking iceberg.
Yeah.
So I didn't know we were gonna hit it. And I was like, Douglas, lean up there. Do you see that fish right there? No, really deep. Like, look.
Oh my god. So the movie's in the text box. So Brendan, you can take that link with you. That stars Ian West for all intents and purposes. And so everyone, make certain to review that
I
at
don't know
your
if I want
leisure.
to watch it.
Yeah,
I'll try.
this is only a review of the film because I couldn't find the film online, but probably you could. But I watched it with the blood.
One, you're not a great movie rater, Douglas. Number 2, when you're like, stars Ian West, or it'll remind you of him. Like, you're not already great at movies. And number 2, then you say Ian West. Like, I love Ian in some way. Like, Ian, no, we have this love-hate relationship, but Ian wouldn't want to watch a movie about like Clemson. He'd be like, oh, that sounds like fucking stupid redneck shit. Like, I'm pretty sure we don't want to watch Ian either fucking masturbating to his sister or under.
Well, it's definitely a perfect opportunity to Douglas Dietrich on the Titanic so you can get his life insurance.
Yes, that's right. I'm sure Brooke thought of that. That's what she was saying, right, Brooke? Yeah.
What did he? I didn't hear that part.
He said that you needed to get me on the Titan sub or the Titanic itself so you could collect my life insurance. That's what he was saying.
Oh no, I'm saying that was a past life. I've already done that. Douglas, I killed so he's one of the bodies that nobody realized that died before the Titanic ever got off.
By the way, let's give some other people a chance to say hello. Viviana Sanchez, lovely lady, welcome aboard. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. No need to talk. It's okay. She's with us, but she's on mute or something.
Hey, Bill. I wish I was smoking some pot and eating some cookies with you. It sounds like fun.
Yeah, we assume you're doing that now.
I mean, I hope she's not doing anything else. Like, what is she doing? Taking a shit or fucking smoking pot?
Yeah, and Sammy Romero, do join us and say hello. Well, I try to catch up on some of Real Tech's messages here.
Fuck, man, where's that other one?
That's.
I'm happy you have a YouTube channel back.
Thank you. Well,
Sammy Romero is online. Oh my God, we just got to talk. I want to hear Sammy's voice. Can Sammy unmute?
Yeah.
I will mute only for Sammy.
Yeah, and by the way, our man Realtek says, BitChute. Brendan, before you go, you might explain to Realtek a little bit about the disadvantages of BitChute compared to Rumble. And we're not even, even though Rumble looks promising, it's going to take us a little while to adjust. Brendan put some stuff up on Rumble that Nemo's been asking about.
I love the Rumble. Like, it's so, I don't know. That's a whole different story we can get into later. But let's go there later.
Right.
I haven't checked on it. I wonder if they're getting views.
Yeah, let's check back on. And so Nemo actually showed me the one that was getting many more views than the one you saw.
Hey, what's going on?
There we are, Sammy. And Viviana said hi too. Say hi again, Viviana.
Hey.
Hi, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize my microphone needed to be switched over. Apologies. Hi, everyone.
Thank
Brendan.
you, honey. Love you.
Oh, you sound so good, Viviana, from last week.
Yeah.
Your voice, your microphone is good.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm on my computer.
Yes.
I don't know why. When I put my iPods in, now they're all crackly.
Oh,
like...
well, this sounds much better. You sound great. Last time we couldn't even hear you. Sammy, my dear brother, tell us a bit about how things have been going on with you. Your responsibilities must be overwhelming. I take it you're still working, the manager at the Hong Kong Airlines, yes? Cathay Pacific?
That's the actual drone that came over and
Yeah, it's going. It's going. Yeah, I've been really busy. My
Are you
share
at work? Are you at work?
No, I'm not. I'm at home.
Okay.
I'm at home.
Yeah.
And I think Ian's on. That's why.
Yeah, you can ignore Ian. Ian doesn't realize his mic is on, and he's taking someone on a tour of his drug stash or something. He's showing whichever girl he's hoping to get in good with, but they usually wind up stealing from him.
Good for him. No, I've been busy. I can't wait to catch up to you. Catch up later on.
I'm hoping we can catch up a little bit in the morning, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. But it's going, man. I've been going through a lot of growing pains. as a father, as well, and really with my family, and just trying to keep my head above water like everybody else. Obviously, I know about. I've been listening to your streams. I was actually listening to your Halloween edition, talking about the show and the various creatures, which is actually one of my favorite streams that you've done in the past. That's actually goes under one of my favorites. So definitely, just to segue a little bit, I had a Iranian coworker of mine. It's a young kid. He's a young kid. He's about 20 years old, and he was telling me about. He's pretty much Americanized. So I told him that Iran is another word for Aryan.
Yeah.
And he actually related to me that his mother, who around your age, actually told him that the Third Reich was aligned with the Shah of Iran.
Yes.
I mean, but Ian, you're on speaker, and we just heard you say police. So, like, maybe could you mute yourself with your drug dealing or whatever?
Ian,
if no one believes me, you can replay
maybe
that,
a police
but please
informant.
explain that.
Oh shit! Yes. So
I think Ian's trying to cut cops on me.
Ian's like, poor guy. He's like in his own. He's he forgets. He leaves the mute off, and you get these peeks into his life that you never even wanted. He finally went mute. He did go mute. So things should go smoothly from now on, Sammy. So, by all means, continue. So this guy related that basically, just so people know, it was one of the German Kaiser's descendants. This was, of course, after the Kaiser had abdicated the throne, but the children are still royalty. They only need to be re-coronated to take the throne again. People might be confused because there's local kings as opposed to the Kaiser, and the Kaiser means the emperor, essentially, meaning king of kings. But there's local kings in Germany that there's been some rebellions, some arrests recently in Germany, and there's other kings that are trying to lead independence movements that are trying to basically overthrow the current government because it was established by the Allies. But the Kaiser, one of his descendants, was married to one of the daughters of the Shah. And so what happened was that throughout the period of time during the Iran-Iraq conflict, the Iraqis were buying Soviet weapons, and the Iranians were buying German weapons. So yes, the Shah's Iran, and that was during the time of the mullahs. That was after the Iranian Revolution. But during the time of the it all started, of course, with the positive relationship. The Shah of Shahs was known as the leader of all the Aryan peoples in the Iranian language. And so he held what was called the Peacock Throne. He sat on what was called the Peacock Throne. And so he allied with Russia, and that's why some units escaped to Iran after the war, German units. So please, by all means, continue with what this young man knew and what his mother... That's so impressive,
The thing about him, the thing about meeting this young kid, and this is during work, but obviously listening to you and a lot of your live streams where it goes into history itself. I was talking about him about the wall of Gorgan, which you talked about, where it ran through Iran.
Yes.
And eventually connected to the Great Wall of China, which for some reason it really fascinated him in the sense of just culture-wise as far as his country. And one of the things about, because really he's pretty much Americanized, it kind of opened up his curiosity to learn more. So I kind of steered him to listening to some of your podcast, your transmissions, really just to stimulate as far as getting to know more his culture. I think one of the things what I explained to him was the reason why I even know his stuff, because a lot of stuff with me it never made sense. as far as even with some of my beliefs, my faith, but especially with history, it does kind of put things in a spectrum where I can accept it. Obviously, I have my views, but at the same time, a lot of what wasn't interpreted, what I've learned in school, you made a lot of sense of it, especially talking about in the context of cultures. One of the things that I did talk to him about was the Saldine, which was, I guess, the leader of the Crusaders, not Crusaders, but how the Ottoman, I don't know if it was the Ottoman
Saladin.
Empire.
Saladin.
Saladin.
Salah ad-Din.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for that correction.
Yeah.
How he was Kurdish and how it took an outsider to unify all these people to defeat the Crusaders.
Yes.
And, all this stuff, to me, it kind of comes into mind, and it's always subconsciously listening to you. It does come in handy socially when talking to people of a different culture. At first, though, they do kind of look at me kind of peculiar, like, you know a lot. Why do you know a lot? And, obviously, this is when I introduce yourself. One of the things I do try to stay away from is telling your story. To kind of let you tell your story.
Right,
but,
because I noticed that it's almost impossible to relay secondhand without sounding, completely
Right.
off the wall. By the way, you can tell people how the Chinese guy responded to you the first time you started asking him about Mao and Chiang Kai-shek, and he just looked at you like you were from another planet. Yes.
Yeah. They pretty much do look at me. Actually, well, we have another airline that split it off from Cathay and EVA Airlines, and I'll talk to you about that more later. But a lot of them are Taiwanese, and I did mention to them, as far as I told them, what would you do if the communists took over, tomorrow? He's well, we pretty much said we'll be in deep shit, because all your computer chips will pretty much be useless, because the communists will pretty much hoard all them and pretty much hold them for ransom, is what he said.
Yeah.
Which I was actually astonished. I didn't realize he actually was aware of that.
Right.
Because, to be honest with you,
all the computer chips and laptops that are 10 to 20 years old will become thousands of dollars overnight.
Yes.
Right.
People consider to be worthless right now.
Yes.
Sending with cell phones, everything else.
Right.
And you can think of that has a chip in it.
Yeah.
Right. The one thing that I've actually talked to, Taiwanese people and Asians, period, and no disrespect, Doug, but a lot of them are very closed as far as expressing themselves, especially to outsiders.
Yeah.
I deal with a lot of foreigners. They weren't born here.
Yeah.
So when I do talk to them, I have to kind of ask them questions, but I have to kind of break the ice with humor and being Chicano and the whole raza thing, and pretty much playing the stereotype my own, in the sense of calling every Chino Asian. I mean, every Asian a Chino. It just kind of helps to break the ice.
Right.
But once we get past that, and I do start talking to him, asking him questions like what I told you, it does kind of put things into context. And really, I'm not going to, just to be honest with you, it kind of I'm kind of trying to challenge what you talk about, because I do want to see a person from Taiwan actually talk about this kind of stuff. And they do look astonished, in the sense of, wow, who the hell have you been talking to?
Right.
Because most millennials are not really plugged into this, because it's just we live in a matrix.
Yeah.
But and not to say that I don't believe you, but like I told you, even when I didn't meet you, I wanted to shake your hand. I wanted to talk to you as a person, right?
Yes.
Humanize you, not just a robot vampire, cyborg that you are, But for the most part, he definitely kind of put it in layman's terms, that no, we'd be fucked in a sense of our technology, how much we depend on, and they would pretty much hold it for ransom and use it obviously as leverage. I mean, we would trade, but obviously probably more.
Well, just to put that into some perspective, that what he's reckoning with is without what Joe Biden has already committed to, which is that if communist China successfully invades and conquers Taiwan, America is going to nuke Taiwan. It's basically what they said in order to prevent. They're just going to nuke it till it glows to prevent the communists from doing that. Then it's basically a mutually assured destruction, so that everybody returns to the dark age at that point. So without overdwelling on it, just so people know in just a momentary summary, just as quick as possible, China's way behind in chips. They produce chips, but the chips they produce are primitive, and they can't seem to get anywhere near the kind of high technology chips that the South Koreans, the Japanese, the Americans, and the Taiwanese produce. But all of the really high technology chips, the ones that really mean things for missile warheads and aerocraft, like jet fighters, all of this is produced in Taiwan. Everything for the satellites, the cell phones in general, just everything we use, it's really coming out of Taiwan. So Taiwan is basically it. So if China takes Taiwan, they take over the world. And because of that, America's reaction is, well, they'll nuke Taiwan. Basically, they'll certainly nuke the TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. And they'll just nuke all those facilities and just prevent that from happening. But that, of course, sends us all into the dark age. So he's not reckoning with that. He's reckoning with only one side of what he knows. But you were also talking to, I think it was one of your managers. I mean, he may have been, maybe I'm mistaken, he was on a management level equal to you, or maybe from China, Hong Kong directly. And you were asking him, it was like 3 or 4 years ago when you asked him that, and he looked at you and said, "Good God, what have you been doing? How did you even know about Mao Zedong and Chiang Kai-shek and the rest of these?" Do you remember that conversation at all? Or
did mention him, Yang Shikai, when you talked about the Civil War.
Yeah, that's right. You mentioned Yuan Shikai. That's right. And then he truly was astonished. Yes.
Well, that's the thing about it. And what I was trying to talk to him about was because in middle school and elementary school, World War II is only pretty much based on the European aspect and, the U.S. And it's so watered down, diluted. It really dumbs down the rest of the world in a sense that, well, the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. These Japanese were dopes. They didn't know that. American.
That's right. They say this shit.
American. American armed forces were, the most, advanced, and pretty much it kind of labels Asians as very stereotypical small dick, cowards.
Yes.
That they poke the bear and the bear mauled these poor Asians, and we drop the nukes, and the sailor pretty much rapes that nurse in New York, and they take a picture. And
like I'm fantasizing about doing to Brooke right now because she went on camera. Hey, honey. She's giving us the fans only, so I don't know if you can see her on camera, Sammy, but if you do, we got a lovely necklace on, and she's in bed.
Right.
Yes.
Very nice.
Yes. Yeah. Real Dick Geek says very nice. Yes.
But she's talking, but she's on mute though.
Yeah, she's on mute. Yeah, you're talking, but you're on mute, honey. Yeah, but we're just looking anyway.
I'm coming on because you're both boring me to death.
Right.
I go to sleep and get off, and I'm like, I can't. Like, what can I do?
Okay. Well, let me throw Book a ball.
On Asians because dicks. Apparently, Real Tech is part. He has an 18-inch dick, right?
Well, good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Well, I will relate something that. So what happened to me, Brooke, was when that Lena Shea brought over her work partner to have sex with me both at once, and her work partner, whose name I can look up, but I can't remember consciously, who is her partner over there at the massage parlor, was basically a racist, and it was trying to really avoid this menage a trois that was supposed to be going down. But then by the time I got erect,
Can you just say threesome? I don't know why you can't talk like a normal fucking. You've been American long. Send me messages. 'Twas I was born in the 3rd day of the 4th month. Hour.
Hey, Brooke. Let me kick the door down because I want to talk about what I talked to a little bit with Brooke today.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, obviously, Team Dietrich has been under attack, and I'm not the only. I'm not the exception either. Just in a nutshell, last week, I got back from seeing my twin,
Mm-hmm.
and
Isaac.
Yeah, my twin.
Yes.
Yeah, and I was walking in my place, and I saw, baby Kens,
Uh-huh.
stray baby Kens, and obviously someone left them there.
Uh-huh.
Well, the problem is there was the mother was dead.
Oh my God.
So
Oh,
not only was she dead, but I wouldn't say she's decomposing, but it certainly smelled like it.
right.
So it's just, it is what it is, I think it's just one of those things. It's just the collateral that
Douglas, didn't you say
happens.
how I found the rabbit and then the cat, and you said something about the cat and the rabbit a year?
Yes, it's the year of both the cat and rabbit. Basically, this year is unique in the Asian zodiacal cycle because in the majority of Northeast Asian nations, Korea, China, Taiwan, and Japan, it's the year of the rabbit. But in the Southeast Asian nation, particularly Vietnam, it's the year of the cat. So it's the one year that has two separate animals. So I've always referred to it as the year of cat and rabbit. And this is why the attack on Brooke Gibson was highly symbolic, where first there was the dead cat that was left in...
Chickens and dogs.
Yeah, of course. Yes, I mean, they were so painful I didn't want to broach that topic myself. But many of her animals have been slaughtered. First, the ducks and the chicks, which I believe she instinctively purchased because she knew them to be the canary in the coal mine, and actually kind of took the heat off her and other more important loved ones in her life. They actually took the fall for that, and that was these things happen like that. A kind of contract, a bond between animals and humans that people can make with these lesser creatures that are smaller and fluffier and kind of go back into the cycle more easily. And so when it comes to after that, there was the more...
Not purposely though, it's like I told Sammy and I did talk tonight a little bit about what had happened with his, and I forgot about what you said about the rabbit and the cat because of what had happened, but I didn't tell him that, but saying that I symbolically, maybe I did, I don't know, but it's like I told Sammy I had protected the house and protected my pets when I sent that out, but then I didn't think of them as when I brought them in, and then it's just I hate it.
But don't hate yourself for that, honey. You did the right thing. And by leaving them vulnerable, even subconsciously.
I don't know how the dog got in there. There's no way.
We know that. We know this is supernatural. These attacks are truly supernatural. As I pointed out, when later on, on air, on record, on transmission, we recorded the cat fight.
You heard the cat.
I'm sorry?
You heard the cat, right?
Yeah, we heard the cat. And that's when I said, don't go outside, and you didn't let your dogs outside either. All the right thing to do.
I didn't hurt it, because that's what I'm saying. My dogs were in with me. I told y'all that on air.
Yeah, that's how we have it on record. And then she found...
I'm sorry to hear about your animals.
Then she found the dead cat.
I don't know whose cat it was.
Yeah, but she doesn't know whose cat it was, but there was a dead cat in her yard the next day. And of course, when cats get into fights like that, they don't kill each other. Especially, why would they enter her yard when the smell of the dogs was everywhere and it keeps all cats away? So it's...
years, I've never had that happen. I've had one. I told Sammy tonight. The only thing I've ever had killed was some baby birds that fell out of the nest by my dogs.
Yeah.
That I found in 19 years, and then one time my dog ran out in the middle of the night, and there was like a baby possum. You know, possums, like, I don't know if you're feeling possums, but when they just get off their moms, apparently it was small enough and it got through some crack in my wooden fence.
Yeah.
And my dog grabbed it, and he just grabbed it by its neck and ran it in.
Yeah.
But that was what was so weird about that rabbit, because I told Sammy, like I've told y'all, I told you, like.
Let me explain to everyone. The rabbit was then found after the dead cat. Shortly after the dead cat, the rabbit was found in the chair where she had seen my mother. So right there on the couch where she had seen my mother for a brief few minutes, a vision of my mother, which was a positive vision to her, a feeling of peace and happiness.
She was sitting at the end, and it was right at the feet of that. Yes. It was at the feet of it. Yes.
Yes, that's where the rabbit was. And the rabbit had a hole in it, like a spear hole a
spear the size of bigger than $50 right in its side. And I don't know, maybe it has dogs, but like they grab him by the neck. Yeah. And this rabbit, like, first of all, there was no holes in the neck, but secondly, like, how is my dog going to put a one hole that's bigger than a perfect circle?
Well, it was obviously killed by a human. And so
in my house while I was awake 20 minutes before that and got a phone call. Like,
this,
I literally.
This is all supernatural, and as I explained to her, just as Brooke Gibson felt very compelled by someone like Sean Connery, who is of her blood, a true Scot, I also pointed out that certainly the part of Michael Aquino's heritage that he was the most proud of was his Scottish heritage. So he was someone who paraded that, and she certainly has been sensing him and in the environment. The dogs sense him in the environment. This is all something that has been prelude to these occurrences, but most importantly of all, the symbology in the year of cat and rabbit of these killings was, aside from allusion to that, is that the rabbit is what's seen in the moon by Asians. Asians don't see a man in the moon, they see a rabbit in the moon. And so it represents the moon, my co-author. So it's kind of like in its own way, an assault on Peter Moon. So there's this connection between cat and rabbit, the man in the moon, the rabbit in the moon, Peter Moon, it being placed at the feet of, where my mother was sitting. So that's almost a kind of offering to placate her, almost as if asking her to relent in her watch over Brooke. That's so Sammy's typing back. Okay, so Sammy, I don't know. By all means, come back on audio, Sammy, and you can talk about
Sammy, don't go away.
Yes. We don't want you to go away.
Yeah.
So I don't know if were you able to hear what I was saying while you were away?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, yes. So do respond to that, With also what else may have been happening to you. Did you have any rabbit incidents? He keeps going on.
Yeah.
Pause.
Well, the Kins, the Kins and the dead mom. So
okay.
I had an inclination of something was going on with with Brooke, and that I didn't know the severity of it, in the sense of how active things were with her. So when she was telling me this, something was going on in my personal life as well that happened today, which I'll talk to you about it in private.
Okay.
It really did astonish me. It kind of rejuvenated me, in a sense of, because I'm a new parent, as you know, and it's something that is growing pain.
By the way, you may not know, Sammy is like the best dad ever. Just right now.
Really?
Oh, thank you.
Oh my god. Sammy, I'm not crushing on Sammy. I'm just saying he's a really good dad. Yeah, I would every child is lucky to.
Thank you, Brooke. But I'm very much. This is something new to me. So
I was about to say, it's not like he did this before, but I guess he picked up a lot from his dad.
Well, Douglas, you didn't do it before either, but you just decided to fuck your fucking daughter or son, and then fucking ignore the rest.
Oh yeah, just so there's a little context for listeners here. It was kind of like that, but There
Okay,
is some.
yeah, so it's not blood related. He just ignored his blood relation. He's completely ignored. But there's another reason for that, which I think, honestly, after being on this podcast and being attacked, he should ignore all his children for their own sake.
But yeah, so that's a good point.
What did she say? We should ignore all my what for what? What did she say? Ignore all my what for our sake?
All your seedlings. You should keep them anonymous for yourself. Wow.
Well, we have always done that. We've actually always, kept my son anonymous to a degree.
Right.
I think probably far more reprehensible by many people.
I'm not even worried about him. He didn't like me anyway. He's like, oh, she liked fucking that one comedian I didn't like. I didn't like her. I'm not even talking about him. It's fucking blood related. I'm talking about your blood shit. You should not mention that online because you have a warning box up for all of us that have ever come on. Because I told Tim, I'm like, the reason Sammy's getting cats, the reason I get shit, is they attack people that are fucking like.
Anyone who knows me, they've attacked Brendan Zogit.
I think they're going to attack Ian West. He's already sold to the devil, man.
Yeah, they don't attack Ian because there would be no point. He wouldn't be aware of it. They could hurl all the misery on him that they could, and he would just he wouldn't even notice it. Be like water off a duck's back. I mean, he went
related to the boss too, so it kind of helps.
He'd go buy those discount pastrami sandwiches and be like, there we go, the extent of it.
So yes, and Brendan has been severely attacked by this. Yeah, what's that? Yeah, so Sammy's saying, Brendan, what's up? Brendan. Yeah, and Brendan, of course, has gone into great detail about what's happened to him. So Brendan, a little bit of tell us a bit.
Oh, what has happened to me?
Yeah. Look at her necklace, Brendan. Look at our girl's necklace.
I can't see it. It's off the screen.
Yeah, you got to bring it back. There we are.
Oh, yes. Wonderful. Yes.
See? Oh, that's nice.
Very, very nice.
Yes, and very protective. Very protective.
I got it. It's pure gold, and those are real diamonds. And the
Nazar. It's called the Nazar.
Yeah.
Brooke, you look very Playboy-ish, mate. Yeah.
Just for you, because you weren't here last time. What happened was Ian West triggered me. I was already in bed the last time, and Ian West was like, "Whenever I saw Brooke last time, and she had shit all over her face. She's fucking taking shit. She's got fucking pimples on her face." And I was like, "Fuck you, bitch!"
Wow.
And I'm laying here like this because this is how I sleep, and then I was in everybody. But then I decided, you know what? Sammy wasn't here. I'm gonna show Sammy.
Wow. Thank you.
Joe tied back last time. I didn't do it for Joe. If Joe was to see Joe, you missed out, man. I'm sorry. I did it again.
I'm gonna have to convince Doug to do a calendar.
Yeah.
And make some money off of you. But
no, I told Douglas he could do we could do only channel.
We could do a photo shoot and make money on it from a calendar.
Yeah, Realtek would love to take photos of you, baby. He's got all kinds of ideas about that.
So enough objectifying Brooke. We'll do that tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I was going to bitch about my objectification when she shut me down. I was talking about when I finally got erect with those two girls, and then fucking Lena Shea's work partner has the audacity to say, "That's the white boy in him coming out." And I was like, oh, you fucking bitch. You really know how to make an erection go down. I mean, really? Really?
How much coke did you do?
Well, Doug.
What?
Well, Doug, you know my story when it comes to Skype. I had to permanently log off when I'm not using it. But that's just the inside joke. But yeah, definitely.
But no, I know you should permanently log off because I know the inside joke of that.
Yes, you also know about it too. But anyways, like I said, it's just been it's been a learning process. Definitely. And to tell you the truth, Doug, one of the things that helps me with all this is really, my parents' prayers.
Yes.
And that's just one of the things that me and Brooke actually really connect with her Mima.
Yes.
Which she definitely has gotten a very beautiful traits from her.
Yes.
And in my parents, that's one thing how I connect with you is with your parents. You definitely, and I don't know the rest of Team Dietrich like that, but especially you too. That's how pretty much I can connect with both of you because I love my parents just like both of you love the people that raised you. So
Yes.
And definitely, I want to pour as much love and into my children. So
Yes.
that's how kind of have to block out the world and really not, in a sense, let it affect what I want to do as far as what I want to bring to the world, and obviously my children. So, yeah.
Yes. No, I think that this is why Samuel Romero is such a good father, and also why he has the maturity to understand that the Brooke Gibson household is really not a household of a mother and two children, but basically a household of three teenagers. One of them just happens to be a few years older than the other two. And basically, she's giving me a big finger right now. She's giving me a nice big finger. Love you, honey. I love you.
I'm sorry, Douglas. I didn't know you moved in. I don't have three teenagers yet.
That is funny. Nice way to turn the joke around. Real Dick left us. Real Tech left us. Oh my God. Well, you know.
He wasn't, except for me talking about his 18-inch dick, which you did not want to get into later. Maybe. I like Real Tech. Like, I would like talk to him. I miss him. I just didn't give him. I was glad Sammy was here. I hadn't seen Sammy in a while, but I would, I'm glad Real Tech was here. Real Tech, if you're listening, I hope you call back.
Yes, I mean, he's always welcome back, and God knows, I was going to, probably he got a little jealous of us because we were talking about our families and our family love. There seems to be extremes here. When it comes to Sammy Romero and myself, we're examples of extreme love with our parents. Whereas Brendan Zoget, I mean, his parents were like a nightmare. I mean, this poor bastard, his father who could have willed upon him an entire car collection worth millions of dollars, not to mention an estate, basically blew it all on crack. The family blaming Brendan for his dad's crack habit and shit. And then, of course, we love Brooke's dog is asleep in front of the camera. That's cute. And but Brendan Zoget then, of course, had a mother who basically threw him out of the house when he was at his worst and near death. Pretty much abandoned him, and it's like he has no reason to love anybody, but he came out with an incredible moral compass. I don't know where he gets it from. With Real Tech Geek, he has said this publicly. Basically, his mother was insane, functionally unable to raise him, and he was given to his grandmother to raise, who had a black boyfriend who was a veteran of World War II, who basically said, "You're a lot prettier than your grandma," and so kept raping him while he was growing up. So he grew up being repeatedly raped by an old black man who just told him, I'm not surprised. Real Tech just kind of checks in and out whenever he does. So Sammy's gone on camera since Brooke Gibson went black. Is there a reason why you went black, Brooke? And a reason why that inspires you to come on camera, Sammy? But we're glad to see you. You're looking good. It's Vin Diesel. Vin Diesel is in the house. And,
thank you. Real original. Go ahead.
Yes. But hey, it's what keeps you alive in gangland. They're all scared to death of you. Yes. And,
Oh my God, Sammy!
Yes. She's.
Try not to hold it.
Yes, isn't it wonderful to see Sammy? He's looking good. Yeah.
Sammy, take your shirt off too and get into that.
And so, Sammy, by all means, since the gender reveal, how have relations been?
Hey, that goddamn camera back on right now.
Hold on.
Yeah, you were inspiring Brooke and Viviana, no doubt. Yes.
Pretty hot.
Oh, great.
Yes.
No. What about it? What about the gender reveal?
Well, after the gender reveal,
You put your camera back on, Sammy. Oh my God!
Yes, Viviana is saying hi. Her camera's on.
Oh my God, Viv, you look so cute. You're muted, Viv. You're muted.
You're muted, Viv, but you're beautiful. Seeing you is enough. There she is.
Get her little polka dot.
Background like that. That's
Yes.
not my background. Hi, Sammy. Hi, Brookie.
Yes, you look beautiful, honey.
Oh my God.
Hi, Douglas.
You look like your picture. You're not like some people that come on here and like completely don't look like that.
Look at you. I love your highlights.
Oh, my hair?
Yeah.
Yes.
You know what it is? Sun-In.
Yeah.
Like $5 in Sun-In.
Yeah.
Oh, Sun-In. Yeah, that's always been a classic.
That's all I use. It's just a $5 Sun-In bottle. I just like put the Sun-In on and either get in the sun or use a blow dryer.
Lucky.
Yeah, and your hair looks great too, Viviana. Lovely color.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
It's really dry.
Yeah. And while the ladies were admiring each other, Sammy decided to go off camera again. But we saw.
That's a little pussy.
Wait,
No, that's a bit.
We women age faster than you, and we're on camera, and we're older than you. So you're a little pussy.
I forget how young Sammy is. That's true.
Thank you, Brooke. I do like that. I do like the female anatomy, but I have daddy duties, so I kind of have to get off. So, yes.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
we adore you, Sammy. Thank you so much.
I appreciate your dad.
Yes.
Although, up
Go
again.
ahead. Yes,
Why-
I will.
Why is Scorpio?
I don't think he heard you. Why is Scorpio what?
He's,
Why is Scorpio baby awake again?
Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh no, he just got off his nap and he's hungry, so I have to feed him.
Okay. Right. And Viviana actually has a real background now. I love that. Viviana, that's beautiful. Your background's beautiful.
I like the real background.
Yes.
If that's real. That's the
Yeah.
real.
Yeah.
Kind of
Okay, guys.
Okay, we love you, Sammy.
I'll be back I might be back later on. I'll see
Good.
if I can.
Good.
Hey,
If
make
you can.
back. Or I may be gone by then, but anyway, I hope you do come back.
Yes.
I mean,
Hey,
And
are you,
oh my God! Look at her bong. Look at her bong.
oh my! I mean, her baby.
Have a good one.
I have a face like that one.
Yes.
I just have the little, whatever, Miami Mint.
Yes.
oh yeah.
Yes.
Let me see.
And the vaping is really exploding.
are you-
Everyone's vaping these days. They say all the younger people are vaping, so she's really hip. I'm sorry, Viviana. What were you going to say?
I actually found one of those in a bedroom here in my room.
Yeah.
One of those things you have, and I don't know how to use it, so I just turn it on
Yeah.
and just hit it.
Well, this particular kind you just suck at. You don't have to put it on. But the kinds that have a button, you have to push the button and suck. Does it have a button?
Yeah, and I just don't know what's in it. It's probably really strong.
Yeah, well, it's probably, yeah, I mean, I don't know who left it there. It depends on, I mean, obviously you're out there. It could be something else, you know, like similar to what
No,
you
she
got
said
right
she
there.
found it in her bedroom. Oh,
No, it was my my other. I have a guest bedroom.
okay.
Who stayed there last?
Who was the
No.
guest?
Yeah, I had a guest. I have a guest room. now.
Eva. I mean, I've asked you a couple times I've come over and you've yet to say yes. So, like, what are we doing?
Really? Like, why don't you take the fucking train?
No, fly out.
Remember? I said that.
I'll fly out any day as long as I'm staying in your bedroom. I'm not staying in the guest one.
I also have a flat couch, like to pull with the bed.
Oh, don't want that. No, that's.
I mean, I'm staying wherever you're
nice.
sleeping.
It's a memory foam bed.
I'll sleep in the pull out. That's fine.
Anyhow, if you two are going to get it on physically, I want to be there to watch. Then we could have a menage a trois. Yes.
Shut up.
Oh man, she's lighting up. Yes, she's on fire. She doesn't want us to tell anyone.
I know. I mean, like, tobacco is fine to smoke when you want to smoke tobacco or whatever.
Well, that's, yeah, of course. So Brooke's covering for her, dear lady. And, okay, let me respond to our man here. This was George Knight is saying hi. Don't know if he's dropping in tonight. It's purely up to him. I'll take a...
It just turns legs. Look at that right there. The legs. Oh my god.
Yes, her.
I have a request.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I have a request.
Be nice
to
George. Be nice.
Yes, right.
Like,
right.
yeah. Can we have some forgiveness and healing here?
Yes. Yeah, I think we accomplished that the last episode. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And
I apologized, and I think we accomplished a good bit last time. So
yeah, and if anything, what I feel is that I'd like to express to George a bit about what Brooke expressed after he left, because I don't know if he heard that or not, but it was positive, and it was it certainly. I think that what happened was the best because it humanized George, and I think our audience appreciates that because our audience gets that from us. I mean, the majority of us here show all of our flaws up front, and then we kind of follow them up with our analysis. But with George, it was more like he was checking in like this professional presentation, and though many people appreciate that, certainly they appreciate a little backstory behind it, and so Brooke kind of forced that backstory out. Yeah.
And I apologize, George, for that, and so Viv can hear this as well. Like, I apologize for that. Like, there are things that I probably shouldn't bring out personally on people that I wouldn't normally like. But I've had triggers. We all have triggers, and because of the contact I had, which George admitted that his wife contacted me, and he thinks intentionally that I would bring it out. But either way, I had a contact, and it did trigger me toward him in another way. I already was. I mean, everybody's like,
"Whoa! Do remember, in all fairness, George's wife contacted you with every intent of triggering you because she was angry and wanted to lash out, and so in a sense, she got the result.
I don't know. I'm not even going to give her that. Like, I want to give both sides. So I think the fair thing to do here is to say, no, I'm not going to even do that to her, because I talked to her, and I do believe that George has a good point in the things he made, which is why I gave it over to him and apologized. But at the same time, I did talk to her as a human being, and I want to say that as proper as he is, like, she was a little more real, right? Now, she could have been lying completely, but I didn't feel that. And so there's always two perspectives to a story, right?
Brooke, honestly, you talk to somebody like a human being. Come on, let's.
I know you don't hear me as a human being, because all you hear is reptilians or fucking like children. Those are the only two things that get you off.
Viviana's laughing at that one. She's chuckling over that one. Oh yeah. Oh.
Sorry. But it's really like, though, I just want to say that, Douglas, that I totally, last transmission, I think I came back and I did apologize, obviously on air, a couple of times to him, and even he had me in tears with that, because he did open up. But that was the point. He opened up. Yeah. And I called you then, like, later on, I messaged you after the show, and I was like, Douglas, you should be president. And he was like, what? And then I'm like, because you're the only person I can take, like, literally, because Douglas was like, am I fake? What do you mean by fake? When I was calling George fake. And I'm like, yeah, Douglas, you're fake, but, like, I expect it from you, because you're just the person that's going to turn shit into, like, it's not that you're fake. It's just, like, you spin stuff in a way. And, like, that's what you did. Like, when George came on, he's like, I have an executive decision.
Yeah, that was pretty imposing. Yes.
But Douglas was like, I mean, we all knew what the executive decision was going to be. It was either going to be like, I'm never coming on again, or I'm never coming on with Brooke, whatever. Either way. But, like, either way, it was, Douglas just takes it, like, I swear to God, like, you could our Ukraine and fucking Russia had already begun along if you fucking were negotiating. Because by the, like, it wasn't 15 minutes in that me and I had said all that shit, and I was mad, and I'm sure George was not happy with everything I'd said, and then by the end of it, we both were like, okay, I'm good, because you were able to mediate that, and that's your talent. I mean, you're just Libra, to mediate people and see people's, like, to see both sides of an equation and try to let people see each other's, like, to say, I think this is what Brooke's saying, I think this is what George's saying, I think this is what you need to see. And I don't know, I just appreciate that in you.
Thank you, honey, and I appreciate your appreciation. Oh, look, Viviana moved her head. Oh, I thought she was really out.
I was saying, her to leg fucking back up. Viviana, that's fucking bullshit.
Dude, I was just listening.
Yeah.
What?
Can you put your legs back in the air?
Yeah, let's see your legs again, honey. Those
legs not in the air.
Yeah.
Oh my God, bend them. Bend the leg.
Yeah,
bend the knee.
Bend the knees. Yes. There we are.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Oh,
she flashed them. Yes.
No, what? Stop.
Yes. We love that. Yes. Delightful. Yes. And I certainly enjoy what I'm seeing from Brooke's side, believe me, yes. How come, Brooke, you can't make your camera like Viviana's? I guess because it's on a cell phone as opposed to a PC. I think Viviana's is on a PC. There we are! Much better. There we are. The whole picture. There we are. Infinitely better. That's perfect. Yeah, now we see the whole thing. Now we see, yes.
No!
This is great. It's turning into a real show. Yes. This is
closing my eyes.
fans only. Fans only. Oh, Viviana, but we see your feet. And your feet are delightful. Yes. Yes. And we're
Oh my gosh, you guys. Okay.
seeing Brooke's feet too now. Yes. She's inspired by you, Viviana, with your feet in the air. Oh, she turned it off. Viviana turned it off.
Viviana! I'm going on camera. Fuck her.
Yes. But
Get your ass back on camera.
yeah, Viviana, come back.
Douglas's dreams are crushed now. He was having it.
She's totally gonna have a happy dream because of Viv, and she's to go on camera. Really, Viv? Really? You just gonna smoke off camera and then come back on?
Yes, Viv, come on, come back on camera. We adore you.
That thing, but I'm really scared. I think it's a very high concentrate thing.
Nope. Nobody can see you except me
No,
and
she's
Doug.
Take a
scared.
couple rips off it and find out.
What?
Brendan, you're talking about Viviana should take a couple of rips out of that vape, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
But that
there's only
vape
one way to find out what's in it.
Yeah.
Knock out.
Yeah. I mean, look at how stupid I was. I said, "What's this old?"
First of all, she's already gotten her other stuff. Come on, Viv.
Yeah, I mean, come on, Viv. It's not like you're a neophyte at this. I mean,
Although no,
Sort of.
I did give a vape. I will say this: I gave a vape to my painter when he was painting my house.
Yeah.
And those vapes that it's not like this, not disposable. It can be a disposable, but the ones that you can drop, like you put the liquid in, is a squeezable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's like 65 years old, and he take it, and he's like, huh. And he's like, he's like, I'm so glad. He's like, you know what we do with this? And I'm like, you can put crystal meth in it. And I was like, what? And he showed me popping the fucking rocks with they put the liquid vape in it, like the liquid nicotine, and then they dropped the rock of like crystal meth in it. He's like, I was walking around Walmart yesterday just smoking it. By this time,
Good for him.
I was already $8,000 into a $12,000 contract, so it wasn't like I was like easily to be able to get away from him. But yeah, and he had done the $80,000 worth of work. But at the end of the day, yeah. Anyway.
Yes.
But I did learn if I ever want to go on crystal meth, like Ian.
As long as he stays, high, it'll get done. You know?
No, it did get done. That was the only problem. He said
There you go.
he comes over one day and he's like, tell me something. He's like, I'm like, can you see that? He's like, well, like I had a stroke eye, so I'm blind in this one eye. Okay, well that's fine. He's blind in one eye because he had a stroke out of it, probably because he was high on crystal meth for years.
Definitely from the drugs.
Yeah.
And obviously stressed his eye out. But then one day, now this is like months into the contract, he's like, I'm sorry, I need to leave. I have to go to the eye doctor. I have to have my cataract removed.
Mm-hmm.
I said, why do you have the cataract removed? I thought the eye was dead.
Right.
He said, no, the other eye. It has a cataract.
Holy shit.
Great.
And then I realized why my house now looks like
Did you
shit.
check your paint lines? Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Thank you.
You have no idea. Like, I had police come here because he left a tool here. Finally, at the end, I was just finally done because I was like, I had paid him almost the entire and he kept saying, I need the money. And then to give him a little more every every day.
Yeah, he needs the money, all right. Yeah. Go on.
And then I'm like, basically, I'm at the end of the contract, and your shit looks like shit. Either it's not done or it looks like shit.
Jesus.
And so then he had a tool here, and he's like, I want the tool. He just showed up one day, and I'm like, fuck you. Like, my house isn't done. Why don't you what's your name? He's like, I'll call the cops. And I was like, how, you know what? Why don't you, actually, I'll call the cops. I was like, so I dialed 911 because he's like, fuck you. He was trying to go past me into my garage because the garage was open. And that's where his tool was. It was like a big air compressor. And he had left it here. And I was like, you try to go around me, bitch. Like, I don't know if Douglas, I mean, you can imagine. I'm like, try to go around me, bitch. I was like, go ahead. And I was fucked up on him. He's like, what the fuck? And he's like, I'll call the cops. And I was like, go ahead, the fucking hate. I'm calling the cops too. And I called him. And they came out, and then they were like, he drove the fuck off before they got there because he knew I had, because he probably had drugs in the car, I'm sure.
Yes.
Oh, so he was not there when the cops got there. But these two police officers, I'm not a big police fan, but both of them were like, yeah, your house is fucked. Like, they came in the house and saw the woodwork he did. They looked at the front. One of them, their mother runs like an apartment complex. The other one, like, is this little house, and he was like, you need to take this to like claims court. Like, you've got to go to court. And I was like, dudes, I don't think you understand this. You want me to go to court for fucking somebody I hired off Craigslist? He's obviously, now I have realized, 6 months too late, a meth head. What do you think I'm going to get from him?
Yeah.
The little cheap-ass minivan he just spent all of
That's a fair point.
Oh my God. So, Brendan, we were asking, oh, by the way, Viviana, for those of you who don't have the fans only where you can see these two ladies exposing themselves, Viviana, we're looking at the balls of her feet. The balls of her feet show up. They're just so sexy. And yes, and she's adorable. Honestly, and she's giving me the big FU finger.
But you are adorable.
Yes. She's giving me the big finger,
too. You don't
too.
need to stroke my ego, and you don't need to make it more than it is.
Yes.
Well, maybe it's the polka dots, but you just look adorable.
Yes, you do, honey. Yeah. Oh, look, she's bearing some shoulder. Cool. We love it. Yes, honey.
You guys are like directors or something,
Yes.
Douglas.
Yeah, I think.
Oh my
I
God.
think you guys are in good hands. I'm gonna go.
Oh yeah, Brendan. So Brendan, before you go, we were asking how you got your moral compass when your entire family, the majority of them that you were around when you were raised, are such shit.
It's by the grace of divine force, and the fact that I was introduced to the Vedic knowledge early on, and like reading the Bhagavad Gita and all these things.
Cool.
And I was introduced to Buddhism in like the 5th or 6th grade, so that was like a really like a turning point in my life.
Wow.
Where were you at? What school?
Yeah. How does this happen?
The school I went to.
Only thing we knew about Buddha in 5th grade, I was told Buddha, that meant you were going to hell. Jane Fonda was going to hell. She was. So would I if I did.
Right.
That's what I was told in 5th grade. Like, literally.
Like you're going to hell?
Yeah.
Jane Fonda became a Buddhist. I will never forget that. And I was like 5th or 6th grade. Like, and
She's
mom,
a terrible Buddhist then.
but my Jane Fonda videos, and then she was like, I can't do Jane Fonda anymore. She's a Buddhist.
Oh my God.
Funny.
I mean, to me, we associated that with like, you're a demon. I mean, I don't know. Like, that's what, like, as Christian, at that point as a child, where I had no outside knowledge of it, and then my mom, the way she was raised, like, that was associated with being a demon. You know,
but your mother seems to like me, and I'm possessed by Lucifer and shit.
Do what?
That probably doesn't come up in conversation.
Actually likes you.
Yeah, why does she like me when I'm possessed by Lucifer and shit?
I know. She likes me, and I'm fucking Capricorn. Me and
and there's our man Ian. Ian's looking up at the heavens. Ian sees God, and we see.
Did you get it all out of you? Did you get it out of you?
God is Zardog or something.
Crawl at my nose or something dropped down.
Yes, and Viviana, she's like goddess too. She's our goddess. Yes. Oh, look at that. She's got her.
Oh, that's so cool. Where'd you get that? That's so cool.
Yes.
No, show it again.
And our man Ian, he's got his strobe lights so he can blind us all. Ian, what is this? This is to make us all dizzy, right?
Yeah, right.
What is this?
I wanted to make sure you guys got all the stupid out of you at first.
What does this say? This says, I remember having sex with friends at a young age, showers with my dad, probably not appropriate, being turned on when I wasn't supposed to be. I remember the Q-tips. I hated getting my ears clean. Beating my vagina due to overhearing parents having sex.
Okay,
Maybe...
wait a minute. No, wait a minute. That's not fair because Ian, you told me that you were never going to admit online that you had number one had the sex change.
That's clever, Brooke. I'm actually surprised you came up with something that quick.
Thought you weren't going to. Whatever you do.
All right. Can I tell everybody else hi? Can you give me a minute?
Oh.
Was
I
Ian
would
the
like to say
painter
hi
you were
to Sal.
talking about earlier?
Yes,
He has
yes.
a vape full of cracker.
Yeah.
Who the fuck wrote that?
Yes.
Huh?
What made me so attached? What is that behind you, Ian? What is that? And Brooke, don't be afraid to answer Brendan. He was asking about, what were you asking about the crackhead painter?
Oh, I said, was Ian the guy that was painting your face smoking crack?
Oh, thank you.
He's still at it.
It's Ian's. It's Ian. It's his illegitimate son, basically. Yeah.
Oh, the background. Oh, Jesus! I didn't know this background was pitched.
Yes.
Oh.
Like.
Oh yeah. This is our
that?
president and his Ukrainian bought daughter. In the heydays.
Who is this?
This is our president and his daughter. Going at it.
Our President Biden? That's not Biden.
Yeah. That's it.
You mean like back in like when? When
they just bought her from Ukraine?
Yeah. That was about the age when I bought my son off the streets back when he was a girl. But what is that can't be Biden. That
Well,
doesn't.
I know they're trading it for meth now. So I just
Yeah, you're trading your shit for meth too. You showed him your garage.
Meth. And Nemo says, no doubt Biden is a child predator, which I'm not arguing with, but at least get a photograph that looks like the son of a bitch.
Right, it looks like Humphrey Bogart or something.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the guy looks like he's bald. Biden's not bald. Okay, this guy looks...
I didn't make the
He
team.
was balding in the late 80s. He started to bald.
That doesn't make sense. Where would he get the hair? Did he have a big transplant?
Are those your dog, Brooke?
You can get plugs and shit put in your hair.
My doggies?
Yeah.
Ian?
Yes, we see your doggies. They're so cute. They're adorable. They're like stuffed animals. They're like and we see Viviana. She's so cute with her nice big bong.
Good job, Vivian.
Yes. Can you do that with a dildo?
Say the word big.
That's inappropriate. That's hate speech. It's
a rare word he gets to hear.
Okay, so Carmela is coming in to explain the context of Ian West saying that is Biden's daughter's diary. Okay. So supposedly.
I don't put him down because I would take up for you.
What was that? Who said what?
I mean, I put him down myself.
Oh, now Nemo put the dildo bong. I love it.
You can get a dildo bong. You can actually get them.
Oh, Nemo did that. Yes, Nemo.
Nemo. Yeah.
I think it's time for me to go to sleep.
Yeah.
So much
fun.
Wait, before you go to sleep, Brendan, help me give Nemo a little shit here because we all love Nemo Albano and we know he's been through a lot. But Nemo, with the money you spent on that protective jewelry, you could have paid my rent.
Oh, shit.
Oh, my God.
I don't have a lot of money. I gave you $10 today.
No, I understand. I understand that. It's deeply appreciated. I hope you heard me give you credit for not only that, but the $12 you gave before and money before that. Yeah. So I was giving credit for your contributions.
No worries.
Well,
now that you have your protective items, would you consider maybe saving up to, improve your situation?
To
I'm
improve
not
your own situation.
Criticizing. I need to do the same thing.
But. So in terms of the protective items, though, you don't strike me as By the way, Brooks joined us this evening.
Douglas. Oh no.
Let's
stop right there. Let's go back to the money. Everybody about Douglas money. Douglas, I sent him $100 blanket tonight because he was cold. Okay, I don't have little tons of money extra. I don't. I need the money that I have, but I offered Douglas $1,000 tonight in his bank account within 60 seconds. All he had to do, and it was already 12.
And I did say it. I said I'm going to bring Brooke on. You heard me say that.
No, you didn't do it. Now you had 60 seconds, and you had to say 12. You had to say it in 60 seconds. $1,000. I'm sorry, Peter. I've got to go. I need to bring Brooke on. and you couldn't interrupt.
Well, actually, I did say that. It's on record.
Oh, really? Because you'd be arguing for the money. Let's go back.
No, whoa. Yeah, honestly, it's.
I'm saying when I sent it, because I will pay anything always owe. But you damn well know you didn't do it in the 60 seconds, and it was $1,000.
I did.
Tell Peter he owes you $1,000 because you sucked his dick more. You sucked his dick more, man.
No, it's not true. Actually, when you sent that message, you have a delay. And so I actually responded and did what you asked right then and there.
I have a delay. Is it like a 7-minute delay, a 4-minute delay, whatever?
It's true.
Computer. Which, by the way, I also told Peter earlier in this broadcast, the very first thing I said, he needs a new computer, Peter. He's like, he does not need a new computer.
Yeah, actually, in that sense, Peter is right. I don't need a new computer. The computer's not the issue. It really isn't. It really was. I was just ripped off by.
You do need a computer. You need an Apple computer or something fucking decent. Now, secondly, you're right.
Don't get an Apple. They're overpriced.
Yeah, no, Apples are awful. They're not compatible with so many things. George and I has
highly debatable.
Oh my God, George and I. Fuck my life. I know. Thank you.
Just get like an MSI laptop.
I have 34 minutes. Thank you, Douglas, for asking me. So.
Wait, where's George?
You don't have to get that. Your shit's being taken over, and it's not working well. And you need a separate computer, even if it's not better, a separate computer, because you're looking porn up, as we already know. And then that pulls in what? More shit. So you need a private and a personal.
I mean, what you say is ideal. Yes, this is true. There should be a work computer and a porn computer. That is true. You're right. You're right.
Like a
it almost makes too much sense for you.
Yeah, it's so I tried to call George and bring him on, but he what did he say? He said something like, "Thank you, Douglas, I'm ready to come." Anyhow, but he's not coming on.
What did he say? Say it.
Just that he was just ready to come on whenever I'm ready for him.
We're ready for you.
Yes, both girls are asleep. Both ladies are in bed and waiting for George to jump in with us. He can get between me and Viviana and Brooke, anytime he wants. But
George, this is going to be a hard joke. I hope you can take it, okay? Because I did not in your wife, but this is going to be a hard joke that I will give Douglas, and hoping you can handle our true joke. Like a mother figure, if that will make you feel better.
Well,
what was the joke?
That was a joke. Now the joke is, okay, now we've got Ian with this background.
God, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, Ian, what is this? Oh my God. Oh, some satanic shit. Right, Ian?
Is it scary?
Yeah, that was at my 23rd birthday party.
That's one of the women that wanted to hold your cum inside of her. No, she
No.
was.
No. That's Lindsay Lohan.
I will tell you this. Remember how you will not show the woman that he says wanted to hold the cum inside her? Remember how I begged him to picture? He's got the enhance right now. That woman, that whatever that is right there, looks better than the woman that.
All right, Brock, I agree with you on that. I agree with you.
Okay, at least we agree. All right.
Oh my God.
I will not argue with you on that one.
Oh man, George Knight has to come into this. I was trying to make it classy.
I feel bad for George already.
Oh my eyes.
Oh my God.
Yes. So George, I want you to
ask him to show you the picture of the woman that wants to hold the cum inside.
Like Mark H said, that was so erotic. Yeah, Mark H said.
Ian, is that your sister with you?
Viviana's just trying to block all this out.
Vote for her, like, oh, it's okay, and I'm like, she was
all right,
like,
that is a little graphic. I'll turn it off. My bad.
Thank you. It is a little graphic.
Name, but just the person with no teeth that we all know about. It was like that to George.
Yes, yeah. And by the way, George, I do appreciate that you were able to throw out a joke there that does humanize you further. I did say something that might be a little private, but I think with everything that was expressed in our last transmission, it really was okay in that context. So the last transmission, I did express the fact that your other two daughters, your wife's other two daughters, biologically, they essentially were from.
Oh, George, I tried to stop him after that. You made me feel so bad for you. I was trying to be like, I think you're going too far.
That's when Brooke said that she takes your side over your wife, but I don't think it's a side issue. I think that.
I just think maybe I'm far now. You shut up.
Yeah, but the point I was trying to make was that you are trying not to be like these two other individuals who abandoned their daughters and left your wife with them. You are trying to be the father that stays. And that's, thank you. That was the point that I'm trying to make. So I do want people to understand George is truly a hero. Sammy Romero was complimented on his...
I don't know if George is a hero. Let's not go overboard. Okay, just because you want to stay with your kid doesn't make you a hero.
I think it's something I wouldn't do. It's something I wouldn't do.
Yeah, and you're a piece of shit. Okay, we already know that. You're smart. You're great. I told you could be president. Like how you got me and George to somehow agree last time. Like I'm like crying for him and Benghazi. Yeah. Like you could negotiate Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, like doesn't make you a great person.
I never said I was. That was the point. But you see,
you have some skills. George's skills are coming on. Sounding perfect. Thank you, Douglas. Douglas.
But the truth is, he does research what I say and finds it to be true. You could do that too, Brooke.
I could. You know what? I do. You know, two things. Number one, I have a life, and then
No, Brooke can't read. She couldn't do that.
I went to Clemson. You're right. I did not. I can't read. Like we don't teach you that there.
And look at how you're all thrilling Viviana. I mean, Viviana sleeps with the lights on. That's cool.
Oh my! Can you just show the legs if you're gonna sleep? Can you just turn around?
Yes, Viviana. Put those heels up again. Yes, we see the heels. We see the feet. Yes.
Sideways. See the hips like that. Part.
Strong.
Yes.
No, don't.
The thigh part.
The stuff she's smoking is strong. Yes. And good God, Ian, is that someone calling you on the phone?
I'm sorry, I get phone calls this late. I apologize.
Yes. He deals in what he deals in. But with that, Nemo also came on to say hi, and of course, Brooke has been giving us a fans only, and Brendan's preparing to leave for Pitcairn Island, where he'll be separate. Would love that, knee. He'll be separate from all internet service.
Yes, George. Do you have any recommendations of what to do when I get to Pitcairn Island?
George.
Maybe definitely attain a survival kit.
Yes, thank you.
Now, George, what did that survival kit consist of?
I can think of any number of things.
Yeah, for Brendan, probably opium poppies, certain psychedelic mushrooms. What are you showing us, Ian? What is that?
I'm just letting Neil get it all out. That's all.
Yeah. That. Oh, what is that?
It's just stupid. You look like Douglas. What was that first show I saw you on that you
had? Get it all out.
Sean Bond. It was Sean Bond.
Get it all out.
And he's got the Sean Bond imagery behind him.
No, Sean Bond had cooler stuff going on.
And, Sean Bond's actually like rotated in and out. Like his but it's stupid. Okay, just take it off, man.
Wait, do you smoke Lucky Strikes or
house that you get mad?
Is that what he was showing?
You put it back on.
I don't know if he was showing Lucky Strikes, but it was like a packet of something. But I know what a survival pack for Brendan would have to have Pokemon deck.
I'm actually taking a Yu-Gi-Oh card, so that's funny.
Cool.
I collect Yu-Gi-Oh cards too.
Yes. Why am I not surprised?
I'll have to show you a picture of all my cards. I can't name them off the
top. But both ladies went to sleep with that. They both dropped.
Camera, and you were like, I'm ordering a camera so I can come online and show you what it looked like.
Oh, yes.
I said I was thinking about it, and I haven't compared the brands yet to see what's the most ideal one to pick.
Wait, do you have like vintage Yu-Gi-Oh cards? What do you got?
No, not the original. I did buy an original Blue Eyes deck in the early 2000s, but I destroyed it, and I should have kept it because the Blue Eyes alone is worth over $100.
Why did you destroy it?
Because I was a dumb, retarded kid.
Yeah, it's happened to all of us. Yeah.
Oh my God.
But I kept mine, and so
that's good.
Oh my God. Well, I'd love to see Brooke falling asleep like that. She actually looks angelic, when she's not when when she's not moving her lips. You could almost like her. She's giving me the nice fuck you finger. Yes. And Ian, of course, he's silent.
No, Brooke, are you okay?
What did he say?
Were you drinking tonight? I saw the eyes roll on the top of your head.
Tonight, I have taken my sleeping pill, which is a Klonopin.
Is that how y'all fall asleep in Clemson?
That's a sleeping pill?
I've taken
oh my God.
a Klonopin to go to bed. Okay.
Okay. Good night, Brooke.
That's shocking.
We love you, Brooke.
No, I take a Klonopin every night when I.
And I owe you my life.
Well, we'll just beg for that titty to fall out.
Is there any expected time when the blanket arrives? Is that tomorrow or the day after?
I sent you the fucking screenshot and it says when it arrives.
Oh, okay. Express delivery or regular? Because regular will take 3 to 5 days.
Okay.
Amazon, it said Tuesday. Sunday, so it'll be there Tuesday. So, bitch, don't be asleep Tuesday, because last time I sent you shit and you're like, it got stolen. I'm like, I sent you a picture of it at your front door, and you're like, yeah, that's my front door. I don't have it. And I'm like, well, maybe you should fucking, if you have people thieving your shit, get a ring doorbell or fucking be awake when shit's coming and you know it, which he knew that time.
Like, get a bat and sit out there.
I will be up all
You
Tuesday.
got a $100 blanket coming. I got my money back last time. This time they might not believe it was stolen, bitch. So why you need to be awake, okay?
I'll be awake, baby. I'll be awake. I will.
Eyes roll in the back of her head. Look at that.
Yeah, I like that.
You've
look.
obviously never tried a K-pin.
We're dead, bitch.
He's never tried one of
The
those things
Klonopin's
before.
downstairs. I wish I could take 3 fucking more.
I was just waiting for the titty to fall. That's all. Just waiting for the titty.
Stupid.
That's what almost killed JP.
I need to tell you all about the new shit I found about the underground shit. Like, I want to be asleep for that.
Oh.
She's on the stuff that took out JP, Jordan Peterson.
Yes, that's right. Oh my God! And that's the devil's own sperm. Yes.
I'm perfect. Look at me. Do I look that? Because I did take that pill, but I don't feel like I just feel a little tired.
Yeah, well, Viviana was making all kinds of hand motions, so we love Viviana's hand motions.
I shit. So why y'all think about me and then they're smoking?
Can I just say something really quick?
Of course, honey. Yes.
So, does anyone notice these shifts?
No, we're not smoking what you're smoking.
No, seriously, it's happening all the freaking time, though.
What, did you get some DMT?
Yeah, and not to mention that freaking Ian is trying to, hypnotize me with that photo.
Yes, he is.
Stupid goddamn photo. Ian, can you take it off? I don't like it.
That's the tunnel. That's the maglev track. That doesn't exist.
Ian, seriously. And I would ask you to take it off. I don't like it.
It's kind of like.
You see this copper pipe?
Can you just take it off, please?
Yeah, I'll take it off.
So, Viviana, we adore you. How do you usually sleep like that with the lights on?
I usually sleep with the A light on.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I sleep with a light on too.
Not in the summer, but
together, Bill. We would sleep good together
Yeah, the two of you could sleep together, and I can see you both in everything you do. Yes.
Yeah, you wish.
Yes.
No, actually.
And Real Dick could take his photos, and because he's a little photo fag.
I'm Strictly Dickly. What's that movie?
Yes, Strictly Dickly. So both the ladies are kind of going into a zone. They're going into a zone.
You guys are missing out on this heater Yu-Gi-Oh content.
Yes.
In the chat.
Like that.
Yes, I
like that you have the alternative print too, the different image alternative.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This is just like a touch of the collection.
I bet you got thousands or something.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about thousands, but Ian's got his own Yu-Gi-Oh on the walls of whatever tunnel he's projecting on now. I mean, so which tunnel is this, Ian? Why is this tunnel special?
This is the
Fuck you. You're trying to be like a stupid guy. What's his name again?
Who?
What's his name? What? Douglas.
Which one? I don't know. Whose name? Give me a hint. Give me a hint, honey. And focus a little better so we can see you. We see the dogs. We see you. Yeah.
The guy I make on his channel. What's his name?
The guy on which channel?
The guy.
Rainbow.
Sean Bond.
Sean Bond.
You're trying to be a cheap Sean Bond.
It's a cheap Sean Bond.
Like you're being a cheap Sean Bond.
Does he look Jewish?
Oh God! Look, remember what we said about protected populations? Okay.
It's not about being stupid, and you're being stupider than him. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wait, be careful. The benzos take away the filter, Douglas. Watch out.
Yes.
I never had a filter to begin with.
Oh my God.
It used to be alcohol. If I take a benzo at this
point, a filter, I never, I just feel like it does.
Yes, Viviana's numb. She's numb to so much of the world. But we love
Did
it.
you hit that mysterious? She hit the mysterious thing.
Can you just turn sideways again? Can you just
do that?
And their legs the other way.
Yes.
Like, so just minimize Viv.
Viv, we love you. We adore you. And yeah, I put upvotes on your videos.
I'm just like, why do you do that though?
Yeah. Okay, and Nemo and Brendan are relating to each other on a degree that none of... Yes, go. What is it, Viv?
I said, why are you always minimizing me?
I'm not minimizing you. How does that minimize you? No, it doesn't minimize you. You're a great mother. You're a great daughter. You're a great daughter, a great mother. You're...
Ego stroke. I'm just saying, like, though, you have hints of it, and I just get it.
No, it's you're wrong. Then Brooke went black again, or either that, or she's got the camera pressed up straight against her body.
She does that every summer.
Okay, anyway, I'm just saying it's not a big deal that I notice it.
Oh well, Viv, we love you. I love you, and honestly, you're on my mind all the time, and and kind of concerned for your family, your mother in particular. I'm there, and
Thank you too, and I just like to come chill out with you guys. So.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So,
I want to jump into bed with both of them.
Yes. Nemo says he wants to jump in bed with both of you. I'm sure that both of you will just have that vision of this Ian West looking guy from Australia.
I look nothing like Ian, I can guarantee you.
Well, that sucks for you because Ian's pretty fucking hot.
Yeah.
I think Indiana could handle both of them.
Yeah.
And who put up the psychedelic? Who put up the psychedelic? It's
Ian's stupid ass. Hey, I will tell y'all this. You want a good story?
Of
this
course.
is a good story. That stupid fucker that I told you that ripped me off.
Yeah.
He comes over on this fucking Harley. This first time he showed us like 6 years. Like, I gotta do this. He gave me this great price, right? Mm-hmm. So he's working here for like 2 months. The first, because it was a big job. So it was a $13,000-$14,000 job, which he basically should have gotten paid $6,000 for. So I got ripped off because he should have done so bad. But my point is, I did not know 2 months in how shitty he was. And at some point he's like, "Oh, you're a lesbian? Like you sleep with women?" I'm like, "Yeah." Like, and he's like, "Yeah." And he's like, because he was trying to hit on me. And I'm like, "Dude, first of all, I wouldn't fuck this 10-foot pole arrow, and like just wanted to fuck any man. Like I couldn't get a man. I'd be like last man on earth, like really." But like that's the kind of like what I thought of him. But you could tell like back in his day, he was still like he had Shortman syndrome. He was still small, and but he was like one of those people. Sorry, dog bit. That like played it off and like played girls, right? And I ended up seeing I couldn't believe one of the bitches he fucking had. Like I was like, oh shit, why? But obviously she's on drugs or something. That but he came to me one day. I told him one day, I was like, "You don't even know what the fuck you're doing." I was like, he's like, "You're with women?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm with women." I was like, "You may tell you how to fucking eat pussy?" Because I know how to eat pussy. And I was like, "Do you?" And I was like, "All right, well, let me tell you how you fucking do it." And then I gave him details on how to do it. It took me about 1.5 minutes to tell him, okay? He came back to me. I swear to God, even to this day, even after we called the police on each other, he would still be like, "I so owe you for that shit, man." Like the bitch is still like that. He's like, "Oh my God." They're all like, "How do you know how to do that?" Like he was like dying. Like how? Oh my! They're like, he's like, these bitches are dying. They don't know how to do this, and I'm like, I know. I know I need pussy because I have a pussy. Okay.
Yes, it's
okay. All right, Brooke. Enough about your pussy. Look. I remember a couple of weeks ago, I was like, "Yeah, I got new underground battle footage, and I couldn't find it. Well, I found it. You guys want to see it?"
Thank you, honey.
Who was asking for that?
Yes.
Anyhow, a couple episodes.
Oh yeah, go back to the angle that.
It's like asking for a dick pic from you. Nobody's
No. This is the battle footage underneath the White House.
Battle footage?
Yeah.
Hey, Ian, will you please?
As far as I'm concerned, the aliens can have that place.
Your dad.
Okay, well, you guys want to see it?
No, we don't. But you're gonna.
Okay,
Not
good.
unless
All
the
right,
aliens
cool.
win.
I was making sure. I wanted to get approval. Yeah. I want to get a group consensus, which Brooke is not a part of. So it's good.
Ian, we're gonna go.
What is it
easy
like?
on
Aliens with like laser beam fingers, like Dragon Ball Z, or what?
Every time he does this, it turns out to be some oddball, like flashing lights or something. Oh my God, he's scaring us now.
You ready?
Yeah, no sound effects. We don't want any sound effects.
Douglas loves to make fun of it later. That's why.
Okay, good. All right, we're setting up the next scene. All right, you ready? Here it is.
Oh my God, George, I'm so sorry.
This isn't gonna be like the time that Douglas showed me Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but it wasn't.
Did you just say George? I'm so sorry. Instead of Brooke, I'm so sorry. Did you see? George,
wait, this isn't even the United States. Where is this at?
Brooke, because you're already handling it so well on your own, you're expressing your distaste already. You're making your distaste known while George suffers silently. George suffers silently.
And not cuss him out. George can do whatever he wants, but you don't need to be like. You should be like Brooke and George and Viv and everyone on this call. You should all. I'm sorry to.
Wait, that was the battle footage? There was no.
Yeah,
battle.
that was it. Did you like it?
Ian? Why
there
did
was
you
no
do
battle.
Ian, that wasn't Washington, D.C.
I'm pretty sure it was.
That wasn't the United States.
That was like Baltimore or something.
No, let me play it again.
I'm pretty sure it was. So I'm pretty sure you should all shut up because Ian's pretty sure it was.
Okay, let's zoom in on this real quick.
Thank you. Like, let's go back. Can you back so we can take a... That's not Washington, D.C., you stupid ass!
United States secret.
Oh, God, Brendan's preaching.
Is that how they spell police in Switzerland or wherever?
Okay, it is the United States. It is the United States.
Yeah, I just like this because it shows me how stupid you people really are. It's great.
But it's not Washington, D.C.
Why doesn't it say the
United
state
States
on
right
there?
there?
It's like if it isn't near there, it's like
No, I'm kidding. This is all
Georgetown
AI.
or something.
This is all AI. It's all a joke. It's all AI.
But what is it supposed to show? How is this an underground battle with aliens?
I never said it was with the aliens. You people are that stupid. You said
Be like somebody was shot or they called the police for something. What are we doing here?
There it is.
Well, can you give context, please?
Because he's showing smoke coming from.
Oh, here comes a refuse truck. Here comes the deadly refuse truck. It's full of trash.
It looks like business as usual in that building.
Yeah.
What happened there?
Kids in there like they were in fucking whatever.
What was the official reason why all those cops were there? What happened?
They're taking out the trash.
No,
all the cops. Why are all the cops there?
Yeah, like Brooke says, he doesn't know. Viv died. Viv died. She just like she just said she died and went to hell.
I'll tell you who could find
this is hell.
This is George. George can find the answer before I can assure you Ian will ever know the actual answer to that question.
Well, it's pretty obvious you and George source from the same sources, so just saying.
But
you You mean people with actual fucking brain? If that's what you mean.
We're talking about people with Google.
Oh my god.
Google? Did you say Google? Did you say Google?
Google.
Oh, poor Viviana. Look at her. Oh my god. She's yes, she's
I want
out.
to give her an oil massage.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
I just wish she would turn her legs to the side, and I would so give her
Yes,
an
turn your legs to the side again, honey. Yes. That's right. And Brooke, so at any rate, so both you lovely ladies make it all worthwhile, honestly. I'll have to.
No, Val's an absolute charmer. She is.
Yes.
Such a sweet.
Yes. There's her feet. Yes.
She doesn't tell you who the fuck you really are.
Yeah.
I am not. I tell you, you're a piece of shit.
What?
She's not talking to you, Viv. She's not.
Come on.
I said I'd tell Ian he's a piece of shit. And
Yes.
he thinks you're because you don't tell him he's a piece of shit.
Right. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, you know that. You always want what you can't have. You know, it works both ways.
Oh my god.
Oh,
So,
I know, Ian. I know you're dying for this. Right?
I was just waiting for that titty to pop out.
So he is waiting for that.
You missed it apparently last time, even though they said you were jacking off.
And
well, according to Zagat, I mean Zogat and Doug here. Yeah.
And Nemo, of course, was drilling, and both Ian and Nemo was like they'd never seen a girl before, but maybe they haven't.
I've just seen so many porno women seeing an actual real woman nearly nude is refreshing and nice to see.
Thank you.
It's like seeing God the first time, right, Nemo?
Yeah.
What was funny actually was the next call, because all I remember on that call, like I remember coming on, Ian got me on because he was like, "You have something in your face," and I was like, "Fuck you, bitch!" I was just trying to prove myself, like look at my fucking face, I don't know fucking on it. Like he was just like, "You're on meth because you fucking."
Oh, no, I'm proud you got the meth source cleared up, bro.
Okay, well, the vape that the guy gave me that had the meth in it ran out, so I had to.
Yeah. Y'all freebasing.
I ran out of the meth, man.
If you gotta go out, you gotta go out.
I don't have my neighbor sticking a straw up my nose.
All right, you got me there.
Was that your name? Yeah, go on.
That's why I came on. It was not to be like cool or sexy. Tonight I did come on just to be back on. Actually, Sammy was on. I was like, oh, and I think Sammy's kind of sexy in his own little way, but he's unfortunately.
Well, George is married too, but like you said, he's a hell of a lot more decent looking than the other kind of man meat you might be stuck with in Britain. Young and boyish looking, muscular.
I swear to God, George, you would be like, I would be like, everything you were like, yeah, you take this, you will, you do this. And I would be like, can you say it in a real voice, George? Can you just be like, bitch, fuck you? Bitch, fuck you.
Well, he was trying to tell, some, go on.
Thank you for letting me talk. I would like to say, I do not appreciate the way you have spoken to me, and I'll leave the room. And I would be like, oh my God, fuck you. I'm sorry, that's George. I know you went. I'm just saying, like,
You're just so sweet, Brooke.
Did George say, fuck you, bitch?
Well, George was trying to tell he had some poor workout partner, or maybe this guy he knew who was afraid of, oh, I ate some chicken that was undercooked, I might get sick. And so he was trying to explain to him, look, you get more disease just eating a girl out. And that's when this old man at the gym told him, I'm going to call the police on you. Maybe you can relay that story in more detail.
What the fuck?
Yeah, exactly, Douglas. I remember that because, one of my friends, he seared the outer skin of the chicken, and he thought he was going to get food poisoning because the inner core of it was not cooked. And I said to him, well, you actually, you get more diseases and germs going down on a girl. You'll never hear a guy say that they got food poisoning eating out a girl.
That's stupid. And
but
I would
this
if you were in fucking America and like right here, right fucking now, I'd like go me like I get like first of all, going down on a girl, she got fucking 40 diseases. The chance that you fucking get any of them with your fucking mouth, unless it maybe she had some bad herpes outbreak, I guess.
But he understands that. He understands
that's
that.
That's my point.
That was his point. That was his
that's
point.
my point.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Nobody says they get food poisoning and go down on a girl. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you don't get it. But this other chap, this elderly gentleman, he goes to me, yeah, you will catch salmonella by eating a raw chicken. And I said to him, well, as long as it's fresh. And I said, I could bite your nose off and eat it, and I will not get food poisoning. And he goes, I'm going to call the police.
Yes.
Wow, he took that literal.
Yes.
He took that literally, yeah. And I was trying to make a statement. I was trying to, in the animal kingdom, because he also referred to, well, the animals have a different a genetic structure, anatomy to a human. That's not true.
Yeah. Like out in the world, just like I bite your nose off, and like I'm sure you have you worked out. I don't know. I don't see your body now, but like obviously I know you worked out. Like I can see like this big guy being like, oh, you bite your nose off, and the guy was like so intimidated. He was like, I'm calling the police because Brits are fucking.
Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. Was he intimidated by you, George? I'm certain that was it.
I believe so. I believe so, Douglas. He actually pointed towards my stomach and said, you could probably tolerate that. And I said, well, I eat meat every single day. I have to for the regimen I'm conducting. Yeah. So, but he took that literally. And I said, no, because you never hear of an animal becoming ill after eating something that is fresh. So if you eat raw meat that is days old, you most probably will catch a disease or something because of the decay, decomposing.
Or if you eat
if it's fresh, you will not. Yeah.
What was that, honey? Brooke? Wait a second. Brooke was saying something. Then we'll go back to George.
George, or like raw meat days old, or if you eat haggards, right?
Haggis. That's the pronunciation, honey.
I thought she said Hagrid.
No, she's going back to the haggis because one time George was eating the haggis and she found that so repulsive.
Likes it. He probably ate it yesterday.
Well, haggis is okay. I mean, I would probably eat it. Maybe. I mean.
Oh my God!
What is haggis?
It's a shaped stomach, isn't it?
Haggis. Explain it, George. What is it?
It's a combination of very different parts of the meat, the carcass, which is usually exposed. So they utilize it. They don't throw it away. They consume it because otherwise it's just leftover meat, which is actually quite good for you. It's got some very good properties to it. Yeah. It's got full of iron, full of vitamin. But, it's very beneficial. So that is the reason for it. Yeah. But I just wanted to try it because I like to try new things. So I've had it a few times.
Oh, George, shut up. Now, we and you got an argument for. You didn't just try it. You were like, I like it. And I continue.
Hot dogs.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know. I do enjoy it. It's a pudding. It's classed as pudding.
Yeah. What'd you say, Viviana? It's what you feed your dogs?
Like that's where I got on George with it. Okay. So, and Douglas agreed with me on this. So, it doesn't matter if you like meat or not. Like, I'm not a meat eater. But, come on, George. This is what you're talking about is innards that, like, nobody else wants, even in a hot dog. Like, it's, like, not even for selling a hot dog because it's, like, the last parts. They will not even liver. Like, my grandmother ate liver, right? Because liver is supposed to be good for you, like beef liver. And no. These are the innards of the shit that you do not fucking want, that they do not even use in hot dogs. And they put it in. But here's the thing. They blend it up into something that looks like oatmeal.
No, it is oatmeal. They do blend it with oatmeal. Yeah, it's up.
So it's mushy oatmeal innards.
I know. It's just eat their own.
Oatmeal. Oatmeal doesn't really feel good anyway. But imagine eating oatmeal and then knowing you're getting maybe the I don't know, maybe you're getting a little bite of the stomach.
Viviana's pretending she's eating it. Yes, that's so cool.
Yeah. It's one of those things where
delightful. I will try it.
Yeah, I try it, but it is.
It looks pretty good.
It sounds. It does.
Try it, Doug. I mean, the two things you eat are first of all, and your only other food is Meals on Wheels, which are peas and carrots. I'll be honest, your Meals on Wheels Yeah, that's probably better.
It's garbage. It's garbage. Yeah, it's really it's like it's pretty much on the same level, if not worse. But it's theoretically it's a healthier diet than most Americans eat. But I'm sorry, honey. Go on. Yes.
No, I just was saying my grandmother got Meals on Wheels, so I would think she'd probably be happy with the if they had given her liver, she'd have been happy with liver.
Yeah, no, really, I have to go out and hunt and get real meat to eat sometimes just to feel much better about myself. I mean, Meals on Wheels is none of the good meat. I mean, I swear to God, the stuff I prefer would be liver, would be the chicken's gizzards, what they call chicken's gizzards, chicken hearts, chicken kidneys.
Yeah,
A gizzard. Oh,
yeah.
What?
She's so cute. He's so cute. Oh, I'd love to be in front of you when you're vomiting, Brooke. It would just be so sexy just to see that. And she looks like she's doing it now, the way the camera angle is. And Viviana looks like it too. She looks like she's getting ready to. Both these ladies are kind of like they're
That's
just.
not funny though. There's no in Anne Hazard. What is
We love those feet. Yes.
No liver.
Yeah, gizzard.
Sell liver, and there's no gizzards because they can sell gizzard. It is the shit you can't sell. It's like an ovary of
Yes.
like I mean, it's like a fucking the lining of the stomach, the lining. It is just so bullshit, and we're just gonna mush it up with some oatmeal and be like, "How about you eat this, dude?"
It's pretty
And
grisly. Yeah, it's like oatmeal with hamburger. It's kind of like oatmeal. It's kind of like hamburger helper. What it does to rice turns.
Don't get me wrong. And don't get me wrong, George. There's shit I'm sure we sell like our hamburgers at McDonald's are probably bad, but
And put it in a gelatin.
Yeah. Is it in a gelatin?
Yeah, I think it's in a gelatin.
I know that the stuff they put in gelatin's pretty specialized. They use it for a lot of stuff.
No.
Yeah, pig's bones. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was gonna say
Yeah, go on.
where it comes down to the where it comes down. Sorry.
Yeah, go on, George. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Douglas. Yeah, I was going to say, when I was in the hospitality industry, one of the things that we put on the menu was a thing called a veal, and it's spelled VEAL. And most people, they've never come across a veal before, and they ask, well, what is it? And I said, it's a baby calf. It's a baby cow. Yeah. Automatically, they'll either be repulsed by it, go, oh my God.
We see it, Brooks fucking me.
Value,
yes.
For emotion.
Yeah. And so they
exactly.
think it.
And that is, I understand where Brooke's coming from when it comes down to haggis, because it's the same. I saw this same.
No. Well, tell you that it's the veal. She doesn't like the idea of the baby. Yeah.
Veal is worse. I would rather you eat haggis every day than eat veal because veal is the worst thing anyone. Like I don't eat meat. Like it's fine, but at the end of the day, veal is the worst. Like I will argue that to anyone. I'll be like, I don't.
So I do want to explain to all our listeners that Brooke is protesting morally over cruelty to animals when it comes to veal, not nutritionally. Correct, Brooke?
Right. Like, yeah, exactly. Because veal, what veal is it's tied up. It's a baby calf, and what they want it to be tender. And so what they do is once it's born, they don't even want it to move because the movement of the cow causes the muscles to develop, which causes it not to be tender. So basically the calf, when it's born, is pretty much tied up, usually in dark, like wherever it is, tied up where it can't move for a few weeks, months. I don't know the exact date when they kill them. But they literally tie this baby up where it can't even move so that you can have your piece of veal. Because that's what makes it so tender is it didn't develop muscle. And it didn't develop muscle. They let it grow a little enough and they didn't let it walk or even fucking be a normal fucking calf for even a day. It's the most cruel, fucking inhumane thing you could ever fucking do. And there's a lot of inhumane things I can say on animal cruelty as far as eating meat, because I don't disagree with eating meat if you want to eat meat, but I do think people should more responsibly eat meat and either hunt it or eat it from farms that are not factory farms. But veal, there's no way you can ever eat veal.
Well, I think that there would be one way that I could think of, and that way would be to clone it. We could clone veal, and I think that at some.
Like cloning Douglas Dietrich. You're gonna be
they are cloning the veal in San Francisco. They're doing that there.
Like whatever you clone anything, it's still okay. So that when it comes into this world, it still has a life form. It is alive. It has blood running through its veins. That's bullshit, Douglas. That was
but honey, if it were cloned just elements of the meat, it's like cloning a liver or cloning a heart for transplant.
Yes, parts of the body.
You can't clone just the leg. The entire thing is cloned.
So Viviana's got her hand up. Viviana, so what do you say about this?
I think I agree with Brooke that you should have a sure right way of hunting or having an understanding of hunting.
Uh-huh.
But I think you cannot stop someone from practicing a certain type of eatery or any type of diet just strictly because you're offended by it. I think that people should have the right to do that regardless of how other people feel.
Because would you be offended if I raped you tonight?
I don't think it's the same when it comes
That's
to
incomparable.
No, I mean, but it's taking it. Because I don't think this is.
It was a religion.
Well, I think that Viviana certainly doesn't approve of cruelty to animals, yeah.
The point that I just made should not regulate whether I am against or for. I'm saying that people should have a right to express and desire. Because if we called it a sacrament, it would be considered sacred.
Oh, but this is not sacred though. Veal's not sacred.
No, it depends upon the person, and we cannot treat people's personifications of it just merely because we're fucking offended.
I agree, Viv. Okay, so you and I both agree.
But how about this as an example? I would
prefer no one to eat meat ever. That would be my preference.
Yeah, I understand that, Brooke, but that's
a good thing you're not leader of the world.
There is no way that it is okay or sacred to fucking take an animal that is born, if you believe in Jesus or God or anything else, and tie it up in cruelty and never let it walk. Where is that in your sacred definition?
Right. But okay, two things to bring up here.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. So Brooke, honestly, you don't mean that towards Viv. Come on, you don't mean that.
See, this is why it's not personal.
Shut up. You're not her. I didn't tell her to shut up.
So she's not telling Viviana personally, so she is specifying that.
And then re-examine what I've just said.
Yeah, God, that's right. So when George,
there is no way.
Right. So George, when you told the guests this, about Veal, how did they respond? How did they usually respond?
I should have that fucking right.
No, I understand this.
You're saying you have the right. I just want to clarify this.
Oh, she's speaking on this general level.
You're saying at a general level, you should have the right to tie the calf up, let it suffer.
Oh, well, actually, in all fairness, just to put it this way, George, how did people respond when you told them about Veal?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yes, thank you. One or two ways. They will either be, quite offended, repulsed by it, or they would go, "Oh, I've never tried it. Let's do it." So it's either one or the other. But I saw it from both sides. But I never tried it personally. It looked quite rough. It didn't appetite. It didn't look appetizing or attractive to me. So I never wanted to try it. But I could see both sides.
Interesting.
To the argument.
If you want people to stop eating it, you just got to force the producers to label it as dead baby cow.
Right.
People don't want to watch the videos of what actually happens. People are too scared to watch anything.
Yeah, I'm against it, but I don't demonize other people or condemn other people if they do eat it. Just the people who actually make the cows go through that, the farmers themselves.
A few things to bring up here. Certainly there was a book titled Modern Meat, and the book titled Modern Meat was written probably around the 70s. But it was dystopian, even though it was nonfiction. Nonfiction, it was real stuff. But what it described about the cattle industry would drive a lot of people towards vegetarianism. It was very repulsive, but of course, this was the way the Americans in particular turned cattle into an industry. But one of the things that I was going to say was, what about India? In Asian India, you have people that, say, for instance, there was a missionary family that was eating hamburgers in their car, and then the Asian Indians set them on fire and burned them alive, saying, "Oh, I couldn't bear to see them insult our divinity, our God, the cattle." And they can get quite violent about this. They'll like attack McDonald's because they thought McDonald's might be serving beef. So, but McDonald's in India, of course, serves no beef. But the whole point was that it's interesting that when the Asian Indians come to the United States, they don't conduct any acts of terrorism against cattle industry. It's interesting that the Indians don't go on holy crusades to stop people from eating cows when they will kill people who are eating cows in their country.
That's because it's in their homeland. When you go to another country, you got to respect their laws and rules. You can't just pretend it's still your homeland.
Yeah. It's intriguing though that they don't.
And the people that were eating the burgers, they were ignorant of those facts that they take it high offense of eating beef over there.
Right.
Setting them on fire is just evil.
If
you think it's wrong of them eating cow. If you want to kill people because they eat certain animals, you're just as bad as the people you think they're portraying.
Meanwhile, Ian's eating a ramen bowl. Ian's eating out of a ramen bowl. Brooke, you went off camera. Brooke, you went off camera.
What flavor is that?
Fuck up.
So
you're muting.
Something, then I'll go. Camera.
Yeah. Okay. So Brooke, go ahead. Go on camera. And
so you want to talk about India?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. So,
they beat up the gay people there too, and transsexuals. They're very bigoted towards people. I've watched videos of them beating people to death for being transsexual.
Separate subject. We're not doing that. We're doing one thing.
No, I'm just saying how savage Indians can be.
But go on.
How savage fucking Australians can be.
Nowhere near as bad as Indians. I can tell you that.
Really? Because you should look at your head of Fox News.
I don't watch Fox News.
She's so quick. Quick.
But in all fairness, Nemo, let's just put it this way: there are certain members of your family that don't represent Australia very well. But so Brooke, by all means, when it comes to India, when I said what I said, did you feel it was irrelevant? The other thing I still think is relevant is if we can clone the veal without cloning baby cows and doing that awful thing to them, just clone
a good idea.
Bits of muscle tissue. What's wrong with that?
First of all, if you could clone anything, if you could clone a chili cheeseburger and just make it a chili cheeseburger, I'd bite into it all fucking day.
What there? Okay. See? I mean, look at the shit Ian's eating. Look at him. You are what you eat. He looks like a chili cheeseburger.
I'm fatter than Ian right now, I swear to God. My breasts would not even fit into the fucking bed. Good
hope.
I'm telling you, I could eat chili cheeseburgers all day, but I don't do that but that's my personal preference, and I don't tell anybody they need to be that way. That's
You just did! You were telling us!
You just call people scum and pieces of shit for eating meat,
No, I will call them scum for... Fuck you! You stupid Australian
At least I'm not Southern. Southern are most stupidest people on the planet. Southern Americans.
Nemo is my little boy. I love my Nemo. And you are...
Yeah, she's saying that to you affectionately.
I'm not saying affectionately.
Yeah. I don't give a shit.
Fucking George has been fucking affectionate for a while. But fuck you.
I want to pose a situation.
Veal sucks. And if you're going to say I'm putting everybody meat down, I could have done that all day. I said veal. And even George said he makes that. I said I would rather, I was making fun of George, like we were kidding around because it sounds gross to me because I don't eat meat, like eating innards. But I also thought my was gross.
But hold on for just a second. Honey.
There's a difference in thinking something's gross versus saying it's wrong.
Right.
Fucking when I say it's wrong, what I am saying is veal is fucking wrong. Period. No matter how you cut it, I don't give a shit whether you believe in eating meat or not.
Okay.
There is no
but like you said, you agreed.
Now, let me secondly fucking finish. You said about the McDonald's in India.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's the thing. What the difference is the people that don't eat in India, fucking that respect
They eat
cows,
everywhere else.
that's a religion there. It's the religion there. Not now. The main religion there is what
Hinduism is kind of like a
they have Hinduism is the one that doesn't eat cows.
Right.
They actually have a religion that is taken over is Islam. Okay.
Yeah, they have Islam over there. Yeah.
The religion is Hinduism. Hinduism is the one that respects the cows and doesn't do that. And when you talk about Hinduism,
but before we get back to that, Viviana, you said you wanted to say something. You got a positive situation. Viviana, what was the situation?
Yeah. So, say you worked in a restaurant that was a fine dining and they had veal.
Also,
you knew that you sold 4 plates of veal and you were going to get at least like 50% of a tip off that.
Oh, she's not going to turn that down. She said
in the wine and the dine and the whole scene. Are you going to say no to that?
Oh yeah, let me tell you something. Unless it's killing Ian West, or there's about 5 names I have on my list. But if you were to say, if you murder this person, you get $1 million, right? Like what? Like you're just talking about money. So at the end of the day, you're selling your soul for money.
I believe they call it a bounty.
Ian West, dead. There's
because
another person on this podcast I can name Deb. Probably about 2 others. And George, you're not on it anymore. I can assure you. But Ian, yes. A couple other people, and about 2 or 3 other people I know, and then anybody that fucking rapes or kills children or hurts and rapes or
Ian, why did you change your T-shirt? Why did you change your T-shirt?
I don't know. He keeps changing his background.
Stronger drinks.
No, before it was something else. Why did you change your T-shirt?
Because it matches the Dulce background here.
Are you that image conscious? Are you that image conscious when you change your T-shirt to match?
Hey!
Interior decorating.
George talk. I've never wanted to hear George just give a spiel before. Like, George, can you tell me about fucking underground fucking South, is it Antarctica? Can you tell me about the Nazi shit going on down there?
Please, George, by all means.
Oh, I can definitely go into that.
Yeah, I would like you to. I would like
Anyone
you
wants
to
wrap up this.
Can you just for a moment?
Yeah.
By all means, get started. Go to town on it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you very much.
Like,
Ian, just...
Where are they? When are they coming back? Like, that's what I want to know.
So, I have just published a new post 2 days ago regarding the UFO phenomenon is reaching the headlines all around the world, and that's why I've done a post, Douglas, and
Thank you.
I didn't tag you in it straight away because I'm actually wondering, and this is why I don't do it straight away, because I don't know whether or not it reaches out to everyone on my friends list.
You're doubting yourself. I need you to be more like straightforward and just throw your shit.
Well, let's put it this way. Here's a way to enter into the subject. You're welcome. You're welcome to tag me because even if it doesn't reach out to my audience, just tag me anyway. But just always tag me automatically. But what? Brooke's so cute. But what I do want to say is that Brooke, you're obscene. Oh my God.
What was this movie you were talking about with me in it earlier?
Oh, it's if you go up further, you'll see the tag for it. And here it is. I'll tag it again. There it goes. This movie. This is your movie. It basically stars you. But I do want to, get George Knight started while you take a short look at that. Make certain that you put your earbuds in while you review it. It's basically a movie review, but it's a review of the film I was watching with the Blood Boys over the weekend. 1 or 2, actually. That was very funny. Or actually, profoundly moving as well. But with George Knight, here's a way to get you...
What was moving about it? What made you think of Ian West?
Oh, when you watch the review, you'll find out, honey. Just watch it. Don't worry. I won't give spoilers. But with George Knight, here's a way to get started on it. One of the things that Nemo was asking, Nemo was very disgusted, of course, with pedophilia, mankind's corruption, and just various other things that are demotivating, depressing. And he was asking, because of the condition of the surface world, when when will the Third Reich in Exile invade and clean things up, purge, set things right? And what we need to have our listeners understand is we can't speculate on something like that. We just need to take into account the fact that the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile is weighing its alternatives on any as time progresses. Based on what's going on in the surface world, there's several things that are obvious, several things that are rendered obvious by their activities. One is that they are abducting people primarily of Nordic Aryan genetic backgrounds to harvest their eggs or certain elements of them so that they can maintain...
Wants to fuck that are 20 years old, basically.
I'm sorry, honey?
People that Douglas wants to fuck.
Marina Saren, that's cute. Yes. Now, honey, envy ill becomes you. And
I have a problem admitting my jealousy on that. Like, I think it's stupid. If you ever... Oh my god, I'm not an alien. And she's like, aliens, I'm an Atlantean. I was born. I was like, really? You were? Tell me more. Tell me more. Because even though I'm a continent away and 50 years older than you, I think I'm going to...
How dare you impugn my integrity? Honestly.
That's the point. You impugn my integrity being associated to you by you being like, I think, if I say I believe in aliens with her, she might fuck. Impugn integrity.
Okay, well, moving right along.
What is this propaganda you're putting out here that says that reminds me of what the fuck is this? Why does this remind you of me? This is so far from me. It's like opposite of me.
It's the character. There's one character in there who's very much like you. And he's the hero of the film. He becomes the hero of the film.
Oh, look, I told you. He told you were the hero to make you feel good, yo. You little poor little Ian.
I know. He's so sweet. He's so sweet, you know.
He saves the human race. Yes, he saves humanity and planet Earth. Yes.
So guess what I did this weekend, Joe? I infiltrated this prostitution ring being ran out of Disney World.
Oh my god.
Did you buy a drone yet, Ian?
No. No, hung out with a bunch of hookers and did a bunch of blow and
oh my god.
So on the mouse's dime. It was it was very welcoming at Disney World this week.
Yes. So, has it ever occurred to you, Brooke, that the reason that I was being so patient with Marina Saren was because she has suffered these cascade memories, and if I were to try to disabuse her of them, that would be traumatic for her.
Shut the fuck up, because I know you, and that's fucking not at all the reason you're fucking doing that. And we both know that's the truth. And you little bullshit fucking boys, anybody that knows you know that's the goddamn truth.
Oh my god.
Gotta sleep already.
I know, like my kid, drink a beer and you should burn in hell.
Brooke looks like Clarissa explains it all. She really does.
Aliens are not really, they're not real. And she's like, I'm fucking alien, I'm android.
No, before we go back to before we go back
to from that galaxy as well.
She's so quick.
Before we go back to George and this subject of the Third Reich in Exile and what's under Antarctica and in Unterland, honey, Brooke, you were supposed to give us some further details about the suicide capsule, the Titan suicide capsule tonight. Is there anything in particular you want to...
About the suicide capsule. I mean, I don't know what you want to know about it. What do you want to know? You want to know? I mean, I'm pretty sure everything I said last time was fucking repeated.
It's true. It's true. I think that you covered that very well. Did something happen? I just saw
the fact that they, I mean, like obviously it imploded. We already knew that, and it was basically like So if you want
well, it vindicates what you said. You concluded that before that was concluded. So you do.
Exactly.
I told you that was my best hope, and that's what I thought it was.
See, George credited you. George credited you. Yes.
Yeah, Brooke, you were actually spot on. You hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
You were absolutely spot on before they actually officially announced it. So your conclusion was correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
So yeah, they were so where they were basically under, like, if you look at PSI, they were basically
per square inch, people. For she didn't specify that, so I will go on.
We're not that stupid, Doug.
I have to remember that. They were looking at is per square inch, and I'm not going to go look this up because I would take off video, but per square inch, you're looking at where they were. You're looking at millions of PSI per.
Yeah, Brooke, just make it up off the top of your head.
Average person. Shut the fuck up. Stupid idiot. You don't even have a dick. Shut the fuck up. 5'10", 200 pounds. I know that is the average human being. And so if you take that average human being and you put them at that PSI, and you're basically looking at like so many millions PSI, like, so it's per square inch of the human being. Millions per square inch. Pounds. These are pounds.
Amazing.
And so what I'm saying is, they were saying, the reason I'm saying that is because they like, the Navy won't come out and say, they won't completely come out and say we're not ever going to find a body. Like, they might as well just say it, just like they didn't say in the beginning that they had already heard the implosion, which we now know they did, even though I had guessed an implosion because there was no way they fucking went down to that depth. And like, yes, that was my best guess. You know, I had hoped for their sake that there is maybe another option. But yes, when you have an implosion like that, you can watch an implosion just on Earth without that PSI. What an implosion does, just like to metal. So,
well, what's an implosion like with the PSI?
Do what?
What's an implosion like with the PSI?
So the implosion with the PSI would mean that basically, when they're talking about where they find bodies, basically they would all be basically minute molecules. You would like their bodies, the majority of all their bodies within an instant.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It's actually with 1/100th of a millisecond. So actually, if you talk about milliseconds, it takes 100 milliseconds. So we're talking about milliseconds now, not a second.
Yeah, that's down there. Go ahead.
You're so sexy, Viviana. By the way, everyone's giving Viviana all these. I don't know if you see it in the text, Viviana, in the text box. Everybody's giving you sex pep talk. You know, Nemo says Viv has the sweetest personality a woman could have, which is a backhanded slap. Backhanded slap against Brooke.
She's sweeter than sugar.
Backhanded
all
slap
women need
against
to
Brooke.
be like Viv.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I have a better chance with her than any of y'all, okay?
Holly does that. Your personality is horrible.
Yeah, Brooke. Oh yeah, Brooke's terrible. I wouldn't bring her up.
She has good looks but a bad persona.
Oh, her personality. Well, hey, she sent me a blanket. She saved my
I'm pretty sure
life.
you should know I don't like you. So what the?
Yeah, I don't care.
Actually, Nemo and Brooke. Well, honestly, there's no reason. Brooke is just being sarcastic. Nemo, honestly, don't take it personally.
I really like you.
She actually spoke quite well of you when she and I were speaking privately.
That's a surprise.
I like you.
Yes. She speaks well of Ian. She speaks well of Ian when I speak with. Honestly, she speaks well of all of you. That's okay. So
we can fall over too, Doug.
If you want to talk about PSI, just back to the.
Brooke, I'm just pointing out you're full of shit. That's all I'm doing.
Oh my God! So Brooke. Anyhow, we so basically they're crushed into just nothing. But the one thing though that was you were kind of under the impression of was that probably only the pilot knew what was going down, but apparently they feel probably all of them knew at that moment they were doomed.
If they had the alarm go off and he was able to pull that, he pulled it just in time. But by the time he knew, like, they wouldn't have known what was gonna. It didn't even matter. He wouldn't. Like, it'd be like me saying Douglas might walk up and shoot me in the head. Or Ian might walk up and shoot me. Like, you get shot in the back of the head, you're done, right? Well, this is not like that. Imagine being shot in the back of the head, how fast that is.
Yeah.
This is like 100 times faster because it's so it takes you the average human, and I'll agree, I'm Southern, so it takes me 100 milliseconds is what it takes the average person to get a thought through their brain. Just a thought. Just a thought. Now I'm like Southern and slow. Like, this
is why we have speed limit.
Like 300, not for like 300 or 400 milliseconds. Who knows? Like, I'm fine with that. But what I'm saying is milliseconds. This happens in 1 to 2 milliseconds. Once the implosion happens, it's like a complete breach. So when they got the alarm, they may have been able to release that. He wouldn't have known. Even the pilot wouldn't. It was just a complete catastrophic. And then your body goes into basically, it's ashes to ashes, dust to dust, but literally. Yeah. Like,
George, how much more time do we have with you tonight?
All night, Ian.
Yes, all right.
Yes,
all right.
Yes. So, I did want to say that, Brooke.
Hey, Ian, how many times have you actually gotten laid this year without having to pay for it?
Probably. Well, how many months are we in? So, like 4 a month. So, times or how many chicks?
Either way, just
like 40.
They get like not related
without having to pay for it. Well, I always got to pay for it. Sometimes they still watch. Sometimes they, still.
They steal the Wawa.
I always do buy them at Wawa.
There's some high class bitches there. They're like, I'll fucking for the Wawa.
They demand that Oreo shake all the time. It's crazy.
So I'm glad that Viviana's keeping herself hydrated. She hydrates herself, which is important when you're doing all that pot. It's important to make
food.
All right, you gonna go to bed, Brooke? Or what's going on?
I'm going to bed. Like 5 miles today.
Yeah.
Are the sedatives kicking in, Brooke, or what's it doing?
I'm the day before that, so I've been hiking.
You know what they are, and I'm so gonna wait just to annoy you.
Well, let me hear this.
Ian.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, please do. That's always fun.
Yes. So, we love you, Brooke. Your camera dropped again, so we're looking at the roof. It's something that Joe Ty does a lot. So, back to George. So what happened was Marina Sarin aside, and our experiences with her, the few times that she actually graced us with her virtual presence, because most of the time she just goes to fucking sleep because she's she's less hours ahead of us than you are. Oh no, maybe you're 1 hour less. Yeah, and there's our lovely Brooke. Yeah,
she's just bored by you, and I'm just nice enough to fucking stay awake because I literally she has a better life because she's younger than me.
So when it comes to what Marina was saying, we can say it's symptomatic of people who are, shall we say, taken or used as resources by the Third Reich in exile because they are seeking to maintain an immunity to surface world diseases while maintaining a sense of genetic integrity. So that being said, these are usually ethno-specific missions where, like what happened to Marina Sarin. Marina was also exploited by the Cho, however, which she has brought up, but she talks about them as Greys, but they're really the Cho. So it makes sense, of course, that someone like herself would be a target of both sides. This is actually not uncommon. So that being said, then there's the cascaded memories and, yeah, Viviana, you're waving at the camera. Oh, she's saying bye. Oh, we love you. We love you, Viviana.
Bye, Viv.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, she's back. Oh, yeah, she's back. Thank you, honey.
I turned off my camera and I accidentally hung up.
Oh, okay. Yes, well, welcome back. So, so that being said, they are maintaining an immunity to surface world diseases in order to, protect themselves in case the surface world invades them, but also in case they need to invade the surface world. So we don't know which decision they're going to ultimately make, and it depends on ultimately the actions of the surface world. Brooke left us, but I love you, Brooke, and I hope you get some sleep. Yes.
Did you see her eyes roll in the back of her goddamn head there?
Yeah, but here's where
was on, you know.
So here's where we let George essentially take over. And so, George, by all means, you've got time with us tonight. Let's have you make the most of it. Take it from here and catch us up. And I hope you don't mind. What I'm going to do while you respond to what I'm saying is I'm going to refresh myself, and I'll be back. I'll let you know when I'm back, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely, Douglas. Take your time.
I'm going to go on mute too, George.
And yeah, no, that's all right, Ian, because I'm going to actually, I'm actually going to suggest if people want to interject at any time, I encourage them to do so, because what I'm going to speak about is it's very hard for people to comprehend or fathom what I am saying, to interpret it in the terminology that I'm using. It's very hard for people to understand. You know, what I'm speaking about is very esoteric. It's only understood by a small number of people. So I do encourage anyone to interject with any questions that they have. But the most important thing that I have to emphasize and to articulate to the viewership that are listening in is that we are all still legally at war, in a legal state of war with the Third Reich government that exists in exile. So to this day, we are still under legal state and conducting unlimited state of emergencies against the 1,000-year Reich government in exile. And what's so important for people to understand is World War II, as a proactive prosecution against hostilities, did not end in 1945. That's the most important point for people to understand and to realize, is to recognize that the war did not end in 1945. It was perpetual and continued, and to this day it is still in extant. So it is officially recognized under Presidential Proclamation 2714 that was announced by Harry S. Truman on December 31st, 1946. He officially announced a proclamation that announced several wartime and emergency statutes will be ceased in effect upon the issuance upon the proclamation. And what that states is several unlimited state of emergencies and emergency wartime statutes were ceased to be effective. And one of those emergency wartime statutes was Title 38 of the United States Code. Under the United States Code, it says that it is recognized, it is law that's established under Congress, and it recognizes proactive prosecution of hostilities up to that point of the Proclamation 2714 was announced. It is a cease or termination of hostilities that was declared by the President of the United States, Harry S. Truman. And up until that point, December 31st, 1946 is legally recognized as ceasefire of World War II. That means that any veterans that were applying for benefits that incurred during proactive prosecution of hostilities could apply for benefits up until the point of December 31st, 1946. Up to that point, the United States was still legally in a state of war, which was officially admitted by Harry S. Truman in his announcement and his broadcast to the nation. So when he announced that, he gave the statement that it is usually upon the official issuance upon the proclamation that several number of wartime emergency statutes will be ceased to be in effect up until noon of December 31st, 1946. And then at a later day, several number of other emergency wartime statutes were going to be under hearing under Congress as to whether or not they should continue or to be ceased and effective, usually upon 6 months after the proclamation was declared officially. So those emergency wartime statutes are still in effect to this day. After 6 months, they were never retracted. They are still perpetual and still in extent to this day. And number one of them is daylight saving time, which we are all still under this emergency wartime statute. It's emergency wartime condition. It was originally known as wartime. Daylight saving time is still in effect to this day. At the end of March and the end of October, every single year, we have a clock change. In spring, in the end of March, In the UK, it jumps forward, hence the term spring forward. And in the fall, at the end of October, it falls back, hence the term fall backwards, fall back in the fall. And so this has been in effect ever since proactive prosecution of hostilities. This is one of those emergency wartime statutes that's still in effect to this day. It means you're on wartime. And another one is these excise wartime taxes, which are still in effect on your phone bill. So we are all still paying World War II taxes upon paying our phone bill on a monthly level. So every single month of the year, we are paying our portable mobile phone bill and our landline phone bill. And on that bill statement, the invoice that you receive, it's a set of taxes, codes that are marked as a government regulated tax. In the United States, they're marked as federal. It's a Federal Reserve phone tax. And that was initiated under Franklin Delano Roosevelt during World War II to discourage the population from making unnecessary phone calls during wartime. When people made short or long distance calls, they were doing it under wartime. And to discourage people from making unnecessary phone calls during wartime, Franklin Delano Roosevelt initiated this Federal Reserve phone tax upon your phone bills to discourage you from making unnecessary phone calls during wartime. Because in those days, you had telephone operators predominantly were female, and they were overburdened and overwhelmed by millions of calls being made all simultaneously at the same time. So to discourage people making unnecessary phone calls during wartime to check the safety of your loved ones, Franklin Delano Roosevelt initiated a Federal Reserve phone tax to increase the rates that you were paying for long and short distance calls. And to this day, under the Revenue Act of 1942, 1943, that was states in this act, this legislative act, which is under law, it is still perpetual, it's continual. And the term they used, if you look up the excise war tax legislation, it states it is indefinite, meaning it is in effect indefinitely, meaning it is forever until it is ever officially retracted, until the war is officially over, the legal state of war is over. And another thing to state and to note is that the United States, Britain cannot declare a state of war. We cannot legally declare a state of war because it is still in a legal state of war. It is still legally in a state of war against the 1,000-year-old government in exile. And so that's the most important thing to people to understand and realize, that the United States cannot declare a state of war. A number of factors go into that. Predominantly, one of the factors that go into that was the peace talk-down process between the Japanese government and the United States during that period of between 1945 to 1951. This was a time where there was a peace talk-down process where the government were forced to basically, excuse me, my phone keeps beeping and going off, it's distracting me. So one of the things that the government were forced to do was to adhere to many of these demands the Japanese were throwing at the United States. One of those was to dismantle its Department of War, which is what it had since the establishment of the Constitutional Republic of the United States. It had it for hundreds of years. There was a War Department, which would enable the United States to declare a state of war. In 1948, that Department of War was dismantled, dissolved, and they do not have a Department of War ever since. They have a Department of Defense instead, meaning that they can legally defend themselves and then conduct peacekeeping operations overseas using land, sea, and air, which is emphasized in Charter 42 of the United States Charter. So Article 42 of the United States Charter, nuance of the Constitution, it has a charter for peacekeeping operations. It's an organization of war, which was established 3 weeks and 3 days after Pearl Harbor. So the United States, the United Nations was established as an organization of war 3 weeks and 3 days on January 1st, 1942, outside of the Presidio military base. This was the organization of war that was established by the 5 founding member states. One of those was the National Republic of China, which is established on the 100 islands of Taiwan, the nation that Douglas was born into. And then you have the Republic of France, Great Britain, Soviet Union. They all founded of war. The peacekeeping department was established in October 1945, but in January 1st, as an organization of war. war. It can conduct war. And to this day, the United Nations is still maintained because of this perpetual continuous state of war against the Third Reich in exile. So that's a number of things to take in consideration. And and that's the most important thing that people need to understand and realize. And so essentially, like Douglas was going into with the abductions on the surface world, is something that they have to maintain. But the other things that they conduct, and when they fly over, and this is what I was emphasizing in the post I published 2 days ago, is that when airspace, they are violating and breaching your national security. They can fly over your heads with complete impunity. And your defense department and in Great Britain itself, its air defense systems are completely rendered useless. There is nothing they can do to stop them flying over. They can fly over your heads with complete impunity. They were doing that throughout World War II, which is what they denied to the population, to stop mass panic and to prevent people from understanding the reality that they are going through. So every single time that they do so, they are violating you and breaching your national air defense system, international security and national security. Very important for people to understand that. And so what they're doing, they're conducting scouting runs, they're conducting aerial reconnaissance, or PSYOPs operations, psychological warfare operations, because you're still legally in a state of war. And the one thing that people, when you go towards, if you ever look up people online or go on YouTube and you see all these people, these cargo cultists, that's the only way to refer to as, when they tell you that, we need to wait for them to land on the White House lawn and then to say that we're here to save humanity, they're never going to do that because you're still legally in a state of war with them. That is the most important thing for people to understand. They're never, ever do that. Now, we can go into more great detail in a bit with me and Douglas, because if you take a look at the Nexus magazine that was published, the interview that was conducted with Douglas, he goes into a bit more detail regarding the breakaway civilization, regarding the communication, because they were conducting communication and trade under the United States, Third Reich in exile. They were doing this predominantly throughout many decades after proactive prosecution of hostilities. They were forced to. The Third Reich forced the United States to concessions. And there was a break-off point in 1997 where the communication was lost. And established communication, the official UK government website shows you in 1997 a large number of sightings. And this was basically a investigation research into people sighting unidentified aerial phenomena, or UFOs, unidentified flying objects, and which is the most appropriate term applicable to that term. So in 1997 there was a large number of sightings, and that was basically after the break-off point. Communication was completely lost. Go into more depth about the Gehlen, the Reinhard Gehlen organization, which was established. It wasn't to do, if you go on Wikipedia and look up the Gehlen organization, it was to do counterintelligence measures against the Soviet Union, but most predominantly it was a diplomatic interpretation, communication with the Third Reich government in exile. And to this day, they still maintain communication with the surface world, predominantly Taiwan, but also, as my investigations have led me to, also they have also communications with in Indonesia, with organization intelligence communities in Indonesia, where they they conduct trade. And so it's quite alarming that this is the extent that people don't even realize, can't comprehend this reality. But the most important thing to realize is that you're still legally in a state of war with the Third Reich, and these number of wartime military statutes are still in effect to this day. Which is outlined. If people look up the Presidential Proclamation 2714, Harry S. Truman announced this, and he speaks about many of these wartime military statutes will cease to be effective, and then at a later date, usually 6 months after the date of the declaration of the proclamation that was announced, they would the congressional hearing would determine whether or not these military statutes will be cease and effective, or they would be perpetual, they'll continue. Obviously, where what happened in 1950 during the later part of the 40s, half of the decade, after Operation High Jump and all these naval expeditions to Antarctica, which were basically the reality is they were there. the reality is they were conducting these operations, these expeditions, to dislodge the Third Reich from establishing on the Antarctic continent, because the Antarctic continent was a threshold, was a stronghold for the Third Reich. And so when they started to realize, and the British knew this also, they conducted an operation called Operation Tangerine during World War II, where they sent the SAS on this expedition, which the American government knew nothing about, but they later on found out through intelligence officers that they was conducting this operation. That was a failure on the part of the British government to dislodge the Third Reich in exile. So after when they conducted Operation High Jump, which was this Antarctic expedition, these operations failed miserably. And then the Third Reich went on the offensive. And between 1948 and 1956, there was an undeclared aerospace war known as the Krieg in the German language, in the Deutsche Sprache. This was an undeclared aerospace war over the continental mainland of the United States, where the Third Reich went on the offensive. And thousands of United States Air Force pilots died during this very detrimental and hostile period. This was known as the Air Wars, officially announced between 1951 to 1956. The British government themselves had to bring back in Winston Churchill into office after he lost his landslide, after all the ballots came back from overseas, from the veterans saying that they want Churchill out of office. He lost in a landslide in 1945. In July 1945, Winston Churchill was voted out of office. They were forced to bring him back in because they realized they were still legally in state war with the Third Reich government in exile. So Winston Churchill was voted back into office from 1951 to 1955, just prior to him having a stroke. And so this is the reason why Winston Churchill was brought back, and Winston Churchill was voted out of office before, out of his administration, out of his department in 1945. So he had no knowledge of a government in exile until he was brought back. That's why he was asking his cabinet about UFOs. What's this phenomena? What is this all about? And that's why he had to then get acquainted with the reality of what the government was going through. And so what happened overseas, you had the Korean conflict, which is the extension of World War II. They kept all the sophisticated aircraft to intercept the Third Reich from violating their national airspace, from breaching national security. So this is why they had all these sophisticated fighter jets known as Starfire 94s. And they had a number of these that the United States that were manufactured to preeminate, to prevent a declaration of war over the United States, which was undeclared. It was so detrimental. It's hard for, it's very, it's for people to put things into perspective. During this period, it was very, very hostile. And I have a number of names in my book, which I purchased, about these pilots that were fighting. Literally fighting. They were on a stand-down order. There was a stand-in order to shoot down this UFOs or anything that was violating the national airspace.
You mean the Foo Fighters?
Sorry, Ian.
The Foo Fighters?
The Foo Fighters, they were a product of the propaganda ministry department of Reich's propaganda minister, Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels. The Führerballs, or the Krautballs, they refer to, officially announced. These were basically the headline stated that the quote unquote Nazis developed a high tech or a very advanced new type of weapon, which the British government and the American government knew that these were not theirs or anyone else's. They knew that these were technology that was produced by the Third Reich, and what these were basically what you want to call remote controlled nautical flying mines, very highly maneuverable. They had elongated spikes protruding from them, which would basically emulate magnesium. These were like basically flashing magnesium flares that were flying. They would buzz and intercept and break off communication between the RAF and the United States Army Air Corps aircraft. They would fly over the Pacific and over Europe and they would intercept fighter planes to buzz off and to dislodge communication, and they would disorientate the pilots, and that was the intent of these. These were a psychological warfare operation that the British and the Americans completely were susceptible and believed that they were in contact of an extraterrestrial race. The Third Reich government I'm referring to, they were in contact with, and they believed them, and that's what these were. And there's still an extent to this day. They actually are deployed from the Reichscraft themselves to this day. And so that's what these are. They are remotely controlled. They are not piloted. They're not, they don't have an occupant on these kraut balls. They're referred to as the Führer balls. The kraut balls, the British would refer to them as. That's hence the term Foo Fighter. This is where the term Foo Fighter came from. And so, there's still an extent to this day. They're still operated. They're still used. They're used for psychological warfare operation. That is the phenomena behind that, and it worked, which is why the Americans and the British, during when the Red Army invaded Berlin, they held back. They were very susceptible to this, and hence why the United States military, the army, have promoted the extraterrestrial phenomena, the agenda.
Quite correct. But by the way, yes. I am back. I do notice Ian West has his hand up. Ian? Was this a question you asked already, Ian, or was this?
No. Sorry, guys. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I was George. Didn't you say that the United States and England couldn't declare war on each other, or did I mishear that?
Yes, thank you, Ian. That's quite correct. So to this
day,
you
know why? Because
Britain...
we're both occupied by the goddamn descendants of King Charles III down here at Disney World.
Down here at Disneyland. By the way, thank you, Ian. He's okay. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, we will get back onto theme. Thank you, Ian. George, continue.
Yes, no, thank you, Douglas. And I've emphasized many points and factors that go into the United States, Great Britain, and many of the allies of World War II still legally being in a state of war against them to this day. I've overemphasized that quite heavily enough. But it's so I mentioned.
Well, also, just to put some other perspective on this so people understand, we were speaking of Taiwan earlier, and with Sammy Romero was here. That's when Brooke got bored very easily and told him to get off the history trip. This is why she basically kind of left the call before you came on. I actually kind of regret that, because I regret not remembering a few things to bring up that I guess we'll do that the next time we're all together again on maybe Wednesday. Hopefully you can join us again on Wednesday, right, George? You'll be able to join us for a little while?
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Probably for about a good hour or so.
Okay,
maybe.
so when you come on, remind me to bring that. Hopefully the two of you will be on together at the same time, because I would like to bring up something when we're all here, including Nemo. And Mark H. has just joined us, so before you return to theme, George, Mark H., do say hello to all of our listeners, and catch us up a little bit on what's been going on with yourself.
How you doing, everybody? It's good to talk to you, buddy. George, great to hear you as well.
Hey, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
Not too much, everybody. Just doing my thing and feeling blessed. Just enjoying the beginning parts of summer.
Wonderful. And I do want to remind everyone as well. One of the things that I need to remember to remind everyone up when I bring up these phenomena that are supernatural, such as magical assault and the like, I do need to keep reminding people that it's all really applied quantum mechanics, because many people are materialistic rationalists, if not outright atheists, who simply cannot accept what I'm saying, and they tend to just completely tune out if you mention something like magic or the supernatural. But then again,
or Disney World and Royals, they kind of tune out on that too.
Now, in all fairness, Disney did quite a bit to render the Disneyland essentially a microstatelet, very similar to Andorra in Europe or San Marino. Kind of similar. Washington, D.C. falls into a very weird situation where it is, a kind of microstate, and somewhat similar or comparable to Vatican City State. There's certain parallels. But Disney was definitely.
God, Brooke's back. Jesus. All right,
Actually, you know what? I'm glad she is, because I did want to bring something up. So let me get my little shirt on here so that I can stay as warm as I can until her electric blanket arrives to save my ass. And I do want to remind Nemo, please, whenever Brooke is kind of like, coming off as
Fucked up and falling asleep.
What I need to say is that Brooke often, she may sound like she's conducting an ad hominem attack. It's really not what she means. It's not where she's really coming from. So don't
She's just a machine. She regurgitates it like unwittingly, and the CNN says it, Brooke says it.
Yeah, Ian West and Brooke speak privately to each other off this program, believe it or not. So they're actually friends. I know it's hard to believe, but at any rate, Nemo. So please just don't take it like it might sound. I know that's hard, but
Nemo, everything she says just sounds so rude and outlawish.
So I'm gonna take my earbuds off for a second. I won't be able to hear anything. So they're back on.
I'm sorry, Nemo. I'm not able to come off as funny as Ian sometimes because I don't have the amount of drugs in my system. But I try, this is just, sobriety doesn't feel the greatest.
Are you driving, honey?
Hell the fuck yeah, I am. What the fuck I'm leaving on this? I heard this shit and you were like, if Brooke's on here, I need to tell her something. And I was like, oh, call back in. Tell me now.
What are you? Where are you going at this hour?
God, I was laying there in bed and y'all kept talking about food, man. And even though it was like veal and shit that I don't want. So I was thinking about chili cheeseburgers, which made me think about curly fries, and I hadn't eaten all day, and I was like, I want some. And there's a place.
You're doing that meth, weren't you?
Whatever, dude. I don't have a gas. First of all, I have a car. I don't have to around my bike with a little bell. I'm in a car. Okay.
Ma'am, it doesn't have a bell. It has two lights.
Got my lights on. I'm gonna pull over. That's
make me want to go to the store down here and get some Mountain Dew.
This is.
So I just started craving curly fries. The problem is there's the Jack in the Box. Like the only place that has that is up the street, and I go there, which was actually a 6-minute drive, and then I get there, and they're like, we're closed. Like they're 24 hours, but we're closed. The other one's open.
Hold on, you have a Jack in the Box in Clemson?
First of all, I'm not in Clemson, you stupid bitch. Oh my God, you're such an idiot. How many times have we discussed this?
All right. In South Carolina, right?
Oh my gosh.
No, bitch. I'm in fucking Vermont with a dead baby in me, okay?
They don't have Jack in the Box up there. Don't lie.
Oh my God. Okay, for those of you who don't get it, that was an inside joke. When
you're pointing that out, Doug. Thanks.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure you didn't have to say that out loud. You just made it worse. Anyway, point is, I'm in South Carolina. Yes, I'm not.
You guys do have a Jack in the Box.
We have Jack in the Boxes, but apparently this particular one is closed. So they're like, there's another one. Another 8 minutes up the road, which I'm about to pull up to.
Did they give you crystals? Do you have crystals, or White Castle?
We have one crystal. That's it.
Wow, God, how do y'all live?
We used to have but you know what? We got Chick-fil-A's everywhere.
Oh, thank God! Yeah. That's the only way I'm getting money.
It's like Mark said the other day. We want it in and out. Y'all, have you ever eaten it in and out? I want it in and out.
I've had it in and out.
We don't have in and out.
I love going in and out.
Coast. There's not East Coast.
My cousin was the manager for the Thousand Oaks location.
Yes. Well, Mark H., by the way, when he says he loves doing in and out, he's talking about a food franchise, just so everyone doesn't get the wrong image in their heads, but I'm sure he loves doing the other in and out, too.
God, if this Jack in the Box is closed, I'm going to be so fucking mad. I need some goddamn
We used to call him Jack in the Crack. That's what we used to call him.
Yeah, why do they call it that? I never understood that. I've heard that before.
Because in California, all the a majority of the Jack in the Boxes were all ghettos. So
okay, they were all crack houses.
The only time I would ever come here is because it's the only thing open. I mean, come on. I got that and Waffle House.
That's all we got is Waffle House and IHOP. That's it.
So here's what I wanted to say, Brooke, and now that you're back, I can say this because I think it has some relevance to what we were talking about the suicide capsule with the Titan, and this was, of course, put out by the company Ocean Gate. And so I do want people to understand that I'm trying to express this as tactfully as possible, and I want everyone to understand that I contend with racism, as I think we all do. Well, many of us don't. We're just plain racist. But there are those of us who try and confront our racism, and we try to deal with it. So I will confess, and then I will contextualize. And this won't be to rationalize my racist feelings, but it will be to contextualize them. And then maybe I will get over them. And what I will invite people to do in the future is, of course, if they are of South Asian extraction, bear in mind I've just had a horrible experience with South Asians in a sense that they were positive, they were professional, but they were also criminal. They basically did something. I don't know if Brooke heard what happened, but yeah, I actually told her about it the other night. But I sometimes I just really don't know what sinks through with people. It's hard to tell what kind of absorbs. But two of the people who died, I don't know about the other
It's hard to see what absorbs. Do you know how many times I've told you? Do you know how many times it took you to get that me and Peter Moon just had the same birth date? Like, it was after our birthday. We did something 5 times on air. You're like, wait, your birthday?
Brooke, he's always multitasking. You can't expect him to remember anything, you know?
It's true. Yeah. It is true.
With all his kids and pets, and like, I know, he's taking care of so much.
When it came to...
Brooke, you know, I basically come on here every episode and repeat the same shit I did from episode 1, right?
Meant to do that. If you
look at my first thing on here, I talk about like Holden. Like, that's how much I repeat myself on this shit.
So, Brooke,
I just wish you were next to me and I had a needle. And that's like
I'm really nice to you.
And you're so nice. Like, stick a needle in me before you.
I call you back the next day after you call me. You know, I don't do that to everybody.
Oh my god! So, just out of curiosity, Ian, if I had called you instead of Bran about what had happened, Skype won't start.
Are you talking about the computer thing?
Yeah, you would have.
You should have called me, you fucking moron.
I should have. Yeah. Hey, yeah, I realize that now.
Yes, you were 50 minutes, not got your shit working, had you some shit order from China that'll show up in work. Either way, you're screwed.
No, Miss Smartass, what I would have done was I would have given him a reset code to whatever version of Windows 10 he had, and it would just reset the whole computer to the day when he got it. And then he could have reinstalled Skype.
That sounds pretty frightening.
Yes, the reset code that, like, when I bought the guy all fucking like Craigslist that couldn't see.
Well,
he buys his
computer's not
reset
smoking
codes
meth
off
part out.
eBay, and it would be China will have your entire shit plus Taiwan plus Germans plus fucking Russia. It will all have your shit, but he will give you a reset code.
But wouldn't that eliminate all my notes, like on the cloud and stuff? What would happen to Google Docs and
No, all that would have said. All that's already.
He doesn't know. I love how he's gonna say that. Here's what would happen. He has an answer until he's like, "Oh fuck, shit! Why is my shit not working?" Every time you call, it's like, "Damn goddamn shit! Oh, it's not going as like I thought."
No, I said reset the computer, not reformat.
Okay.
Big difference.
Okay, thank you.
You should reformat some things.
I said reset.
They can start inside your head, okay?
All right, look, Miss Apple, look, let me tell you something.
I think you just basically have to sign in again.
What's that, honey? What's that? Viv? What's that? Viv?
I said basically have to sign in again.
Okay, yeah, I didn't have to do that with, I gotta admit, that the South Asians, like I said, these were honorable criminals. They went in and they cleared up all the fucking viruses, which like I said, really doesn't mean shit. But they whatever they did, I didn't even have to sign in again. It was pretty incredible because in the past, when I've tried to clear my cache of cookies and bullshit, I had to sign in. I didn't need to do that with these people. I mean, I just literally was back in. But it's still criminal because for whatever reason, and I still don't understand it, they could so easily have just started the Skype. After doing what they did and getting the 180 out of me and clearing the viruses, they could easily have just started the Skype. But they
How much
didn't.
of your porn did you lose?
I didn't lose any.
Okay, that's every bit worth 180, Doug. What are you worried about? I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm supposed to get a year's worth of firewall, which I don't give a shit about, but also potential technical support if I need it, which they would probably add in some other charge for, but still, you get my point. I try to rationalize the best out of it, but, okay, so these are South Asian people, and so we'll leave that as ambivalent. It's not like a full ripoff or something, but that's ambivalent. They did create it,
Yeah.
You mean well? They didn't create the problem.
I'm joking.
Yeah, but in terms, but in terms of okay, as I explained to Brooke, I had a very negative experience with, of course, a Pakistani who was on this program for a long period of time. But what makes it real, shall we say, ambivalent about the victims on the Titan? They were both British Pakistanis. And so to put this into some perspective for Brooke, by the way, are you there? I don't want to say this unless you can hear me because she might be purchasing something right now. So, Brooke, are you in the middle of purchasing something, ordering your food or something like that?
I'm trying to get the bitch's attention to order something else.
I thought you were trying to read the drive-through board.
No, I've already ordered. I was like going to add on some sausages for the dogs, but the bitch is over there. Like, apparently there's only one person working the entire, like, cooking and cleaning.
Well, let me know when you're done with her. Let me know when
I'm done. I'm done. Okay. There's nothing going on. I'm just saying she can't see me, and I'm just by myself.
Okay, so I just want to explain in
British Pakistani. First of all, it's stupid bullshit because you don't know what you're talking about. Because first of all, you're talking about there was a guy that was British, a Canadian, like that billionaire, and then there was another Pakistani.
Were they on the phone with Doug fixing his computer though?
No, but hey, wait a second. Wait a second. Let me. Whoa! Hey! Go easy. Go slow. Let me tell the story first. I'm trying to take a little bit of perspective here.
Brooke, I would never ask you to do that to me.
That 19-year-old boy did not deserve it. He was scared to get on that.
Oh yeah, we'll go back to that. By the way,
cougaring?
As a matter of fact, we could even start with that. So the two Pakistani victims who were actually British, but they were British citizens, but they were of Pakistani nationality, meaning that these people were essentially multi-billionaires who were kind of cross-cultural in the sense that they're really Pakistani, but they purchased British citizenship. That's basically what it was. And the young man was actually, to his credit, smart enough to know this was a suicide pact, and he told his mother he was very afraid to go. He was only going because it was Father's Day, apparently the day that this happened, so it was Father's Day in England. So I'll ask George Knight about this. George Knight, is this the case? The night that the day the Titan went down was not that long ago. Was Father's Day in England just around that time, apparently?
Yeah, it was last Sunday, Douglas. Yeah, it was last Sunday. That's when it Father's Day occurred. I think it's the 18th.
Yes, so he was going there specifically because it was Father's Day, and he did not want to disappoint his father. And of course, there's the Pakistani culture trip where they're very patriarchal, and of course, the father, he doesn't want the dad to cut him out of his will, basically. So there is something there like that potentially there. We have to take that into account. It could be like, oh, I don't want dad to cut me out of his will. Now, this guy was, of course, 19, so he wasn't, as we originally thought, maybe 16 or 17. So this guy's 19, so he's over 18 years of age. He's of legal age. So when he goes down there with his dad, who he's deathly afraid of, doesn't want to disappoint him, well, at that age, you're accountable. At that point, it's like, and then you've got his dad, and both these guys, what puts them into a unsympathetic category for me is specifically that British Pakistani. Not only was that the nationality of the son of a bitch who was on this show for a long time, Salman Sheikh, who was always working with the Edomites, there is a history there many people are not aware of. Basically, it became most pronounced in a place called Rotherham, but it has happened all across England. But the worst place, only because it was made public, was Rotherham. And in Rotherham, we only know about this because basically there was a forced investigation, finally forced. But it's this English industrial town. And when I brought this up on Revolution Radio years ago, I was attacked by both Scots and English, who were both telling me, yo, you don't know what you're talking about. Rotherham's in Scotland, is what the English would say. And the Scots would say, no, it's in England. You don't know what you're talking about. And these people would shit all over me. And I'm like thinking, I don't care where the fuck it is. It doesn't speak well of either one of you that you turn it into a football that neither one of you want. But basically, Rotherham was where the Pakistanis, one of many places where Pakistanis with British nationality, British citizenship, but of Pakistani nationality, they'd purchase British citizenship, they'd go on what they called safaris, in which they'd hunt white girls. So we know for a fact, just basically because they were finally forced to expose it, that between 1997 and 2013, in Rotherham alone, we know that 1,400 white girls were hunted down by Pakistani men who gang raped them and then doused them with gasoline and set them on fire to hide the evidence. Because if they burned the girls alive, that would burn off all the sperm and semen that they left all over them from their gang rapes. And because they paid the police off, when one girl who was about 12 years old came in and brought bags of her clothes that had all this Pakistani sperm all over them, the police beat the shit out of her and burned her garments, took her clothes and put them in the incinerator, and told her if she ever came back again, they'd arrest her for prostituting herself because she was a fucking whore. And so the police were enabling the Pakistanis to do this because the Pakistanis paid them off. So what happened was that children as young as 8, 9, and 10 were raped by multiple perpetrators. They were abducted. They were trafficked to cities in England, all other cities in England. And the Rotherham Borough Council had been provided with 3 separate inquiries in which they were supposed to investigate all this, and they covered it all up so they wouldn't look racist. So if I were a Scotsman or an Englishman, the first thing that I would do is I would burn down the police station with all the police in it alive. I don't care if they're police women or policemen, just burn the police station down with all the police in it alive because they were all part of this for years and years and years. And the fact that the entire Pakistani community was involved in this, and internationally so, that they would go on these safaris, you know, pay off the local constabularies in these burned out industrial towns and rape all the girls and basically denude them of the female population by paying off the local police departments. And that Rotherham's the only place we know of because it was finally forced to expose its records after hiding 3 different inquiries. This it goes to show that the average Pakistani person in England who's a male is obviously a piece of shit. So we don't know what these people were like who were down there in that submarine, but they sound awfully spoiled to me and may well have been part of this kind of ongoing subculture. So
that's some shit. That's a smoke screen for we're going to Earth too. They're going to those 7,000 islands that Japan discovered.
You mean that they didn't die and disappear? You feel they might have gone to this place?
Yeah, that's just a cover. They're really just going to Earth too. That's all there is to it.
You know, this is cute. I mean, it's cute, but do you believe this when you say these things?
Well, I know because there wasn't like a Groupon ad for this.
I admit to oh my God, I admit something to Ian personally. Like, I admit that I even like take up for this guy and like him. Fucking Ian, can you just shut up and not stupid for a minute?
If you would just think about it, okay, all of a sudden, just one day out of the blue, all these millionaires are like, oh, hey, let's go check out the Titanic.
Because
Come
you
on.
have to be a millionaire.
Come on. James Cameron what?
Cameron's a multi-billionaire. What are you talking about?
Research nothing. You realize that thing had been down there 10 fucking times, and there's been plenty who have been down there plenty of times. Now James Cameron, he was man enough to
Have you ever been to the Titanic, Brooke?
That's not a serious question, Ian. Actually, just to put this into some.
I'm not a billionaire, bitch.
Just to put this into some context.
I swear to God, there would be you wouldn't even be dead. You would be like that movie. You and fucking a couple other people I fucking know. Be tied up, misery, and I just walk in with the sledgehammer to the fucking goddamn.
Back of the box.
Oh my God. But, a lot of people ask about Joe Tai. They say, Douglas, don't you realize Joe Tai's just leading you on to, he's just like, and no, he's not. I mean, this is the sad part about Joe Tai, is that people think he's manipulating me and leading me on to make me angry, but the
reality that thinks that is stupider than Joe Tai.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. The horror is Joe Tai is completely serious.
Joe Tai is actually a good person. He's a good soul. Even just like, I like Joe Tai, man.
I do too.
Joe Tai is the mayonnaise on the sandwich.
But Joe Tai also has a lot better shit than the fucking Australian Nemo shit.
Yo, Jesus, Nemo. Okay, don't respond to that. The way, this is kind of like, she's just provoking. Just provoking. That's all.
You wanted to provoke. You want to throw some shit. He's gonna fucking get it. You ready, Nemo? You ready for the fucking
This is inevitable. It's going to be a heavyweight match going on.
I don't give a shit what you say. I'm just here to support
I
Doug.
know you don't give a shit what I say.
I'm just here to support Doug.
Goddamn ass, bitch.
Okay, now, Brooke, go a little easy on people. Go a little easy on people. But, okay, so Brooke, in light of what I've pointed out, it does make me a little...
I should warn you. No, go easy on people. You might should warn Nemo before he fucking comes on me like that shit. Wow, fucking no, fuck you, Nemo.
I had so many things.
I've heard it all. I don't care.
No, but you heard your sister screaming when she was getting raped, and you didn't do shit.
Honey.
You have no idea what you're talking about. Shut the fuck up.
Anyhow, we are a bit curious about that, but we'll speak of that privately. Okay.
Put people down. I'm not who fucking do it. You're gonna put me down.
Brooke, do you really think these millionaires all got together and said, all right, on this day, we're gonna go check out the Titanic?
It sounds like something so stupid, it's exactly what they would do. Yes.
Yes, I do.
By the way, George Knight raised his hand. George Knight. Good God, George Knight. Why on earth do you feel you need to raise your hand in the midst of a brawl? You're looking at Rumble here. It's like a football pile up, and you're raising your hand. Why do you need to raise just interject?
You acknowledge him. I'll shut up. All I'm gonna say is, Ian,
you're lovely, Brooke.
I'm not lovely.
I was just gonna.
But fucking when the bitches.
Brooke, can you not talk over George? He's very rude.
Go ahead, George. Go ahead.
Thank you, Brooke. No, thank you. I was just going to say, can we get back to the topic of either Taiwan or go back?
Whoa! We can't get back to that. I mean, this will burn out. It'll burn out soon enough. But
we'll burn out.
But what I'm saying is, okay. So with Brooke, this subculture and what makes me kind of like, oh God, these Pakistanis probably deserve what happened to them. Okay, could you add dimension to that, or just a counter statement, or what's your perspective on that based on the context?
I mean, you would already know my point. If you already know me. My point is, no one deserves. I don't believe anyone, like even like Nemo, who fucking like tied up and burned in fucking hell. I would not wish them on that death mission. Truly, like I don't wish anybody truly harm. I truly don't. So, like, I truly don't wish that on somebody. I think that they made a stupid decision, and even if this guy, the Pakistani father, was even involved in that. Regardless, these are billionaires that made a decision to go on a trip because they have money, right? And we already know that, basically the owner of the company was basically a risk taker, but he did it for money. He was doing it at that point for money, as well as the one that had been down, 78-year-old, which makes me feel better. I think he was probably one of the best people, other than maybe the 19-year-old. On the ship, because he's been down to Titanic many times, but he was 78, and that makes me feel better. But he was everybody that knows him.
Maybe he, of all people, maybe he wanted to die down there.
I mean, I just think that
because he loved it down there. Like this would be the way to go.
He's been more than anybody else. That's what he was there for, just to kind of when they get down there, kind of just like point out at 78. He was just pointing out where things were. That's what was his job. And originally I thought he was the pilot because he had been the pilot many times in most of his drives, but this time,
well, that would have made too much sense. If he were the pilot, that would have made too much sense. You know,
right.
no, the doofus who was
the guy with the game controller.
Yeah, the CEO. Yes.
He was piloting in it. I mean, who knows? Maybe he hunted to the 17-year-old or 19-year-old.
Yeah, I was thinking that. But
well, he said that in his interview. He says that everybody can pass it around. Anybody can pilot it.
That's true. But
the problem is, like I told you, they didn't get to that point. So piloting it, they're talking about going around and being careful to down maybe. I mean, because at that point you're only going down. Mm-hmm. They had already, like, the whole of that, you're in a carbon fiber that is literally, they have already said they're, this guy was smart. I mean, let's not, I don't want to put this guy, even the guy that did this, right? I'm glad he died with him. But at the end of the day, he went to Princeton. He was, he built.
Yeah, so did Joe Ty, but go on.
Whatever. You're such a stupid idiot.
By the way, Lena Shade, the chick who did so much to get me banned off Facebook.
Oh, she went to Princeton.
No, her husband. Her husband graduated from Princeton. And he became a DoorDash driver. He was a DoorDash driver. A driver, not a manager.
The education that keeps on driving, let me tell you.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go with that.
Well, hey, he's beating Ian West. It means he at least has a car on a bike.
No, that means at least I don't have to Uber Eats or Uber.
Yeah, the other thing. So, did you get a chance to review that video by that fat Navy veteran that was talking about this?
I've reviewed several videos.
Okay, so one of the was really funny one was I gave her was this fat Navy veteran. He was a former submariner, and I actually knew a former submariner personally, and he was fat too. So these submariners get fat as pigs because they don't move.
Yeah, they can't run around in the sub. They don't have like a track and field.
No other culture would have that, but Americans, yeah. And they're probably the only nation on Earth that has fat submariners. But when it came to this fat white guy, he said, yeah, so the owner of Ocean Gate was saying, I don't want to hire a bunch of old white guys. I want kids to look at my employees and say, I want to grow up like that. And so this is when the fat submariner who made this video said, yeah, I can understand kids looking at me and saying, I don't want to grow up to be like that guy. But, this guy turned around and he hired a bunch of young people who didn't know what they were doing. But I noticed something else myself, meaning me, Douglas Dietrich, when he was showing the photos of the people this guy hired, I noticed they were all white.
Were they all gay?
No. They were, a bunch of them were female.
Oh my God! First of all, you're being racist, Douglas, and second of all, you're allowing Ian to be fucking homophobic.
No, it's sexist. It's not homophobic. It's sexist.
Well, I mean, it might be the case actually. With one of the guys he hired was apparently some surfing macho, and then the sailor, the old submariner, was saying, I guess he hired him because he liked his surfing stories. But
yeah, those are crucial to operating stuff.
Yeah, they'd have been a lot safer if they had hired a lot of black fucking women, female lesbians, because ain't none of them going down there unless that shit is fucking done fucking right.
Yeah, well, whatever the case may be, he hired what looked to me like only white people, and he did say something about diversity.
But I can't believe Ian just said they're gay. Like, Ian, are you so scared that I'm not gonna fuck you ever? You just go scared no women will fuck you because all women are gay now. I'm gay. Every time you meet a woman at bar, she's like, I'm gay.
Well, I knew I wasn't going to say blacks because it had to do with water, so I knew to avoid that.
Well, all that being said, so, at any rate, the guy did mention diversity.
You asked me a question. I don't know why you're talking about this, Ian. Like, what is your point?
Oh, Ian's just being funny. I mean, honey, it's like, when you ask him questions, it's like me asking Joe Ty questions. And like Sammy Romero pointed out to me, Doug, stop asking Joe Ty questions and you won't get angry. It's like that.
No, bro. See, down here on our Jack in the Box, they don't put meth and crack in the food. Like
that's actually a plus. That would be a plus if they did.
I wish to God, if they, I swear to God, they put meth or crack in the food, it would make me so much happier, and I would be able to deal with you without getting angry.
Well, listen to you.
So that being said, yeah, there were all kinds of things. Obviously, so we can agree
also,
that
I wouldn't be stuffing my mouth with jalapeno poppers if I was high on meth or crack.
Baby, I'm so jealous of you. Look, y'all, I gotta work in like 3 hours. I gotta go. It was good seeing everybody. George, our wishes are with Leeds and shit. And y'all be good.
I didn't know you clock in to sell meth, man.
Like I said, we don't have a Jack in the Box that puts crack and meth in the food, so I gotta go to bed and go to work.
Oh, well, we love you, Ian. And so were you able to watch that film review? Or you watch it later?
Yeah, that is nothing like me. I was very embarrassed by your
What but the ending, the guy saves the world.
Yeah, well, I thought you were promoting that Sound of Freedom movie that's coming out, and that one was like me, but I totally no.
Ian wants you to sit in like he's the Will Smith.
I don't want him to do a goddamn thing. Shut the fuck up.
Like the Men in Black guy, Will Smith. That's what he needs you to sit.
Okay. I would have got to.
James Bond, the fucking MI, whatever. This reminds me of you.
I always saw myself as like a better looking Joe Rogan, but anyway.
Oh my God. That's your highest comparison. You're sad. That's very sad.
Thank you.
Yes, you don't want to be like Joe Rogan. Oh my God.
I knew I'd never make it as like a stunt double for Charlie's Angels like you. So,
So that being said, we'll return.
Good one, Ian. I'll let you with it.
All right, sugar. Until next week. Goodbye.
Love you dearly, Ian. Blessed day. That's I don't think he will.
Maybe he'll fucking wreck on the way
so did you see you didn't see the film review, did you?
No, you didn't even send it to me.
I did. Well, it's in the text box. You can.
I don't look at the text box unless you make me.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll send it to you. And what about my illustrations? Did you ever scan those, or you lost them when you deleted our conversation?
What is fun?
The illustrations I produced for your birthday or something.
No, those I do need you to send me that back because it all got deleted. Yes.
Oh, okay. So I'll send them to you again so you can download and scan them.
Yeah.
So I'll do that soon enough. Do be patient with me, but I won't forget. But do remind me anyway, because
I'll remind you privately. That's fine.
Yeah, and but in the meantime, privately, let me call up. Here you are, Brooke Gibson, and let me send you. This is the film that I was talking about, and then you can enjoy the review of that and tell me what you think. But I think the character is very reflective of Ian West. You can tell him that next time after you review it, or you can tell him if you think otherwise. Other than that, we will return to George Knight now and what we were speaking of. But George Knight, before we go back to the theme of the Third Reich in Exile, with what I presented about Rotherham and the man who died in the suicide capsule, what do you feel about that? Do you feel these Pakistanis may have deserved their fate based on what I said, because they are British, so they may have been...
Thank you, Douglas. No, I do apologise. I was just going to say thank you so much for bringing up the whole situation with Rotherham, because it was that was something I was looking up many years ago once I discovered yourself, and that was one of the unfortunately it's one of the realities that was going on in the UK. It's happened all over the world. It's a network. It's awful, but that's why I was going to say just thank you. I do apologise because tried to bring things back onto a level to go back to the topic of Taiwan, because I knew that was what you were going to ask Brooke specifically, something to do with Taiwan.
Oh, that's what you meant. No. Actually, I wasn't going to ask Brooke something about Taiwan. I was simply going to bring up the fact that just to basically put this into perspective about the 1,000-year Reich in exile and the war with the legal state of war between the Allies and the Third Reich. Very important to remember that the United Nations is still legally at war with my Taiwan as the last Axis nation on the surface of the earth by their definition. And so they consider Taiwan to be a bastion of Hitlerism, which is what their declaration of war is actually against, per Title 42 of the United Nations Charter. So,
I played United Nations is at war against most people in the fucking world, but that's a different story.
Oh, by the way, you're not alone in thinking that, and I've killed United Nations troops, and certainly United Nations. There are plenty of conspiracists who hate the United Nations just as almost reflexively. Of course, what I try to explain to people is we're going to need some kind of replacement international body, but the general principle.
Well, the problem is not what you always call me cynical, and my problem is not. I don't believe that necessarily everyone operating in the United Nations, just as I believe that we can even put Donald Trump or Biden down. Those presidents and our Congress do not know the majority of what they're running. They are like controlled, just like we said Obama. Like it's a controlled thing, and so. There's so much control above the people. The names that you can see are not the names controlling shit. And so if you think in the United Nations, it's not any different. It's the same fucking way.
Well, I guess. I mean, well, basically,
well, you hear me not guess. It doesn't take a get that.
I think you give the United Nations almost more depth than it has. I mean, it's just basically the principles and the idea. Of course, we need to be represented by a much more efficient organization that has greater legitimacy, but when it comes to the United Nations at this point in history, it is anachronistic and has certainly proven itself to be very corrupt. However, obviously, we are going to need peacekeepers in some parts of the world. You know, believe it or not, it was in the early stages of the United Nations. It functioned at least more effectively on the face of it. They were able to maintain a facade of efficiency. At that time, the neutral nation of Sweden provided the majority of their peacekeepers, and that was to keep their troops combat trained. Later on, the Irish actually provided a number of peacekeepers for the United Nations, and it was amazing the amount of action they saw. So it's most of these troops from more developed nations carried out much more professional peacekeeping operations. Unfortunately, it just got worse and worse over the years as they began to basically pay countries for peacekeeping. And when they paid countries for peacekeeping, the countries would just be third world nations that would give them their worst. And the worst men they had that would go out there and abuse the privilege of peacekeeping. And so it's just gotten worse and worse. And it is responsible for slave trading. Yes, I personally was witness to that. I don't know if Viviana's awake, and I don't want to wake her up, so I'm just going to ask Nemo and Mark. So, Nemo and Mark, both of you gentlemen, please, in light of the context of what I said about Rotherham and the subculture of Pakistani predators in Britain, do both of you kind of get my vibe when I'm like saying maybe these couple of multi-billionaire Pakistani Brits in the suicide capsule kind of may have deserved what they got, or just
Yes, they all deserve death.
You know what? Nemo deserves fucking death, because what he just did is, for one, there's two people he did not know. There's only 2 Pakistanis on that ship, number one. So he doesn't know one of them that's an adult, and the second one's 19 years old. So I'm fairly certain he hadn't had even an idea of what he was or was not doing. And so, first of all,
if they're Pakistani, they deserve death.
Ooh, ow, ooh. That's all.
You want to get taken off? I want to repeat that. I'll show
Hey, actually, oh God, yeah, oh shit, that's right, yeah, we do. No. Oh, whoa, hey, let's not add fuel to the flames. Let's not add any fuel to the flames, darling.
Your guy just said it.
But hey, anyhow, for what it's worth, I doubt, one thing I can probably bet on, they probably don't.
Oh, I'm going to report it, my goddamn self.
Oh my God, no! Jesus. Anyhow, but one thing we can probably bet on, I bet YouTube doesn't consider Pakistanis a protected population.
I'm reporting the son of a bitch right now.
No! Jesus Christ, it would be my show that gets taken off. Christ, honey.
Well, you've got the stupid asshole on here that doesn't show goddamn respect.
Honey.
Look
Okay,
who's talking.
but think about me, okay? Think about me. Allow me to handle this in my own way. Yes, learn to phrase things a little differently, Nemo. So, okay, Brooke, just hold off. Jesus Christ, don't report anything. Okay, so, I understand.
He was a 19-year-old.
Yeah, I get it. Well, actually, 19's not that young.
Fuck you, Nemo, you stupid piece of shit. You deserve death.
Oh my god. Yes, well,
I don't give a shit what you think.
By the way, now Brooke was very upset when she was talking to Ian West one time, and then he had a friend who came in during their conversation, and the friend was using expletives, racist expletives.
I wasn't upset until the friend came in.
That's right. The N-word. The N-word. The guy kept using the N-word. We're not going to repeat it. And anyhow. So that she got upset at that, and she made certain that our man Ian knew about it. Such being said,
I am so sick of people judging people by their sexuality or their race or anything else without knowing them as a person. And I think, Nemo, you are the king
it's
of
their
that
reputation, not just for being Pakistani. They have a bad reputation.
You don't get a fucking say-so, Nemo.
Actions speak
you
more than
don't
words.
know them. You can't
Actions
say because
speak
they're
more.
Pakistani. I think Australians suck. I can say every Australian should burn
Yeah, I say that too. I hate this country. If I had the money, I'd move out of here. I don't give a fuck what you think.
To burn in hell.
Oh my god.
But
I've already been there. It doesn't bother me. I've already been there. It doesn't bother me.
Something that you're
overreacting.
Whoa. Actually, yeah. Right. Ouch. So, honey, I can understand why you're upset. But at the same time, you shouldn't.
Don't judge people. You don't fucking know. He has no idea about that 19-year-old. He is saying because you gave credence to it, so it's on you too to say every fucking Pakistani that was from
Let
your
Doug talk. You're wasting
Well, Brooke. Well, now, of course, I said I contextualized, the initial feeling.
You contextualize this a 19-year-old bitch. He had nothing to do with
19
that.
is he's 19 actually.
He didn't have
conceivably.
anything to do with what
Wait
you're
a second.
talking
He
about.
could conceivably have been part of that subculture. Conceivably. Now.
Okay, well, conceivably, you fucking kill people and fucking slap people in the fuck.
Yeah.
You mean conceivably tell you what you've done, Douglas?
Quite a bit. But I've been, I've been pretty open about it. But all that being said, honey,
Like, if you want to go with a 19-year-old should just die, like, it just makes, like, honestly, it's fine. Like, I don't care if you've thought of a show.
Hey, by the way, 19's not that young. I don't understand. What I really don't understand, 19's pretty old. 19's pretty old, honey.
No, first of all, you don't have kids, first of all. I have an 18-year-old who's not graduated high school, okay? Like, he won't graduate till he's 19.
Okay.
He won't graduate high school till he's 19. So he's never graduated high school.
So to you, he's pretty young. It feels young to you because your son is that age.
It doesn't matter. It could have. Let's say it was the first year of college. All you could put him is 1 year ahead. I held him. He never fell. I held him a year back because he was.
No. For instance, what I said before was that.
My point is, he didn't fucking do all that shit that you just went into. Nor did probably his father. You're assuming.
No, I never said they did. I never said they did in any definitive sense.
Right, that'd be like saying every Southerner, back in the Jim Crow days, right? The Southerners, we hung people from the fucking black guys from the fucking trees, right? Like, all the shit us Southerners did to fucking black people. And then if a Southerner dies in the fucking ship, you'd be like, well, let me go back and tell you about the Jim Crow days. And Brooke had nothing to goddamn do with that. But you're doing that with the Pakistani thing.
Whoa! Wait a second, honey. Wait a second. Hey, wait a second. Jim Crow. Whoa! Wait a second. Jim Crow was before you were born, but Rotherham was within the lifetime of these two individuals. That's a totally different situation. The parallel doesn't hold.
Okay. Maybe Jim Crow wouldn't hold as far as my personal lifetime.
Of course not. But the Rotherham situation does hold with them.
My mother's not racist. I can tell you my mother.
But wait a second. You're kind of taking
this.
But
you could do the same thing on my father.
Yeah. Whoa! Wait a second. You're taking this in different directions. Than
no, it's
the
same difference. So
it's not. No, it's not. It's not the same difference at all. Honey, I told you.
How?
First off, you were not alive during the days of the slave trade.
No,
You
no,
weren't
I'm
alive
saying
during the
let's not
days
do
of Jim
me.
Crow.
No, you don't get out on me. We're now talking about my father. We're talking about my father and my mother.
Oh yeah,
So,
yeah, but yeah, okay, but that's okay. At that point, let's just put you aside respectfully for a few moments, and let's turn toward Mark H. So put you aside respectfully for a few moments. So Mark, yes. So based on what I said, and as we were forced to elucidate in detail because of what Brooke brought up, these people were of the age where conceivably they could have been involved in various safaris in England, and they were of the wealth factor, the wealth bracket, where they could easily have been part of
could
this.
be involved in a billion goddamn things.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying, honey? The amount of Pakistani men.
So pro-trans.
No. Wait, hey. Wait.
Racist fucking bullshit.
Yeah, well, we understand. You see, this is why I said it was kind of good to bring this up while you were here. And you notice I wasn't evading you. Like, I didn't bring this up after you left. I actually was glad you came back.
No, because you know it's racist bullshit. You know if this was about trans or any fucking thing else, you're like, oh, I think they're pro-trans, fuck you! But you're race, you suddenly just want to jump on a goddamn bandwagon and throw them all in a bus.
No,
Wait,
this
without knowing it.
This isn't. No, there's a difference here. There's a specificity here where I didn't say Pakistani, I said Pakistani English. So these are British Pakistanis, and it was a very specific situation. So back to Mark. Yeah, Mark, unmute.
Every trans
want to hear what
person
Mark
in San
has to say.
Francisco it knows each other. And so if one trans person rapes somebody, then every other trans person should be thrown
we know your stat. Okay, respectfully, just put you aside for a few seconds here. Mark, yes. So based on what I said, yes, by all means, respond.
So based on what you said, I really haven't been keeping track, probably on purpose, just because I kind of find the whole thing detestable about the whole that whole situation. I find it awkward that I understand that these billionaires, I assume that they probably think they're invincible and they're never going to die.
Right.
They don't need anybody to tell them what they need to do. They won't take advice. I mean, I understand that mind state. We have a couple of those people that come to the casino, and it's all about the hype. It's all about what you can get somebody to do for money, for their amusement.
Yeah.
So whether it's putting their own kids in danger, to put them in danger, to you're basically putting your whole bloodline. I think like the guy's a 9-year-old kid, and then his stepson's talking about him.
The guy's kid didn't want to go.
Yeah.
He did not want to go.
That's right. But Mark knows that. He's taking that into account.
No, I'm taking it from Mark because Mark's on the right page and you were on the wrong page, and you should start listening to Mark.
So go on, Mark.
Yeah, no, and it's really from there. I was going to go into a different direction, kind of go back into something a little different. If we're going to change topic, if you want to stick on this topic, we can.
Oh, take it to the other topic.
So I was kind of going to transition back because I do remember, I know George was talking about something when I jumped on. He was going on about a lot of good things. And I remember Brooke actually in the past spoke about, I think Dr. Stephen, is it Stephen Greer or Dr. Greer?
Probably. Yeah.
One of them. But anyway, I remember hearing
Actually, Dr. Stephen Greer, yes.
Yeah, Dr. Stephen Greer. And I remember you talking about him before, Brooke, and I remember actually listening to Stephen Greer's stuff a long time ago when he talked about shooting our government shooting these UAPs down, or whatever they call them down, these Foo Fighters.
Yeah.
And I was going to ask George what he thinks about it. Is this an insinuation? Is this sort of an alluding fact to our government shooting down the Third Reich in Exile?
Yes. Go on, George. So take it from there, George. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So while George starts on that, I'm going to take a short break again. I'll be back in a few moments. I'm going to go mute. Nemo says he's going to grab an ice cold Coke. Okay, I'll be throwing my can in the recycler.
Keep walking toward the ocean.
Good thing he wasn't here to hear that.
I'll say it again.
Dude.
Oh, Jesus,
honey. At any rate, so
yeah, thank you.
We're going to let George. While I go mute for a few minutes, I'll be back soon enough.
Yeah, let me just read you an abstract, Mark. This is from the book entitled Air Wars of 1950. During the 6 deadly years that spanned between 1951 and 1956, the staff of Project Blue Book at the Attic, ATIC, received 3,881 UFO reports from the United States and around the world. The following list consists of months from each of those 6 years with the highest amount of UFO sightings reported to Project Blue Book. And the years as follows: year 1951, January, 25 reports. Year 1952, July, 536 reports. And so forth up until the year 1956. It gives you the number of reports. And then it goes on to say, on October the 11th, on my birthday, that's my birthday on October 11th, I'm a Libra, 9 days before Douglas's birthday. In 1956, the New York Times ran a Washington, October 10th, it just says Washington, Associated Press story in the article titled Military Accident Toll. This article gave the statistics of service personnel killed in military aircraft accidents as reported by the Defense Department. Since 1951, it was reported from 1951 until the day October 10th news release that there were 7,600 service personnel killed in all types of United States military aircraft. These 6 years were indeed 6 deadly years. How many of these 7,600 fatalities occurred because of UFO intercepts, written off as training exercises or costs? It is not the time that we woke up, it is about the time we woke up and take a further look into this matter. The following is a top 20 list of the most UFO reports received by Project Blue Book per month between the years 1951 and 1956. The UFO flap was in July 1952. That was the highest number of reports, and that report was 536. And it gives you a list of every single month throughout those 6 years about how many UFO reports were coming in. And so that's just to elaborate in a bit more depth and detail about what the United States were contending with, that over the mainland continental United States, they were receiving a UFO flap. And what I'll do later on, Mark, I'll go into my book. I'll cite my book that I have entitled The Air Wars 952, the definition of the word UFO flap, or what the definition of that means. It's basically an unprecedented occurrence that the United States military and government take very, very seriously. It's an unprecedented time, date, and event where they have a large number of UFO reports coming in. Of course, anything that was, because the standing order was, if you in any fighter jet, anything that occurs over the United States, the Defense Department were obliged to intercept, because this is a breach of national security.
Yeah.
If any of these interceptions, they could not talk down these UFOs or UAPs or whatever identified or unidentified craft they were pursuing, if they could not talk them down, there was a standing order to shoot them down. This was the deadliest years throughout over the United States, the most deadliest detrimental time of period. And several in the book, they give several ace pilot names that occurred, that died. Now, ace, you get that title of an ace pilot if you have 5 confirmed kills during wartime, during proactive prosecution of hostility. So many of these pilots were recognized as ace pilots. They were very experienced. They had a number of airtime, basically hundreds of hours of airtime, or what you call wartime airtime experience over several periods of conflicts or wars, so to speak. You have to disambiguate between the term war and conflict, because every single armed conflict is an undeclared war since post-World War II, because the United States has never declared a state of war. So it's very important to note that. That's very.
Thank you.
It's something that people. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. It's very, very important that people understand that. That is why the United Nations Security Council, the United Nations. I think it was the United Nations ambassador, one of the ambassadors, or one of the United Nations Security Council members, Kofi Annan, deemed the Iraqi conflict Bush War II an illegal war of aggression. It was deemed illegal, and that is because the United States is still legally in a state of war. So yeah, during this period between 1951 and 1956, it was recognized as the deadliest period if you were a United States Air Force pilot. It's because any unidentified aerial, any phenomena or any object that was flying over, violating American airspace with complete impunity, your job was to intercept them. And most people didn't come back alive if they actually got close enough to engage in combat. And I remember several years ago, me and Douglas spoke of this in depth privately. And some of these Starfire, I'll go into it in a moment. I'll get the schematics of the Starfire 94 fighter jets. They had hundreds of these missiles that would be deployed, and they would flare off into the wind, and they were hoping at least one of them would hit the target. These were not precision. Yes.
Just to put this in some perspective, what would put this into perspective as to how dangerous these operations were to the American public, think of the Battle of Palmdale. Basically, what happened was on August 16th in 1956, you had two state-of-the-art F-89D Scorpions, which attempted to intercept a runaway Hellcat drone over Southern California. And in about 2 hours worth of engagement, they fired 208 folding thin aircraft rockets without hitting this slow-moving Hellcat. This unpiloted. This was a true WAP, or a WAV rather, an unpiloted aerial vehicle. This Hellcat drone. And instead, the rockets rained down upon the residents of Palmdale, California, who endured an aerial bombardment that destroyed cars, damaged houses, ignited an enormous brush fire that burned for days. Analysis after the fact should have shown United States Air Force planners the folly of relying on immature missile guidance and computer control technology, but instead they doubled down in their belief that the gun was dead. And the reason they believed that was because the guns were completely ineffective against the Reichskraft, the Strieber, the discs. And a decade later, this failure to challenge their own dogma simply on the basis of operating against a superior technology in which a particular weapon proved ineffective, well, that risked the lives of U.S. aviators in the skies of Vietnam. So where they were fighting against a enemy that was not even really a peer competitor, but had to reintroduce the gun to combat that enemy. In other words, we need to have a graduated escalation of force in military operations, just as we do in police operations, where you're using different levels of technology to respond to different situations. With the police, it's supposed to start with your nightstick, work your way up to a taser, and then ultimately a firearm. And with the military, there needs to be a graduated escalation of force depending on the enemy that you're facing. As for that operation, by the way, I never did find out what was used as the mother plane that launched that Hellcat drone. I think it was an Avenger because those were used in other drone trials, but the Korean War, as they call it, the real technical name for it is, as George Knight would point out, the Korean conflict. Or they were referring to it in those days as, quote-unquote, a police action. That muddies the picture because an A-1 Sky Raider was used to control the Hellcat missiles. The Hellcat was a plane, but it was often used as a suicide missile when it was unpiloted. In other words, a unpiloted craft that could... The whole craft became a bomb. But in this case, I'm pretty sure it was about the Avenger. That was the mothership because Kurowski had only 200 rounds of 50 calibers to fire at the Hellcat. So that tallies with the ammunition capacity of a late model Avenger. I'm thinking of one of the pilots who finally took the Hellcat down, and they had to use guns to do it. But we're talking August 16th, 1956. So the drone program, if I remember correctly, was called Operation Option, I think was the name of it. So people can look it up by that name if they're interested. Project Option. Anyhow, we'll turn it back to George with that. But hopefully people begin to understand that when the Americans were attacking these Reichskraft, they were killing American civilians while they were doing it. And that's collateral damage. That's what's called collateral damage in war. And they're fighting it in American skies. So this is why World War II is so hidden. What people are trying to prevent the American public from understanding is that the America was a front, that it was a legitimate front in the war, but they're totally dedicated, the U.S. military and their corruption, to this America invulnerable, America inviolate, we were never violated, we were never invaded, all this bullshit. And so long as they're committed to that and they keep losing wars, and the public still keeps admiring them as the most incorruptible element of our society, we're doomed. So go on, George.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, by the way, Mark was going to say something first. Yeah, Mark?
Yeah,
I was just going to say, by the way, thank you for both conceptualizing that. And I was just going to say, it's one of those things where it seems like a very powerful thought prison that people are put into when it's in regards to, the World War II and the past in general, wartime and past. You have a lot of people that are extremely indoctrinated, American-wise, to kind of let grips of what they believe in currently and to sort of embrace something such as this it's probably pretty painful. It could be actually physically painful too, because they put everything into this, everything you've read, everything you've known. So it could be hard for people to break away from understanding that. But you really need to open your mind up. And just if you look at the facts, if you look at what these gentlemen are laying down, it's really not that hard. After a while, it starts to make some sense,
Thank you so much. And just something else I was, going to bring up later. If I don't do a monologue tonight, because we're trying to take advantage of George's presence, then I'll definitively dedicate probably the overwhelming majority of the episode on our next transmission to a monologue. But a good example here is the ICRC, the International Red Cross, has been partnering with, and our man George Knight can appreciate this because he was a gamer, but they were partnering with Twitch streamers, and they were trying to promote the rules of war, the actual laws of war in FPS, or first-person shooter games. And we're trying to emphasize to everyone, don't go thirsting, which is...
I enjoy talking to you guys. I'm leaving. I got to go. It's good night. So I love you all. Take care.
I love you, honey. God
Good night.
bless
Later,
you.
bro.
I owe you my life.
Take care.
Yes.
Thank you.
I love you with all my heart, honey. Okay? All right, baby? Okay, she doesn't respond. So, that being said, when it comes to these first-person shooter games, you've got the Red Cross who's trying to get war gamers to play by the rules of war, trying to get them not to shoot at ambulances or go thirsting, which is a gamer's term for massacre of innocent civilians and the like. And then you've got this Russian journalist who was seen in propaganda videos breaking the rules of warfare by loading a rocket launcher, which journalists are not supposed to participate in combat. It's against all the rules of war. But he said, oh, it's okay since the Ukrainians are Nazis and all we do is kill Nazis in video games. So understand that all video games are indoctrination to fight the Third Reich in exile. That you wouldn't have this with any other group, quote unquote, where you're consistently killing them again and again, and they're the ultimate enemy, the ultimate bad guy. The reason they do this is because we're still legally at war with the Third Reich in exile, and what they're saying is the rules of war don't apply to them, that they're not human. This is because, as far as technically the Thousand-Year Reich in exile and the people of Unterland, the Unterlanders are technically no longer human. They've evolved into something quite different, or at least markedly different enough, where they cannot subsist or exist literally cannot exist side by side with humanity because they would die from all of our diseases. Our man Nemo says that, oh, well, the game Killzone is a subliminal reference to the Third Reich. There's nothing subliminal about it. That is
No,
basic.
like they're not blatantly, they're not wearing swastikas and that. They're just making them out to be another force that's very similar to the, but not full
No,
on
it's
blatant.
actually based on Unterland uniforms. It's based on, that is what, not, the symbol is different. They only replace the symbol. But everything else is the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile.
Just when I was a kid, I never thought of it like that until I learned about it years later.
Yes. Yeah. And
it's just not like when people play it, they don't think of that. They just think, oh, just an evil force underground. They have no idea about the Third Reich and Exile.
Thank you.
Most people.
Thank you. But all these people are being indoctrinated into reflexive shooting of, quote unquote, the Nazi. So this is as someone who is not human. So this is part of the indoctrination that goes beyond just war. This is a war of extermination, a war of genocide, which actually is promoted in Killzone. You notice they're there to trigger a thermonuclear weapon that is to exterminate the race of the Unterlanders, and that this is considered a good thing. Yes, I'm sorry, Mark. So you actually remember that?
No, yeah, I do remember that, and I also we spoke about it before about with the video games with Nazi zombies.
Yeah.
So then again, that's a double on target. That's even double reinforcing it because then you're killing the Nazis, without any sort of thought about it. But then you're making them zombies as well. So it's even more of just. You don't even think about it. It triggers in your brain, and then who even comes up with Nazi zombies? Why Nazis?
And on top of that, the satanic game developers, they try to make the Nazis look Satanists with the pentagrams and the devil worshipping symbolism. They do it in a lot of games like that.
Absolutely.
Yes. And then as I've mentioned before, is that the entire idea? Yeah. I'm sorry. Go on, George.
Oh, sorry, Douglas, to interrupt you. I was just about to. This is enforced and emphasised in the Unholy Alliance. If people, they're trying to portray them as satanic.
Well, the man who wrote that book titled Unholy Alliance, don't forget, was Peter Levinda, the man who wrote the Necronomicon under the pseudonym of Simon.
Simon, yes.
Yes. So Peter Levinda is the man who wrote the popular paperback version of the Necronomicon. This is, of course, you're talking about the purest, rawest, evil individual next to Michael Aquino, who's trying to convey the Nazis as somehow unholy. This is the insanity of the American position. But beyond that,
also regarding Necronomicon, the Elder Scrolls Online game, they just released an expansion dubbed the Necrom about it's based off Cthulhu and the Necronomicon and all that. They're still pushing this shit heavily in popular games.
Of course. Well, they're universalizing it. They've normalized it to the extent where people expect it.
And they think it's cool and very attractive.
Oh yes,
they just want to.
Yeah, they make it. They render it seductive. Yes, they render it seductive. Yep. They want people to become enamored of this, which is what's happening. So they're spreading the cult, and the cult is being promoted. The cult's being mass promoted. As for the Nazi zombies, yes, the whole idea is that not only do you kill them, but you desecrate the dead. You desecrate the graves or the bodies of the dead. So this is what the Allies are dedicated to. And this has to do with, of course, the fact that the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile is ultimately engaged in combat. If either they invade Unterland or Unterland feels it needs to preemptively invade the surface world, then they want people to understand these are the same Nazis. They're going to claim these are the same Nazis, that these are the dead rising is what they would claim. This is why the obsession with the zombie apocalypse motif. And why you need to quote unquote Nazify the zombies. what they would claim, and what they would tell the people is that the Nazis are back from the dead, and that this is the enemy you must slaughter, just like you did the zombies in the video game. And you have generations of people who are programmed to do that, to just reflexively do that without thought, without question. So this is ultimately what we're speaking of. And so that being said, by all means, back to both of you gentlemen. I don't know, did you something else come to mind before we turn back to George, Nemo, or Mark?
I was going to say one. I was going to actually just piggyback on what Nemo was saying before George gets back into it. I was going to say, you mentioned the Cthulhu game. So, Douglas, I don't know if you've heard of. Randomly, I was searching on Pandora one day. I don't know why, and I searched up the name Dawn Webb.
Yes.
And then it came up. It came up with the Temple Set, and it was a podcast named "Where You Sit Right Now." I don't know who the people of it. I don't know who runs it, but it was astonishing how much Dawn Webb sounds like Michael Aquino.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Astonishing.
Yes,
It is beyond just creepy. And anyway, just the mannerisms, the way he speaks. But they started talking about the game. They started talking about it randomly for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an important thing. It's an important thing to spread this cult with the game. Evidently, it's because I don't understand why they'd be even mentioning it on the podcast, but it was touched upon on this podcast.
For those of our listeners who do not know, Dawn Webb is the heir to the Temple of Set. And Dawn Webb has published any number of short stories or novels. He's been around effectively forever. Dawn Webb was the co-author with Michael Hemingway, I believe was the man's name, who worked with me at Revolution Radio. And Michael Hemingway was the man who ultimately paid for his affiliation with Michael Aquino and Dawn Webb with his life. And I warned him, this is one of those things where, when you have, here's a kind of parallel situation for you, when you have someone like James Cameron, and he, in a sense, takes advantage of the situation with the Titan submersible to present how professional he is, and how, I wish I had said something about, the Titan before it went down. Well, you didn't, motherfucker. So it's like one of these things that is the more that James Cameron does this, as far as I'm concerned, exploiting this tragedy to render himself look like this incredibly professional individual, the more repulsive he becomes to me. But even if what he's saying is completely true, which I have no reason to doubt, he's someone who becomes more repulsive about because he's exploiting the situation to promote himself. But when it came to Hemmingson, was the fucker's name, Michael Hemmingson, I think, he did the show on Revolution Radio that was called The Art of Dreaming. So I think if I look up The Art of Dreaming, I might be able to confirm that I've got his name correctly, because I've done my best to purge these people from my mind. But he was writing a book on the Temple of Set. And he was originally writing nonfiction, and he was writing about the Temple of Set, and he was writing it with Dawn Webb. And then when he started trying to provoke a flame war between Michael Aquino and myself, as if such a thing weren't already inevitable and already taking place, he was trying to fuel the flames of the flame war between Michael Aquino and myself, for what was just his personal amusement, his personal entertainment. I said, look, you're not endangering me at all. You're endangering yourself. Unlike James Cameron, who was coming up with the bullshit that he may well have said to people about, these spun carbon hulls that they were using for submarines, where he was boasting about, I told this guy who bought one of these submarines that you're going to die if you dive in that thing. This is his case of, well, he might have said that, and of course what he said was probably right, that if the man kept diving in it, probably would have died in it, as happened with the Titan submersible. But in the case of Michael Hemmingson, this is one case where I can truly say I told the son of a bitch, you're going to die. And this was because he was taunting Michael Aquino and the Temple of Set, and they were going to respond to him before I did. And they certainly were going to respond to him with deadly force as opposed to responding to me with such. So they ultimately killed him. And I told people all the details about this in the past. But yeah, it was Michael Hemmingson. So you can look the fucker up, and you can find that he died in Mexico. But of course, he didn't die in Mexico. He was killed here, and they took his body into Mexico, where they just basically, had the coroners in Mexico say he died of something he didn't die of, which was, of course, an extremely violent beating to the point where they couldn't even put his body on display. So when they got it back to the United States, when his family got it back to the United States. But he was the kind of person who was begging for it, just as those people were begging for it ultimately on the Titan. When you sign your life away on some stupid form that says 3 times in the first page, death and psychotic breakdown and all the rest of that shit. So Michael Hemmingson was playing with a rough crowd that he didn't appreciate the roughness of, and he thought he could handle it, but he was just full of himself, which was another way of saying he was full of shit. So when it came to the kind of price that people pay when they mess with these people, the people, the fact that they're public, the fact that they brag about this being promoted by video games, it tells us everything we need to know. But there's only a few people who are hearing myself expose this, so the majority of people are simply following the Pied Piper down the garden path. To perdition, just to their own sense of purgatory. They really do deserve this, but we're in for some massive dislocation because of these people not even seeing the light. But that being said, if either of you, George and I, Mark Haish, Nemo, if any of you find the links to Don Webb or some of his interviews, especially the one that you just mentioned, Mark, just go ahead and send them to me. I'll try to bring them to Peter's attention. They should be relevant to the book he's writing. So by all means, send them to myself and I'll make certain Peter gets them. Or feel free to send them to Peter simultaneous to myself. So you think you could find that interview again, either one of you, George, Nemo, Mark?
I can just look it up.
Sure.
If you just look
he
it up,
recently
it was
released a
called-
book last year.
What was it?
How to become a modern magus, a manual.
Magus.
Or
Yeah,
magus,
a modern
magus or
magus,
whatever.
Magic.
Yeah, that fucking figures. And when it comes to Michael Hemmingson, he was so chicken shit that he didn't even publish the nonfiction book. He turned it into a fiction book instead and then released it. Something co-authored with Don Webb. Anyone can confirm that's the last book he ever wrote. And then basically died. And I've gone into details about the lifestyle he led and why he was asking for it and all the rest of that stuff in the past. I don't need to dwell on it now. But it's no surprise. Don Webb, of course, he was essentially Aquino's mini-me in many ways. That's how he got to the level that he did, was just by flattering Aquino, by imitating him in every possible way. And therefore Aquino felt like a part of himself was still alive through Don Webb. And then, of course, Aquino tried to take things into his own hands by blowing his brains out. And Nemo, do appreciate the fact that Brooke Gibson is definitely under attack by Michael Aquino. You're talking about something she brought up on air before, and he does appear in her window. There's one specific window he appears in, and the dogs have sensed him and certainly stared at that window. That brought her attention to it.
Why doesn't she put swastikas on her window?
She has. She was in contact with Brendan about the time that he told her to put salt all around the property. Then a storm happened that was way out of season and lasted for days, so she couldn't get the salt out there at all. they're attacking her with everything. And we've gone earlier into the dead animals that she's been saturated with, because she's triggered by animals. She loves animals. She loves animals so much that it borders on the pathological. But since they know that dead animals trigger her, she's been just showered with dead animals. So you're talking about, as I brought up, the symbolism of these animals, when they leave the dead rabbit there. And like I said, the symbolism of the rabbit in Asians, especially a white rabbit, which it was, is the rabbit and the moon. And of course, Peter Moon. And both Brendan Zogit and Ian West have told Peter Moon that he shouldn't be going to Romania, camping out with the Bulgarian bozos who have done so much to attack myself. Ian West, of course, has spoken that he doesn't feel that Peter Moon's coming back alive. He doesn't see him as actually returning from this journey. It's just one of these things that, we just have to leave it up to. There's nothing you can do. It's the man's decision. So we'll see if he comes back to finish my book or not, but certainly hopefully he'll send everything he can to me before he goes. He sent quite a bit to me so far, but 6 chapters. I think the Cho chapter might be number 7, might be number 6. He sent me pieces of it. I'll ask him about some other things before he goes. We got a little while yet, probably a month. But when it comes to the other connections, of course, I've gone into them in depth earlier. No need to go into them now, but just understand that for whatever reason, and I myself don't know, they consider Brendan Zogit to be a tremendous threat because of the attacks they constantly perpetrate against him. They consider Brooke to be an important target to attack, so they're attacking her relentlessly.
Brendan has a lot of occult knowledge, so he can be a threat, definitely.
Yes, and he refuses to join them, and they've definitely tried to get him to do so. They did the same with Brooke earlier, but she also refused. So do remember, her personality is contrarian enough where, unlike many other people, she didn't convert to their side. And so they obviously view her to be a lost cause because they've gone out and attacking her. So I guess the fact that she sends me something like an electric blanket when I need it, I
didn't say she has a bad heart. Just her persona is obnoxious and repugnant for me. I know she does good.
Yeah.
She looks after dogs and all that.
Yeah, that's what Peter said. Who hates her? Yeah, with a passion. She can be hard to take. It's but such being said, George, back to you. Obviously, you've heard some of these interviews with Don Webb. Take it from there and segue it back to what we were speaking of. And of course, as a gamer, you can appreciate what I'm saying. You can bring up other elements of games that you remember or what you feel is significant. And also, the other crazy thing, the difference between George and someone like Salman Sheikh, Salman Sheikh and all these spoiled Pakistanis, these British Pakistanis, the thing about Salman Sheikh was he never lived a real day in his life. He lives with his parents. And George and I can attest to this. That son of a bitch truly believes that when he's playing these video games, he's experiencing something real. And so he insists that these video games are real. He says they're all real because that means his experiences are validated because they're the only experiences he has is the video games. So
I need a couple medals because I'm killing it in these video games. I need some medals for doing what I do.
Yeah. But yes, by all means, back to George with that. Take it where you want from there.
No, thank you for qualifying that, Douglas. Yeah, that's very, basically, I heard that once with Salman Sheikh came on and he referenced Metal Gear Solid and Resident Evil, the series and the franchise of these two video games, and he always referred to them with some historical context. So there was some relevance he would always try to allude to say that, oh, this is some relevance or some historical fact, when the reality is it's quite the opposite. The antithesis, and so it's remarkable how these video games do indoctrinate individuals and how many people influence. Once I realized that we are still legally in a state of war, this is going back well over half a decade ago, I would never look at the Call of Duty series again, because it's a form of a sophisticated indoctrination program, or form of Axiom wash, which is something that has been indoctrinated on the population ever since post proactive prosecution of hostilities. And so, as soon as I understood that, and it's quite ironic also that, you know, you're not only fighting the so-called defeated regime or defeated government, that's what they promote as in these video games, but you're also desecrating their bodies. They are returning from the ground up to the surface world, and you are desecrating their bodies. And so once I understood that, I comprehended it, then I realized that this is a form of this is a psyops. This is a complete form of indoctrination. And then I looked upon everyone that would ever about how they enjoy playing it with utter contentment, without me ever expressing that to them. I would always just emphasize that we are still legally in a state of war with them. Hence the reason for all this emoting, or this inflexive responsible behavior or attitude or antithetical behavior towards National Socialism. Even the term Nazi is a wartime Anglo-American propaganda acronym. It was created in time of war. It was, and it's still emphasized in time of war. It's still used by scholastics and scholars in academia when they write, when they print off their works or textbooks. It is a colloquial term that is still applied today, because you're still legally in a state of war. It's very important for people to understand that. And this whole trip, it's very I can only look at it with utter contentment. And there's many actual movies produced as well. One of those is Iron Sky, that was produced, and when they held the theatrical when they what do you want to call it, the premiere of the theatrical publication, the movie itself in Berlin, they had swastikas flying everywhere when they released that movie, and it's actually banned. The Hakenkreuz is actually a symbol, a sigil that is banned in most westernized countries or English-speaking Commonwealth nations.
And what makes makes it so offensive is that Iron Sky was produced by Finnish people, and the Finnish people, of course, were an ally of the Reich, and they were fighting against the Soviet Union, which had invaded them during the Winter War. So before World War II was legally declared in Europe, the Finns were invaded by the Soviets. So you have these people who the Germans went to help in World War I and World War II, and then they produced this anti-Nazi propaganda. Now, one of the interesting things is that when anybody reviews my interviews with the lady Christine Joanna Hart, one of the things that she brings up is that this is her statement, not mine. She was bringing up that British television makes it look like the ideal relationship between anyone on Earth, that the ideal relationship is between a black man and a white woman. And this is what she's seeing as the trope, the repetitive meme on British media. And when she brought that up, of course, I was like hesitant to respond. Obviously, I'm a person of mixed race heritage myself, so I'm not a person who's going to condemn mixed race relationships. As I said, there certainly needs to be safe zones for the products of those relationships, and obviously America would be the place for it more than anywhere else, and certainly our cities in particular. But when it comes to the Iron Sky, what is the ultimate orgasmic culmination of that stupid film is that it shows basically a white woman and a black male have to get together, and that's the only truly happy ending. And that's how the movie ends, is you've got to show race mixing, which is, of course, as we pointed out, the commandant of the camp that is portrayed in the film Schindler's List was married historically to a black woman. And this is never emphasized. It's not that the Nazis were talking about, we've got to eliminate mixed race breeding, etc. They were basically far more liberal and progressive than any other nation, which is why all the nations hated them. So this is again part of that reverse projection, this satanic inversion that the Allies project onto the Third Reich, which at that time was essentially the German people. And what you see is this teutophobia, this pathological Germanophobia that is projected to these games. And with the Americans, of course, it's really a self-hatred, since the majority of Americans of white heritage are of German descent. I mean, we could go... Yeah.
I was just going to interject and just mention, because, you know, talk about the Freemasons, and all the Freemasons I know are white males.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, these self-hating white males in this, you know, fraternity, you know, just perpetuating this type of mentality, I guess.
Well, this is what made Salman Sheikh so insane, was that he's going through these Masonic levels where they're just, as Brendan Zoget said, they sit him down, they pull the Cagliostro on him, which means that they subject him to some kind of hallucinogen, and he goes through this, you know, he was celebrating the fact that he became a Freemason on that, oh God, who was that guy again, who was the man who started the Klan?
Albert Pike.
Albert Pike.
He was a 33rd degree Mason.
Yes, it was Albert Pike's birthday. I mean, he's this Muslim who basically behind his back, they all call him a yellow Muslim nigger. And he said himself, oh, sometimes I have to write letters to these people who are anti-Muslim and Freemasons, my fellow Mason brothers and shit. And it's like, talk about the insanity of his celebrating his becoming a higher degree Mason on Albert Pike's birthday. A man who would have kicked him to the ground and not even recognized him as a human being. This is what I've mentioned before as white acculturation. This is like that black kid named Daryl Neely, who was running GERN, the Global Entertainment Radio Network, which Peggy, what was her name again? The fat chick who was on my show in the past, and I purged from my memory. Penny Bradley. Penny Bradley had her show on there that, and they were giving Salman Sheikh his own radio show so that he could attack me on that, before I got, Daryl Neely busted, and that shut down GERN, and that shut down, the potential radio show for Salman Sheikh. Nobody else will take him on. And that shut down Penny Bradley. No one else will take her on. So when I shut them all down, that idiot Daryl Neely was thinking of himself as, oh, he's black on the outside, but he swore up and down he was really white and called himself one with Odin. And now that he's going to spend a good part of the rest of his life in jail for stripping a dead officer of his uniform, and then when I exposed what he did, trying to sell the evidence on eBay, he's going to find out what the whites think of him in prison. Let's just put it that way. They're not going to think of him as white there. He's not going to be given that white culture treatment where, yes, if you just accept what we say, be one of us, shout our platitudes and make us look not racist, you'll be considered culturally white. It doesn't work like that in the pokey. When he's in the pen, the prison, he'll be, they'll be telling him to go to the other side. But anyhow, back to you gentlemen. Take it from there. If anyone else has anything to say before George starts speaking again, go ahead. Otherwise, back to George. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, any questions, Nemo or Mark? Do appreciate you gentlemen being here with us.
Yeah.
I'm good. Let Mark talk.
No. Actually, I do have a question, George, and then I'm not sure if you're familiar with any technical knowledge about some of this technology that the Third Reich was using, have been using.
Absolutely.
I had a question about the type of as far as the inertia. I know the Germans have a word for no inertia, and I've read about it before when I was young for some reason. I don't know why. And so basically, are these vehicles, do they have inertia, or is it no inertia that they can move about in any direction at any time with no sort of effects inside of a force, of a force field or something?
Thank you, Mark. No, that's very, very important to actually, that's a very important question. That's most people can misinterpret or conflate that. They would literally, what people tend to do when you listen to these people speak, and I'm talking about these individuals that are propagandizing it or spreading disinformation, they'll say that they'll quote the G force within the craft, so you couldn't have any normal carbon-based life forms within these craft, so the occupants cannot be of terrestrial origin. So that is what they try to disconvey or try to deceive the public by telling you that these cannot be terrestrial of origin, because the G-force is so strong that you would be obliterated. Similar to this submersible craft, this vessel that imploded. They give off that analogy. They try to portray it like that. The reality is, the best way I can actually elaborate that to you, for you to understand, for people to understand, is the way the level of physics works is similar to how Earth travels in space. It's the best analogy that I can use, and it's something that the Third Reich themselves have stated to the public when people have engaged with the Unterlanders or the intraterrestrials throughout its existence, since its inception. Since that period of time, they have actually conveyed it to the public. It's similar to how the way the Earth moves in space. The Earth is traveling in space at 18.5 miles per second. So it's around 5.6 million miles a day it is traveling. But yet, when you're standing on Earth, when you are present and you're standing on it, you do not feel it wobble. You do not move from that force of it traveling in space. That's because you are protected by the natural resonance of Earth. Now, the way the craft operate, they are not anti-gravitic. The engineering physicist Otto Schumann developed the Schumann levitational device, which are in these craft. These are the more sophisticated, advanced craft themselves, not the Flugerads, which were more conventional and mechanical, using a gyroscope effect. So the way a helicopter would operate, for it to levitate vertically off the ground. The way that the advanced craft, the one that people attribute to anti-gravitic, that's what it's emulating anti-gravity. It is not producing anti-gravity. It is so clever because the dynamic structure of the craft itself being circular enables it to release its own natural field around the craft itself. And to without going, because I'm not that kind of engineer, I can understand the level of physics applied to it. I can understand how it's maneuvered and how it operates, because the Earth itself produces the natural Earth resonance, which the craft emulate. So if you look at the frequency bandwidth, the frequency wave, it between 5 to 10 cycles per second, it emulates the same way the Earth is traveling in space, because we are being pulled by a gravitational pull around our sun. So we are orbiting around our sun, but we are traveling at such a high rate, but we do not feel the impact on us. So as you explained, as you you've rightly asked the question, does it impact the occupants within the craft? And no, that is why the craft itself can tilt, it can flip upside down, it could go upside down, and yet to the occupants inside the craft, they're standing vertically upright. They do not feel the inertia around the craft itself. So that is a very important question, but that is to basically explain that's how it operates. It produces this, it's a levitational device, which, when you listen to the Bob Lazar case, he refers to it, what the military, when they've retrieved these craft because of the Dis War period, because of the craft they were able to shoot down, which is miraculous because they sacrificed thousands of their own pilots to shoot down a single craft, and they have a number of these in their possession. Every country on Earth, predominantly who has an air force or a form of self-defense, might possibly have these craft in their possession. I know the British government certainly do, and I know the United States definitely do.
Yes. Thank you, and understand that I was just going to say what you said about thousands of pilots is no exaggeration. Literally tens of thousands of pilots died. This is war, truly war, that was taking place in the skies over America with a technologically superior force. It was basically a more advanced civilization, which is what the Reich always was, which is why it took all of the Allies put together to, basically harangue it or harass it while it evacuated from the surface world, which was always really Hitler's ultimate intent, even at least after a certain point in time. So back to George with that. Yes.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. And that is the best analogy, Mark, for anyone to try and fathom or to comprehend how the craft actually maneuver, because many people, they look at it and think of it as truly something that is beyond our own understanding. But really, the Reich themselves, the physicists and the technology, the level of understanding of how the Earth works, how natural laws of physics work, they were so far ahead of anyone else. So I could go into many aspects of that. I can talk about Suleiman Chandrasekhar's equations, about he predicted, and I've gone into this many times in the past, and I don't think it's relevant, but it is very relevant, if you know what I mean. But not right now. I will try to explain.
He mathematically predicted the collapse of stars into black holes, which gave us the concept of the black sun, but only the Reich took it seriously as opposed to the Brits. He was a citizen of the Greater British Empire at the time, but Sir Arthur Eddington wanted to push his big toe, his quote-unquote TOE, his theory of everything, and just made everyone ignore Subramanian Chandrasekhar, but the Reich took his science seriously, and because of that they progressed by 500 years in terms of physics, pretty much overnight. But back to George. Yeah, just to cover you with the context. Yes, go on.
Yes, no, thank you, Douglas. And so, I was actually trying to find the translation from the German schematics. So there was a research department that produced them. And now, just so you understand that these advanced craft, the Reich's craft that they were producing, such as the Vril or the Honebu, were under a different department. Were under the SS, were under the Schutzstaffel department. Department Research 4, it was co-named under these archives, these documents that were later on released. These were contending with the schematics and the way the components or the what goes into the craft itself. It tells you what it's comprised of, and it talks about the Schumann group, the Otto Schumann group. It was a group that was producing these levitational devices that were going into these craft. Now the tool, it's pronounced tool. It's THULE. The tool tachyometric device, it is the thrust drive mechanism within the craft. This is what Bob Lazar or William Lazar would refer to as condensers. There were 3 of them within the compartment, the lower compartment of the craft itself. They would basically, one would be operated to levitate, to basically shoot it up, and then to shoot the craft up, and then the other condenser, what he refers to as the condenser, would point into a direction that it's a warp drive system, so the craft can move into a certain direction. And it is basically the way he elaborates it, he explains it, that the craft creates its own force field, or creates its own, like, what do you want to call it, a pivot or direction in space itself, and it can warp at extreme speeds. And so it's kind of like he describes it as like a bowling ball in the middle of a bed, and if you press down on one side of the bed, the bowling ball will roll into that direction because you're bringing it down. You're basically unstabilizing the level surface. So then when you push down on a foam bed, a mattress bed, then the ball would roll into that direction. He basically brings up that analogy, how it works. But just to answer your question, the occupants within the craft itself, they do not feel any force or inertia from the craft maneuvering, and it's actually impenetrable. And so when they got shot down, they were at the most vulnerable state. And when the Reich's craft, when they were producing these craft in the between the early 30s and into the 40s, they tested and experimented with mounting tank guns to the craft. These were mainly applied to the Fluggerad craft, because the force field that produced the natural magnetic field that was emulating around the craft itself would cause any incendiary to explode. So it wasn't viable. So then they had to disbanded that concept, that project. So to mount them with these conventional weapons, they started to work towards more what do you want to call it, like these electromagnetic beams. These were cannons that would shoot out electrical magnetic impulses to targets. So this was how in 1965 they were able to bring down several power lines and transmitters to basically take out the power grid, the national grid.
George,
electricity through several states of the United States, including yes.
Yeah.
Are those the same things? Are those the same things as scalar weapons, or is that different?
Different. I think it's very different. But the whole that's a different that's to go into scalar technology or scalar weaponry, and that's a different, I think, a completely different thing. These would, so there is a very it's an authentic video clip of them testing, and beg your pardon, I have it somewhere to give you the facts. Unfortunately, I do not want to say it unless I'm completely aware of it. I don't want to say anything that's not true. But there is footage out there of, you will see a Wright craft come into view when they were launching this rocket, and it took it out. And you can see this electrical beam. It was a beam cannon that's mounted to the craft itself, and it would shoot out, and it just basically took out this rocket. It was experimental. I'm trying to remember the base where they conducted it and what year, but that is footage that you can look up, you can reference to cite it, so you can see this for yourselves. But that was the type of technology that they were applying to these craft. But in 1965, the most important thing to note about that year and what happened during the Great Northeast Blackout, the Third Reich proved to the American governments that they could take out their national grid, and it took out for around 48 to 72 hours. The national grid was taken out, including statelets in Canada, such as Halifax and Montreal. They took out the national grid, and they tried to portray that to the public as an accident or anomaly. But it was, as a matter of fact, it was the Reichs, because many of the headlines would produce these headlines saying that many people spotted UFOs hovering over power lines.
Yes.
And and so this was, and I have the headlines in my archives.
Yes. By the way, I want people to know that
very, very important stuff.
Yeah, our man George Knight has really done his work on this, and so I really demand, George, that you must put together a book. Honestly, you've got to put this together in a book. Certainly, what we can do is ultimately maybe someday melt it into my own book, but we'll basically what you need to do is use my Nexus articles as the core frame of your book, and then build everything around that. Just keep expanding it. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, it's so important, and that is my objective. That is what I want to accomplish in my lifetime. It's on my bucket list. So it's one of the things I must do.
Yes.
And so yes. And I think that is a great, what do you want to call it, foundation to work upon that Nexus article, and it's to build from that, and to just, go into more depth, more detail in the book, because of course it's a magazine that's published, which has a lot of information on, but certainly contended with the reality of the 1,000-year Reich in exile, and it's
and of course we will emphasize the fact that Nexus set me up for an ambush, of course, basically trying to kill me, really, and I never would have gotten out of Australia without something horrible happening, were it not for the fact that this wonderful woman paid for what's her name again? The little half Japanese, half Jewish girl that went with me, Noreen Halpound, to go to Australia with me. Of course, that poor dear, hung out at Revolution Radio and got just brainwashed into all that white grievance crap. But definitely, without her, I wouldn't have gotten out of Australia. I would have ultimately, because all the records of my going there were erased, I would have been considered an illegal immigrant, and would have wound up on Nauru Island, which is their version of Guantanamo Bay, or some shit like that, if not in an Australian prison. Honestly, back to George, it's one of those things that we need to emphasize the negativity of Nexus Magazine, and the fact that they also censored all of my statistics and facts concerning the Schiebkrieg, the disc war, when it came to the details of all of the pilots dying. They kept that out of the article, but otherwise the article is fairly good as a basic intro. But with everything else that can be expanded by George Knight, truly a definitive book can be written that's fairly exhaustive. If we weld that to my other book and expand upon that in the Asian sense, then we'll truly get together a real history of the Second World War. So by all means, do that in your spare time. Actually start putting together this book outline. And of course, do it now because, of course, you could always die the next day. You never know. We always have to assume the worst. So by all means, by all means, continue with what you were saying.
Yes, thank you so much, Douglas. I'll go into some abstracts from this is a different book I'm citing now. So so just give you some idea of understanding and perspective on what the reality is and what the United States was contending with. It states here, the most famous abduction of recent times concerns Betty and Barney Hill, an otherwise perfectly ordinary American couple who revealed under hypnosis in 1964 that they'd been two subjects of experiments. The Hills claim that while driving home from Canada on the 19th of September 1963, they observed a bright light near the moon that seemed to be increasing intensity. They stopped their car to get a better look at the light through binoculars, believing it to be an aircraft. The Hills continued their journey, but soon noticed that the light was getting closer and closer. They stopped the car for a second time and once again viewed the craft through binoculars. This time describing it as a big pancake with rows of windows, with at least a dozen occupants dressed in Nazi-style uniforms. The couple later heard two sets of beeping noises as they drove home. The Hills reported the incident to the local Air Force base at the National Investigative Committee on Aerial Phenomena, and it was only after close investigation of the facts that Hills realized the journey home had taken 2 hours longer than usual. Subsequent bouts of insomnia and depression persuaded the pair to undergo hypnotic regression, which revealed that they'd been abducted by occupants of the craft they saw. And so, and it goes on and on, Douglas. That's just to, if anyone looks at the Betty and Barney Hill case, after Barney went under this hypnosis, he revealed that, yes, the occupants were dressed in black Nazi uniforms. That's how he described it. And so, this is just to, and you can actually review. I have published it on my YouTube channel. Actually, you can hear the testimony statement by Barney Hill himself regarding this. So that's very important. And I've got also.
Sorry.
Yes.
Did they ever re-establish building bases on the moon? And if so, when did they start doing that again?
They are there right now. That is what's very important for people to understand.
On the dark side or the South Pole?
They're actually all they are actually working. What if you reference this Douglas's Nexus article, it speaks about the. Yes, you can actually get it. You can actually review it for free. I have, and it's actually published on his website. Yes, so the whole
just go to DouglasDietrich.com. Go to DouglasDietrich.com and get it from there. You don't want to pay Nexus. You don't want to get these. These are the people who tried to get me fucking killed or stuck in Australia. By the way, I was approached by a girl in Australia who's. By the way, Sarah Knight says fantastic information, George. So there you go. So she's very supportive of you. God bless her. And she's talking with Brooke in the chat room. So the two of the ladies are saying hello to each other in the chat room and supportive of you. And so Brooke is telling people to contribute to Douglas or get the fuck off. She's telling some of the trolls. So fortunately, she can handle them because she's like George. Both of you are, what do I call it? What did I make you both? Moderators. You're both moderators. So both of you can knock trolls out. Yeah. And so Brooke's got the power, and so Goddess bless her. And at any rate, by all means, continue. Like I was going to say before you go back to that. So I was in Australia. Yeah, I'm sorry. What was that, Nemo?
I want him to go back to the bases on the moon when you're done.
Yes, bases on the moon. So what I did say was I explained that it was in the south pole of the moon, which was in essentially a valley, which protected them from both the extraordinary heat and the extraordinary cold as much as they could be protected. But obviously it takes a lot more than that. The dome they had built, the structure they had built, Lunastat, I believe.
Lunastat, yes.
Yes, Lunar City. Yeah, and so with that, please continue.
Yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, it
George.
was divided. It was,
Oh, wait, Mark was going to ask something.
Sorry, Mark.
I just wanted to add one thing before you go into that, because and if you please excuse me, Nemo, because you were mentioning the Benny and Barney thing, and I did a little research on that as well, and I remember them actually really talking about the way they looked in those uniforms as well. And they mentioned something that she believed they looked like Sicilians. She kept mentioning Sicilians, dark hair. I just thought that was bizarre about how they looked and things of that nature.
Well,
and,
something else to bring up was also they had a scarred Japanese prisoner, something that Asian, which I brought up in my lectures, looked like just like a Japanese prisoner with his nose and various parts of his face, his ears cut off, which the Americans had done to many of their prisoners. So there was that as well that was mentioned, and certainly a sketch was drawn of that I brought up in my presentation on Roswell and the Rising Sun. So there's that element. As for the Sicilians, quote unquote, understand that it's amazing how white people think, even a white woman like her who married a black man, because it's how they perceive other whites as somehow darker, is often very amazing to me. But understand that one of the things that people don't get is in Italy, northern Italy, there is a place called Padania, which basically is centered on the River Po, from where Italy grows the majority of Europe's rice. It's in this region of the Nordic Alpine Italy where many of the Italians are actually blonde-haired and blue-eyed, very Teutonic looking because of the Alps, that Adolf Hitler had established the Alpenfestung, the Alpine fortress. It's in this northern part of Italy, which became what was known as the Salo Republic of Benito Mussolini, which was the government that he held pretty much till the end of the war. It was what was held by Kesselring, the German general named Kesselring. He held that with his panzer forces that were worn to a nub, but the nub was sharp, and he kept off all the Allies till 1945. He therefore could claim in his book that he had not lost the war. So the German general Kesselring made a point of that. Why? Because it was the Alpenfestung, and it was connected to the very tail end of Austria, which later on, after World War II, had briefly considered seceding from Austria and becoming part of Switzerland. And there was also elements of Slovenia, all of Slovenia, which had voted itself out of existence as becoming part of the Third Reich, and therefore providing the Third Reich an outlet into the Adriatic Sea. All of this with what became the Free City of Trieste, which was held by the United Nations as a neutral zone until they decided to award it back to Italy, the former fascist power, rather than give it to communist Yugoslavia, which of course said that they were going to ultimately try and occupy the south pole of the moon to take over the Reich space, which our man George Knight actually found online and then found it was scrubbed immediately, pretty much after he found it, that fact. So when it comes to the importance of the Sicilian aspect, what you had was many Italians who were serving with the Germans, who had never surrendered, that were working in the tunnels of the Alpenfestung, that were also acting as maintenance crews for the various Reichskraft. So does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely. That was, incredible description and explanation of that was awesome. Thank you so much, Douglas.
Thank you. And for those who don't know, that northern part of Italy was known as Lombardy in the past because it was occupied by the Lombard Germanic tribe. And so it's very Germanic in its ethnic descent. And they want to secede from Italy and become an independent nation state today known as Padania. Anybody can look that up, Pedania. So they are still seeking secession so that they can revert into a basically a purely Nazi state. They would become what Heinrich Himmler wanted to make out of a portion of France, which he wanted to become an independent SS nation known as Burgundy. Burgundy was, of course, going to be the modern version of what was known in history as Lotharingia. And this was a border zone between Germany and France that was in an area of northern France that was called Austrasia. Not Australia or Austria, but Austrasia. That was what that area was known as. But the new SS state that they're envisioning would be in Padania. So, of course, I support that wholeheartedly. And the difficulties would be, of course, the birth of new states like Padania or Catalonia, which is seeking independence from Spain, or the Basqueland. All of these nations would not be part of the European Union. They would have to be accepted into the European Union, and therefore the European Union is really preventing their development. So it's only if one looks at the map that I created of a greater Germany and a new Warsaw Pact centered on Berlin, when one takes a look at that map, you'll see that the rest of Europe is left free, where these new nation states could actually secede and actually come into being. That's why it's so important when I show people that map, why they need to understand that as the foundation for a new Europe. So when it comes to, if anything else comes to mind, I'll bring it up. But basically, Peter Moon and I were speaking of this in our last episode before tonight, when we were speaking of Alpenfestung and how the Americans always dismiss it and claim that it was pie in the sky and that that it didn't exist, quote unquote, but it was quite real. And I'll go more into it in the future. There was a third force of Nazi troops that was essentially ignored by history, but these were separate from the East German Army, which was the real heir to the Wehrmacht tradition, and the other Bundeswehr, which was kind of like a new European force that was trained by the Allies that became the German army that it is today. All of this was different from a third army that was centered out of the Alpenfestung. So when it comes to the Alpenfestung, I'm trying to recall the name of this other force that was serving there, and I'm sure it'll come to my mind in a second. Let me see if I can go through my notes just briefly and find it. And thank God our man George Knight is here, because obviously lately I've been losing my voice a lot when it comes to transmission time, and there's really no explanation for it. But give me a second.
He's very good at giving a good explanation on these topics.
Yes, of course. He truly is the individual who would be my heir apparent, my Don Webb, or my Peter Levinda.
Successor.
Yeah, my successor. He's younger, and of course he could fill that role, and that's important. So give me a second here, and let me see if I can go through my notes and find the name of this third force before I turn back towards him. And while I'm doing that, speak a bit on the concept of the Drittmacht, the third power, if you would, as a political force, George.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the District Macht, the third power that was so essentially throughout the Cold War between 1945 until 1991. This was the era known, or the period known as the Cold War era. It was supposed to be. It should have been officially declared as World War III.
Yes.
But of course, as we've emphasized, the United States, Great Britain, and all the Allies were still legally in the state of war. Hence why it was known as simply the Cold War era. And remnants of the Third Reich government in exile, these were essentially after 1945, every nation on earth took on politicians, diplomats, dignitaries, physicians. Many aspects of the Reich were basically established all over the world. And what Douglas referenced earlier with the establishment of the non-alignment movement under Joseph Broz Tito, he had after NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, you had the Soviet Union, the third largest space program, capable in space flight. established organization in the world was in communist Yugoslavia. And you also had the Al-Jabra Nasra. Is that correctly pronounced, Douglas?
Oh God,
Egypt.
I'd have to look at the word. Remember, as Brendan Zogit. By the way, Brendan Zogit, of course, like many Germans, because unlike the other languages that I learned, while many GIs spoke German, they spoke what was this, I forgot. They called it GI German, basically a kind of Krautlish, they called it, which was just basically an Americanized German for NATO occupiers, or these people who later on were working with Germany when it ceased to be occupied. And these people, the German was horrible. So this was the kind of German that I heard that was already bad. But as I pointed out to people like Germans who tell me I speak German the way a child would speak it, or people like Brendan Zogit who make fun of my German as being atrocious, do understand my biological father, Adolf Hitler, did not speak standard German. He was from Austria, and he was from a countryside of Austria that was very hillbilly-like, and so his German was the way he spoke German, the way no other standard German would speak it. It would be like if you had a president of the United States who spoke English with an accent from the Ozarks or the Appalachians, some pronouncedly country-like accent. So his mannerisms were very different. So in a very real sense, he had to learn German. A lot of people, to serve in World War I with the German army, a lot of people don't realize that. So this third force that I was speaking of that served in the Alpenfestung, basically they were recognized almost formally in 1949 when it was called the... it was called the Schnetztrupp. So SCHSCHNEZ. Schnitz. Schnetztrupp. Trupp is spelled TRUPPE. TRUPPE. Trupp simply means troops. Trupp is like a plurality, meaning many troops. So Schnetztrupp. And so the Schnetztrupp existed until the end of World War II with the Japanese, until basically the end of the Korean War, really, 1953. But from 1949 to 1953, the Schnetztrupp really was the force of the Alpenfestung that this didn't have any Allied or German permission. This was a secret army of 40,000 hardened World War II combat veterans. And so imagine a force that large that German generals were commanding secretly with no Allied or legal German permission. And that was the force defending the Alpenfestung before it was officially recognized as a threat and they went black. At that point, they went off the operations. But this is separate from the Thousand-Year Reich in exile. So you're talking about a force for the Alpenfestung that was dealing with the Thousand-Year Reich in exile as part of the Drittmacht, the third power. This was a evidence of the third power. This is hard evidence. We're talking about hard evidence on the surface world, completely hidden from history, and yet was quite real. And if people do the research, they'll find it. So they'll find out about it. So when it comes to Italians that never surrendered, some of the last shots fired in 1945 in Japan were by Italian troops stranded in Japan on ships from Italy. Were still firing at the Allies. Many of the Italians were truly loyal to Mussolini and fascism, and this is why some of them were seen on the Betty and Barney Hill experience. And Betty and Barney Hill are like saying, "Who are these Sicilians? You know, these dark and swarthy Sicilians," because, anybody with a little more color around the asshole who's white as any other white person is still considered colored by your average Anglo-descended white like Betty Hill. And, funny, she marries a black man and can still sense that nuance. But, that's what white people are all about. But back to George with that before I get too outrageous.
No, very much appreciate Douglas. And just to go back to the non-alignment movement, their mission statement was to, in case of an all-out nuclear exchange between the former Soviet Union and the United States. Now, bearing in mind that the United Nations, when that was established, to this day, there's 194 recognized United Nations that are on the Security Council seat. And at that point in time, in the this is early 1950s, there was, the non-alignment movement, the United Nations, the United States and the Soviet Union were not part of that non-alignment movement. So in the case of an all-out nuclear exchange, Josip Broz Tito, with his space program, were going to establish and colonize the former. I beg your pardon, Douglas. I've actually made an error there. I actually said early 1950s. I'm talking about post 1959. I'm talking about the 1960s. 1961 is when the non-alignment movement was established, and so this is in the 60s. Beg your pardon, not the early 50s. So in the early 60s, in an all-out nuclear exchange, in case of this happening, the Josip Broz Tito had a mission statement that he would establish on the South Pole region of the Moon to take advantage of the lunar city that the Third Reich had established in the terminal line within the valley, within the crater of this facility that was established. That was disbanded because of Operation Argos. That was just to further contextualize that.
Do explain Operation Argus, please.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. It was a secret program. It was a secret operation. It was a series, 3 consecutive airstrikes, nuclear strikes against the Thousand-Year Reich government in exile. If you ever take a look at a map of every single surface world or upper atmosphere atomic test sites, if you type in the word test, these were not essentially tests. These were actual nuclear strikes, an actual attack on the Thousand-Year government exile with Operation Argos. Sorry, beg your pardon. So if you look at every single location on Earth, you will see where they detonated atomic or nuclear test sites. And you will see, if you take a look at that map, in the South Atlantic Ocean, there was 3 nuclear strikes ever conducted. And this was Operation Argos. In the later part of 1958, 1958 into 1959, early part of 1959, this series of strikes was detrimental to the Reich's craft, relocating or resupplying supplies to the lunar stock, the South Pole.
Just to explain to people, what happened was, because the United States had completely failed to stem the exodus, the Aryan exodus, into the intraterrestrial environment. They failed to exterminate what would become the new race of intraterrestrials, or inner Aryans, as in inner Earth Aryans. There's no hollow Earth, but there's an inner Earth in the crust of the Earth. Because the United States failed to stem that exodus and prevent that new race from establishing itself, or the Reich's emigres from establishing themselves and breeding a new race, they decided to cut off their resupply of Lunastat and other points in space. And they did so by basically conducting a campaign of strategic area denial, strategic area denial, SAD, which in this point integrated space itself. In other words, how do we strategically deny space itself to the enemy? And they did so by creating an artificial Van Allen radiation belt, basically a second radiation belt beyond the Van Allen radiation belt that literally made space lethal for months. And by their intent, starving out Lunastat. There was a German lady who I knew who lived in New Zealand who she felt, and she said this was very intuitive, she felt, just based on psychic intuition, that the Lunastat people survived, or that they found a way to survive, which is believable when you read the book The Garden on the Moon, where the first man landing on the moon, the Japanese scientist, makes certain the first thing he can do is grow plants on the moon, which, of course, since then, NASA has claimed they've proved they can do by taking lunar soil, planting plants in it and proving that plants can grow in lunar soil. So this is a
Yeah.
proven fact. In other words, it's cross-referenced. It's cross-proven by what NASA has done since then. So it's conceivable Lunastat survived. But when Peter Moon asked the one Yugoslav astronaut what he knew about Lunastat, the astronaut said he did not know anything personally about it, but he wasn't denying anything about it either. So that was, your typical post-communist, very cautious response. But aside from that, you might ask what the Allies did to get in space after that. Understand that the Allies were so far behind in space, and what assets they had were being wiped out by the Reich anyway. They just denied space universally to everyone for a period of months. Yeah. And so the Second Van Allen radiation belt meant no one could go into space for months and months and months. And then it all disintegrated and fell to Earth, and we all got radiated, and cancer rates went through the roof, and this is collateral damage from war. This is the kind of apocalyptic war the Allied governments are fighting. They really don't care about how many people die, how they render the surface of the Earth uninhabitable. Honestly, they have no care, because these are people who don't care about the concept of race, or the preservation of race, or the preservation of they believe all their population is expendable, and they consider their population as nothing to preserve, nothing worth preserving. They think of themselves as part of some elite, and that somehow they're immune, or that somehow they will escape underground. So that all being qualified, back to George.
Oh yeah, no, thank you very much, Douglas. And so what the United States were contending with, they approached this man who didn't hold a physics degree, called Nicholas Christopholius, and they approached him to ask him, well, how are we going to conduct this a strike against the Third Reich? We for our intelligences, we're concluding that they are establishing a South Pole colony on the moon, and that is when Nicholas Christopholius came up with this so-called strategic conclusion, or operation known as Operation Argos, where they were going to basically create an artificial Van Allen radiation belt, which radiation in space exacerbates it, and any circuitry, because there's nothing in space to absorb radiation, anything that came in contact with this radiation, it would basically render the equipment and circuitry useless. So this is what the so-called strategic strikes were doing. That's the reason why they conducted it. They conducted it 3 consecutive times in the later part of 1958. And then the United States and the Soviet Union came up with a moratorium that they said that, yeah, we're not going to create a serious space program. We're not going to start to try and colonize space, because what's the point in doing so when all our assets can be taken out by nuclear strikes? And so that's just to put in layman terms, Douglas. Hope that makes some sense to the viewers. And that's to put things in perspective what the United States were contending with. But if you ever research Operation Argos, you will soon realize that the investigation, the research, all the data that was basically being conducted, they simply very, very quickly disbanded any further investigation into these strikes, because the amount of collateral damage from cancer rates going through the roof and people contracting radiation cancer and leukemia, that is the reason for the cancer rates phenomena after these nuclear strikes, which was so detrimental to the Earth's environment. And it was to basically, like Douglas said, it was to not to preserve the Earth. It was actually very detrimental for the inhabitants of Earth. And like Douglas has said before, if you know anyone in this world that has died from cancer, you could thank Operation Argos for that.
And basically all of these nuclear tests that the Allies have performed over the years, these lunatics, they honestly, I'm sorry, take it from there before I get too passionate about it.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. And so, yeah, anyone that does any research, you will know it is very, very, it's very secluded, this information, and no data. They quickly disbanded that data because they realized what effect it was having on the Earth. They never, ever conducted upper atmospheric or ionospheric tests ever again after that. But they realized, the Soviet Union and the United States realized, that if anyone was going to conduct a serious space program, they weren't going to invest any more money into that, because if anyone that was going so, the opposition, the enemy, can quickly and easily, with just a nuclear weapon, can basically render all operations that cost billions and billions of dollars, or billions and billions of money into the investment, as just simply, what would you want to call it? Just no, just void. Void. Yeah. Yes. So simple as that. That is why they conducted a moratorium over, and they basically that was the year when they didn't allow any civilian population to conduct any expeditions to the Antarctic region or the Antarctic continent ever again. So that is why it's out of bounds to normal civilians, normal people. So do beg your pardon, Douglas. I'm just going to disappear for just 5 minutes. I will.
Sure,
return.
take your time. I'll be back, and
Thank you.
the gentleman and I will hold the stage, so to speak, in the interim. Okay. Yes, thank you for reminding everybody about the thumbs up. Thank you, Nemo, for giving a hand wave to Sarah Knight. And with that, let's see now. Wow. Brooke was able to find out the name of this MD guy. That's incredible. Before she deleted the guy's messages. Interesting. So she went in there and defended us defended the show with her capability as a moderator. I got to remember these technical terms. So let's see if we can get me back on the call here. By that I mean into the text chat text. Let's see if I can find something for our friends here who are with me. I do want everyone to understand that if I had the capability, I would share a screen with all of you and just basically kind of share with you images that I share with people here. When I present images here, I do want to remind all of the people who are on with us on the call that if you want these images, you've got to download them before the call ends, so that way they don't disappear from your grasp forever. But in terms of the image, say for instance, of Unterland, this would be very similar to what Killzone was based on. This is a rendition of Unterlanders, and so this is actually with the actual Hakenkreuz, but the Killzone uniforms are simply based on Unterland, and they simply changed the symbols. Now, what's bizarre to me is why they even did that. And I can tell you why. Was because it was a European company that made Killzone. A lot of people don't know that it was a European company that was, I do believe, either centered in Nederland, probably Dutch. In fact, I'm certain it was. So it was a Dutch company that produced Killzone. And because they couldn't legally display the swastika, they had to put all these weird-ass funky symbols as opposed to the swastika. And they were also afraid of the fact that the one thing that they found out in all the playtesting, all of these games go through playtesting periods, was that everyone wanted to really relate to, quote-unquote, the enemy. That because the allies in blue basically looked so conventional, people were really fascinated much more by the Helgast, the Helgens, as they were called. So yeah, this Dutch first-party video game developer in Amsterdam. Yes, thank you. So Nemo just confirmed all of that. That basically is something that needs to be taken into account. In terms of other images, people were asking me in the past what Unterlanders look like, And of course, this illustration shows one of the early generations. We're talking about like somebody who is more reflective of the original descendants. But the descendants have truly changed over time, and they've adapted into the subterranean environment to a new ethnos that most people would definitely not relate to as human, certainly not conventional human. But a good example of a Unterlander would be this biofacsimilacra. I've explained in the past about the biofacsimilacra. And the first thing that you would notice about this young boy, Unterlander, would be that there's essentially a mark on his neck that was something that would be applied as kind of like a microchip so that they can be tracked because of the darkness and the tunnels that is for survival and safety. So as children grow up, they don't get lost. And you'll notice that the eyelashes, like a camel's, become very long to prevent the dust from getting into the eyes. That's a biological adaptation to the dark, as well as the albinism, the very pale skin. You'll also...
Were they genetically modified as well with the evolution?
That's quite correct.
Adapting?
That's quite correct. You'll notice the irises take up the entire... There's no pupil per se, because the entire eye is basically the pupil, because it's grown so large in the darkness. This is why all their troops wear goggles, because if they were on the surface world, to take off their goggles would blind them. Yes. So this is an example of what a young boy in Unterland growing up today would look like. Has George Knight returned? Just curious.
Yeah, I'm back, Douglas. Thank you. I just had to, because my wife was trying to communicate with me, so I couldn't respond to her.
Oh, of course. She
was just saying that she couldn't hear my voice. I need to project it more, and I did just explain I don't have a microphone.
Excellent point. We do hear you break up a lot. So you do want to, at some point, someday, invest in a microphone. That is profoundly important. Have you seen the two images I put into the chat box?
Yes.
You probably have seen these before. You probably have both of these in your records, I'm sure.
Yes, thank you very much, Douglas. Thank you very much. And I will give people references to actually sites so they get an idea of what they look like. So if anyone looks up, her name is Joyce Bowles. Joyce Bowles. She's an individual. She resides in the UK and what happened, an account in the 1970s was she was with a friend of hers, a male friend. They were traveling down this road, which last week I was driving down every single day when I was attending my training course over in Nursling in Southampton. It's just outside of Winchester in a little village called Chilcombe, and it's spelled Chilcomb. This little village called Chilcombe in the 1970s, she encountered the Third Reich in Exile's Andromeda Gerät. And Gerät translated into the Deutsche Sprache is device or machine. It is the cylindrical object. It is an otherworldly travel device that can basically, it's like a, what you want to call it, Douglas? It can transport vessels or transport other craft, such as the Honobu and the Vril. It actually
it's a mothership, basically.
It's a mothership.
That's I hate that term. But
But that is exactly what it is, and that's what they reference. That's what they actually refer to it as a mothership, because it's actually a vessel carrier or a craft carrier. And so they spotted this in this event, and people could look this up. Joyce Bowles is her name. She's an individual that's come public, and there was the magnetic field that from the craft itself actually stopped, because they actually went to investigate what the lights were. So they saw this bright beamed shit that was in the distance over the treetops, and when they went to go investigate, this is towards Chilcombe, the little village just outside of Winchester, and it actually landed. Not physically landed, but it lowered itself. It descended down to the ground, and they saw the steam that it released. It's this field of steam that does get released. I've got footage of it actually releasing the steam, and they could see the occupants within the front part of the cockpit, which they referred to as a cockpit. It was a very dimmed, easygoing light, and the occupant that actually exited the Andromeda Gerät, she describes him as a very tall man in like a ski type suit, boiler jumper uniform. So it's a 2-part uniform. It's like a ski suit which covers the entirety of the neck. He had a beard and hair which met, and he had very piercing eyes. His eyes were piercing, and basically he put his hand on top of the bonnet of the car, and he lit the car headlights up. So the ignition was turned off. The keys were in the ignition, and they were turned off. And when the Unterlander put his hand on the bonnet of the car, he lit it up. So he basically ignited the engine, and they described the headlights beaming out 4 times more powerful than they normally would. And so this frightened the hell out of them. But this is a true.
By the way, that's called PD, or psychological dominance. He did that immediately to assert dominance and basically intimidate them. You know what's so fucking tragic about this? We were just talking about that video game Killzone being designed in the Netherlands. And we're talking about Unterlander children, how they look, kind of like giving a little hint of their growing up, whereas British children are now deemed to be, because of their malnourishment, they're some of the shortest, if not the shortest, in Europe. And they're something like 7 centimeters shorter than children in the Netherlands. I mean, that's a lot. By 5 years of age, United Kingdom children are on average 7 centimeters shorter than children in the Netherlands.
That makes sense, because every British student I've seen in school was a short run.
Yeah, I mean, this shows that they're like a third world nation in terms of their malnourishment. This is like appalling. It's like whereas the Germans were breeding up, look at what the British were fighting for. Where they're at now, the shortest children in Europe. It's just. Have you heard of any of this, George?
Sorry, Douglas, beg your pardon. Could you just please repeat that last bit with the children?
Sorry. Yes.
My communication does break out. I do apologise.
Sure. What did you hear up to? What did you hear up to?
I just heard about I just heard something about the children, and then I heard my name being mentioned, so I didn't quite catch the question. So I do apologise.
Okay. So it's basically, when it came to the children in England, we were talking about the Killzone game developed in Nederland, and turns out, because of malnourishment, the children in the United Kingdom are 7 centimeters shorter on average than children from the Netherlands. And that thanks to malnourishment, the English children are now deemed the shortest children in Europe. So I'm just talking about compared to the 1,000-year Reich in Exile and the Third Reich breeding basically people to be taller, people to be healthier. The British have fought for what? Fought for the privilege to be poor, impoverished, and malnourished to the point where the children are the shortest in Europe. I mean, this is... so we'd love your opinion, your feedback on this.
No, absolutely. It's all very relevant, and no, I've not heard about that, Douglas. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. But it certainly makes sense, because some of the witness testimony that I am aware of is that they reference them as being very, very tall. But so it's quite remarkable, really, and that's a very true statement, what you just said. It's like, what have the British accomplished? What have they, resorted to? Whereas, the 1,000-year Reich and Exile, they also communicate telepathically. That's what people need to also. It's so important to understand that it's something that...
Or at least certain individuals of them do. We're not quite certain that the entire ethnos or society can operate at that level of psychic communication, but enough of them do where it looks like that might be the case. So yes, by all means, go on. Certainly the ones that they send out on many of these reconnaissance missions are probably the most psychic, but do go on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm more than happy to actually get up the dates and the references so people can actually look this up, the names of the individuals that have come out openly who have engaged with the Unterlanders themselves. and they describe them as they communicate with them without moving their lips. So they're talking to them, and they can dive into, and they know what you're thinking. And so this is how they're describing it. So they can operate at this level of psyche, which is where if you are feeling anxious or nauseous, or if you're feeling quite lethargic in any way, they can actually make you feel more at ease. So when you're fortunate enough to aboard these craft, you are quite motionless. You don't have much control of your body, so you seem to they seem to be very heavy, easily controlled, and all those feelings, those emotions of being frightened, have a form of empathy or anything like that, is all completely out the window. And it's not until they disband, when they bring you back and they drop you off where they took you from, that's when these witnesses, that's when they say, wow, all sense of awareness and sense of consciousness all came back, and then they were scared, and then they're frightened. So they have this very high-tech level sophistication of psyche which they can portray or project onto you, and whether that's technological or whether it is at that evolutional level where they have established that level.
So just to clarify what George Knight was saying when he says whether it's technological, that is something that people might consider. When I spoke of the tattoo, so to speak, the mark on that young child, as kind of a tracer, because of the darkness, because of tunnels, and making certain children do not get lost so they can be retrieved. This might also be something that could expedite, or other such technologies, a kind of communication without moving the lips. So there is that potential for technological impact. Generally speaking, one of the tropes in that horrible Iron Sky film that they were promoting for just, again, prepare for an invasion by the Reich from the moon, from the inner Earth, because they made sequels to that horrible Iron Sky. And you wonder why the Finnish people are doing this, and it certainly takes away whatever sympathy I have with them. Obviously, this is just one company out of Finland, but the fact that they do that at all, it brings contempt from myself for the Finnish people in general. But when it comes to the Iron Sky, they're trying to say that an invasion's coming. They portray the Third Reich as being quite populous, as if there are many of them. This is something projected in the film. And, of course, they pull this off as the enemy is stupid, the enemy is contemptible, stupid to the point of almost eliminating fear. And you may think, why would people who are propagandizing or mobilizing for a war do that? Think of how they portrayed the Japanese throughout World War II. Throughout World War II, the propaganda showed the Japanese as not only being subhuman, but entirely incompetent, incapable of waging war. This is the kind of attitude that caused the Americans to lose. They literally were so racist, they couldn't believe the enemy capable of anything. So when it comes to what they're trying to do with the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, this is the Finnish contribution to this Allied war effort, because they're so chicken shit and just trying to side with the surface world, I guess because they feel they're a part of the surface world, and they consider that to be totally separate from the intra-terrestrial space. And the race now beneath us, literally beneath us, but so much above us in every other way, that they produce a cheap piece of propaganda like that, and sequels and a franchise. You'll notice, of course, that they show the swastika backwards in the film, oftentimes, or at least they do that in the trailers. I'd never suffered through the film myself. I've only seen parts of it. But aside from that, what is the other trope that comes to mind? They present a lower level of technology in computers in many regards. And so this is something that is actually not the case. If one takes a look, say, for instance, at the concept of the microchip, when it comes to something, say, for instance, like television sets, Basically, everybody claims they invented the television. Any British person can look this up and they'll see, oh, the British invented television. But if you ask, a Mormon who invented television, they'll tell you, oh, it's a Mormon guy invented television. The truth is, of course, television was invented in several different places pretty much at the same time. So you get this kind of claim by everyone that they made television. But when you really think about technology, basically think of the Third Reich, and you've probably got the source for most of everything you have. When you think of television, when you think of integrated circuits, when you think of binary computers, if you remember the magnetic tape invented by I.G. Fabian, any American would say, oh, well, those were all invented by us. Of course, I.G. Fabian in 1935 invented magnetic tape. In 1941, you had the first modern computers were designed by the German engineer Konrad Zuse.
Conrad.
Yes,
Yeah.
Z-U-S-E was his surname. So really, all of this, the true inventors of all the stuff you use today, television, integrated circuits, binary computers, it's all the Third Reich. Any American who says, oh, we invented all that, challenge them. Say, can you tell me the name of the inventor of the integrated circuit? Or the television, or the computer. And nobody can give you a name. No one can give you a name in England. They can't give you a name in America. You can't name the inventors because all of the basic knowledge came from Nazism, using the technologies of the Third Reich. But this is what the 1,000-Year Reich has been exchanging with the surface world ever since. The act of warfare with the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile is right now a state of Cold War. So they trade technological information, or at least technical information, formulas, inventions for food, the materials that they cannot mine from the moon. They make money, Americans make products, and everyone's happy. But the real moneymaker for the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile has been eugenics. And that is, of course, they help people through a front company. The front company protects itself from international regulations by calling itself a religion. That's the Raelian movement. And so the Raelian movement helps people clone themselves. And that's why they developed Clonaid. They cover their swastika by shielding it within a Star of David so that no one can attack them as Nazis. But it's a front company for the Third Reich in Exile. And all of the multi-billionaires contact them for cloning contracts. So Nemo's presenting some facts. Why don't you read these facts to us, Nemo, and then turn it back to our man, George. And, of course, Mark, if you have anything to say, go ahead and say it as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes, please.
Actually, gentlemen,
oh, sorry.
Yeah. Go on. Mark first, Mark first, then Nemo. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to bid you all adieu, and such a pleasure. I don't want to leave because the information is incredible, but I'll be listening when I'm about to get a little Z's. Thank you so much for having me on, Douglas. It was great talking to all you guys.
Well, we love you dearly, Mark, and
have a good one, Mark.
Stay safe and be well.
God bless. Take care.
Thank you so much. Okay. Back to Nemo. So go ahead and read what you've entered in the text box for all our listeners. Thank you.
Zeus was noted for the S2 computing machine, considered the first process control computer in 1941. He founded one of the earliest computer businesses, producing the Z4, which became the world's first commercial computer. From 1943 to 1945, he designed, I don't know how to pronounce that, Pluncalcul, the first high level programming language. Also with the TV.
Right.
It was a German researcher who took the next important step towards developing the technology that made television possible. In 1884, Paul Nipkow came up with a system of sending images through wires via spinning disc. That's it.
No, yes, but if you can see that in the text box, perhaps you could help with the pronunciation there, George. I'll take a look at it myself. So when it comes to the Pluncalcul, with the U is got an umlaut,
Yeah,
so it'd be a hard U like so Pluncalcul. Yeah, the first high level programming language. Thank you. And but then what's your next paragraph? It was a German researcher. Please go on with that.
Oh yeah, it was a German researcher who took the next important step towards developing a technology that made television possible. In 1884, Paul Nipkow came up with a system of sending images through wires via spinning disc.
Thank you. And so back to George, by all means. And thank you, Nemo.
Oh yeah, thank you, Douglas. I was going to bring up the very first national coast-to-coast transmission that was broadcast on the 4th of September 1951, 4 days before the Peace Treaty of San Francisco was signed at the old Commissioner office. It was the Commissioner office building in the Presidio, wasn't it, Douglas? Or was it the non-Commissioner office building? I believe it was the non-Commissioner office building.
Yeah, you probably remember it better than I do at this point, so we'll just go with that.
But
yes.
If people look this up, they can see that the very first coast-to-coast national broadcast was first established in 1951. It was on September 4th, 4 days before the Peace Treaty of San Francisco was signed. And that was announced by President Harry Truman, at the Oprah, I think it was the Oprah House in San Francisco. He announced that,
yes,
discussing the Peace Treaty with Japan and how they won. Now, if you look up on YouTube, they quickly, the video is cut at that point before he starts going into the peace talks with Japan, when they start to speak about, and I have the whole entire transcript archived, and it's a very long transcript, where it talks about the peace talks and the peace negotiations and the privileged trade that Japan has when the United States was forced to open up its markets. So that just shows you the level of technology that they were so far behind. So the very first coast-to-coast national broadcast through television waves was first published on September 4th, 1951. I'm sorry, we have Joe Ty joined us right now. And so, that was just to go into that, Douglas. And I believe I have that saved to my archives as well. I have the transcript. I have the video as well, which is only seconds long.
Yeah, appreciate that profoundly. So, Joe Ty, welcome aboard. Care to
Joe.
Yeah, care to say anything before we turn back to George? By all means.
No, I was trying to check out the picture of the.
Oh, yes. Oh, it's in the text box. Oh, yes, by all means. You can take a look. Both those pictures, scroll up. Just scroll up a little bit. You'll see both of them. And thank you. Thank you for joining us. I'm glad you were able to do that, and glad you're awake. And hope everything's gone well since your birthday.
Yes, very good. I'm on my way back to Albany, so I'm going into the city right now on Penn Station.
Oh, great. Did you ever contact that lady in Mexico? I gave you the Skype contact.
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay. Don't be afraid to.
Yeah.
Yes. There. Okay. Wonderful. Okay, so so we'll go back to George, and thank you. And any time you feel the need to interject, go ahead. And with that, George, by all means, continue.
Yeah, thank you very much, Douglas. So I'm quite happy to go back into the Shizkri period, the Dis War.
Yes, by all means.
The Dis War period over continental the United States. It was a frontier. It was the United States front contending with the 1,000-year right government Exile, which are still legally at war with. Sorry, let me just. Sorry, my screen just changed. Then, so beg your pardon.
No worries.
Another abstract taken from the book Air Wars of 1952. In early July, flying saucers and other strange-looking crafts continued to appear over the United States and throughout the world. In the United States, military officials in intelligence were alarmed at the growing rate of sightings that were reported that summer, and the military continued to scramble interceptors. On July 1st, 1952, Air Force fighter jets were scrambled back into the air into hot pursuit of a UFO over Massachusetts. This case involved two F-94 Starfire interceptors, which were sent aloft after a UFO that was sighted over the Boston area at approximately 7:25 a.m., according to Edward Ruppel. The first witness report seeing two fighter jets attempted to intercept a cigar-shaped object, otherwise known as the Andromeda Gerrat, over Boston. Shortly after, another witness, an Air Force captain, saw the same object 50 miles northwest of Boston over Bedford, Massachusetts. The captain described the UFO as a silvery cigar-shaped object, and it passed through Bedford sky. These cigar-shaped objects frequented the skies over America throughout the summer of 1952. Ruppel also stated, by July 1st, we were completely snowed under with reports. UFO reports came in from Fort Monmouth, New Jersey, as well as Washington, District of Columbia. That day over New Jersey, two objects hovered near Fort Monmouth for about 5 minutes. Another witness reported that he saw a UFO descend over Washington, D.C. According to Ruppel, a George Washington University physics professor saw the object that was seen over the Capitol. The professor described the UFO as dull, grey, smoky-coloured object and claimed to have watched it for 8 minutes. He said the UFO descended and steadily dropped lower and lower until buildings in downtown Washington blocked off the view. The UFOs were getting bolder in their actions and was evident in its particular incident when the object actually descended low over Washington. The cigar-shaped object sighted over Massachusetts on July 1st, 1952 was definitely not a conventional type aircraft. Moreover, the two UFOs that hovered over Fort Monmouth, New Jersey, and descended over object over DC did not display the flight characteristics of conventional aircraft. Yet on that day, Project Blue Book did not record any unknown UFO cases. On the following day, on July 2nd, a brilliant formation of 10 or 12 lights were filmed over Tremonton, Utah. A Navy photographer, warrant officer Delbert C. Newhouse, took them. He shot 40 feet of film with his handheld camera, 60mm Bell and Howell Automaster camera that had a telephotic lens attached and captured the objects maneuvering throughout the sky. This incident is one of the most important and valuable pieces of UFO evidence recorded in the early years of UFO history. The photographer's testimony appears in the book Scientific Study of Unidentified Flying Objects by Edward Condon. In part, it states, towards the end of the year, the objects reversed course and proceeded away from the main group. I held the camera still and allowed this single one to cross the field of view, picking it up again and repeating for 3 or 4 such passes. By this time, all the objects had disappeared. Later, it was stated that Newhouse described them as gunmetal coloured objects shaped like two saucers, one inverted on top of the other. And then so forth. It goes on to state more of that. It's just to give more contextualization towards the what the Schizow or the Discworld period. It was just what I love more about this book is the amount of substantiated evidence and facts that it presents. So I've got a whole list to go through, Douglas. So
right.
I'll take a short break and then carry on.
Okay. Do you want to take over, or you're just taking a breather and you're just going to dive back into it now?
Yeah, I'll happily go. Yeah, however we pan out. Yeah,
no, that's fine. I mean, don't keep talking. I mean, I'm fine with you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, lovely. Thank you. I'm now just trying to find more about the F-94C Starfire, the Lockheed Martin aircraft. So I'm just sorry. I'm receiving incoming messages as well.
Oh, sure. While you're attending to that, while he takes a look at that.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. I can talk for a few minutes, or certainly Joe Ty can. It's just out of curiosity, Joe. Anything you want to mention? Any updates about?
He's not in chat.
Oh, he left.
He dropped out. Nemo, do you have any questions, by the way? Well, yeah, take advantage of this period because it's I'm very much appreciate the time that I have on air with Douglas and to present some information that's very vital.
Yes.
Well, since the 1,000-year Reich, they're highly advanced in technology, and they've, years ago they've developed and they would have mastered this technology with anti-gravitical spacecrafts, aircrafts, and they would have colonized other planets by now. Surely they just probably would forget about the problems on this pitiful planet and just move on and focus on colonizing space, probably, and that's probably why they haven't bothered to settle the score and wipe out the enemies on this planet Earth, because they got more important things to worry about, I guess, regarding space travel and colonization.
Yeah, it's very relevant. It's vital as well. That's something that we've discussed, me and Douglas, on the show before. With the whole, because nobody knows. It's naive to say we know what they're doing. That's the whole problem. That's what the United States government and the military have. What they are contending, what they are worried about, because they don't know what they are doing. They don't know what the objective is. All they know is that they violate your national airspace. That is why the military are in control of they are responsible for your national security. The annual discretionary income that you pay as a taxpayer, your taxations, the majority of it, the vast majority of it goes towards a defense budget, defense department for your national security. They are supposed to be in charge and responsible for your national security, and the majority of your taxations goes towards that, 51%. So the majority of your discretionary income goes towards the defense budget, defense department. They don't do anything to protect your national security.
Thank you.
Exactly. Yeah.
And so that's what's very important. The government themselves, they have always denied the existence of UFOs. It's very important to note that the military themselves promote it as a phenomena that is extraterrestrial in its origin or its source. It's a propaganda that they learned from the Third Reich themselves, that they were susceptible to, that they were projected onto. So they have basically accomplished this. They adopted it and then projected onto their own population. It's the military that promote that or promulgate that. It's not the government. The government have always denied the existence because the government needs you to pay your taxes. And if you know that UFOs are real, it is a threat to national security. So it's very hard for people to understand that understanding, because they don't get that from the government's perspective. So the government are forced to lie to you. They're forced to lie to you about that, and they've lied to you about World War II. And that is the whole. That is
and just so
basically
people,
all wars.
World War II, shall we say, the lie is so bold. So unlike other wars, they might lie to you about other wars, but what are they lying about? It's kind of like when I compare myself, the closest person really in comparison to myself historically would be Daniel Ellsberg, who recently died. And Daniel Ellsberg was a Marine veteran who suffered post-traumatic stress disorder. So the parallels to myself are certainly there. But he released the Pentagon Papers, and this almost got him a lifetime in jail. It was only a convergence of circumstances that rescued him from that fate. But Daniel Ellsberg, what he released was no real shock to anyone. I honestly don't understand. Let's say he deserved credit and that people certainly should have been appalled by the scope of America's lies and their atrocities. But the fact that people were shocked at all shows you what a incredible state of denial they were in concerning the Vietnam War. When it comes to someone like the individual my son was in correspondence with, Chelsea Manning, who originally was Bradley Manning. You're talking about somebody who basically released a lot of information that was shocking to Americans, but anybody who was really paying attention, how could you find it shocking? It may be morally reprehensible that over 1 million people died in Iraq, But the fact that over 1 million people died in Iraq when they dusted it over with depleted uranium, the equivalent of hundreds of Hiroshima-sized atomic bombs, of course people are going to die by the hundreds of thousands. This is something that should be shocking to no one. But when he released it, this was considered a shock. So if these things that are so self-evident are considered so shocking that they create national scandals, you can imagine what I'm releasing, what that would do to the American psyche. It would destroy it. People would literally be destroyed because the only thing America has, or that Great Britain has, is World War II. They are stuck, and the Russians, they're still fighting World War II, and they're losing their ass because they're still fighting this fantasy World War II that never happened. In other words, World War II happened, but not the way the Allies propagandize it. So when our man George is talking about the propaganda that worked on the U.S. military, he's talking about the fact that the British, under the Massey Project, began in the middle of wartime to investigate UFOs because of the so-called crop balls and Foo Fighters. These were these mysterious objects that were controlled by the Reichsministry propaganda department. These are like flying nautical mines that would buzz and terrorize the Allied aerocraft. And when they began to investigate whether or not these were from outer space, especially under British leadership, the Americans and the British were fooled when the Reich's propaganda minister, Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, claimed, and you see this echoed in the movie Contact, where you have that, who's the lesbian who stars in that film again, played in the film Taxi? I always forget her name. I bleach it from my mind. Jodie Foster. When she plays in the film Contact, the first thing they show at the edge of the communication sphere of radio waves, the radio sphere, that exploded from planet Earth when it became, when radio was put to use. The Third Reich made it a national phenomenon where they passed out free radios to everyone and therefore were the first state to really utilize the power of radio as a means of national mobilization. Also, through pneumatic tubes, they were able to use perfect magnetic tape to reproduce the Führer's voice to the point where the Allies became truly convinced he was supernatural because they thought he was capable of bilocation. Thanks to pneumatic tubes, where they were able to send recordings of Hitler's voice on magnetic reels to other cities and states almost immediately through a pneumatic tube system, the Hitler's speech would be broadcast as if he were live in multiple cities within hours at the most, at the longest, oftentimes minutes. And so the Allies thought he was teleporting, literally thought he was magical. All of this is true. When Dr. Goebbels took advantage of that to say that at the edge of our radiosphere, which exploded and became larger than our sun, expanded to multiple stars within at light speed, because radio travels at light speed. It reached multiple stars within a very short period of time. You see in the movie Contact, right after the S sent by Marconi, that was celebrating Chichoa, the emperor's birthday, because he was Italian and a fascist and the Japanese were becoming allied. You'll notice the images of Hitler are like the first thing you see, and that communication sphere, the radio sphere as it expands, are images of Hitler. So Joseph Goebbels said that our signals, or the Nazi signals, the Reich signals of communications of the Führer, reached the aliens first, the extraterrestrial civilization, which then recognized the Third Reich as their first contact and the only legitimate government of Earth that they recognized, and therefore were already interfering, or how does they say it, interjecting, imposing themselves on the side of the Reich with their Kraut balls. They're Foo Fighters. These magnesium, multi-headed magnesium flares that were radio controlled. They said that these were from the aliens, and therefore the Allies had better step back and stand down while the Reich's leadership evacuated with much of its population, millions of people ultimately, to relocate into Unterland. When the Allies fell for this and helped to expedite the Third Reich's escape in many ways by its withholding its attacks or ambushes until the point where they got to Antarctica and the Allies began to realize that they were fooled, they simply took this, or as our man George said, co-opted it. They co-opted this tactic against their own populations and said the aliens are here, and that way they had a defense in terms of their excuse, a rationalization for how the New York blackout was generated by UFOs, how the aliens were interfering with American rocket launches, how they were hovering over American rocket bases. Basically, the Americans could say it's aliens. It's all aliens. And then the public wouldn't be afraid about how the Americans really lost the fucking war. How the war was still going on. How they lost to the Japanese and could never declare war again. It just goes on and on. But at any rate, take it from there, George. If he's with us. Good God.
I'll be having a drink or a breather.
Yeah. Talking to his wife, mayhaps.
Okay.
Yeah, so by all means, Nemo, anything else that comes to your mind, go ahead and relay it. My voice is shot.
Did the 1,000-year Reich in Exile, besides letting the U.S. military be known of their existence via flying the anti-gravitational aircrafts, did they actually try communicating with them via like any form of communication, like radio or whatever, just letting them know, oh, we're up far above you and we got our eyes on you and we're far advanced, like any way of just letting them know the US military is never going to reach to their level in communication, kind of trolling them, rubbing it in their face.
Yeah, these are called enemy transmissions, and people would catch this out of Antarctica. That's why so many of the scientists were stationed in Antarctica to try and monitor developments of the Third Reich in Unterland. It's definitely it happened. It's a continuity of what Joseph Goebbels called the War of Nerves, which these days we would call psyops. And through this, of course, one of the biggest problems they have in Unterland is, or rather, one of the biggest problems they have in Antarctica is scientists defecting to Unterland. There was a case of a group of scientists fairly recently, a few years ago, well, maybe 10 years ago by now, that were disappeared in Antarctica, and they set out a search party for them. Then they claimed the Russians were writing home to all their families that these people were found and they were safe. It was all bullshit. They never found them. They had defected to Unterland. Unterland will take people who are determined to defect. You'll never be allowed back to the surface world. But they've taken any number of people in the past. I can go into that a little bit to...
Why don't they take me and modify me to become a actual super soldier to fight for them? I'll join them.
So many people, have asked me that. How do I get to Unterland? How do I... defect. It's you really have to consider these things seriously. First of all, how would you adapt to that environment? Would you psychologically ever?
They'd have to genetically modify me and all that, enhance me with cybernetics.
Well, not necessarily. I think that certain people are capable of adaptation. By that I mean just adapting to that kind of environment. But many people would not. They would actually be kind of, shall I say, just depressed. You're in a world where you'll never see the sun again. So if you can imagine being in a world like that, I think for most of you, that's unimaginable. But when it comes to this kind of life that's being led by people, I'm like, just imagine yourself in an environment where, say for instance, you'd probably begin to suffer seasonal affective disorder immediately, SAD.
Right.
This is why you would find yourself probably having to sit in front of very bright lights, not bright enough to burn your retinas out. We're speaking more of a kind of fluorescent light, but maybe something that wouldn't leach out your potassium. Rather, something that would they have these kinds of treatments for people with seasonal affective disorder who live in northern climates, Norwegians and the like, on their various islands up near the North Pole. So when it comes to the kind of exotic individuals who have been taken into Unterland over, say, the last few decades, some would call it kidnapping, but there's recruitment involved, a combination of both, really. Some were Serbian Chetniks, Tibetan serpent cultists, on-the-run hawk colonels, gunmen from the Om Shinrikyo, defectors of all kinds. So I know for a fact some of the ex-Sowjets vampires, the vampires exploited by the Soviets, went to Unterland to escape as basically political, what would you call them these days? There's a special word for people who are essentially suffering in their own land. I forget what it's called consciously at the moment. But when they come seeking political asylum seekers. So that's what the former Sowjets vampires would be considered. So understand that such subspecies would be recognized in Unterland and accepted as a subspecies of humanity, because they have, again, a much more progressive perspective than the surface worlders. And they're not, shall I say, warped by some sense of atheistic rational materialism, which just forces them to deny the reality of such subspecies, to try and dismiss them as some kind of hallucinogenic mass delusion or the like. Altogether, then, you begin to understand that, well, you would begin to question quite legitimately. So you have these different people of different ethnicities down there. How on earth would they integrate? How on earth would they survive? But basically, the Third Reich, or the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, actually welcomes additions into the gene pool, because they can't afford their gene pool to become too homogeneous, too morbidly inbred. But these people have to be, basically, they would have to go through a regimen of extreme sanitization.
Compatibility requirement or whatever.
I'm sorry?
Compatibility requirements.
Well, I think far more basic than that. They would have to be sanitized. By sanitized, I mean they would have to be, the diseases that they carry from the surface world, they would have to be put in isolation for months. So the isolation, because they could infect and kill a large amount of the population just by their diseases that they've been exposed to all their lives. So they would be put into isolation chambers for months. That would be your first experience if you went into Unterland, is that you would be going into an isolation chamber. You would be probably provided various materials to read.
Just give me a computer and internet and I'll be fine.
I'm sure somebody like you would manage, yes. most other people
that was
wouldn't necessarily be as isolated as you.
They could go insane through the process of isolation.
Yes, and but of course they would probably be in constant contact with the Unterlanders. They would speak to them through radio or some other kind of communication, or look at them through a glass window.
Give them encouragement.
And so at any rate, that would, well, not only that, they'd be interrogated. They'd be thoroughly questioned and interrogated. They wouldn't need to be tortured. I mean, the isolation chamber would be torture enough.
Yes.
But they would just ask them questions about their background and completely verify.
They're going to be very careful who they let in, of course.
Yes. And but most people, once you're there, you're not going back no matter what anyway. So most of you will be let in. So it wouldn't matter what your race is, what your ethnicity is. You would be become part of the society, and you would be integrated. Your own adaptation, say for instance, and we don't know if this is the case, but if the majority of the population is speaking to each other without moving their lips, which I find would probably not be the case. That would probably be the case only when they're on reconnaissance or something like that. I think that you can imagine that it would be impossible for your average person to adapt to that. They would be just very, shall we say, overwhelmed by the differences. You would truly be, for all intents and purposes, are on another planet. And so you're amidst an alien race. Let's see if our man is back yet. Has he looked like he's returned in any?
He's not unmuted yet.
Okay. So hopefully everything's going well with him.
Well, that just further proves, emphasizes the fact that the Third Reich were not extreme white supremacists. They took in other ethnicities to fight for them and join them.
Of course.
Because there's so much negative propaganda portraying them as white supremacists, evil, fucking ethnic exclusive fanatics.
One of the people representing the Third Reich in the Olympics was a trans-sexed individual, not through surgery, just born hermaphroditic. So the Third Reich ran this person through the Olympics as a representative of their nation, their culture. So again, this is something that never emphasized by the Allies.
Is that the athlete that they tried portraying in mainstream media? Or they got a man to play as a female?
Right.
But it was actually just a hermaphrodite female, you're saying?
Yes, that is correct. That is correct.
I forgot the name of the person.
I'm certain people can look it up. I don't remember her name or his name myself, but we'll use the gender-neutral pronoun "je." I don't remember her name, but there we have that. And oh my God! So I'm just now trying to. If something happened to our man, I don't know if I can carry on the show tonight. I was counting on him to carry the show because I'm just, my voice is shot, and obviously I was...
the name was Heinrich Ratjen, or I don't know if you pronounce it J, but it's Ratjen, Heinrich Ratjen, or Ratjen.
Thank you. If I spell the name again, spell that surname with the J in it.
Ratjen.
Ratjen.
Born as Dora Ratjen.
Ratjen. It'd probably be like a "jur" for the Germans. It'd probably be like Ratjen. Ratjen.
Ratjen.
That's what I would think. But we'd have to have Brendan to really pronounce it. Brendan actually speaks German. So thank you for finding that. Yeah, born Dora Ratjen. And so there we are. And so anybody who says that they were anti-trans or anti, is obviously out of their minds and speaking in total ignorance. So God damn, I hope he gets back. I mean, really, I don't know if I can carry tonight.
And a lot of America always portray the Third Reich as always promoting proper hateful propaganda, but a lot of the propaganda they did promote was like family values, traditions, good health and living, and loving your people and your country. The only negative things were about the certain group you can't mention, but that was based off all facts about those people from their reputation.
Yeah.
You know, about being, you know, using usury against people, subverting other nations, usury, and being parasitic, but I'm not saying the people.
Thank you. Yes. Oh my God.
That was the only thing you could probably portray as negative propaganda, but it was based off facts, so it's not really negative if it's factual.
Well, it's...
But the Americans always use negative propaganda, portraying Japanese as, you know, these midget people with no eyes, just two lines in a diagonal. You know, portraying them as bush babies, all that stuff.
Yes, yes. Oh my God. You know,
it's full of negative propaganda from the U.S. military all the time.
Yes.
Disinformation.
Yeah. Well, just so people know, when Fukushima Daiichi happened, the amount of just racist bullshit, showing all these pictures of four-armed Japanese babies and bullshit, it was like all over the internet. And, you know, it's unbelievable to me how people just respond to this immediately. The woman I was dealing with at the time, Laura Lee Solomon, really bought into all that shit. It was incredible to me that she would be so stupid. But when it comes to the anti-Japanese propaganda, we'll look at it this way. It got more nuanced when it comes to, as I said, the Gene Roddenberry and the Star Trek franchise. As Gene Roddenberry was getting older and just becoming more insecure, just becoming more just untenable. He was doing his best to maintain an optimistic vision, but by the time they got to the next generation, and he was continuing to interfere with the writing in the series, at that point, they were just doing everything they could to ultimately expel him. And by the time of The Wrath of Khan, which was actually before The Next Generation, he was already at a point where they just had to kick him out of the project because his perspective was just it's just untenable. You couldn't make a film. This is why that Star Trek, the movie, was so awful. The first Star Trek film that came out, the first Star Trek movie that came out was just unwatchable, was because it had too much fan participation, and they were trying to make everybody happy, and they wanted to give some a plug to NASA.
Too much fan service.
Yeah, and they were like trying to give a plug to NASA by bringing in the Voyager and all that bullshit. It was just in the end, it was just awful, unwatchable, and also guilty was the participation of Gene Roddenberry. Now, but the Gene Roddenberry original concepts were, as I said before, interesting because he was operating out of a veteran of World War II perspective, and he wanted to present a very geopolitically relevant parallel. So, as I've mentioned ad nauseum, and anybody who's listened to me for a long time remembers this, the allegory, the parallel, the parallel to the cultures was essentially this: that the original Romulans were supposed to be the main running villain throughout the series, and they were supposed to represent the communist Chinese. The Vulcans were supposed to represent the Taiwanese, the nationalist Chinese on the free island China established on Formosa, Taiwan. The Klingons were to be a parallel to the greater Soviet Union, the Soviets, and these were essentially a kind of the geopolitics become blatantly obvious. The United States, of course, was represented by the Federation, which was also amalgamate it into a unity of all cultures through the United Nations. But when it came to the Klingons and the Romulans, they were much more ethnically homogenous, much more imperialistic. So that was the intent. And the Vulcans, of course, were the saviors of humanity, which was how he viewed Taiwan. Bear in mind, this was all based on his personal experience in World War II, when, as a bomber, the commander of a bomber unit, he was also the captain of his bomber plane. He was on one of the few missions to bomb Taiwan, of which there were very few. You've heard what I've said before about these missions and what they saw when they tried to bomb Taiwan. Have you not?
Vaguely. I've heard you talk about Taiwan a lot in the history. Go into it if you need to.
So, I can barely speak, but...
oh, yeah, your voice is cut. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dying out.
So, audibly, in terms of technology, can you hear me? Can you hear me technologically?
Yeah. I can just tell that your voice is getting dry.
Yeah, so when it comes to Taiwan, those missions that were sent over Taiwan became witness to something that made the high command basically institutionalize the pilots and the crews. The pilots and the crews who tried to bomb Taiwan were witness to what they claimed was a woman flying through the sky catching all the bombs they dropped. So this was interpreted by the Taiwanese to be the goddess Matsu, the goddess of Taiwan, the goddess of the sea, who is the protector of island China. And this is why, if you ever look up in history, and anybody can confirm this for themselves, Taiwan was the Japanese aerial forces headquarters. The Army Air Forces were generally based out of the island of Taiwan. It's like the equivalent of a fleet of aircraft carriers. And when they bombed Clark Field in the Philippines and preempted MacArthur, who was loading up all the weapons and fuel on the planes on the tarmac in the Philippines to bomb Taiwan, and they preemptively bombed him first and caught him on the ground with his pants down and destroyed his entire air fleet on the airfield before they could even take off. On the tarmac, caught them with their wings down, the carriages down, and just devastated them. He was trying to bomb Taiwan because it's the source of, it was the main, source point for all Japanese air attacks throughout much of Asia. So the Americans effectively never bombed Taiwan and never invaded. Nobody will ever tell you why.
America desperately wants to take it over, just like China.
Well, America claims that Taiwan is a renegade American territory. That's what they legally claim, just like the communist Chinese claim it's a renegade province. And they'll say it's a province that really belongs to us, whereas the Americans are claiming that it's like Puerto Rico. You know, Puerto Rico is a territory. It's not a state. But the Puerto Ricans are like 90% of them are on welfare. But the Americans don't care because they maintain them as basically a colony. This is how the Americans perceive Taiwan from the World War II era, something that they should have occupied, quote unquote, that really belongs to them, supposedly under American military governance. So people can look up United States military governance over Taiwan and find out what I say is correct. That being said, the Americans never invaded Taiwan. They never effectively bombed Taiwan. And their argument, the most you can find, if you find anything, would be because, and it's quite a reasonable argument, because the invasion of Okinawa, this tiny island, required an invasion force the size of D-Day. And that was just to get the Marines on the island. And 80% of them died without ever reaching the shore. The Americans claimed that it would have taken an army invasion that would have been inordinately larger to try and take Taiwan. That's quite real.
Yeah.
However, why not bomb it? Since you were claiming you could bomb anywhere with impunity, why not bomb the main source of all Japanese air attacks in Asia? Well, when they tried to bomb Taiwan, as I said, the crews claimed they saw a woman flying through the sky catching their bombs, and therefore very few of their bombs ever reached the ground.
They're protected by divine forces.
Yes, and so the men who claimed to see what they saw were sworn to secrecy, or and this was under threat of being institutionalized the rest of their lives if they talked about it. So,
do you know the names of any of these men sworn to secrecy?
Yeah, Gene Roddenberry. Gene Roddenberry. Yeah, it was one of them. Yeah, and so when he began to write Star Trek, he had in mind Spock as being an individual who was half Taiwanese, half American. Now, of course, the parallels with myself become immediately obvious, but it's not like he knew me. He was just foreseeing someone like me. And so because the Asians were never considered humans by Americans, he played on that and created the Romulans as the communist Chinese, the Vulcans as the free Chinese, the nationalist Chinese, and therefore made them truly alien. And this played on American racism. And what he was trying to do was humanize these aliens. So if you could accept Spock as basically a likable hero, then you should be able to accept Asians as human beings. This was his intent, which, as a humanist, was a completely noble intent. And as a World War II veteran, you see his geopolitics, where in the Cold War, the new world he was confronted with, he was just projecting it into space. The communist Chinese are Romulans, the Taiwanese are Vulcans, the Soviets are the Klingons. The Tholians were the Israelis. They were supposed to represent the Israelis. And the message that you get if you watch the original Star Trek and the original Tholians is that the Tholians are basically a mystery race. And no one understands them, that they are basically unrelatable. And that's what he really thought of the Israelis. So when it comes to the other kinds of races that developed, believe it or not, there was Larry Niven and a bunch of these right-wing reactionary think tankers for the Department of Defense. They were adding in their own kind of science fiction because they were science fiction writers, many of them. They were hired by the Defense Department to project into the future. One of them wrote a series of novels called The Man-Zin Wars, Zin being spelled K-Z-I-N, which was this giant cat-like race of vicious tiger-like sentience, which was far too expensive for anyone to portray back in those days or render costumes for. So basically they were presented in the animated series, but they're considered canon. That was, Gene Roddenberry had to say yes to that. He had to give the go-ahead on that or it wouldn't have happened. So
the first book of Men's In Wars was 1988, I see.
Thank you. And Gene Roddenberry was still very active, and so when they were put into the Star Wars animated series, they became quote-unquote canon, which means they're official. They're officially part of the Gene Roddenberry accepted Star Trek universe.
Part of the lore, L-O-R-E.
Yeah. And they were supposed to be like the World War II era Japanese, but nobody ever heard of them because they were only part of the animated series. The Gorn, which were presented by this one man in a cheesy lizard costume in one episode of Star Trek, but became this kind of fan favorite. The Gorn were supposed to be, quote-unquote, like the Germans, more like the West Germans of the Cold War era, this ever-dependable ally. This was something that Gene Roddenberry was thinking in terms of, but since no one ever really caught on to those concepts of Germans or Japanese that he was conveying, they were too vague, nebulous, and never really appeared in the series to any extent that was relevant. Basically, what happened was by the time of the Next Generation, they tried to integrate Germans and Japanese parallels. And so their concept by the time of the Next Generation was the Germans were represented by the Cardassians. So it was just a repeat of German history, a World War I era kind of quote-unquote defeat, resurgence militarily, death camps, all the rest of this, and then quote-unquote this complete defeat and occupation. So I expressed before that the Cardassians are actually the most developed culture in all the Star Trek universe, with this traumatic round of social events that they were portraying in depth. So this was supposed to be the German experience rendered in the Star Trek franchise. The Borg were really supposed to represent the Japanese by the Next Generation writers that were taking over after Gene Roddenberry was fading. And the Borg represented what Americans thought the Japanese were like. Just this uniform, homogenous race that was absorbing everything, because the Japanese empire was essentially technologically, industrially conquering the world. Industrially. Yeah. And the American...
Borg as in cyborg?
Yes, Borg as in cyborg. And the Borg, of course, were represented by Seven of Nine. And Seven of Nine was the off character to replace Spock. So every Star Trek generation was supposed to have the popular off character that people could really relate to more than any other character. Of course, with the original series, it was Spock. In terms of the Next Generation, it was originally supposed to be the holographic Doctor, but he lacked the charisma to carry that out, and people couldn't relate to someone who's supposed to be really not physically existent. So they then tried to make it Data. But then they figured Data charisma, and that was the character that truly was based on myself, because Gene Roddenberry at that point, just before he totally faded, did indeed, and I'd never really expressed this before, this is the first time I've ever expressing this on record, did indeed have a few conversations with Michael Aquino. And I was kind of the in-between to make certain those connections happen, simply because I was running a lot of the communications for Michael Aquino. So when it came to Gene Roddenberry, Michael Aquino was saying, Douglas Dietrich is my Data. This individual who has a photographic memory, which I had pretty much close to at the time. In terms of Gene Roddenberry, he took that and ran with it. The writers took it and ran with it, and they came up with the Data character. But the Data character was too dehumanized to really be relatable to majority of audience, so they brought in Seven of Nine, and that had sex appeal. But Seven of Nine was basically this concept. If you take a Japanese woman out of the hive, out of her culture, and bring her to America and Americanize her, then look at what a incredibly sexy, lovable person she can be in her naivete. Will expose her to our humanity. That's what Seven of Nine essentially represented. But to make her relatable, they made her white. But really, the Borg were supposed to be this cyberneticized hive mind, which was conquering the universe pretty much the way Americans viewed Japanese industry. So at this point, the Klingons were made to look more and more Muslim. They were given these knives they never had in the original series, these scimitar-type blades, curved like a Muslim crescent, and became more like the Muslim enemy after the collapse of the Soviet Union. They became more tribal. So with all of this kind of change of identity, it really, shall we say, people began to perceive the Star Trek universe, but they were totally ignorant of any of these cultural parallels. They always were. I'm the only person who has ever presented the cultural parallels intended by Gene Roddenberry and how they mutate it with the Next Generation writers. I'm the only person who's ever articulated any of this. So when people see this, they can finally appreciate the Star Trek universe for what it is. But I myself would change some of these cultural identities in the sense that if anyone were really reflective of the Japanese culture, it would actually be the Klingons. If anyone would really be, of course, the Romulans and the Vulcans, that remains eternal because that was the original concept, was communist Chinese and nationalist Chinese. But with the Klingons, they would much more represent the Japanese parallel. The other races, something like the Borg, they're obviously just much more inhuman.
It's no surprise that they're using them to portray the Germans like a reptilian evil race.
You mean the Cardassians? The Cardassians.
I thought you said the Borg was...
No, the Borg was... By the time of the Next Generation, they were
no,
trying
not the Borg. I mean the Gorn.
Gorn, yeah,
Gorn,
originally.
Sorry.
Yeah, but, originally, if you take a look in that single episode, there's a whole arc of narrative there where Gene Roddenberry was trying to overcome the World War II prejudice by actually portraying the Gorn as this inexplicable reptilian race that then establishes peace with the Federation because of a single fight with Captain Kirk. Basically, he was trying to portray the Gorn as being kind of like allies to the Federation once the cultural misunderstandings were overcome. So he was trying to heal those World War II wounds. He was portraying them as reptilian and cold and implacable only from a sense of miscommunication. So he was trying to say that the Germans may look like this to us because of World War II propaganda, but they were actually solid allies once those miscommunications were overcome. That's what he was trying to express. Right. And aside from that, I would definitely say that the Japanese parallel with the Klingons becomes much more cognizant or much more, I think, relevant when you take a look at, of course, how they integrated Worf or that character, and we're trying to constantly portray Klingon sense of honor. So that was something, of course, that is completely non-Soviet, and the Soviets had no concept of that, of honor. That's completely a Japanese concept. So not that other cultures don't have concepts of honor, but certainly the Soviets never did. The Japanese were much more obsessed with that than any other culture. So that's essentially what is portrayed by the Next Generation Klingons and beyond. So that's something that really puts them more into the Japanese parallel. So all that being said, when it comes to the other things that George Knight was going to talk about, let's see if we can reach out to him. George, are you there? Let's see if you can hear us. By all means, join us again. I'm really worried about that.
Stop watching porn, George.
Yeah. No, his wife probably dragged him away. So, oh my God. This is.
I never really got into watching Star Trek because I never liked William Shatner. I thought he was just a smug, egotistical douchebag. He did this ridiculous song, cover song of Elton John's Rocket Man 1978. It was just god awful. Him sitting there smoking a cigarette trying to act cool. I'm a rocket man. Oh my God. And he treated George Takei like shit. He was racist against him and made fun of him being gay and all that. George Takei hates him still.
They all hated him. Everybody hated William Shatner on the crew. There's nobody in
no
this.
surprise. He was a piece of shit.
Yes, nobody in the Star Trek crew liked William Shatner, and that includes Leonard Nimoy. Originally, what was going on was that Leonard Nimoy and William Shatner were basically kind of like this in-crowd that considered themselves the hipsters, and they considered the rest of the crew to be entirely dependent on them. That without them, the rest of the crew would be nothing. And then what happened was they had a falling out where Leonard Nimoy and William Shatner, essentially, Leonard Nimoy ostracized William Shatner and would never speak to him again. And William Shatner actually mentioned that either on Oprah show or some other program where he said, I don't know what happened. He claims he doesn't know what happened. And he may be right. He could be so oblivious, so narcissistic and self-centered that he really doesn't know what happened. But basically what happened was he did something that went beyond some line that Leonard Nimoy found to be unforgivable, and Leonard Nimoy never spoke to him again. Leonard Nimoy, of course, it must be emphasized, was Jewish. And, of course...
and William Shatner.
Oh, I didn't even know that. I didn't know that. Yeah. So it's... But William Shatner is definitely... he knows, of course, that he can't act. And so he tries to take advantage of that by making a joke of it. And he was on several television series where he was... portraying himself as a really bad actor. So it's a running joke. It's kind of like everybody knows he's a bad actor. He knows he's a bad actor.
Oh yeah. And the proof is in the pudding when you watch his stupid films.
Yes, no, his films are horrible. Anything outside of Star Trek, and Star Trek is only tolerable because he's basically, that's the only template where he can kind of get away with it. So Joe Tai, you're there.
Yep.
Yes, so...
How you doing? Yeah, I'm on a bus now.
Oh, wow, cool.
I'm on a bus.
And
going to Albany.
Great. And so tell us a little bit about anything you want to.
Are you having I'm realizing a lot of people are getting a cough. Are you getting a cough too, or?
Cough?
Yeah.
No, thank God. No, my voice is being lost simply because I usually lose my voice whenever I do this show. And it's kind of like I find that, it's really hard to maintain my voice for some reason by the time I come on this show. Could be because I expend it so often, so many other places. At any rate, go on.
I think you should get an infrared light bulb so you can keep warm. You know how they keep the chicks warm? They have like a red light, an infrared light that.
You know that there's a difference between keeping myself warm and cooking myself, Joe. Yes, I don't want to cook my innards and just bake myself like I'm a rotisserie chicken. This is what Joe Tai wants to turn me into, as a rotisserie chicken. This is... any other bright ideas, Joe, you can share? This is cannibal tendency in you I never really expected. I thought that kind of came out in myself a bit, but anyhow, by all means, whatever else comes to mind.
No, nothing really.
Tell us some about your ethnic heritage and culture. Anything important?
Yeah, not really.
What happened in Princeton again? Tell us about your experience in Princeton.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I did some contract work for the museum over there. We subcontracted some work, and we were trying to file their documents for them. So that's how I got into Princeton.
But didn't you took a Chinese course there, right? Or something?
Oh, yeah. The mayor of West Windsor had opened up a Chinese school in Princeton there. And in Princeton, they had this, the Prince of Japan over there who donated, donated something. That's why they kept his picture there. And that's where we had our Chinese school.
Wow. That's incredible, and I want to thank you for sharing that again, because it's important to reemphasize that Peter Moon was certainly impressed, and aside from that, of course, that's why when Brooke brought up, one of the guys in the who was it, the Pakistani guy she said was a graduate from Princeton, and I said so was Joe Tai. Yes, and anyhow, was that the case? Was that the one who was supposed to have graduated from Princeton with the Pakistani father, or what? I don't know if you remember, Nemo, or maybe you kind of shut down at that point.
Yeah, but there was a War of the World. You ever heard of that? The broadcast right after World War II.
Yes,
that's like
us.
the alien invasion.
Yeah,
and at Grover's Mill, New Jersey, it's right next door.
Uh-huh.
And one of my classmates, Ray Wiley, talked about how his grandfather can't tell the difference between a radio. A story or a newscast, and he had a shotgun right in front of his house, thinking the aliens were attacking.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That's all quite true. It's all quite true. And,
so that's the alien invasion thing they did after World War II.
Yes. It was a propaganda psyop that was to take advantage of this sense of an alien presence that they were trying to cultivate in Americans, so that they could cultivate a real love-hate relationship with quote-unquote aliens, that the aliens are here, and this was part of how they were trying to convince people to get onto the alien bandwagon and forget about World War II.
Indoctrinate them and monopolize on it, make people pay for their indoctrination.
Yeah, they got most
disguised as entertainment.
Yes,
because we know the Japanese won World War II.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. So all that.
I kind of wish they just released their biocidal weapons and just fucking took over. And
Don't tempt me to say that. Don't tempt me to say that. I've come close to. I've never actually said that. But it's so easy for me to.
I do know why they didn't though, because Japan made a shitload of money through trade market with America, because we all utilize a lot of their manufactured brands of technology, vehicles, and whatnot.
Yes, it's so true. It's so true. I mean, definitely, you can't get money from a dead enemy.
Exactly.
So, but definitely that worked for them. At any rate, I'm so glad that Joe came on because along with our man, Nemo, I don't want to say his real name, we can basically try and hold the stage for a little while, but it looks to me like I don't think our man is coming back tonight. So I could go
direct message him. So
I don't think there's any point. I mean, the guy is, I think he dropped, probably something going on he needs to take care of. With his wife, I would presume, and what I could start is monologuing, and so I might as well get started with that in a few minutes. But before I do that, I'd like to refresh myself again after just kind of like shall we say, getting my head out of my ass for a while longer.
Get a cup of tea or something.
That's a good idea. That could take a few minutes to make. I should have enough water to last me through a monologue. But in the meantime, let's check in on Viviana. Viv, honey. Viv, you there, baby? Let's see if we can get her to speak. And if
passed out from the pot.
Yeah, she passed out from the pot. Oh my God. But with our Joe Tai and Nemo, do me a favor. Can the both of you hold the stage for a few minutes while I refresh myself? Sure. Okay, so I'll be back in a matter of minutes, and both of you just hold a little conversation. When I return, I'll try and jump into monologue mode. Okay? Or shortly thereafter. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Joe, are you, your ethnic background, are you full-blooded Chinese or partially?
I'm I'm full. I think I'm full blooded, but you're in the coastal regions, and there's a lot of cosmogonies. A lot of people don't know that Bruce Lee was Jewish. Was a cosmogonist too.
Okay.
Yeah, I just found out like the surnames of Jewish Chinese people are Lees.
All right. Oh, yeah. Because in America, there's a lot of Jewish people with the last name Lee, but it's spelled L-E-E. Is it double E in China or I? Double I.
The communists use the new Chinese is Li, but you can tell the old Chinese from the new Chinese from their how they use their surnames. So the Lee, it's the older Chinese that's been here in the U.S. Prior to the 1980s. So anything after that is most likely Li.
Okay. Do you travel to China at all?
Yeah, I went over there. It's
How was it?
Oh, well, it was. I went there when I was 13. It was, it was beautiful then. I mean, it was countryside, but they had terrible roads. But now it's so modernized that you got these surveillance. I think the surveillance state, the state has abused their powers to.
Oh yeah, everyone's being monitored, and because of what's that new currency they're going by now? The points. I forgot what it was called.
Yeah, the credit system. This is a world influenced credit system. Like the Bitcoin and all this stuff. But it's put around the world. It seems like it's going to fail. You look at Nigeria, their banking system is failing because they're using that credit system.
Social credit. That's right.
Yeah. But
I've been watching.
And they brainwash.
They
brainwash the Chinese over there too. They brainwash Americans believing that they won World War II. You know what I'm saying? And they do the same thing in China. But
the people need to rise up and overtake this corrupt government.
Yeah, they're basically Russians if they practice communism. They're not really Chinese. They're just brainwashed retards. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. I like the Chinese people because they're good people, hardworking, highly intelligent, and honorable, and they're being degraded by the communist system.
Oh yeah,
and what's that I can't name are controlling them too.
Well, America was communist during the FDR's term,
he was supporting the Soviet Union.
Yeah, Americans don't know that.
Yeah, they were so clueless. They had to hand in all their gold just so all that wealth could go support the Soviet Union.
But thank God they try to get rid of communism in the U.S. Yeah, there were certain good things out of socialism. I mean, we got Social Security over there.
Yeah.
People, you got these crazy capitalists. Oh, we don't like social. Any form of government is social.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. They've been brainwashed to hate socialism and fascism, but the idea of communism still gets put out in, the movies and TV shows as a good thing, when really it's bad. Everyone's going to be equally poor, and the wealthy is just going to be even more wealthy, the 1%. But yeah, in China, I've been watching a lot of videos of people, the surveillance videos, and there's people, I saw a person just drop dead and they bang their head on the ground and they're just bleeding, not moving. And out of all the hundreds of people walking by, they did not stop to help that person at all, as if they'll get in trouble and lose their social credit score if they try to help this dead person, because they know they got the cameras watching them. I saw a video, I don't know if I already explained this, it was a hotel or apartment complex inside, and there was this pretty young girl in a yellow dress having a conversation with, which appeared to be her boyfriend. and just that it was full of people there too, witnesses and cameras. And all of a sudden, this man just brutally attacked her. He like started punching her head in, and grabbed her by the dress, slammed her face in the ground, and kept smashing her head in the ground, like completely killed her. Not one person stepped in to help her or do anything. What's up with that? That was very recent.
In China.
Yeah.
China.
Yeah, no one's helping out.
Run by criminals. What do you expect?
Yeah. But the people have been brainwashed that severely that they won't do anything honorable to help their own people in trouble.
Because they get in trouble. I mean.
Yeah, exactly. That's how fucked it is. They got to revolt against that.
Thank you.
They got everybody brainwashed in mainland China, you know.
Mm. Yes.
I feel bad for them. 'Cause I really love the Chinese women too. They're very beautiful.
Yes, thank you. No, I appreciate that. It's horrible to see something like that. And, you know, but by all means, continue with what else you've seen. Tell us a bit about what you know about the social credit scoring system.
I was just saying that's part of the reason why they're probably not getting involved at all with helping one of their own kind dropping dead or getting beaten to death, because they'll lose their social credits score. They'll get in trouble and they'll just become a poor bum. And I've seen videos of them in the trains, and whoever speaks through the intercom, they're just saying, oh, you should help out cleaning up after yourself and bring all the rubbish and whatever you're not using to dispose of, and it'll increase your social justice score. Like, be more of a worker and slave, and it'll encourage you to have more higher currency. Be a good slave, and we'll give you more shekels.
Yes. It's so when it so I'm glad that you brought this up, and but tell us a bit more about what you know about the surveillance system, and of course join in, Jotai. Come up with some responses to this by all means.
Oh, it's just Big Brother 10 times worse, like it is in Britain. It's just way worse in China. Yes. Everyone's just being watched everywhere. You're better off living in the countryside in China now instead of the city area. And the people there are a lot nicer, and the women there are less materialistic. They don't really care about how much money you make or what job you have. They just more accept the person who you are.
Yeah, of course.
Judge you by your actions and not your image.
Yeah, of course they have their own problems. Their own problems are basically the fact that they have almost, nothing. They have almost nothing, and I mean, no services or anything. Everything's going to the fucking cities. So it's a pretty bad spot to be in the countryside in its own way. But the regulation control of the food, quality of their food and drinks is horrible. There's a lot of counterfeit drinks and food getting around. I remember seeing this one certain snack it's like a dumpling with beef inside and some sauce, but in the inner core of it there's cotton, real cotton, and this person was pulling it apart. He said he was bloated for 3 days from eating this particular snack that's sold in China. And he pulls it apart and you see cotton fabric inside of it. That's how bad it is. Yes. No, it's truly bad. Tell us what you know about how bad it is. Joe, come on.
Yeah, they got counterfeit everything over there. even water, you know.
Yes, it's
filtered sewage water, I bet.
Yeah, well, all the manufacturing went to China, so most of their water system is all polluted, you know.
Yes, no, it's
just it's damning to their reputation, their cultural reputation, because they have a history, of rich, honorable culture, and now it's just being put in the toilet. Because there's just a lot of appealing things of their history, and they've just completely destroyed their culture.
The communists are famous for their corruption. You don't really own anything over there, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like they have more rights than you to your own wife, you too, They'll force you an abortion, tax you for having more kids,
And they sell the Chinese baby girls off to be sex slaves or cannibalized overseas.
Yes, I brought that up myself before, and so I do want people to know this is not some kind of sensationalist talk here. This is actually quite the reality.
Because
And-
where are all these hundreds of millions of baby Chinese girls? You know, in our country, we don't see any. You barely see any Chinese girls.
Yeah,
and there's supposed to be millions of them being
adopted
adopted overseas every year.
Yeah, and you don't see them anywhere.
Exactly.
It's where did they all go? So it's horrible. The situation is. Yeah.
Abortion was abortion. Where else? They don't want,
No,
they
we're
don't
not
want-
talking about those that are aborted. We're talking about those that are sold. Because they have that whole policy of adopting out the girl children. Rather than just aborting them, a lot of people adopt the girl child out, and so anyhow, it's just, you have no idea the horror of China. China is a horror story. There's no describing it. It's simply untenable. A society like that should not exist. There's a part of me that says that America should have an objective of aiming towards a democratic China, but I'm really ambivalent about that, in the sense that I don't think that it's really possible. It's one of these things that it might not be even something worth aiming for. So go on.
You got to just cut the head off the snake, but the Americans, they'll try and destroy the whole body, like kill the people too. You don't want to do that. You just want to take out their government.
Well, I don't think
powerful.
It's the Americans. I mean, you're right. I mean, they they basically are capable of anything. They're capable of anything. You would think that they had outgrown their genocidal tendencies, but
after what they did to the Middle Eastern people, it had proven they haven't got rid of their genocidal behavior.
At all. Yes, they are clearly irredeemable. An anti-culture, as I said, it's an anti-culture.
Yep.
Honestly, I'm just left without words. So we're kind of psyching me up so I can go towards the monologue stage. But in the meantime, these two gentlemen are helping me out immensely. We are, of course, deeply disturbed and puzzled by what may have happened to George Knight, who was looking forward to speaking with us throughout the night. Did Viviana drop off? She dropped off?
Yeah.
So she woke up and just dropped off? Did she say goodnight or anything?
No, I think she was just probably that. She probably just woke up and quick. Oh, she's still in chat.
Oh, she's typing. She's typing.
Peace.
She says victory. Oh my God, she gives us the okay. So we love you. Let's tell her that we love you, dearest Viv. I love you, dearest Viv. Yes. Oh my gosh. And sorry to see her go. And Nemo says have a good sleep. Yes. Goddess bless her.
I noticed Amy's in the chat.
Amy?
I hope she can jump in. But
Amy, jump in! Jesus Christ, where is she in the chat? You mean she's in the chat? Well then,
in our Skype chat.
Okay, so let me add her. Let me add her right now, so that.
Don't want to put pressure on her, but say hello or something.
Give me a break. Put all the pressure on her we can to talk. Jesus fucking Christ! Give me more of a chance to get my head out of my ass. When it comes into the, I mean, I was counting on our man George, and so when he disappears, that kind of leaves me hanging.
It's rare that he gets a lot of time on his hand to be on Skype and explain all these topics.
Yeah, but it's not surprising to me that he, gets dragged away by. He does have a family, Amy, his wife was listening though, so hopefully it wasn't some kind of emergency.
Oh, so that was his wife, Sarah Knight.
Yeah, that's his wife, Sarah Knight, George Knight. Get it?
Yeah.
That's what I said. I guess you didn't hear that. Yeah. So it says she's unavailable. Well, she's online. So Amy, jump on the call. You're now on the call. Jump on. Okay, Viviana answered us with a heart. Thank goodness for that. So she gets her sentiments. Viviana, you can jump back on and talk if you want. So aside from that, Sojo, in terms of, say, for instance, you're working with these various restaurants. Any experience you want to relate as to you talked about the latest restaurant you worked for and kind of like how haunted it was, kind of like cursed it was. Wasn't it your wife who was kind of like had a background where her father, like yours, was somehow trained in fortune telling? Was that not the case? Oh, Amy's joined us. So you can go a bit into that, but Amy, do say hello to everyone, please.
Hi, Amy.
Amy.
I'm chasing dogs, so.
Yes.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night. You by that you mean introductorily. You're going to stay with us for several minutes, right?
Yeah, I'm missing 2 dogs, so I might not be very stable until I collect them from wherever the hell they've been for 3 hours.
But they disappear a lot, don't they? I mean, you and...
They run. They're big dogs. They run a lot. And it's, it's just one of those things. The big guy wasn't leaving his food dish, so I got one.
Okay. So that was brilliant. And so, by all means, honey, tell us about these dog adventures. Tell us what's going on. Explain to people who the dogs are. Now, your lady friend, who you're living with now, again, I forget her name. Forgive me. It's something like Kelsey, which is the girlfriend of Brandon Young. What is it again, honey? Remind me.
It's Kala, like the lily.
Kala, like the lily. Lovely. And she's a lovely lady, and she is the actual owner of these 3 dogs. And the dogs, let people know about how they went, and all of them feasted on porcupine, and it cost $1,000 to get that out of their system. So, yes.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Douglas.
Of course.
They're not out eating porcupine right now, right?
I hope not.
Everybody is listening in Franklin County, and they're paying attention to where these stupid dogs are. Bring them back. Please bring them back.
Yes.
There's 3. So her mother is...
So people can find them, tell them what breeds they are so they can identify them.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows they have their spots. So everybody, I'm just waiting for her to... She's not here. She's visiting the geologist over in New York. So.
Oh God, that's right.
Yeah.
So you were left watching them alone when they ran off.
And it was so early, and I was like, okay, and and I should have chained them. I chained them all day yesterday.
Yes.
They were locked up yesterday, and they just got me up too early, and I was standing there with the treat bag, and they just all busted out. But the big guy came back. They're shepherds. She's half shepherd, half Staffordshire Terrier, and then the 2 boys look more like shepherds. But the last time they got out like this, they came back with porcupine quills.
Yes.
So yeah, that's why I'm up so early again. It's because they took off this morning instead of coming right back.
Oh well, now of course they have to be chained, but I have every feeling that they will be back because they, as you said, they do want to eat, and they do. This has happened so many times before that there's precedent, and yet they've always. We've always managed, by that I mean, we're with you in spirit, but Callie and yourself have always managed to round them up, wrangle them back. Oh my God. I mean, I'm as worried as you are. I mean, they're like big kids, and they're like children that never grow up.
Naughty kids, yeah.
Oh my God. So tell us a bit more about this, their personalities and the like.
Oh, they're just dogs. They're big dogs. They all the neighbors have one of the puppies because she had 9. So up and down the road are puppies that were in that litter. There's just, it's just dogs. That, like you said, they're out there killing something. Hopefully they don't try to bring it back.
Well, rather have them do that and come back. Rather have them do that and come back than not come back.
Right. Yeah. And it was so early and it was just raining so much. I really thought that they wouldn't, like usually the mom doesn't go out if it's raining. Like she doesn't like. And so I figured it's pouring down rain. They won't be out long. I took a drive, didn't see them. So yeah, I get nervous because like she's not here. Like it's her number on the dog tag. So that's I'm just waiting for her to call me. Call me and say, "Oh, it's at this neighbor's house. You got to go get them."
Okay. And what was it you said, Nemo?
Oh, they're all chipped, so if they get lost, they can be found.
No, they're not chipped.
No, yes,
they're not.
I got it. I got a dog outside.
Oh, wonderful!
There's Mom. Where's the other one?
Okay.
Shit. Oh, thank goodness. All 3 dogs are back. Thank you all.
Good.
Nice work.
Lock 'em up.
Okay,
Whoever
chain
fixed
them.
that for me.
Chain them now.
No, they're inside.
Okay.
Fuck them. They're not coming out for
Yes,
another couple
okay.
hours.
Yep.
Okay. Oh my
Silly.
God.
That's good.
Thank goodness. They have no quills. They're just soaking wet.
Okay. Oh my God. Do you need to?
I bet they're hungry.
Yeah. Do you need to dry them or something so they don't catch a cold or what?
You are freaking so fun. How many? You've never owned dogs. You hate them.
That's true. Yeah,
You're
it's true.
barely tolerating this conversation. Because
You know me too well. You know me too well. Holy shit!
I
I'm
have
impressed.
that problem too. If it's not the dogs, it's some yowling cat.
Yes, that's right. Yes. Oh my God. I don't know how you tolerated that cat for so many years. Holy fucking shit.
I'd have her back in a heartbeat. I miss that little. She's so precious.
Okay. Yeah.
So precious.
Yes.
So you guys have been going on about the Unterland. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, for a while. Yes, I like the way you added the German yes to it. Yeah, yes, thank you. Yes, that's cute. Then we started talking about dystopian communist China. But since you're here now, we can talk about dystopian America. And feel free to share with us your incredible insights into everything that you've suffered because of their idiocy. I mean, we, of course, have acknowledged the value of socialism, but you almost became a victim where you were trapped in a system that wasn't going to let you go. So then this happened just so recently that it's still frightening to me. Oh my God. Share a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that I was ever at risk of being trapped because like why would I ever allow that in any situation? I wouldn't ever give myself this idea that there's just one straight shoot through and you're never going to have any options at all.
They were mistreating you, I guess.
There's a lot that's going on right now. Yeah, it's really like I had and like there was a friend of mine who needed me to help with his surgery. He's having his hips replaced. And so there was always like something else that I had. Are you there?
Yeah, what's all that noise? Yep. Is that you or is that Joe?
No,
I don't know.
Oh, so Joe, go on mute, please.
Oh, okay. Oh,
yeah.
He had something.
Yeah.
So the U.S. is responsible for putting the communists in China because while the Donovan, the OSS was responsible for helping the communists take over China and kicking out the Kuomintang.
Yeah,
And,
well, he was helping the Vietnamese. Yes, that's right. First, the communist Vietnamese. Thank you. Yes. So that was it was secretarial. That was part of our earlier conversation. It makes us.
And this is the proof the U.S. lost because they had to change that to the CIA.
Right. Are there fireworks where you're at?
I'm hitting bumps on the road here.
Look, please go mute. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm trying to get there. 1 minute. I might have to drop off the call.
Why don't you? Yes. Don't talk while you're driving. It makes you drive less safely. Go mute while you do that. Thank you. Yes.
I'm on a bus. I'm not driving.
Well, I mean, well, go mute while you're on the bus, please. Yes, for now. Thank you.
Hey, here we go.
What is he alluding to? It's like, oh, he left.
Good joke.
Okay.
Yeah, he said he was
I
going
think he wants
to.
to wait until he's off the bus.
Why?
Yeah.
Let's Jared. Just let
Give
him
him
be him.
such shit, Douglas. You give that guy such shit. Do you know he sent me a video
Uh-huh.
of a doctor who was talking about this endometriosis as like being correlated to a bacteria, a fusobacterium. It appears in, I guess, 7% of the women who don't have endometriosis have this bacteria, but pretty much every woman with endometriosis has this bacteria. And so I was able to convince my doctor to get me on an antibiotic regime in order to kind of prepare to go meet with the surgeon.
Wow.
Like, I'm so grateful to Joe Tai. Like,
wow.
Who would have thought that some chef from Albany could, like, figure stuff out that I've been trying to get somebody to figure out for a long time.
I am impressed. I am impressed.
I knew you would be. I would like to hear more about how his father operates in society as a fortune teller.
Well, his father's dead now, but it certainly was a good part of his life. And now I feel rather guilty. I mean, why couldn't you bring this up while I was, it was irritating to hear all that bumping. It was really fucking irritating. And it didn't make sense that he couldn't just fucking go mute while, on the bus for that.
He probably just wanted me to bring up the fact that, like I really do owe him quite a lot. Like, that was a really fantastic contribution that he had made, and he does try. Like,
well, why didn't you bring that up while he was on instead of just letting him drone on about a completely non sequitorial, historical trivia that we've already gone into in the past. I mean, granted, there's always new listeners, but yeah, it was like
Douglas.
Yeah,
the dogs just got back.
Yes. Okay.
I posted a link to a video on my Facebook timeline regarding a Singapore leader talking about executing drug traffickers in Singapore, real strict on that. And I put in the description, we need more leaders like this guy. And he's just telling me, you'd make a better Singaporean than an Australian. Because I'm pro annihilating drug traffickers and manufacturers.
What do you feel about what happened in the Philippines with Duterte?
Who? Sorry?
Duterte, the former president of the Philippines, was doing that.
Sorry, I don't know much about that individual.
Oh, okay. No worries. You're not missing shit. Yes, back to Amy, by all means. So how are you going to thank Joe? You're going to thank him for this, right? How are you going to express your gratitude? Have you written back to him, or haven't had time, or?
So I've only done 3 days of the course. Okay. Like I have another couple, I have like a week's worth to take, but I mean, I immediately felt better, which goes to show that was the issue. There was some kind of systemic infection, whether it was related to a bacteria or some kind of parasite infection. Wow. He pulls stuff out of the air that you can't really explain. And like, I was trying to tell my doctor, like, he's a chef in Albany, but he
you shouldn't even bother to do that. It only discredits.
I know.
There's more than meets the eye with him.
In a sense.
My opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, you get the idiot savant kind of, but I don't think that really applies here. It's kind of like, what they say about God protects puppies, old ladies, and
special little people.
And the mentally incompetent, like a mother watches over her children. There's maybe certain gifts that he suddenly gets from a higher source that he has no control over, and it kind of manifests. I mean, this is the most incredible thing I've ever heard him do. I'm truly impressed, and like I said, feeling guilty about, kind of, but you've got to admit, okay, you didn't explain that, and I was trying to enable you to talk, and the stupid bumpy road, and he's on a bus, and it's just like, okay, you have no concept of how irritating this is, and it didn't make any sense where he says, oh, I'm trying to wait till, and wait for what? Why don't you just get mute? If you're trying to wait to get off the bus before you can talk, without all the bumps, then why don't you just mute till you get off the fucking bus, right? There's certain common sense things here that just don't add up with him. It drives me mad. And I'm sorry, he just has this ability to irritate me to the point of violence, and it's
the older you get, the more irritable you get.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And as the night goes on.
Sorry.
Yeah, what was it that you said, Nemo?
The older you get, the more irritable you get.
It's nothing to do with age. It has something to do with Jesus Christ.
Like me personally, I wouldn't have been bothered if I was hosting this. I just let it go out of kindness. But I can understand.
No.
That.
There's multiple factors here that you don't get at all. Obviously, this now, of course. I loathe to say this, and I don't think something like this is what irritates Brooke. I think she's coming from a totally different direction. But what you said is very irritating to me. When you say something like the older you get, the more irritable you get. First off, my patience, obviously.
It was kind of a joke, but yeah.
Okay, it's one of those things. Yeah. It's how do I say it? I never thought you intended it as an insult, but it just it doesn't apply. I don't age like a baseline human ages anyway. But beyond that, the irritation with Joe is just simply. It's like we brought up at the beginning of the transmission, maybe before you joined the conversation. I don't know whether you heard it or not, but Joe has just an incredible capacity for irritating me, because it's like. He'll go and it's just you'd have to be there, and apparently you've been there often enough and still don't get it. So I don't know, Amy. Maybe you have some memories of like when he started talking about the homeless guy in the tent that he's convinced is ex-military because the guy says so. And now there's plenty of ex-military who live in tents, but no, the guy. You remember any of this story, honey?
Yes, and I don't want to invalidate your frustration with Joe.
Yes.
But I also feel like...
No, I mean, what you said impresses me, and I think that he's like somebody who has maybe a certain sense of intelligence that is, every once in a while, will crop up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like, you don't want to rely on him to carry an hour on your show by himself.
Oh, God, no.
But
do you remember that time that I was so sick in the opening hour? And
I can't even forget that. That was so ridiculous. That was really scary.
It was just
what happened?
Just so everybody knows, for whatever reason, I think it was one time. I can't remember whether it was Ian West or somebody else. But there was but Joe Ty was definitely the other time I remember. But for some reason there was twice where I just was feeling very off, and I was trying to ask somebody to hold the stage, and every time that happened, twice, it was they went off onto a Judeo-phobic rant. And so I think it was Ian West. It was one time, but it was definitely Joe Ty the second time, where I was like, I can't remember whether I called the ambulance that day or not. But what I was suffering was from the.
Was that the stream when you vomited from being sick from having?
No, that was
hangover?
a totally different. No, that
Okay.
was a totally different. No, I was vomiting all the time from hangovers in the past. That's no big deal. No, this time was vasodepressive syncope. So vasodepressive syncope is a condition my mother had, which just remember we're basically, certainly my mother more so even than I. We're basically hematophagic, so we need to be getting most of our nutrients from blood. And but nevertheless, because we live with people and we do have taste buds, food still has taste. And you do wind up eating more of it than you should just for the taste. And our bodies don't really process it. It just sits inert in our intestinal tract. And basically, eventually, enough of it collects where it depresses the vagus nerve. This is not to be confused with constipation. It's simply the fact that the food's not being digested, so it's not really processing. So it just really does just kind of sit there. And it's like, if Americans are, baseline humans, just ate an enormous amount of fiber, and it suppresses their appetite. And at the same time, you're not really gaining any nutrients from it. And what's going to happen is you're either going to get constipated or diuretic. So in our case, what happens is it depresses the vagus nerve, which runs along the spine at some point and causes us to collapse. So it's just basically a sign we should not be eating normal food, but rather sustaining ourselves with a hematophagic diet. So when it came to my mother, this was life-threatening and ultimately was one of the factors in a catastrophic brain injury. But in my case, it could come to that. So I need to prevent it. And so I do take a lot of fiber, basically 3 heaping teaspoonfuls, which is basically 3 tablespoonfuls 3 times a week. Is what I've done. It was twice a week for a long time, and it helps immensely. I've never had vasodepressive syncope episodes ever again since I started that. But it took a while to reach that realization of how vulnerable I was. But at one of the times when the vasodepressive syncope was really taking me out, then I asked Joe Ty to hold the stage. And he just went on this Judeophobic rant, and it was, it's just awful. Amy can describe a bit of it. And
I wasn't listening to that particular stream. I didn't know he'd do that.
Oh, man. Tell him, Amy, there was one time where he just suddenly went off on... This was totally separate from that incident, but did you hear the time, Amy, when he totally went off when he said, some woman accused me of sexually harassing her at work? I lost my voice, probably to save me from saying the next thing he said, which was, I wouldn't touch that. What's that?
Let's not go there then.
Yeah, which was basically along the lines of, I wouldn't touch that protected population bitch. I wouldn't touch that, using the Judeophobic term. He used the Judeophobic term. I wouldn't touch that. Yeah, really, it's like, okay, at that point, you have to wonder, is this person intentionally just the enemy coming to sabotage my show? Now, certain people have suggested that, but we know that's not the case. It's just like certain people have suggested that he's actually brilliant and he's trolling me and he just says stuff to make me angry, but they don't know him. No, he's really this off. So basically what happens is, there's a homeless guy who he says lives on his own property, and he says it's his business property. He's really the owner of the business. And that's why they never kick him off the property. That's why he has his tent there. And then, the more you ask him about it, the more offensive it gets. It's just, he was a retired colonel. And, obviously colonels have very large salaries and they get free treatment from the VA and stuff. And it's like, so why is he out there? And then he'll say something completely stupid that doesn't make any sense. Then he'll talk suddenly about, and then his sister, I think it was the guy's sister, tried to have me arrested. And I'm like, okay, why? And, because she said I was trying to physically assault her. And it just gets worse and worse. And, finally, like Simon Romero said, is, Douglas, stop asking him questions. But, it's people think he's just making this up. He's just making this up so that he can drag me further into a rage. But no, it's not the case. This idiot, he truly believes that there's this idiot living in the, and he keeps going back to this guy in the tent who claims I'm a colonel with a chip in my head, and I live on this property that's really mine. That's why they don't kick me off the business property. But then it is weird because he apparently has some woman visiting him who's supposed to be his daughter or his sister, but then she tried to have Joe Tai arrested. Now, if I saw some strange Asian guy around my homeless father's tent, I'd probably try to have him arrested too, but it begs the question that if you care about your father that much, why don't you try and help him out of the fucking tent? So it's like, so it's none of this makes any sense, but he keeps going back to it because he keeps talking to this guy, and it keeps, the circle just gets, the more you find out about it, the more angry you get because none of it makes any sense. So it's just, that's what I get out of Joe, and that's what infuriates me, and that's why a lot of times when he comes on, I just have a very low tolerance. And,
but after that particular Judeophobic rant, did he stop doing that? Like he knew he crossed the line and not to do it again?
I had to tell him. We had to tell him that. But it's one of the reasons why I don't trust him to speak. It's one of these things where I've never had, even Ian West doesn't do something like that spontaneously. So
Right.
there's, Ian West has a general comprehension of, once the situation is presented to him, he understands it. But with Joe Tai, you don't know if that's the case. So at other times he can sound almost touchingly, innocent or something like that. But so it's just it's just very hard to deal with for me. But the fact that he did something this productive, certainly we need to credit him, and I certainly hope that what we can do is thank him with Amy present the next time that he's on with us. But do go on, Amy. So this happened, and this is pretty incredible. And what I'd like
I think it's a lot easier than surgery.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
To just take some antibiotics. Like, that's a lot easier than trying to convince a surgeon they need to remove the lesions from my leg.
Yeah.
Fuck
You know,
going under the knife.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
again, how the fuck did Joe Tai ever even find this? I mean, that's incredible.
I can't even tell you. I don't know. It's like, the things that I love about his contributions are when he speaks about like the culture of Asia, the aquariums in the restaurants. I tell you, every time I go into one of my favorite restaurants here and they don't have an aquarium, I don't know how to approach them about this.
Yeah.
And I do remember being in Hong Kong and like going through what feels like miles of aquariums in a marketplace. So I mean, that is definitely something that we can't really get from any American. Like even the American Asians, they're not versed in their culture. Like there's a lot of white people who know more about the Asian culture than some Asians raised in America.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Any scholastic investigator or researcher into any culture, an academician would know more than most people who come from that culture simply because they have studied it, and most people who grow up in these cultures do not. So that's not surprising. Of course, sometimes these studies can lead to warped perceptions as well, but in general, the person who reads all the books oftentimes knows more than even the person who actually travels. By the way, we're all very lucky. There was a huge asteroid that passed by Earth tonight, and we all apparently survived. I don't know if any of you heard about.
What was the name of the asteroid? I didn't even hear about this.
2023 MU2 passed within 134,000 miles of Earth at 7:19 p.m. Eastern time. We all survived.
Well, the amateur astronomers would have been able to spot that, I guess.
Oh yeah. And of course, it was one of those things that I didn't bring up because I was already stressed out by dealing with trying to fucking get on, at all after what had happened, and then the stupid blanket went out, and then Brooke paid for that. But
hopefully you get it very soon.
I'm sorry, what?
Hopefully you get it very soon.
Tuesday. Yeah,
oh, that's good.
So I can survive till then by pulling some tricks, but at any rate, by all means, Amy. So when you explain what's happened to you, what has been a problem for you all your life, and certainly impacted you the other day when you were gardening for a long period of time, and then wound up with basically your stomach feeling it. How did you get over that eventually? How did that eventually normalize or stabilize that situation?
I made an appointment with my primary and went in and showed him the thing that Joe Ty sent me. Right. And he immediately agreed that makes the most sense for me. Right. I started taking them, and immediately the pain in my stomach decreased. Like, it was immediate. So, I've also been doing these biofeedback scans, and they were coming up with a lot of the same stuff: infection, parasites. So I was really lucky. Just like a number of things came together, and that it makes so much more sense to simply try a course of antibiotics, go back to the probiotics to rebuild the gut, and then see what can be done about getting the laparoscopy, because I can't go into that laparoscopy without some bolstering. Like, I'm going to need some immune support in order to get through all that. But right. I'm not really in a bad way. Like, I've been worse off in the last 3 or 4 years. So I've been able to make a little bit of money. I'm meeting people all the time. I'm doing a lot better. So I just, I have a lot of stuff I still need to deal with. But I'm getting some response, whereas before there was just silence, not having access to the phone, not having access to a vehicle. It was impossible. It was really difficult being out on the lake. So I'm really just coming through something, and hopefully, whether it's astrology or whatever, I do think somebody's going to change things. There's going to be, I'm starting to see all kinds of shifts, particularly with the job market. I'm noticing the availability of remote work in my area in Vermont. It seems like there's kind of an explosion of it. Just people who can perform their work mainly, off site. So I remember you saying something about, in San Francisco, you and Beaver were cruising around, and you had noticed that a lot of these sky rises were being converted into homes.
Well,
instead of
pretty much. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I'm also kind of noticing the I don't want to call it gentrification, but just the funneling of money towards these climate action and talking point, sustainability goals, yada yada, just the funneling of money into those areas. We always seem to do really well in Vermont. That seems to be, there just seems to really get an influx of resources into the communities in such a way that there's change, that you can visibly see that now there's a lot of organized events. Whereas, being in New Hampshire for those 2 weeks, to me, I don't know what they're doing over there, but they do not have any organization. And it was a lot of people not doing their job, as far as I could tell. So yeah, I do think that there's things happening that, maybe being in a rural community, like I don't always get into the cities, but every time I go, there's new stuff. There's new groups of people. You talked about ethnic enclaving, and we have a lot of refugees in Vermont.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't imagine coming from someplace like Serbia or Bosnia and showing up here where the communities are pretty closed off. Like, I don't actually get to meet new people very often because I know so many people in this area. So I spend a lot of time interacting with people that I already know or that I have a history with.
Of course.
And so I can't imagine having no language skills and being put in a place where you have to drive an hour to get to any resources. Like, you can't possibly like you can't walk somewhere where you're going to be in a service office where they're going to be able to set you up with some kind of work program or even just provide you with heating assistance or some kind of, they call it like a reach up program here.
Mm-hmm. Instead of outreach, they call it reach out.
Reach up, yeah. And I don't even know, like maybe that's been phased out because they just passed a new budget. And so I'm really hopeful that things start to change. A lot of the budget, of course, goes to community development investment,
mm-hmm.
which generally that doesn't go directly to people in need and vulnerable persons. I just feel I don't want to think that we're going to repeat or do worse than what we've had happen in the last decade. Like, I can't imagine going through
yes. Oh my God. Yeah. Uh-huh. Go on.
I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could do it. And I've seen a lot of my peers choose not to do it. And that,
mm-hmm.
The mental health outcomes are like pressing. People need assistance, and it's not okay to tell them to call somebody else. So I'm not going to say I'm hopeful because that hopium is just part of the problem, right? Like, if you're just always hoping for something else.
Right.
I really think that the real leadership is going to arrive, and we're going to be able to get behind them.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how you feel about it. I know that you have such a different experience being in a military family, being from a military background yourself.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I could understand how that would make you really jaded.
True. Yes.
And something, if I could just go on a tangent, because
Please.
you've only got an hour left. You only have an hour left.
Wait,
so
let's check that. I think it's a lot more time than that, to tell you the truth. 10:18, 10:21. So we got a little over an hour, hour and a half, really. A little over an hour and a half. By all means, take your time, honey. Tangentialize away.
So while I was held up at this lake house,
mm-hmm.
I was doing a lot of local research
uh-huh.
into a woman who was from Enosburg, Vermont, and she had self-published an anti-Masonic narrative in 1899. And somebody had delivered this book to me and said, I really enjoy this. And, and this was like an old dude who just, like, you can't imagine he would sit down and read anything. But he was really proud of the fact that she was from Enosburg, and her husband had been a Civil War veteran who'd come back, and he, in order to become a Mason, he had to marry. So they agreed to marry. And then she started to see that he was so mentally disturbed, and she assumed it was from the war, like being marched from Virginia up to Pennsylvania. Like, she had assumed that most of his nervous condition had to do with trauma from the war, but they had 6 children total. Their 4th child only lived 2 weeks, and at that point she was granted a divorce from her husband based on his antics, based on his inability. Like, he would behave like an animal. He would like throw fits and run off into the woods at night.
Jesus Christ.
And yeah, I mean, it's such an interesting book. I should tell you, the name is In the Enemy's Land.
Okay.
And it's available through archive.org. Her name is Sarah Powell Giddings. Okay. So what really struck me was that she had 3 children pass away very young. One of them she discusses in the book because it was the one who had her name, only lived to be 12 years old. And of course, at that time, people died at home. So that, you know, that was a very traumatizing experience for all of the family. But her son that survived, Hugh Giddings, had a pharmacy in the same building, in the same rental space as my father. So that was sort of interesting to me, that like this building used to be a pharmacy and now my family has a pharmacy there. But when I looked for descendants, there was one child, Thomas Loudon, who was a pilot, and he married very late to a woman who was an engineer, and they lived in New Jersey, and I didn't find any children from them, but that was the only grandchild. So the book discusses all about how the Masonic Lodge would harass her, how she would go into the mill with her 2-week-old baby ready to work, and they'd give her a machine that they only put people on when they wanted to drive them out.
Wow.
And she would get work, like she would continue to work on a broken machine because she was starving. Her husband wasn't contributing to the family in any way. So they were completely reliant on extended family in the town to hold them solvent, to get them firewood, to get them food, to get basic necessities. I mean, the reason her children died so young is clearly the poverty.
Yes.
And that whole phenomena of, you know, a woman who, even though she's married, cannot support herself through the husband.
Yeah.
She, you know, that continued narrative of they impoverish you and then they isolate you.
Yes.
Like that is something that this book in particular was showing me, that this isn't a new issue. This is a perpetuation of a social condition that needs to be revealed and ended. We need to stop treating each other with that kind of neglect. So I'm looking at all of this information. I'm doing all this research about, well, if she's a writer, she must have written something else, because writers don't just write one book, right? Look at Peter Moon. Like, you don't stop writing after you get one book published. But
not if you're making a living at it. No, there are people who do, because they squeeze out one book and that's all they can do. They can't handle another. It's kind of like pregnancy. But others, of course, they can't stop because they're making a living at it. So yes, go on. Yeah.
Well, here's the part that I want to look further into. And so anybody who has any historical references that go back to the Underground Railroad, and I'm saying that because it turns out her husband's family, the Giddings, were known to be abolitionists. And I started thinking about, like, maybe the fact that his military record was never validated. He was never given up whatever the payment is that you would get as having served in the Civil War. Like, they were always petitioning to get some kind of retribution for, you know, the injuries he sustained there. But I started thinking about how, if he had been in the southern states during the war, if he hadn't somehow been connected through his family as an abolitionist. And I just wondered about it. And then Peter Moon was talking about this guy who used the Banner of Light journal, which was published for like 40 years. And it was something that she was able to sell subscriptions to this Banner of Light journal on the train. Like, it's so interesting because we don't have a train anymore. It used to be there was a train that would run all the way from the city all the way up to Montreal, and they all fell into the river. The infrastructure just has crashed since in my lifetime. But she would use the train to sell her subscriptions to this Banner of Light, and she could make more money doing that than sitting in a mill and being harassed and, you know, just driven mad by the management there.
Right.
So I was looking at the Banner of Light as, you know, the way that they present the information, it's as if they're alerting people to there's going to be a lecture in this city with this person. And could they have been using it to bring people into these lectures or these spiritualist educational seminars? Which, I mean, I'm guessing that they probably were seances because the spiritualism was pretty big during that time period.
Yes.
Right? Like, so there was that, but then there was also this connection with the Rosicrucian, I think it's Pascal Randolph was who Peter was talking about.
I believe you have a good memory, honey. Go on.
Yeah. So yeah, the main thing that I've been looking at lately with the connection back to this family that's from the town where I went to high school, they could have possibly been connected with the Underground Railroad as abolitionists, just based on her own narrative about how after they were married, they went and stayed with some cousins who were going to develop a sawmill on Lake Memphremagog. And my grandmother, my darling, beautiful 99-year-old grandmother in Newport, has all these photos of when Lake Memphremagog was used as a logging town, because they would just shuttle all the forestry products down the lake into the US from Canada. So it was just interesting to me that they already kind of knew about the passageway, right? Like, you could always get in a boat and cross the water and you would be in Canada in a matter of minutes, really, because most of the lake up there stretches into Canada. There's only a small portion of Lake Memphremagog that's actually in the US. It's really like the one of the northernmost border places that is just heavily trafficked with tourists in the summer, because it's a really pretty place. Like, there's a church, St. Mary's by the Sea. It's Catholic. It's up on the hill, and it has a beautiful view of the lake that stretches out into Canada. So these are my thoughts, and I would like to find out, first of all, if she were somebody who was trafficked, and it could have been based on her heritage, her family, because her father's family was also connected with the military. There was a line of men who served in the Revolutionary War. I was able to validate some of the things she pointed out. I was able to find the grave where she says her sister was buried, and it was just this grave behind this giant boulder. Like, you wouldn't have been able to find it unless you were really looking for it. And most of the gravestones were unmarked. They were just rocks in the soil. Like, it was mainly children, I believe. They had buried mostly children at that particular site. And it was the woman who lived next to it who showed me the graves. And she said that these were all more than likely just babies that didn't survive. So some things were like, this was something I was able to validate what she was saying, you know, just because it still exists. Like, the family farm that she was talking about is no longer there. It's been divided up, and, you know, like most of Vermont, it's full of like GMO corn to feed your organic like, you know. And so there, you know, there's some element to how she was able to publish this narrative just by simply selling subscriptions to another it was a spiritualist magazine. And you wouldn't get from reading her narrative that she had anything to do with the spiritualists, because she was constantly using Bible quotes. She was always speaking against the conversing with the spirits. Like, she wasn't in her narrative discussing at all what is actually in the Banner of Light. So I was really grateful when I was able to locate the Banner of Light and know what it was that she was selling to make money in order to pay to publish this book, which the people who told me about this said that they burned most of these books. So if I ever find one somewhere, you know, in a yard sale or like just in a thrift shop somewhere, like, that I should definitely purchase it, because they burned most of them because it was so anti-Masonic.
Wow, incredible. By all means, you continue. Your narrative is fascinating and educational.
So yeah, I hadn't actually had a chance to talk about like the elements of it that really just allowed me to make a decision about my own situation, where I could understand that it wasn't just about myself, that it was something that has been inherent in our community in northern Vermont for generations. Like, as long as there's been colonial persons here, there's been this issue with the women and how the women are demonized, and that even when they're involved in the community, they're part of this Masonic lodge. She was saying that it was so two-faced, it was so Jekyll and Hyde, the way that they would promote you if you were willing to participate in illicit sex, adultery.
Of course. Yes.
So that, you know, that was a huge issue for her. And the fact that her husband was driven to like such deranged behaviors, and they granted her divorce, which in 1885, 86, this did not happen. Like, there was a record of the petitions that she had to make throughout the state because they weren't going to see her locally. The judges that were involved in the community were Masonic, so they were not going to listen to this woman who refused to participate in their little theater games. So the fact that she was able to keep herself alive, like, she has a death certificate for it was 1927 was her death certificate. And what was really interesting about that is it was signed by the doctor who lived across the street from my parents. Wow. And his wife lived to be over 100. And so I remember his wife was still alive while I was growing up. So the doctor who signed her death certificate lived across the street from my parents. If I had just left that alone and not looked any further, I mean, I think I wouldn't be so creeped out, but I kept at it. Like, I kept looking for census records to try to find the descendants, to try to make sure if I was going to be public about this, that it wasn't going to insult anybody. And all I found was a record so her death certificate was 1927. I found a record of her being kept in a Methodist Episcopal home for the elderly in Brooklyn, New York, which just looks like the creepiest place you've ever seen.
No doubt. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. There was this record of a Sarah Powell at 83 living in this home for the elderly in 1930, which was like, why would they fake her death? Like, you know, what benefit would it be for an 80-year-old person to fake their death? But then I found the same thing with her daughter who survived, the one who had the only grandson. She also had multiple death certificates in different states.
Jesus.
And I don't think that the grave sites that are on Main Street with this family's name on them actually have their bodies in them.
Right.
Like, with all these different places where they could have possibly been after their death, I wonder if they even brought them back to Enosburg. Like, whoever paid for these grave sites, they're probably not the people that are on the headstones.
Right. Got you. Yeah.
I'm probably looking into this way too deep.
Perhaps, but that doesn't make it any less fascinating. It's captivating as a narrative, and I think that Jesus Christ, thank God you can talk because I can't. So it's very important that somebody looks into it. And
I would love for somebody to contact me and be willing to like do some legwork on their own. Like, there's got to be somebody who is interested in history, who's interested in human trafficking, who's interested in women's issues. Like the woman at the Historical Society, she could verify for me, like the daughter was, as her mother did, would take in boarders at their house. Like she remembers that there were boarders in the house before that they tore down her house to build a community health center. And I remember the house when I was young. There was a house there where there's now a doctor's office building. But that was part of her struggle, was that she couldn't maintain her housing with the constant, like, the Masons would come and say, your husband owes us money. We're taking your last cow. So she wouldn't have a way to earn, like she couldn't sell the milk. She couldn't, raise up a livestock in order to, have a little small farm right there where she was. So, the fact that they were constantly after her to move her out of her house, and this was a house that her husband had built by hand. So it wasn't like she was, in a place that had come from her family. Like, he literally built them this house because they kept making promises to them, like, oh, if you just do this work for us, we'll let you stay here. And then as soon as they finished completing, fixing up the building or whatever, they would get kicked out. So, I mean, this is just such fantastic examples of what gang stalking is, like how you're driven off of your stability.
Yes.
Like whatever thing that you thought you could maintain in order to feel good and stable and connected into your community, they will just destroy it. They will just come for you.
Yes.
And she insisted that it was her Bible, it was her faith. Like, all of her narrative is just littered with examples from the Bible, from particularly the Gospels. Both of her kids that survived were married in the Episcopal Church. So one of her daughters was a writer, and she'd gotten married in New Hampshire, and she was living over there. So the youngest daughter, so her sister, was listed on their census in 1910. There was two of Sarah's daughters were living in a house where one of them was married to the son, and there was also the son's father in this house in so I think it was Lancaster, New Hampshire, which is it's northern New Hampshire. It's not populated at all. It's hardly even a town anymore.
Wow.
But at that time, she was the youngest one, Grace, was finishing school, and she was 28, and she was living with her sister, who eventually ended up going home to her mother and passing away. But the interesting part about the wedding records with her brother and her brother got married at 35 to a woman who was from the next town up on the rail line. And so they were married first. And then the second marriage was Grace, who married a 72-year-old man from Massachusetts.
Jesus.
And she was 28.
Jesus.
So I don't know. What are your conclusions about somebody living in a house, unmarried, teaching in rural New Hampshire, then returning back to her mother's house, marrying somebody who's more than 40 years difference?
It's incredible. It's certainly
a child in the following year, 9 months later, baby boy.
Yeah, very unusual, very certainly remarkable. Not necessarily in the positive sense, but you know, my own conclusions are that this entire story is remarkable, very unusual. One thing that you need to clarify, simply because of all of the shall we say, the Ian West promulgations, you need to bring up the fact that the Underground Railroad was a movement, not an actual physical tunnel or series of tunnels. You know, this
Maybe it was a tunnel, Douglas. Maybe there were actual homes with tunnels.
Well, there were actual homes with tunnels, yes, but yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna say it because if it doesn't get said, then it won't.
Yes.
It won't make any sense. But there are tunnels in this area, in the rail cities, that stretch the entire main street.
Thank you.
And so my interest in learning more about this LiDAR, like I'd like to do some kind of training with other people who are also doing it. Like I'm perfectly capable of learning what I need to by just mapping from the open source data. But it would be super interesting to me to find if there were actual records of trafficking through these tunnels. Like if these homes were actually being used to bring people up above the border. I don't know. Like, I understand what you're saying about the clarification between what the MyLab abductions look like and what was going on historically with, like, in the 1880s, that was when Chicago just got inundated with African Americans moving into the cities of the North because they'd been emancipated. So I wonder, being the whitest state in the nation, were we just given that as kind of subterfuge to keep people looking somewhere else, whereas we were just bringing people back and forth all nice and quiet because it's all rural communities here. There's all kinds of back roads up by the border that if you don't know about them, you would never think to go down them. And I mean, it's just something that I'm interested in. I wish that there were more people who would contact me and tell me what they've found about this kind of being on the border, having a strong history, and just knowing that some things have been preserved, but they're not promoted. Like this woman's book, like I have a copy. I bought another copy to give to the people who gave me the copy I have. Well, the History Museum had one, and it was red. So obviously she'd had more than one printing, because the one at the Enosburg Caboose, which is where they house the History Museum, it probably was a brilliant red at one point, but it was bigger and it was red. And then the two that I have are navy blue and Masonic. It's like a Masonic blue. But then when I was looking online to find out, like, does anybody else have one? Is there a charge for it? I mean, you can download a free e-file. It's out there. There's one at the archive.org that comes out of the New York Public Library, which just lends credence to the idea that they had shuttled her off to Brooklyn before she was actually laid to rest. Yeah, you can get it for free, but I was searching to find like if there was a price somewhere, like if somebody was selling it and getting a particular price range, and they were talking about how it was printed in black with gold lettering. And I was like, well, that's not what we have. Like, we don't have any black. I haven't seen a black one. I'd like to find out like how that came to be, if like somebody like picked it up and reproduced it on their own after her first 1899 printing. It doesn't make sense to me that she would not write ever again. That would be this soul. Like, she printed it in 1899. She died in 1927, perhaps.
Right.
What happened in those 30 years? Like, there's got to be something of, you know, how did she survive all that? If it was truly as terrible as her narrative is detailing,
yeah,
with the harassment and the assaults and the poisoning, like, she, to me, if this is all going on, you wouldn't survive another 30 years after having spoken out about this. Or it, you know, I don't know. I feel like maybe there was some element of she was being supported in some way, whether or not it was related to her husband's family trafficking people on the Underground Railroad, or whether it had to do with some kind of compromise that she made because her son was given pretty prestigious position in the community as a pharmacist. I have some photos. Maybe what I could do is just load the photos into the Skype if I can figure my way back to the chat.
Sure.
Is there anybody here with us still?
Honey, we've got a large amount of viewers. We've got 23 concurrent viewers as registered, so you know there's 2 or 3 times that number. This is the largest we've ever had, thanks to the wonderful work by George Knight earlier, and they've decided to stick around, so you're equally mesmerizing.
Well, you know, I don't have the same slant that George has, for sure. Like, my military history was just basically looking into my own genealogy and then kind of spreading that out onto other people's families, like taking time to really just get into the resources that there are, looking at censuses, looking at death certificates, looking, you know, it's incredible how very little there really is about like the dead babies. Like, so many times there's just a listing of a family name with no first name.
Yeah.
You know, it's real. Like, they treated women as if they were brood mares. They just kept them having babies over and over again. Like, my own family, my mom comes from 9, her dad had 11. Her mom had 14, some crazy number like that. And all of these people, they're all somewhere, you know, they're either in New England, or most of them are pretty much in this area. Like, I don't think that there really are that many of my relatives that left New England. They might have left the community they were raised in, but they're really right nearby. They're in a 4 or 5 hour drive from everybody.
Yeah, no, that's incredible. And you've done yeoman work yourself. I'm so glad that you've been able to get this on record out there publicly, so that people might well follow up, that you might be contacted by someone who can help provide more context. And
maybe there's a descendant out there somewhere who has just a pile of books that his great-grandmother wrote, or, you know, like, I would love to find that out. I would love to know more about the situation that allowed her to get a divorce, but then essentially, because he was so ill, her husband was brought back into her house, and so when they divorced, he was granted some kind of payment from the government. Right. But it wasn't until they got a divorce that he was given that money. And because he was so sick, he came back to his wife. He came back to her to take care of him.
Of course.
he was paralyzed.
Because he's a fucking leech and a parasite and exists only to make someone else's life miserable.
She had 6 children with him. She didn't hate him.
Okay.
Like she, you don't have 6 children with somebody that you can't stand.
Well, you do if you're enslaved, yes. If you could have a wife-beating husband who treats her as a broodmare, and there you go. I mean, she's just forced to have child after child. But like you say, this case might be a bit more nuanced. Go on. I always assume the worst.
Well, and I don't understand. Like, she is super intelligent. Like, she has the ability to keep track of all of this going on despite the continuing traumas.
Yeah.
Like, she kept record of all of her letters, all of the people that she was writing to. And she, she has some pretty politically interesting views about what was going on with the presidency. Like, I'd love to look more into that, but I'd really also like to do more local stuff, being that I'm still in the area, that would have some relevance to people who were brought from the South up across the Quebec border. I'd like to explore maybe how her husband and his family operated through all these businesses that never really made any money, but they, they were still there. They were still, existing as a business, even though it was clear that the business was a sham. I'm trying to do too much at once. I need to either focus.
Well, I think I think it's great that you have these things that that your mind really takes an interest in. Without such interest in life, there's no purpose in living. I'm so glad you have these interests in where you're from. I mean, where we're from is it's the foundation for our identity. So do go on. Yeah.
I mean, just like you were talking about your house, the crypt, with the ship being part of the structure because they just didn't have the building materials. Yeah. Like that to me is a piece of San Francisco that I have never seen. I don't know all that much about the West Coast, but I've flown in and out of San Francisco, and I spent a weekend there when I was a child. And I remember when we were there, just for the 3 days, it was my brother and my dad and I, and they offered a tour of the Presidio, and this would have been like,
oh my God,
80s, early 90s. And my dad, with his head injury and all, was like, we're not doing that. And he took us to Napa Valley. We were 10 and 12, and he got us drunk at a wine tasting in Napa Valley instead of going to the Presidio.
Thank God.
At that, you probably were in the library then. Like, yes. You were probably bouncing around at the Presidio during my 3-day vacation with my dad and my brother. Yeah. But I want people to feel like they are living entities of their past, that they are in a place wherever they are that has history, and you can always look back at history. You just don't want to get caught up in it. Like, you don't want to keep repeating all the things that have been going on that no longer serve you or anybody else. And for myself, it's really fantastic to have this woman from the town that I grew up in who really spoke out against something that she was detested, just could not stand the fact that there was all this pressure on her in order to succeed in the society, in this upper class living. Like, the town of Enosburg in 1880 had something like 10 or 12 doctors and then a handful of lawyers.
Could you spell the name of that town?
Sure. It's
Enosburg. I mean, the only reason it's not in my place to correct your pronunciation, but the way you said it, it came out sounding like Anusburg. And I was thinking, great, they named a city, asshole city. yeah, delightful. Fuck.
Okay, so now you're going to hear my Yankee colloquialism. So we actually call it Penisburg Balls, the home of pricks and assholes.
Yeah, lovely. Yeah, probably quite accurate. It's like, yeah, I thought I had a certain intuition about this. Go on.
You seem to be able to draw it out.
Yes.
You seem to know exactly what spot to pick up on. Yeah, all of us have really, struggled because we're just, part of this generation. We're part of this group of people who have to get over the fact that we're not going to have anything that our parents have. Like, we're not going to have the social support networks that are financially viable that they rely on. Like, I can't listen to, I've been working kind of contracts, just helping, doing caregiving. And the older people who just believe that we are supposed to go to these 40-hour-a-week jobs and get our retirement money in another, I should be getting my retirement money in another 15 years at this point. And I don't see that happening. I don't see any kind of financial anything. The banking system is a flop. Like, there's nothing that they grew up with that we can look at and say, yeah, that worked.
Yeah.
And it's just it's so hard to hear these older people. I was having lunch at this cafe and this old man comes up with a box of cookies and he looks at me and he goes, I think senior citizens are supposed to get 10% off. And I was like, I really don't know because I'm not from here. And he goes, nobody knows. It's just so absolute. He's trying to get his 10% off his box of cookies. Because he's worried that his check for $700 a month isn't going to go that far anymore, and as a younger person, younger than this guy, I couldn't try to explain to him I'm really sorry that your cookies are unaffordable. You're not going to be able to eat that sugar ever again.
Poor son of a bitch. Go on. Yes.
I don't know. There's really the intergenerational conflict. Mm-hmm. Kala and I were just talking about how the 23-year-olds in our area are losing their shit. They can't keep it together. They're all mentally ill. They're all dealing with addictions to shit that we never got exposed to. So we have a really hard, our group of people, whatever you want to label them as, we're looking at 23 and going, we're so sorry. And that doesn't help them. They don't, they need some kind of thing to work out. They need somebody to do their job and to take care of the people who need to be mentored into doing the work that's yesterday. We needed that yesterday. So yes. It's, I think there's so much that we can do. There is so much that can be done. We just need to kind of put aside the way that it used to be, whatever process that used to work. If you could just bully and threaten people into submission and compromise them and then reward them for bad behavior. If that really was going to work, then we wouldn't have gotten to this point where everything's fallen apart.
Right.
So clearly, we're kind of on the crest of that wave. We're really at a place where stuff is going to start to fall into place, whether we put it there or not.
Yeah. No, thank you. So, honey, this has been incredible. George Knight is back with us, and for God's sakes, George, we were worried sick. Is there something that, what are you able to share? Obviously, sometimes emergencies happen, and you can't really give us details because of, privacy issues. But whatever you feel comfortable sharing or whatever you feel can be shared without compromising personal or family security, please do so. And I want to thank Amy, of course, for sharing everything she did. It's been an incredibly brilliant dissertation on her part, and she made me appreciate some aspects about Jotai that I never realized were even there. And but in your case, I want you to know that our numbers throughout the night are the highest they have ever been. So, for this period of time throughout the arc of narrative tonight, and they maintained through Amy Como's speaking. So both of you have been stellar. You've held all the audience that normally would dwindle after the Peter Moon hours throughout the night. It's been incredible. So George, by all means, share what you can about whatever drove you away or drew you away.
I know. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. I do apologise and very much appreciate Amy and Nemo. I think you've all done such a wonderful job, and I do apologise, Douglas, for that disruption and my being vacant from the show. It wasn't what I intended or intentionally wanted. I wanted to remain throughout the duration, but I'm glad you're still on.
Yeah, and we've got another hour, and we've got another hour. So by all means, yeah.
Yes, I'm happy to stay with you, Douglas. Yeah. So no, I just I was just on the phone to my wife, and we just had a discussion, a chat, and so everything's all right. There's nothing to concern or worry about. But I'm just glad that you're still continuing.
Yeah.
And that I'm happy to talk about whatever to utilize this time.
We could not have continued without Jotai's intervention to help Nemo hold the stage. Nemo, of course, is stellar and does so much and has acted as the glue throughout the transmission. Right, Nemo? Let's see if you
I do my best.
There we are. Yes.
Yeah, well done.
And Amy, of course, she came on and gave us an incredible exploration into her genealogical history and the social relevance of so many of the issues that she's dealing with. So Amy, believe me, I am grateful beyond expression. I'm so glad the dogs returned. And believe it or not,
I was going to say that was the best. That was the best. That when I got on with you, the dogs came back, and there was no porcupine quills involved.
Thank you. Excellent. Most of the time, Our Lady Brooke Gibson chides me for the dogs running away when, quote unquote, they listen to my shit. But just the opposite with Amy's dogs, they appreciate what we have to offer. So, by the way, of course, her dogs aren't running away when she's on camera with us. We see them all sleeping around her. But yes, by all means, George. And Amy, do say hi to George, and we'll take it from there. George will take it from there.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you. Hello, Amy. It's been a little short while.
Hello.
Yeah, well, Douglas has such a following these days. Like, it seems like he's got a better group of people, although I've been looking at Nemo's channel because he has all these old interviews that he'd done, like with Andrew Bartzies.
Mm-hmm.
That was the one where I was like, that guy knows how to interview Douglas. Like, he really did a great job being specific and keeping him going. I mean, just some of the old stuff, like there was the Von Tiki Lounge where Douglas had a bolo on. Like,
he looked like a Texan man.
Oh,
right? Like, that was hysterical. I loved it. I was like, that is classic. That is something that you don't get to see. Like, I do miss the images. I wish we could figure out a way for you to showcase some of your art that maybe doesn't have to do with with audio.
Huh, okay, I will try to, get back into... What I can always do is I can always, of course, as time progresses and I stabilize, I can, insert images into the latest videos that are just blank, essentially with just showing the support stuff. But, we'll get to that later, and I might get back to images again. I really appreciate your appreciation of them, and as a matter of fact, it's important to point out that the enemy does so much to try and destroy that. They when they sent that Edomite whore, Lena Shea / Crane, into ultimately, I'm always looking for a chick takeover just because I am older, do not understand a lot of the new technology, and she was younger and had that understanding and then used it to sabotage everything. Very much like what happened to Jordan Maxwell. Only, of course, with him it was always young boys, so it leads us to speculate as to his orientation. But in my case, she ran up a bunch of swastikas right after the Christchurch Mosque Massacre, the Christchurch Mosque Massacre in New Zealand. And that's what got me banned off Facebook. So the important thing for the enemy is they're always trying to do away with the visual presentations. So when they had my link to my website declared a terrorist site, and Peter Moon's Time Travel Education Center declared a terrorist website, then of course all of those illustrated posts were taken down. Now understand that all of these illustrations are on record in my files, but in the order they were in, they formed a kind of a journal kind of story where people could see a kind of developing arc of narrative. This is very important for the enemy to destroy, but most of all, they're destroying the aesthetic. The aesthetic terrifies them, the image and the mystique. Of course, I myself felt I was looking my worst in that Texas trip to the Kon-Tiki, and it's one of the reasons why, I simply just really loathe that Ben Estenius, who was sponsoring me for years, everything he did to make that experience as miserable as possible was just another Australian ambush all its own. Both him and the crazy baseball player whose name I just, abolished from my mind. There's no describing everything they did just to basically do everything but try to kill me. When those sons of bitches invited me down to Kon-Tiki, they made certain they made it impossible for me to get there. Literally impossible. So the only reason I got down there was through a lady named Holly Kaditis Kiefer, who actually came up and drove myself and Laura Lee Solomon down there. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have gotten down there at all. This is how crazy these motherfuckers were. They just made it impossible for me to get down there after arranging for this. When we got down there, there was no sleeping because they fucked up everything. I mean, everything. It's like there was nothing this guy did not go out of his way to do to sabotage everything. The Kon-Tiki itself was completely unacceptable as a forum. It could not hold anyone in terms of the little back room that he had set us up into. There was no point in even having it. It was just crazy.
Well, and you had the one microphone, you were passing it around, and we got to see the visual of all these people in that video.
And none of the presentation itself was recorded. So he made certain to sabotage everything. You can't say that any of this was without his doing. He claimed that the young man that he had hired had done it. I can't believe that for a second.
But you're still here. You're still on.
Yeah. No thanks to him. Yeah. All I can say is
can't be stopped. Like you're everywhere. Like,
but don't forget, everything is a sabotage. Everything is an ambush. Yeah. When you take a look at some son of a bitch like Ben Estenius, and what he did was he was like basically saying, come on down here and I'll pay for this and everything. It's like I lost far more money with all the crap he pulled than was ever made. It's the same again and again and again. When you take a look at the Peter sets me up for ambush after ambush with all these so-called interviews, and it's the Bulgarian bozos and everyone else. I lose far more money than the $1,000 they paid me. I lost at this point, well over $2,000, thanks to the constant attacks and taking me off air constantly. So the ambushes are never ending. And it all speaks for itself. Ultimately, it's just there is never, ever an honest interview or some kind of guesting. It's all shit. It's all pure shit.
I remember listening to that Offerman interview, and throughout the whole interview, he was being passive aggressive, as if he's trying to discredit you through the whole.
Oh, of course, but that's the kind of piece of shit that he is.
Yeah,
with
definitely.
him, you expect nothing else, but with somebody like Benestenius, then of course he tells me about, I've done such successful fundraising in the past, and we did all these things to make certain it worked. And so he's just rubbing in the fact that he made certain nothing worked with what happened when I was brought down there. It's just beyond offensive when it comes to this one individual showed up. There's all these mysteries that then get added to it. He brought this yearbook from John O'Connell Vocational Institute. And he was telling us, and he was this little Latin American. I never caught his name, or whatever name was given. I never remembered it. There was one fangirl that was there. I was very glad to see her, and she gave me some wonderful gifts. But, these are true fans showed up and were trying to be there. One of the guys who was there was the crazy guy who ultimately wound up attacking myself. What is this, George? What is this you're showing?
Sorry, Douglas. Yeah, no, it's just to verify, to qualify everything you've said in the past as well, which is obviously people promulgate it as being disinformation. One of the images I've just uploaded on the chat feed is one of the homogenous species of these relic populations that Douglas has spoke about. I do not know the source or the origin of it. I just know it's authentic.
Right.
And I've got images of fairy folk as well, which obviously Douglas has put this all into perspective, into context in the past, but there is a heavy campaign. It's just like the Sasquatch or the Yeti or Bigfoot. Obviously people would deny the existence, but they are very real, just like everything else we have articulated. And so it's just to qualify what you're saying, Douglas. It's to bring credence to what you are stating.
Well, thank you. And, I might as well get off the topic of what was going on down there anyway. It's just the more I think about it, the more angrier I get. So there's no point in dwelling on it. But it's one of those things you do need to vent every once in a while and try and put things into perspective for people so they understand just the frustrations of trying to get out there. Like Amy said, and Amy's taking it the best way possible. I'm still here. So thank you, Amy. Profoundly appreciate it that you said that, honey. Thank you. With that, we turn back to George. So by all means, when you're speaking of the relic population, what else comes to your mind? I think that you've probably seen this photograph, so I'll put it into the here we are. So this is the Chichoa, a photograph of one of the Cho. This is what Brendan Zoget pointed out. Is obviously not a human being by any standard definition.
Looks like he took a sledgehammer to the face.
Yes, just the but notice the similarity between him and the other photograph.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. There's a distinctly.
Just put hair on him and he'll look the same.
Yeah, you could mistake them definitely as being part of the same tribe, so to speak. If hair were on one as opposed to the other, and they were side by side, but other than that, by all means. So take it from here, George, with what else comes to mind. And thank you again, Amy, so much.
Yeah, thank you, Amy. And Douglas, I profoundly appreciate everything you've just expressed and articulated. There is a massive campaign to discredit Douglas, and it's heart wrenching for myself, but it's something that I've accepted and contended with also on this journey that all the time I've been with Douglas. It's something that I have seen with my own two eyes and heard with my own two ears what he's been going through, and it's such a shame. It's such a shame because obviously we both have the same goal. We want the information out there, and we can't do it because of the continuous assaults that are continuing and what happened. It's
Well, it's all meant to take down ultimately any motivation to even bother to talk. That's what it's all intended to do. and everyone involved cooperates in doing this, which is everyone that I mentioned to this point. Yes, basically though, as Amy said, we're still here, so take advantage of that, and by all means, when it comes to what you were speaking of just before you left. Mark H, of course, was talking about the South Pole space station. What else do you remember before you were understandably drawn away?
Oh yes, Douglas. Yeah, because we're referring to the. I know we mentioned about the non-alignment movement,
yes.
Which Joseph Broz Tito made a statement saying that they would take full advantage of that lunar stock colony on the South Pole region of the Moon, if an all-out nuclear exchange were to occur between the United States and the former Soviet Union. They were going to take full advantage of the member states of the non-alignment movement, which, by the way, comprise the majority of United Nations Security Council member states, which to this day there's 194 recognized United Nations members that are part of the Security Council. The majority of them were also a part of the non-alignment movement, separating some Commonwealth-speaking nations and the United States and the former Soviet Union.
I think what you mean to say is that the majority, or some over 50% probably of the population of the world was part of the non-aligned nations movement, while simultaneously being part of the United Nations. But the Security Council generally refers to just the 5 allied powers that are on the so-called Security Council. And this is part of the reasons why the United Nations is so dysfunctional. And it's basically Russia, America, France, Great Britain, and communist China at this point, which, and for that reason, nothing can get done. It's simply paralyzed. This is why the allies of today have had to work through the G7. And basically, the G7 has now replaced the United Nations as essentially some form of action-oriented international body. So by all means, do continue. However, I'll try and get some of the stats that I recall to kind of provide some further details on the non-aligned nations movement, because that is important. Again, it's kind of a depressing, shall we say, subject for me, because I remember the last time I was going into Indonesia, where, of course, the non-aligned nations movement is headquartered. When I was going into all this on a past transmission, I remember that Judith Agert went into this had this panic attack, and couldn't speak. It was just, just disgusting. Just another ambush in its own right. There's just nothing these people can do without sabotaging. It's like they're just the overwhelming majority of people just glomming onto me are just idiots and imbeciles who are have every intent to do nothing but sabotage over the years. Obviously, it's somewhat different now. We were talking about the failings of someone like Joe Tai, but it's nothing like the crap pulled by people like Judith Agert or so many of these others. So when I think back on it, it's incredible that what little is left is even here. Concerning the channel and everything else, but they're definitely working on shutting us down with that. Such being said, I think I've found my own notes on the non-aligned nations movement, so let me try and explain to people just a little bit about this. Now, when it was at its height, I don't know what the situation is today. The non-aligned nations movement consisted of 120 member states with about 17 observer nations. And that was nearly 2/3, or about 67% of the United Nations member states. And they represented at its height about 55%, or over half, of the world population. So the membership was particularly concentrated in nation states that were considered to be developing or part of the third world. But definitely it was seen as kind of a statement on the part of the global South to maintain a sense of independence from the Russo-American conflict. And for that reason, Communist China was one of these observer states that was involved with it. So that being said, people probably have a better grasp of it now. But with that, I think you covered that well enough. What was it that was being said by Nemo? Do you remember where our man George left off before he left?
Was it to do with the ship?
Yeah, it had stuff to do about the UFOs, like the anti-gravitational ships and shit.
Okay, yes. So, at any rate, you can continue with that, talking about a bit of these. I remember that Michael Aquino had said there were 4 great Nazi secrets. He said they were anti-gravity, which you've kind of put into a different context for us.
Yes, thank you.
Time travel, immortality, and water as fuel, or basically a form of hydrogen power. So I don't know if that strikes any memories with yourself on any of those subjects.
Absolutely, Doug. So if people take a look at some of the cases where they have interacted, they've come in first-hand accounts with the Thousand-Year Reich government in exile, or the Unterlanders or interterrestrials. They certainly do reference many of these aspects, some of those secrets. So to do with time travel and to do with how the craft operate, their function, and also, I've not heard about hydrogen or water, unfortunately. But certainly the other aspects of what they were speaking of. People can, that's the thing, I've got collected details about certain instances and events that occurred where people have interacted with the Thousand-Year Reich in exile. The Benny Hill was just one reference where Barney Hill, under hypnosis, under hypnotic therapy, he outlines that these looked like occupants in Nazi uniforms. He identified them as looking like Nazi SS officers of the Schutzstaffel rank. So he identified it because they were black uniform. And so these are just to put things into perspective, because obviously I think there is also a very, definitely a misunderstanding, because as Douglas has presented in the past, when you turn towards Europe, they see Aryan Nordic looking people, whereas in the United States they see the greys, which what the choke.
Yeah, what George Knight is trying to explain is that when Europeans have encounters, then what the Europeans encounter or remember from their experiences are generally the Nordics, the tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aryan genotype. Whereas when the Americans have these experiences, then they almost universally have had experiences with the so-called Greys, which are basically the Cho that have been unleashed in North America to feed on them. This makes sense, of course, because when our man Nemo was asking, I guess the Thousand-Year Reich are positing that the Thousand-Year Reich in exile must have moved beyond any need to deal with Earth at all, that it's at this point beneath their interest. The reality is they are always tethered to Earth because they need to return, because Earth has the genetic baseline. But of course they would return to Europe, which is their roots, as opposed to North America. But take it from there, George.
Yes, absolutely, Douglas. And the sightings that occur over particularly North America, the sightings from the craft itself, and they always, if you take a look at eyewitness testimonies or descriptions of what they see in their reports, they're all pretty much very much similar, and you can decipher what is genuine, what is not. So during the years between when they were conducting this report book known as Project Grudge, and then it turned into Project Blue Book, these were intelligence gatherings from eyewitness testimonies. So they were taking in the sightings, what was occurring, because of course they were contending with a government in exile, a true breakaway civilization that they were still legally at war with, so they took it very seriously. And the whole campaign was to basically discredit any of the eyewitness accounts, and they ruled them off as just natural phenomena, swamp gas, lightning bolts, lightning flares, or storms, or birds. They just ruled it off for any form of excuse for a cover-up. And so what they were predominantly seeing, what you were seeing and contended with over the United States, was the offensive side of the Third Reich government in exile. They were conducting the scouting runs, aerial reconnaissance, or they were conducting psychological warfare operations. It was to hold the Americans at bay. It was to hold the United States at bay. And of course, they were violating and breaching national security. And that was why the reason behind the aerospace war, or the Schitt's Creek War, the DIS War, between the years of 1951, it was actually after World War II, shortly very after. It was because Operation High Jump occurred prior to proactive prosecution of hostilities, was formally terminated by Presidential Proclamation 2714. Something I went into earlier, Douglas, just when you went away, I mentioned about Harry S. Truman declaring his proclamation, Presidential Proclamation 2714, which states termination of hostilities was officially declared as of 12 o'clock noon, December 31st, 1946. And a number of wartime military statutes were ceased to be in effect upon the issuance upon that proclamation declaration. And so Operation High Jump, which occurred in 1946, it was prior to this termination of hostilities. It was the last great battle in the Atlantic, the South Atlantic, of World War II, officially recognized prior to proactive prosecution of hostilities. So this was a genuine war, which meant the war was still continuing, and it did end in 1945. That was the most important point that I brought up earlier, Douglas, is it did not end in 1945. Operation High Jump was basically a factor in that. And then the Third Reich government exile were faced with actually going on the offensive. So they actually started conducting a frontier war against the United States over the United States. And this frightened the hell out of the United States government and the military. Yes. And so that's what's so important. This is hence why the mobilization is still in effect and extant to this day, why you are promoted, indoctrinated in a pathological, irrational fear, phobia, hatred of National Socialism to this day.
Yes.
And why fascism is so conflated to this day. It is because this is your continuation of that war. This is you're still, and like I said before, people's mindsets are still emboweled into this. They have still got this mindset of World War II. They're still living out World War II to this day, and even their own generalization summary of understanding of National Socialism is on a pathological level. It's on a rational level.
Yes.
And it's completely pathological. It's insane. And so this is hence the reason for this campaign. This is it's very hard for people to fathom and understand that, but once you understand the context of it, it makes perfect sense, and then you understand where you are at this point in time. And so just do take in mind that you're still legally in a state of war, and this is emphasized. This is it's evident with your unlimited state of emergency, which is still in effect to this day, such as daylight saving time and these excise war taxes, which are still in effect to this day. In Britain, they are a government regulated tax, and in the United States, they're marked as Federal Reserve phone taxes. These are a government regulated tax because you're still mobilized and still fighting a continuous perpetual war against the Third Reich, which are your legitimate enemy. And so, all these play a massive part in this. and hence why the extraterrestrial trope, just the whole propaganda disinformation campaign to make you believe that these are extraterrestrials. And very important to note that when Franklin Delano Roosevelt initiated, when he declared, which was unconstitutional, Presidential Proclamation 9066, recognizes any Japanese man, woman, or child of Japanese heritage, even though these were third generation citizens of the United States. These were, after this presidential proclamation was basically incepted and it was initiated, when it was issued, upon its issuance, these citizens that were 3 generations in, so that means a grandfather, then a father, and then a son, and vice versa, such and such, these were now recognized as enemy aliens. And this also applied to anyone of Italian heritage or ethnicity and German heritage or ethnicity. So these were the recognized enemy aliens of the United States upon the declaration of World War II, which, by the way, Japan and Germany declared war on the United States first. That's enough for a fact to point out. That's a very important point to make.
Yes.
But after Franklin Delano Roosevelt were able to legally declare a state of war against Japan and against all the Axis nations, anyone part of the Axis alignment, they declared a state of war, and all these people of German, Italian, and Japanese heritage were all deemed enemy aliens. So to this day, people interpret that term alien as meaning extraterrestrial. The military got hold of that going back several decades ago. Michael Aquino played a massive factor in that, in promoting that, and obviously we can go into that, Douglas, but the enemy alien of today is not extraterrestrials, it's the 1,000-year right government exile. Since Japan and the United States actually formalized the end of that war officially. And that was that war did come to an end, come to an official close, and it was won in Japanese favor. And so that's what's important to know. That's why Japanese are not referred to as enemy aliens to this day. They're not referred to as the alien. But during proactive prosecution of hostilities, they were very dehumanized, very heavily dehumanized. They weren't even recognized as human beings.
That's right.
They were referred. Yes, it is so offensive. And I have a massive archive collection of all this horrible, irrational, just this despicable propaganda. And like, even what was it? I'm trying to recall what it was called. It was the United States Army. I'm trying to remember what it's called. It's how to tell a Japanese man, woman, or child apart from their Chinese counterpart.
Right, that's right. They had the instructions that they had to pass out in comic book form, and various posters they had to develop, and they had actually consulted my father because of his years of experience in Asia for the creation of some of these leaflets and pamphlets to supposedly get their soldiers to stop killing their so-called allies, their Chinese and Vietnamese or any other Asian quote-unquote friends that they had. Just stop killing everybody in sight and understand that the enemy looks like this. So they're trying to develop a physical stereotype of the enemy, etc. I mean, this is just kind of the insanity that was prolific throughout the war. But in the end, the Americans didn't care. They would have killed them all, and with biological weapons. But the Japanese beat them to it. So that's the most important aspect to emphasize. The Americans instead tried to propagandize the atomic bomb as this winning weapon, and therefore invested everything they had into the atomic bomb to the point where we still have people out there who believe that we're on the threat of some kind of nuclear precipice. I mean, the insanity of this is that it's simply the former Soviet Union, Russia today, has no capacity for any intercontinental ballistic missile launch whatsoever. They are threatening nukes all the fucking time, and their very bluster and their use of bluff effectively renders their nukes impotent. It betrays their impotence of their nukes. If you have nukes, you either use them or you don't. Your threat to use them shows that they're not working, or you would use them. So that is where the Russians are at. They don't have the capacity for a launch. So these people who are trying to propagate or propagandize that we might be being led to this nuclear war, these people are the enemy. They're really Russian agents who are Russian assets, what they would call useful idiots. So do go on. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much, Douglas. That's very important to also note. That the whole reason behind them saying to the public, and the GI generation were the greatest generation because they did what they were told. They believed everything that was fed to them, and that lie has been spread down from generation to generation. One of those lies is the atomic bombs ended World War II, and the reason behind that notion, that narrative, the reason why they wanted you to believe that the strategic bombing worked, quote unquote, which really they were actually terrorist attacks. They, just like what they were doing over Europe, they were conducting these aerial bombardments using the Lancaster bomber and the I get this conflated, B-29 bomber over Hamburg and over Dresden. They created firestorms so enormous they disintegrated the entire population through incendiaries.
Yes, and B-17 bombers, but go on. The B-29s were over Japan, but go on. Yes.
Beg your pardon. Yeah, was it the B-20? Sorry, Douglas, I didn't catch that. Was that the B-20?
B-29s were over Japan. The B-17s over Europe. B-17s.
That's the one. Beg your pardon. Thank you so much, Douglas. Yeah. And so they generated a firestorm so enormous. It was scientifically proven that it reaches temperatures hotter than
the sun.
And so they had, they had to promote that. They had to tell the public that strategic bombing actually worked. Whereas, a matter of fact, strategic bombing had no effect on the war effort whatsoever. It had no effect on stopping promotion, stopping development of the war machine in Europe or of Pacific. They had no impact on the enemy. As a matter of fact, as Douglas pointed out before, that normal natural earthquakes done more infrastructure damage than strategic bombing ever did during World War II, and that's a fact. It caused more impact on the industry than strategic bombing ever did. But what they had to do was lie to the public and say that it was the atomic bombs that ended the war. Otherwise, the public would never support an air force. Right. Very important to note that there was no such thing as a United States Air Force prior to July 1947. The United States Air Force and the CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, were direct collateral. Was a direct implication to the Roswell incident themselves. And what the Army had, what you had before the Air Force, was a United States Army Air Corps, or it was referred to as, I can't remember what the actual term of the word is, United States Air Forces, but there was no separate branch of service.
The way they referred to it was United States Army Air Forces. These were United States Army Air Forces, or Naval Aviation. And the Japanese also did not have an air force, but the Japanese created a secret air force that was covert. The Americans were trying to avoid anything covert and create a all-out, publicly acknowledged air force, because this to them was a excuse to create a truly elite service, a traveling golf club, really, because every U.S. Air Force base is required as part of its defensive arrangements, part of its fortressing. It has to include a golf course, and this includes even helicopter pads, helicopter landing pads. I mean, this is the insanity of what was being funded was a giant boondoggle for a elite group of basically assholes who do nothing, and they've done nothing ever since of real consequence. I mean, I could argue for certain instances where they were viable, but that's another discussion. In terms of what our main point, ride with the main point for right now. Aside from, let me see what we're pointing out with the Air Force? What else comes to mind with what George Knight is bringing up in terms of what he was trying to emphasize concerning the you were speaking of course, the
yes.
But go on.
Because
Go on.
Yeah, sorry, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, what I was going to say, allude to, was the what the United States never had an air force, but because what the issues they had with the army. So, in order for them to have a form of, and it's a form of corruption and exploitation of the taxpayers' money. And the army had these things called Senate Committee oversights, where everything was audited and looked over. Everything that was being funded into these projects, they could have these Senate Committee oversights that would overlook every project that was being held. Well, they wanted an air force so they could have take full advantage of all that funding. And so it was a bottomless pit, a bottomless budget where they can. This is what enabled them to fund the SR-71 Blackbird. This is how all these projects came into being, because of this selling off the fact that strategic bombing had worked, but in fact it didn't work at all. And so that is where the military took massive advantage of that. And that was very much heavily promulgated by the Office of War Information. Many of the things, it was the public body for publishing all the information to the public. It was responsible for feeding the public everything about what it wanted the public to know about World War II and every single battle that was going on. So it was this press. This was the equivalent to right propaganda ministers, Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels' Ministry of Propaganda. But what the United States didn't have was a department or an office of enlightenment, which is what Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels had. He was able to mobilize the entire nation because they knew it was all propaganda. Whereas in the United States, they didn't realize what they were fed was propaganda. They believed everything they were fed.
Yes.
So that was the reason behind that. That's the reason behind them selling to you that strategic bombing had worked. Whereas the reality was the opposite is true. Dropping those atomic bombs did not end the war in favor of the United States. It resulted in the United States suing for peace.
Yes.
They did not work. The Americans learned the hard way. That was why they never deployed atomic weapons ever again. Not conventionally anyway. They did it through means of, like I emphasized earlier, with Operation Argos. They had to conduct these attacks or these strikes against the enemy, against the Third Reich. Tried to do it covertly because it was a confidential secret operation, but it wasn't secret because everyone in the world knew about it. It was something they couldn't keep covered up, but they had to disband all research investigation into the collateral damage it was impacting the Earth's environment, because like I said earlier, like Douglas has said in the past, that cancer rates were on the rise astronomically.
Yes.
Increased dramatically after these attacks, and people could look up. Cancer rates went on they went off the charts tenfold after these aerial strikes, these strategic strikes, so-called strategic strikes. There was nothing strategic about it. They were desperate, and it's just like what they did in World War II. They were attacking civilians. These are two atomic attacks that occurred. They lied to the public as well, because I have news articles saying that they deployed it over an army base, the Hiroshima bomb.
Yeah,
which
it had no effect on the Japanese military. It just killed innocent civilians.
Yeah, exactly. It was deployed over Hiroshima city. It was over excuse me, beg your pardon. It was, because if you look at a map of where it was dropped by the river. It was dropped by the canal or the river. But people could look that up. But it was never over a military base. It was over a civilian population. It only killed women, children, and then the grandparents, the seniors. And so it had no impact on the war machine itself. These were simply terrorist acts. But I have news articles that tried to say that it was deployed over an army base, over a Japanese army base, which it wasn't at all. That was, of course, the first initial announcement or report going to the press initially. Of course, they couldn't cover that up in the end, and so the ramifications, what happened afterwards, the United States Marines, the United States Army, was it I believe it was the Army and the Marines, Douglas, that were supposed to go in to clear up.
Yeah, basically, the army took one city, the Marines took the other. I forget which took which, but the army took one of them took Hiroshima, the other one took Nagasaki, and of course, when we use those terms, they don't apply at all. They were ordered in. They didn't take these cities like some kind of military conquest. Everybody already knows that, but they were essentially ordered in to clean up. And, the most insane thing was one time when this French guy who, Quebecois, actually, I believe, Greg Laliberté, he was saying, he had this incredible knack for, again, just being incredibly irritating, though he would try and be kind and sent me, like, the video, the DVD of the Sand Pebbles, which was, of course, a very important film, talking about, the sailors on the gunboat patrols of China before the war. I mean, he did all kinds of things that were friendly, but there were other things that it was no point in talking to him, because he would just flip into these contrarian stances that made no sense. It's not that somebody disagrees with you that you discontinue communications. I mean, obviously Brooke disagrees with me all the time, but the point is, with him, he had an inability to even comprehend reality. Like, he says, well, and he would bring this up, and it's kind of like this changed his mind. Like, I talked to a black man who was a veteran of the cleanup at Hiroshima, and he said the Japs must have lost because of all the bodies he was burying. And I said, well, if the Japs fucking lost, why is this nigga's black ass burying all these Jap bodies instead of the Japanese, that dumb son of a bitch? Exactly. And then he comes home and says, oh, they must have lost because all the bodies I was ordered to bury. Well, obviously you're the guy soaking up the radiation, burying these bodies, and for you to suddenly convince yourself that somehow this means they lost the war, but you're the guy soaking up the radiation. Honestly, this is one of those things where you just have to just confront the insanity of the Americans. Yeah. And so many of them, thousands of them, died in this process of cleanup. And the Japanese just pretty much let the U.S. military soak up the radiation and take the fatalities in this cleanup job process. So it's part of the insanity of the Americans claiming they somehow won the war and were forced to do this somehow just because they're nice guys. It's some sudden fit of guilt. This is the insanity that you have. And by the way, I also pointed out many of these black men in Japan, or black men from all over Asia, were sent to Japan and ultimately executed by the Americans, so they would never go back home. The story for that is covered very obliquely, but nevertheless through the experience of only one person, so it couldn't be anything more than that. But there's a book with a very stupid title, Black Glasses Like Clark Kent, which is a book written by this woman who was talking about her father, who ultimately killed himself, or her uncle. Let me see if I can grab this here and give people the name of the authoress so they can look this up themselves. But it's written by Teresa Svoboda, Svoboda, her surname, Teresa Svoboda. And what it was her uncle served as a military policeman and in what the Americans called occupied Japan. And basically he was assigned to guard convicted fellow Americans, but these were somehow universally black, and he basically executed a bunch of them. And then come the Abu Ghraib atrocity being exposed, he got all depressed, left her a set of cassette tapes confessing to his crimes, and killed himself. So this is, the only reason that black guy made it home alive was because he was so dumb as to believe the propaganda that the Japanese had lost the war, whereas the other black guys burying those bodies realized the truth. Does that make sense? Suddenly the picture gels, right?
Absolutely, Douglas.
Yeah. So absolutely. Yeah. So we've got Yeah, go on. We've got a few minutes left, so we've got about 4 minutes, 5-6 minutes. So yeah, try and wrap up everything.
Wonderful. Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. And that was what I was just trying to put into context earlier, actually, that many of these Marines were forced to sleep on ground zero. And so because they were disposing of the bodies and they contracted radiation sickness, radiation cancer and leukemia. And many of I found the website going back several years ago, and I published it on your timeline, as well as my timeline, about the families, basically their testimony, statements about their relatives who were forced to sleep on ground zero and to clear up Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and how they ended up catching they contracted radiation illness and died ultimately. And so this was exposed by the families, and they were trying to seek some form of compensation, or some form of what do you want to call it, just try to get some form of consolidation for it. So it was very, very. This is the reality about World War II. It had nothing to do with impacting the war. And when I've mentioned to my friend personally, when he said about Douglas remembers me telling him this about, he said, well, in Vietnam they should have just dropped an atomic bomb and killed all the Viet Cong, and they would have won the war. And of course, I said to him, well, the bombs didn't work during World War II. They learned the hard way. And he just couldn't stomach that, and he walked away from me.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, well, first of all, just the insanity of what he said. Just like, how would you get all the Viet Cong to stand in one spot while you did this? You know,
exactly.
How would you get them to gather all in one place while you drop the bomb?
Exactly.
And a lot of them have underground tunnels.
Exactly, and under their admittance, they conducted guerrilla warfare, and so they were under these tunnels. So how are you supposed to get them to come above surface? It's just like, it's insanity. It's just pure, utter insanity when people make statements like that.
Thank you. And it's just, why didn't they, and you could go on and ask, why haven't they dropped it ever again? Now, granted,
it doesn't work.
Yes, thank you. Or rather,